Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 211, Restrain Yourself. Miss Yenica. 2. The next morning, the hut where Yenica lived was noisy with the sounds of a fight with spirits. When you wake up, you have to go to the royal residence where Princess Phineas is staying, so make sure you get dressed properly before coming out. It was definitely me who said that, but I never thought I would spend this much time grooming myself. As for me, I am just wearing my usual shirt and a maroon robe. However, since it was a fairly high-end product, it was definitely not at the level where I could hear people complaining that it didn't fit their seat. For Jenica, a commoner, the idea of wearing clothes suitable for a meeting with the royal family seems too burdensome, and she appears to be arguing with the mirror all morning. Even if I told you in detail that there was no need to think too hard, it didn't seem to have much meaning. As I sat near the campfire and absent-mindedly refined my bow, I could hear the sounds of an in-depth discussion with the spirits from inside the hut about what color skirt would be better and which hairpin would be better. It would have been a burden for me to criticize him, so I waited as long as I could. After about 15 minutes, Jenica came out wearing a different bluish skirt and amber blouse than usual. She had a shawl with her trademark cosmos pattern wrapped around her slender shoulders. The beautifully braided hair, along with the persimmon flower hairpin, are impressive. Even without her maids, Help Yenica knew how to tidy up the back of her hair into a half ponytail so that the left and right sides were perfectly symmetrical and neatly braided the hair on the sides as well. In fact, Yiju is not a girl who can be easily overlooked. The same goes for decoration. How are you, Ed? Check it. Test. If you're dressed like this, you won't be turned away even if you go to the royal family's quarters, right? What's the dress code like there? Do you think this is too hard? W. Should I take off the headgear or something? I guess it's okay. Let's just dress casually and go. I know very well that this is the wrong answer. It's a bit strange to say I'm a prosecutor, but well, it suits me well anyway. You look like a noble Lady Jenica. Lady. Yenica suddenly whimpered as if she had attached so much meaning to those three-letter words, then cautiously folded her arms in front of her and quickly lowered her tone of voice. That's right. That's right. If you're going to a place like the royal family's lodgings, you shouldn't sound like you're jumping around in such a frivolous manner. Yenica, the biggest problem is that you act so unnaturally. There's no need to worry about your voice. No, what should I say? I will speak calmly and in a lower tone of voice. It felt like something was sinking in, and it was very different from the usual Yenica. Is it right to leave the wand behind? It was a futile task, seeing as the tone quickly rose in just 2 words. The royal family's accommodation is quite far away from the living or teaching buildings, which have a large floating population. It is a place surrounded by doubts, as it is a space decorated to look like another world on the cliffs of the west coast of Aiken Island, and is a place where almost no one is usually allowed to enter. If you look west from the end of the Magic Goods Trading District in the living building, the end of the royal residence building can be glimpsed in the distance. But that is all that ordinary students can see of this building. Occasionally, students running or walking around the island to exercise take a wrong turn and approach the royal residence, and they are blocked from going forward. Thanks to this, only rumors abound about this royal residence. Of course, I have visited this royal residence quite a few times. This is because there are several records of Princess Phineas calling him out privately. However, from Yenica's perspective, visiting the rumored royal residence seems to be something she is very nervous about, and she makes a fuss while walking down the path leading to the residence. I'm trying to go to a place I normally can't go to, so what can I say? It seems very deviant. The nervous look is evident as he hesitates and walks down the ramp. Actually, it might be fun to just leave it alone, but I don't have the bad taste of flirting with people while watching them get in trouble. However, I can't think of a way to relieve the tension. I decided to take advantage of this time and bring up the stories I decided to talk about yesterday. Yenica, if you think about it, there was something I really needed to tell you. Me. That's why I go to this school. As I trudged along the road, I talked as if it was no big deal. Actually, it's a very, very important story. However, if you speak with such a clear attitude, it is noticeable that Yenica will listen and act reverently. I didn't want to give too much meaning and discuss it too heavily, so I decided to talk about it subtly on the way to the royal family's quarters. in a tone that seemed to throw it away as if it wasn't that big of a deal. If we stay like this, we'll all die. In fact, it is a futile effort. No matter how hard you try to avoid being a burden, it is not a story you can listen to without any pressure. And it's not a situation where you can be considerate of the other person by talking about things like emotional burden. Every day passes by as naturally as water, but even so I know that only disaster awaits at the end. When you sit by the fire in a secluded camp and get absorbed in the scent of the peaceful northern forest, there are times when you almost forget it. But it must not be forgotten. We must be aware that the future in which we will all die if we stay still is fast approaching. I remember the shape of a dragon roaring across the sky. In particular, Yenica is the girl who helped transport Belbroke's molar off Aiken Island. Together she fought and fought with the Apostle of Telas, and as a result was forced to lie ill for several days, losing her sight for several days. So that it wasn't difficult to convince Yenica by discussing the reason for the fight that day, a quiet road leading to the royal family's residence. The conversation between me and Jenica was quite violent, unlike the seemingly peaceful path. Discussing death and the future, even if you try to make it brighter, it doesn't work. It was something that could not be helped. I was waiting. But maybe were you feeling uncomfortable? Guard Captain Clare was waiting at the entrance to the royal residence. The imperial residence, where members of the imperial family stay, is not as large as the Arfeles Hall. However, the Arfeles Hall is a communal lodging shared by dozens of VIPs, and the royal family's lodgings are a building built for just one person. No matter how noble the guest, the only space allowed to him or her is a private room in the Arfeles Hall. Even St. Claris was allowed only one room as a residence, although it was the best room. This clearly shows how special treatment Princess Phenia is receiving as she is living in a newly built, luxurious building. Oh no, Claire looked at Yenica and tilted her head. Claire also had a look of embarrassment on her face, which seemed to have a feeling of tears still in her eyes. I just came and said some depressing things. It's okay. I dissuaded Claire and asked her to lead the way. Claire nodded and led us to the princess room. Basically, the royal family's accommodation consists of two buildings with a garden in the middle, with the building on the left used by the employees and the building on the right used by Princess Phenia, a marble building that stands neatly attached to the side of a cliff. I thought we were going to go through the first floor lobby and head toward the reception room we came from last time, but Claire took us past that door up the stairs and up to the large wooden door. This is the private room used by Princess Phenia. The entrance is splendid and strong. In it is a place where you can visit several times to fulfill Princess Phenia's favor as an individual event. Because it was a designated secret area in the corner of Aiken Island, the entry conditions were very complicated. However, even if you think Ed has a lot to do with it, why did you call me? Jenica asked Claire that before meeting Princess Phenia, that you can go in and check it yourself. After saying that, Claire opened the door and Princess Phenia's room came into view, and I saw the owner of this room on the terrace. It is completely different from when I took classes in the teaching building. Inside the teaching building, she lives without receiving special treatment as much as possible, in accordance with the will of Sylvania, the land of learning. When she comes out of the teaching building, she is treated like a noble princess. Princess Phenia was sitting quietly in the middle of a dazzling room. She came out, and when she saw Yenica's face, she sent a hint of greeting. Welcome, Ed. And Yenica. Princess Phenia was sitting at a wide wooden table on the terrace, basking in the sun and reading a book. And as soon as our eyes met, he gently closed and opened his eyes and spoke. Sit. I have a story I want to share. Maybe you too would be interested too. The time has come to seriously discuss the competition for imperial power. If Sister Selaha comes to power, the Rosteller family will not be safe. If you are lucky, you may resign to a border nobility and slowly decline. If you are unlucky, you may be labeled a criminal and be exterminated. With her old-fashioned platinum hair flowing down and wearing a comfortable lace dress, Princess Phenia spoke vaguely. I'm done talking with Student Council President Tanya. I decided to defend the Ross Taylor family. Is that so? Yes. I have known Chairman Tanya for quite some time. Even before she became the Student Council President, she stayed at the royal residence, and I knew from the beginning that she was a completely different person from Crapin Ross Taylor. When the employees brought out the tea, Yenica quickly got up from her seat and hesitantly tried to take it, so I stopped her. In times like this, it is more convenient for the other person to just stay still. Yenica, who had rarely received treats before, turned around as if she was uncomfortable, but I calmed her down by pressing her shoulder. And you, Ed Rosteller, I won't say there is no political intention. In any case, the Rosteller family has formed a large power within the imperial family for a long time, so its remaining power cannot be ignored. Also, the image of being an established force still remains. Princess Phenia is not that innocent. We are not so soft-hearted as to make national judgments just because we cannot tolerate injustice. As long as Ross Taylor's name still remains, if we absorb the remaining forces, we can also absorb the officials who still have knowledge of internal affairs. So I am defending the Ross Taylor family for these political reasons. Princess Phenia spoke clearly. Rather, it was characteristic of her to speak clearly and without any hesitation. But aside from that, I believe that you Ross Taylor siblings, I know I am not a crazy person like Crepin. It's one of the biggest gains I've made since coming to Sylvania. When you take the helm of the family, it will at least be very different from when Crepin led it. However, Princess Phenia's greatest characteristic was that she did not act solely for such calculated reasons. There was a reason why she was given the nickname Princess of Charity. Political gains can be made by sitting at a desk and thinking deeply about documents, but it is difficult to judge people unless you meet them with your own eyes. So if you want to take on a person, you have no choice but to run with your feet. This was what created a decisive difference between Princess Selaha and Princess Persica. Princess Selaha looks at status and authority. The Princess of Persica sees ability and utility. And Princess Phenia see a person. What Princess Phenia wanted to say after summoning us has finally come out. Please defeat Dyke Elfalan at the Crestal Grand Festival duel. Princess Phenia put down her teacup and spoke calmly. The name of the person that popped out there was unexpected. You mean Senior Dyke? There has already been news that the two will face off. I've met him a few times. The Elfalan family that produced Dyke is the one that believes and follows Sister Selaha the most. In fact, even if Selaha had not tried to appease her, she would have stuck to Selaha's side. Dyke himself does not seem to have much affection for the Elfaland family. Still, at least it is a place that fed and raised him, so he is just doing the bare minimum. In any case, King Dyke Elfaland cannot be completely free from his family's will. This is due to his personality of not forgetting what he received. I guess they plan to solidify that relationship by winning the grand festival duel and giving that honor to Selaha. When it's time for the festival, Obamama will also come to Aiken Island. I'm not sure about Persica, but Selaha never misses a place like this. I never thought it would be such an important event. To begin with, it is a national celebration that only takes place once every 4 years. I'll be visiting many territories, but I can't help but stop by Sylvania, where the future talents of the Empire are gathered. Princess Phenia gently brushed down her platinum blonde hair. The knuckles of her fingers that slipped through her gently falling hair were so white that they were almost pale. I'm not going to ask you to elevate me by winning the duel. Please at least stop Selaha and the Elfaland family from becoming stronger. Is that a variable that has such a big impact on the competition for imperial power? I have a plan in place. The Elfaland family, it will be the cornerstone of destroying Sister Selaha. Princess Phenia had a somewhat unconfident look on her face. All kinds of trickery and secret fights that have tormented him since childhood, because now I knew that I had to jump into it too. We have to tear the relationship between the Elfaland family and Sister Selaha apart. It starts with this duel. However, it is not forcibly justified. If you can't avoid it, accept the fact that you have no choice but to get your feet wet. Apart from Tanya preparing to slit Princess Selaha's head, Princess Phenia is also preparing to capture Princess Selaha. You know something. Please help me. Selaha's rise to power is not good at all for the Rostiller family. That if it's Senior Dyke, you're the head of the fourth-year combat club, right? Yenica spoke as if she was worried. Perhaps because she felt burdened, the girl didn't even take a bite of the refreshments provided by the employees. She raised her voice as if she was anxious. I heard a rumor. It means that all fourth-year seniors recognize and respect Senior Dyke. That's right, Yenica Palova. Even when you were the valedictorian, you were respected by all third-year students, but Dyke Elfalan has a completely different vibe. Not at all, it feels like a spiritual support. Rumors were already rampant. Dyke Elfalan is a genius who stands alone among geniuses. Among the students in the combat club, he entered school in last place and rose to the top through grit and hard work without any talent. The reason why those who have not seen the light and do not have natural talent have respect for Dyke is simple. He is the savior of all who have experienced falling behind after hitting a wall. His presence is a consolation that supports the spirit from despair. Some say that reaching the top position is itself a symbol of natural talent. However, those who can say such things are those who have never seen Dyke Elfalan practice. One thing I can assure you of is nevertheless I told the story. I win. It is a matter of course that goes beyond certainty. Fenia's eyes widened for a moment at my words, as if she were asserting them, but then calmed down. If you want, you can win by an overwhelming margin. No matter what, he was the top student in his grade. It is also the highest grade. Is it really that easy to say? I hinted as I looked at Princess Fenia, who was looking at me intently with those thoughts in mind. Please tell me what you are planning. There are too many geniuses on this tiny Aiken island. Sitting quietly in the sparring room of the Obelkin Dyke, Elfalan smiled and gave such a monologue. I also attended this academy for almost 4 years. Even though I'm fast approaching graduation age, I don't feel like I've reached the right level. If you walk the path of a warrior like a turtle, you will see many geniuses who beat you on your back and overtake you. Even though I am barely walking along the straight path, sweating profusely, I feel the irrationality of their natural ability to stretch forward without breaking a single drop of sweat. Everyone sends it first. There are many times when I feel defeated by the speed of those going ahead. Nevertheless, Dyke Elfalan just looks at them and walks away. If you keep moving forward like a turtle, you will see geniuses lying on the side of the road from exhaustion. There are many people who meet a wall, crash into it, fall down, lament that this is the end of their abilities, and then find another way to escape. Dyke Elfalan climbed up to the position of chief by following the footsteps of such geniuses. Even though he was later than others, he broke through all the blocking walls and sat on the throne. The basic ability to perceive magical power is also poor. I wasn't born with strong muscles or bones. Although he came from a famous family, due to his incompetence, he did not receive proper support until he reached the top position. Since I received very little education, I learned letters when I was over 10 years old. He learned the characters on his own all night long by reading the books of his retainers one by one. When I came to Sylvania, I stayed up all night training my magic sensitivity, which was almost non-existent. Although she endured many hardships and trained her magical powers until she entered her 4th year, she has not even achieved a tenth of the sensitivity of a typical Ministry of Magic student. At least I was able to handle the magic power that could be used in physical combat, so that was enough. However, this does not mean that he was born with physical abilities. He has a massive body with a lot of sturdy muscles, but all of this is the result of training his body by overworking it to the limit. The knuckles he used were abused until they were soaked in blood every time. Over the past 4 years, the number of knuckles and gauntlets that have broken and had to be replaced exceeds 200. Except for sleeping and eating, it would have been a life of continuous effort and discipline. In the end, this body is not something given innately, but an acquired body. Although he had strong strength and a huge body, he was unable to acquire his natural fighting sense through effort. Ziggs Eifelstein, who systematically learned combat for just 1 year, has a much sharper sense of practical combat than Dick, who trained for several years. Slow, dull, and heavy. That was the growth story of a man named Dyke Elfalan. I will learn something. Senior Dyke. The hard work was recognized by the bachelor's degree, and it was also recognized by students. Even Wade Callamore, the arrogant head of the first-year combat club, bowed his head once. An exchange meeting for students belonging to the Sylvanian Combat Department. It was a small event where the top combatants from each grade gathered together and had a light sparring session in front of the students. Dyke stood up and looked at the senior students in the sparring hall. Wade Callamore, a first-year senior in the combat department. He received extensive support and training from the Callamore family, a renowned swordsman, and his skills were already far beyond the level of a first-year student. Think about what it was like when you were a freshman. She hadn't even learned how to throw her fist properly, let alone raise her head. Sophomore, senior Clevius Nortondale. The boy is already much stronger than Dyke at this point. It can be said that natural talent is already a blessing from God. Clevius himself thinks it is a curse, though. Senior Drake rages. He is also a genius born with amazing talent. The bow he wields never misses. The level of sophistication in handling the longsword was so amazing that one could not even imagine that he was an archer. Although he freely uses various weapons, his skill in ensuring accurate hits more than anyone else when it comes to throwing and firing weapons, it's not surprising that he is nicknamed the Hunter of the Ragoose family. By the time they reached fourth grade, Dykes and others had a talent for witty jokes. I found it funny that I was being treated as a senior by them just because I was in a higher grade. Is there something I can learn? I'm sparring to learn too. Dyke raised his massive body and let out a low, majestic voice. It's time for me to warm up too. Come to think of it, you were caught sparring with Ed Rosteller. Yes, third year, the high-ranking noble of the Ministry of Magic. Dyke Elfalan closed his eyes and remembered the old-fashioned blonde nobleman he had seen at the practice range. A grumpy expression. He had a face that seemed to see through everything in the world. Dressed neatly in school uniform and wearing a wizard robe, he had seen the man stand tall in battle many times. It wasn't difficult to find out. He'll probably lose. He is a genius who stands out more among geniuses. You may think of yourself as a hard worker, but those who have lived their lives as true hard workers can tell. Clevius lowered his eyes and spoke hesitantly. Senior Dyke, you're dying. Okay. He has already reached a point where you cannot see him. Dyke closed his eyes and smiled. It seemed as if he could hear the laughter of his vassals, who had poured out all kinds of support, saying that he was a proud member of the Elfaland family only after he took up the position of head of Sylvania. Nevertheless, he was loyal to his family, which provided a place for him to eat and sleep when he was young. However, the reason why I could not laugh at the letter from the family telling me to win this sparring tournament and honor Princess Elaha's name was not because I was displeased with that family. Dyke also understands well that vassals who have a lot to worry about politically have no choice but to make calculated moves. I just wasn't sure I could beat Ed Rothdeller. If you lose in the family, why do you care about that Clevius Nortondale? Since Clevius was well aware of the circumstances of the prestigious samurai family, he expressed his concern to Dyke. However, Dyke responded with a grin. Did you attack Lucy Merrill because you thought you would win? When Dyke said that, Clevius was speechless. You would understand. Wade and Drake did not understand their conversation. However, Clevius seemed to know to some extent what Dyke was talking about. Rainy day. Entrance to Arfle's Hall. It reminds me of the time I ran at Lucy Merrill, covered in blood, holding a sword. Dyke Elfalan is someone who understands that speculation. If you are born a man, there are times when you have to rush forward, even if you know you will lose. Of course, you have to do everything in your power. Dyke grinned and stood upright in the sparring room. There is no sign of running away or fear. He was clenching his knuckles and straightening his body as if he was going to deal with 3 students at once. It was a novelty to now have his name known to the students of the combat club. The King of Dunyeys, as they say in the academy. This is King Dyke Elfalan. But Princess Fenia, it's a presumptuous thing to say, but as we were in the middle of a conversation about the competition for imperial power and Princess Selaha Yenica, who was sitting next to us, joined in. She was not used to this kind of atmosphere, so she sat quietly for a while. In the end, why did you call me? It is difficult to just sit still and listen. In the end, Yenica couldn't hold back and asked first. Yes, this duel event has nothing to do with Yenica. Nevertheless, Princess Fenia personally invited Jenica to the royal residence. This is to tell a different story from this case. No, it may not be possible to say that there is no connection at all. Selaha is a person who values status, dignity, authority, and elegance the most. With me, there are many different opinions. Is that so? Of course, there are many people who can be appointed as representatives of their power, as they are connected to a lot of people from noble families. Just saying her name will make people of such great status that their mouths will drop, and they will come out in support of Sister Selaha. In that direction, Princess Selaha works diligently. But I need someone who can be the face of my power, even as I stand at the opposite end of the spectrum. I mean. Ed Rothdeller is a great person, but as I said, it is clear that he is from an established power and a high-ranking noble family. I can't help it, because that's where he's from. Princess Fenia looked down at her teacup and said, We need someone who came from a commoner background, came from the bottom, and has reached the top based solely on his skills. The capable person I want and employ is those other people. Yenica just nodded, looking blankly at Princess Fenia's face. Have you not yet realized that this is your story? Yenica failover. Princess Fenia must have thought that too as she spoke clearly and directly this time. You need to get ahead more. It was a while later that Yenica's answer came back. Yes. In fact, it was difficult to even call it an answer. Chapter 212, Restrain Yourself, Mr. Jenica, 3. Ort Palover was a man who could already be called an expert when it came to livestock farming. In fact, there is no one native to Toran village in Pulan who does not know much about cows and sheep. In this village, where there are far more cows than people, a person who couldn't do even one thing properly couldn't be treated as a person who did his job well. He is a famous worker in the village. His dependable figure stands out with his solid muscles and wide shoulders. In addition to his generous personality, he also had a firm spirit. It was natural that Sailor, a peddler who came to sell daily necessities while buying milk and firewood, fell in love with him. The reason why a true young woman named Yenica Palover was born from Ort Palover, who was full of wildness and masculine blood, was because he had a wife named Sailor who was elegant and energetic. Ort and Sailor, the Palover ranch run by the couple, who can be said to be the entirety of the Palover family, is, after all, the most famous ranch in Toran village. It doesn't seem like a lot for two people to manage, but I have a wonderful daughter who comes up every vacation and helps out, and I also get help from the villagers during the peak season, so I am managing to manage it well. Honey, I left the letter on the table when it arrived. Did you see it? Well, Yenica received another student commendation this time. To this extent in Sylvania, my daughter isn't she too talented. I heard that spirit magic has grown to a truly amazing level. If you think about when Yenica was young, she would always hang out with the spirits in the Alpine region, right? I guess it was all foreshadowing. Sailor was smiling and dressed as a village woman with her sleeves rolled up. In fact, it was safe to say that all of Jenica's vitality was inherited from Sailor. More than half of the second semester of my third year has already passed, so I'll have to treat myself to a proper feast when I return in the winter. But it won't just disappear out of nowhere like last time. It's hard to see my daughter unless she's on vacation. I thought about it, but I don't think we were very considerate of Yenica back then, honey. There was already a story going around in Toran village about Yenica Palover's pure love. This was so difficult for Yenica, who was very shy, to endure it, so she decided to take refuge on Aiken Island until she was relieved of the rumors. After Ort and Sailor realized that fact, they decided that the next time Yenica came, they would never provoke her, but would slowly, subtly, and gently find out who Yenica was in her heart. No one seemed to have any disagreement about the fact that Yenica would return home early for the next winter vacation. In this way, time passed steadily in Toran village. As is typical of a rural pastoral village, each day passes without much change except for seasonal changes. It is difficult to realize that time is passing by while working on a ranch. Still, from time to time, when news from outside the village is updated or an acquaintance contacts him, Ort feels the passage of time. My friends from other places are getting older. My own greasy beard is growing. The sun rises and sets faster as we live each day as we head towards winter. News from outside is the only way to check the passage of time. It is a variable. A week after the news that Jenica Failover received a student commendation, a letter praising Ortega Sailor for her achievements arrived at Failover Ranch. The couple almost flipped out when they saw the sender. It was a personal letter written by Fenia Elias Clole, the third princess of the Clole royal family. What is this? Princess Fenia herself wrote a letter and sent it to me. What does it say, Sailor? I like this old-fashioned cursive. I can't read it, so it's something that praises Yenica Palover for her many achievements and also recognizes our contribution in raising that child well. Honey, Yenica, I knew that people tend to fly and crawl a bit in Sylvania, but I had no idea that a personal letter from the princess would arrive. Yenica is definitely doing well. It seems like something big happened in the Rothdeller Duchy. No news has yet reached this outskirts, but anyway, it's a solution to such a great family's accident. It seems like Yenica played a big part in this. Really? Actually, I also heard a similar rumor the other day when I was out in the city. They said there was a disaster centered around Duke Rothdeller, and that means Yenica was involved in it. I remember the image of Yenica diligently milking a cow with her sleeves rolled up and a triangular bandana pulled over her forehead. It's a memory that doesn't match what was written in the letter. Ortega Sailor doesn't know much about the dramatic growth Jenica has achieved in Sylvania. Maybe because I am from the countryside, I don't really understand how special it is to deal with high-ranking spirits. But one thing was certain: their daughter was doing more than expected right now. That's right. Yenica, you're doing really well. To be honest, I never thought I'd receive a personal letter from the princess, but it looks like she's really making a name for herself. Yes, I didn't think they would treat me this well, but I think I did the right thing sending Yenica to Sylvania. Ho ho ho. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be this bad, so I was a little embarrassed, but I am Ort's daughter. I have to do something like this. I am so proud of you, Yenica. The following month, news broke that Jenica Palova had been granted the title of Baron as a vassal of the Rothdiller family under the protection of Princess Fenia. On the table, an old vassal of the Rothdiller family was placing a longsword with an emblem symbolizing his baronial title. Next to it was a shield seal with an ornate pattern and a document showing that he came from an aristocratic family. The retainer, who came all the way to this rough terrain to report the news, slowly lowered his head and spoke. I meet the great masters of Pale Rover Barony, Ort Pale Rover and Sailor Pale Rover. Even at first glance, they were gifts that looked luxurious and expensive. Ort couldn't hide his embarrassed face and asked the old vassal, "What is all this? Depending on the courtesy of a military lord, you may not speak to me. My name is Neldrek, a vassal from the Rothdiller Duchy, and I am a servant of Baron Palova, who has recently been granted the territory near Kelklon Plains and Mount Darren in the northwest of the duchy." Did I hear something wrong? Are my ears broken? Vassal Neldrek was originally in a position to assist Duke Rothdiller, who worked for the imperial family. However, now that he had been pushed out of central power, he was now handling the duke's duties. I am in a position to assist Baron Yenica Palova in his work. Yenica Baron. Yes, that's right. Right now, the Baron is unable to take care of the barony because he is concentrating on his studies, so I am in the position of regent for the affairs of the barony until he completes his studies. Still, I have to personally greet the two great masters. I came a long way to be treated with courtesy. It certainly seems like the air in the Pulan region is good. The scenery is beautiful, and there is a lot of vitality to live in. The Baron was born and raised in a place like this, so I guess the Baron was able to accumulate virtue in that way. Ort held his breath as he watched Neldrek naturally tell the story. Rumors had already begun to circulate in the village that the Palova family had become a noble family. It is rumored that he also has a connection with the famous Ross Taylor family and even gave them a separate estate. Even though it was my daughter, I couldn't help but ask myself, "What are you doing? Yenica has become a baron. I heard you were directly under the protection of Princess Fenia." Ha, really? In the past, when Jenica talked about Princess Fenia, her expression got scared. Well, it is said that it was the case that the Rostello dukedom took the initiative to appoint her then. Yenica, are you a noble now? Not only that, but you also have the qualifications to access central power. Well, Yenica has a strong sense of being kind and naive, so there are times when it's hard to tell, but she was definitely an incredibly talented person. Wow, Yenica, who I was fighting with, is a noble, a baron. I'm going to brag later. I was Jenica's roommate when she was working at Dex Hall. I often go with you when I go to the living quarters to buy snacks. As Jenica was from a commoner background, most of her friends were also simple commoners. Perhaps it was so surprising that a nobleman had emerged from their group that excited rumors swirled around the early morning bachelor's party. When someone succeeds, there are many people who congratulate them, but on the other hand, there are also many who express envy and jealousy. In particular, it is easy for people like Yenica, whose background is not particularly special, to be hated by ambitious people. However, Yenica had a reputation that transcended even those laws. No one in the academy narrowed their eyes at Yenica's success. From the beginning, I had the impression that he was a person with that level of ability. In fact, there were many people in Sylvania whose origins were so noble that even a newly crowned baron seemed like a no-brainer. So, this would end up being just a happy ending between Yenica's acquaintances. However, for Yenica herself, it was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Ed, I can't be a noble, Yenica was in tears in the corner of the elemental science classroom in the bachelor's building, holding a large cane with a sullen face. Why are you crying, Yenica? I was happy at first, but for some reason, how was the territory, how was the management of the vassals? I started to feel overloaded in my head, because I thought I needed to learn things like king's studies and dragonmanship Baron Palover. On the surface, they seemed to be in a military relationship, but in reality, they were just friends. Yenica Palova, a spiritist who has made a name for herself by earning recognition for her skills alone. From his contribution to saving numerous nobles from the tragedy of Duke Rostaler's residence, and to his record of summoning the highest-ranking spirit intact at a young age. A person who started out as a commoner and rose to success solely based on his abilities. It was truly the perfect appointment as the face of Princess Phenia. What on earth are noble-like words and actions? The location was the elemental science class in Jayasudang. As a member of Class A, the same as Yenica, I took classes with Yenica in all the core curriculum of the Ministry of Magic. Thanks to that, I was able to attend Professor Kalide's in-depth elemental studies class. It is a dream place for any student interested in elemental magic. Before class started, I was lost in thought while looking at Jenica, who was dead. Is that important? It's important. After I suddenly became a noble, I searched the library for records of elegant female nobles: Duchess Ristina of the Klein family, Countess Delturgiz, head of the Bloomriver family, Sinia, and the Rostaler family. Even Tanya and the Bat Count of Helston, they are all noble and wonderful people. Yenica asked, clasping her hands together and looking sideways. But I don't know anything. Last time I went to the living quarters, I spilled juice at a store run by a commoner, and when I picked up a rag and tried to clean it up, the owner almost flipped out. You don't have to clean it yourself. You can just leave it to the store owner. I spilled it, and I have to clean it up. And the day before yesterday, a first-year junior fell down on the street and got dust on the hem of my skirt, and he suddenly fell down and apologized. You can just wash your skirt. It is certainly a place where the virtue of learning is more important, but that does not mean that there is no gap between noble and commoner students. Naturally, it is inevitable that commoners will hang out with commoners and nobles will hang out with nobles. Yenica, who was friendly with children like Clara Anise, who had a huge social class difference, was something of a different species. Does Ed usually feel like this too? I don't know what it means to live as a noble, not to that extent. To begin with, I was excommunicated once and hit rock bottom, and there was a long time when public opinion within the academy was not good. But since you, Yenica, have made a name for yourself within the academy, there must be something even worse. Really. If you can't avoid it, enjoy it. It's not a bad thing to be considered. In the first place, not all nobles are treated with consideration in Sylvania. But I don't think this is right. Yenica continued her story with a look of intimidation. What is the thing I've heard the most since I became a noble? Do you know, what is it? Have some restraint. Oh, it's definitely worth it. Yenica is the type of person who only gets angry after rolling up her sleeves for every little thing. The incident of spilling juice may have been a minor thing. I don't know, but from the very beginning, she was the type to take charge of all kinds of chores herself. Just as Bellmeyer became dissatisfied with administrative work after becoming head maid, Yenica's actions were restricted simply by being labeled as a noble. How do you become noble? Should I first let's smile like a noble? What does it mean to smile like a noble? Like this, put the back of your hand to your mouth, oh ho ho, oh ho ho ho. As I was looking at her with a bewildered expression, Yenica blushed and lowered her head, as if a rush of heat went up her spine. I can't say that ill become noble with something like this, but still, becoming a noble didn't mean only bad things happened. Even though it's been less than a week since I received the bestowal of the territory, did something good happen? Rather than something happening, I feel like I understand Ed's position a little better. Those words, I momentarily tilted my head. Yenica seemed to be rather amused by my reaction as she cleared her blushing face and smiled with her eyes closed. Ed, you lived your whole life as an aristocrat, back when you weren't. There was also, actually, the time when I hit the bottom is what I remember the longest. Yes. Still, I thought about that while I was next to Ed. Among the students who were chatting before class started, Yenica spoke with her arms resting on the desk. Ed must have lived under this weight. Of course, the difference between a duke and a baron lies in their weight. I was able to feel something similar. It's not something worth attaching such grand meaning to. I just lived with the situation that came my way. However, Yenica shakes her head and says, "Sometimes I see Ed looking at the bonfire alone. That's what I thought every time I looked at it. I have a lot of worries that I will never understand. Well, it can't be helped because the world we live in is different. Did you think that? It's actually true, but now I still feel less empty in my heart." Yenica smiled and touched the area around her forearm sheepishly. "I feel like the distance has become a little closer, even though Ed is still in a far-off high place." Heh, that mesmerizing smile did not change whether he was a noble or a commoner. I couldn't really see a future where Yenica Palova would become the head of a noble family leading a family. That doesn't mean I'm worried again, but he'll get through it anyway. Magic ability details grade. Skilled magician specialization. Element/spirit/aspect common magic. Fast casting LV14 mana detection, LV15 fire element magic. Combustion LV18 1 point explosion, LV6 wind element magic. Wind blade LV16 spirit magic. Spirit sensitivity LV18 spirit understanding, LV18 spirit manifestation, LV13 sensory sharing, LV13 spirit slot. Middle fire spirit mug sensitivity level. 8 spirit ceremony efficiency. Perfect unique granted skills. Protection of fire bark, temporary fire immunity explosion. Explosion, low explosion magic. Increased fire magic ability spirit slot. Middle water spirit lasher sensitivity level. 5 elemental ceremony efficiency. Very good unique grant skill. Guardian's protection, temporary physical attack immunity. Water source manifestation, low-level water magic. Increased water magic ability spirit slot. High-ranking wind spirit meralda sensitivity level. 6 elemental formula efficiency. Normal unique granted skill. Storms protection periodic. Neutralize damage. Rising air current mid-level wind magic. Increase wind magic ability aspect magic. Aspect level magic manifestation. LV6 temperature conversion. LV4 death immunity. LV0 time. Prison LV1 short distance space movement. LV0 forced gathering. LV2 illusory manifestation. LV0 dazzle. LV1 the fastest way to learn high-level elemental magic is to just hit it a lot. Professor Collide's elemental science class always ends quickly. That's because he doesn't have much intention in teaching in the first place. However, War This is a class taught by the hero and famous wizard outlaw Collide. Although the content is thrown around as if it is annoying, its practicality is different from what general theory professors talk about. It is a practical experience accumulated over several years of wandering in the lawless area of Cohelton. Knowledge is something that cannot be learned from academics. After the class ended for a while, Professor Callide left me alone in the classroom and spoke. "Looking at your current third grade level, you are the only one who can properly learn high-level elemental magic. Ed Rosteller. So I will teach you by attribute. What they say is that you learn faster when you get hit. Yes, I plan to hit you from behind. I will use high-level elemental magic. You won't die or get hurt." As I was looking at Professor Callide, as if I was dumbfounded, he smiled and lit up a cigarette. It was difficult to light a fire during class time when there were many students. The experience of being hit with high-level elemental magic is not for everyone. No matter how famous a magician is, after a few shots he gets tired and falls down. This means that even if you just master one high-level magic and go out there, you won't be considered the best gifted person in the Sylvanian Ministry of Magic. I know that much. But isn't it too extreme to say that you are an actor while getting hit in person? I'm saying this after trying it all. Embodiment the theory of magic efficiency and gradually develop a sense of using intermediate magic. Don't believe those ink artists. I know students like you very well. How much can you digest and how far? If you look at it to see if it's someone you can handle, it's fake. Professor Callide continued his story, plucking out with his fingers the fine beard that was sticking out as if he had not shaved. "It is a high-level magic that even I get tired if I fire several shots a day. However, I will do my best to keep firing at you, so if you dodge and deal with it as much as possible, you will be able to see the flow of magic power and the way it is used. If you let your guard down, won't you get a direct hit and end up in the world?" I know your skills well. I'm saying this because I don't have that level of skill. You have to deal with me at least 5 or 6 times a day to get better quickly. As he said that, the white coat that Professor Collide was roughly wearing began to flutter. You're busy too, so there's no point in wasting your time. It'll go right away. Don't get hit directly. Collide's enormous magical power began to fill the classroom. A teacher who unleashes high-level magic on his students. To be honest, I was out of my mind. Ed, are you okay? Does it hurt a lot? No, this doesn't matter. On the contrary, I feel really refreshed because I feel like the growth of elemental magic, which has been slow recently, has been accelerated. What? The first thing I did when I got back to camp was to bandage the wounds all over my body. The sensation of magical energy, rising vertically like crazy, felt as if a dam had been blocked. That's right, the new stimulus called high-level magic felt like it was adding lubricant to my stagnant magic skills. As someone interested in elemental science, I wanted to deal with more people. However, if you use high-ranking magic incorrectly, you can ascend to the Lord's side in one hit. Throwing that at a student was something only a crazy person would do. To be honest, Professor Khalid's violent teaching methods were only possible because he taught one-on-one. It was clear that if word got out that he had unleashed high-level magic on a student, it would become the subject of all sorts of controversies. Nevertheless, for the first time in a while, I smiled. Is this what gym addicts who do bodyweight exercises while tearing their muscles felt like? Even though my body was in excruciating pain and my wounds were trembling, a feeling of refreshment began to surge in my heart. Looking at the increased amount of magical power sensitivity, I almost laughed out loud. I have no choice but to admit that the outlaw Collide was a crazy person, but he was a person who clearly knew how to stimulate the growth of his skills. I threw the poker into the campfire and stood up. I'm still not satisfied with this speed. Lucy. I went to the back of the cabin and called his name. A girl can be seen sitting on a thick trunk near the top of the Zelkova tree that the cabin is attached to. A white-haired girl reading a thick book under the moon, using a small luminescent magic as a light. When I see that familiar face, I feel like I've met an old friend. I have some request. High-ranking magic is a magic that is so rare that even famous archmages become exhausted and fail after using it several times a day. Even if you say you have to hit someone, ordinary people don't even have a chance to get hit. Do you want to come down first? Chapter 213, King of the Dungeons, 1. I don't like it. It is not common for a firm refusal to come out of Lucy's mouth. You could die. I could tell just by looking at him that his clear refusal was a result of worry. Lucy's hair bounced once as she jumped to the floor while leaning on a tree and reading a book. He looks up at me with blank eyes and brings up the bloody story as if it was no big deal. I don't want to kill you. High-level magic is not good at controlling power. Of course, I don't want to die either. It was so obvious that there was no need to emphasize it. Among the magical engineering supplies I made in advance, there is something called the Delheim Hourglass. Once you hold this, you will never be killed in one hit. Your body is hurt. If you can achieve results in a short period of time by taking care of everything you need and being careful about everything, everyone will do it. Lucy probably understands how I feel about wanting to increase my growth as quickly as possible. The resurrection of Sianchengriang Velbrock will not occur as predicted. As was the case with most incidents, I don't have time for that. Please keep sparring with me from now on. I will have to keep clashing with you at least until I learn high-level magic. If it was like before, the sparring itself wouldn't have been possible, but at least now, I will never be killed in one hit. Although it is a magical world where experience equals skill, no one would risk their life to learn it by walking a tightrope. In the first place, there is no wizard who can manifest high-level magic dozens of times. However, if you are as good as Lucy Merrill, you can do that if you set your mind to it. Lucy, who gave her all when fighting the evil god Mebula, wielded an insane amount of magical power, enough to cast even the highest level magic, while manifesting over 50 high-ranking magic formations at once. When he wakes up from a deep sleep, he can recover the magic power of dozens of people in one night, so there is no better sparring partner than this. The opportunity to spar without restrictions with a wizard born with the greatest talent in history does not come to just anyone. When I had just entered this body, there was a greater possibility that I wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. So I didn't even dare to try, but now it's a completely different story. My growth is already on track to some extent. If you want to learn high-level magic with a body like this that takes a year to even increase magic sensitivity, there will be no other way than to head like crazy. On the contrary, if you hold your hand half-heartedly, you will only hurt yourself and the hourglass will not activate. So, increase your firepower with the intention of launching a harpoon. It's not difficult, but I still don't like it. I am the opposite. It is truly rare for Lucy to express her opinion so firmly. I hope you don't get hurt. Lucy, please understand my desperation. You know, we stood there making eye contact for a long time. The endless snowball fight continued, but there was no sign of either side backing down. After remaining still for a long time, Lucy sighed and pressed down on her large witch hat. Okay, the location is a cliff at the northern end of Aiken Island. Tall, strangely shaped cliffs stretch out along the coast. If you stand at the end and look down, it is a sight that gives you goosebumps. Around the time of the Student Council president election, Hesio was stabbed to death. Even thinking about it now, it wasn't something I would have done in my right mind. If you go a little further from the cliff area, an open meadow spreads out. It is the furthest from the Sylvania site and is not very popular. It was safe to say that there were very few students who made it through the northern forest to this far north. The wind blowing along the meadow makes my collar flutter. The hem of Lucy's skirt, who is facing me from a distance, is also blowing in the wind of the grassland. Lucy, who is looking at me while holding down her hat to keep it from flying off, slowly manifests her magic power. I am in perfect condition. Not only my physical condition, but also my magical powers have been completely restored, and all the spirits I can mobilize have also manifested. A new spirit formula is engraved on the dagger held backwards. This time, Merelda's elemental form, Headwind, is added to the ceremonial dagger that has already been given Mug's elemental form, Explosiveness. This is a dagger that I have been carrying with me ever since I began my life as a survivalist. Not only my weapon proficiency, but also my sensitivity to magical power has reached its limit. I was able to accept the spirit ritual of a high-ranking spirit without difficulty. Merelda's spirit form Counterwind is a technique that instantly activates a release magic that destroys and weakens the enemy's magical power from the imprinted spirit form. All magic attacks are fast. It is difficult to manifest spirit consciousness at that timing. Nevertheless, it can be said that the defense performance alone is amazing. However, it is unknown whether it can block Lucy's high-level magic. Rather, it is much more likely that Lucy's magic will easily pierce the spirit ritual. Still, it's better than getting hit directly. Lucy raised one hand in the blowing wind, by casually clenching his fists. He gathers magical power that ordinary wizards can only gather by concentrating their minds until they become exhausted. As a magician, this is such sensitivity and efficiency that it seems too unreasonable. As it was, Lucy didn't even change her expression quagwang. Just like that, a lightning strike was struck. The flow of magic that was manifested was not even visible to the eye. It was largely thanks to Merelda's reflexes and appropriate response by Merelda, who was manifesting her magic in human form, that it was prevented. Kuang, H-wig. With a patter, I quickly lifted the dagger I was holding and held it by pressing the hand holding the dagger with my other arm. Although it is said to be in human form to improve magic efficiency, it is still a high-ranking spirit. Merelda, with her white hair flying, was slowly shedding cold sweat as she quickly injected magical power into the spirit ceremony. It was blocked accurately. It was a surprisingly perfect response. However, just because it was blocked doesn't mean it wasn't shocking. Although I couldn't defend myself more perfectly than this, I felt every bone in my body shaking from the recoil. A trace of smoke rising cracklingly. Her collar and hair, which had been fluttering due to the impact of the magic, returned to their original places, but her legs were shaking from the impact. I frowned and looked at the hand tightly gripping the dagger. Magical power was leaking from the overloaded elemental ritual. Still, I can endure it more easily than I thought was the result of the past years of training not in vain. Even if it is a high-level magic used by a rare genius wizard, it is not enough to kill with one hit. That thought it was still too early. That's not high-level magic. I used the lieutenant magic first to get an estimate. Mid-level lightning magic lightning, spear a mid-level magic that blows out a spear of lightning and pierces the opponent. Now that I think about it, it seems like it may have taken that form. It was so fast that I couldn't see it. The after effects of the impact went beyond me, and all the grass within a few meters radius was completely blackened. It is not the power of a normal lightning spear. Even though it is the same middle-level magic, the middle-level magic used by Lucy Merrill is of a different level. I knew that fact. Now Let's Go Lucy looked very reluctant, but since she had decided to join in, she was determined to do it right. High-ranking lightning magic never punishment. High-ranking explosion magic destruction. High-ranking freezing magic permafrost. High-ranking fire magic scorching ball. High-ranking light magic cutting light. High-ranking dark magic nightmare swamp. High-ranking earth magic anthell. High-ranking wind magic eye of the typhoon. These are magics that are said to have raised a wizard to a level worthy of everyone's respect if they master even just one of them. Unless you receive it yourself, you cannot easily embody the flow or principle of that magic power. I laughed out loud. Although it may be reckless, there was no surer way than this. Eventually, the smile disappeared as he slowly closed and opened his eyes. He narrowed his eyebrows, clenched his teeth, and raised his poisonous eyes. The hand holding the dagger was strained with a crunching sound. Thank you all for your hard work during the festival preparation period. Starting tomorrow, the Cresta Grand Festival will finally begin. Let's work closely with the academics to finish this happy event well to avoid any unpleasant incidents during the festival. The Obelgwyn building, located right next to the student square and boasting an old-fashioned appearance, is a relatively recently built building, as it was a new building to provide a new space for the student council activities with increasingly increasing authority and responsibility. The interior was mainly filled with practical spaces. Among them, in the conference room where all the student members were gathered, President Tanya spoke to the student members using loudspeaker magic. Everyone has worked hard to prepare for the festival over the last month, and let us enjoy the Crestal Grand Festival while doing our duty as student members. It was roughly like that. The student members gathered around Tanya, the student council president, clapped and cheered together. The hellish preparation period for the festival has finally come to an end, so as long as we can somehow get through this grand festival that continues all week, we can return to our daily lives. Time goes by so quickly. Ziggs, who was standing with his arms crossed against the wall at the back of the conference room, muttered those words to himself. As expected, this month as the preparation period for the festival continued, it was so busy that I couldn't even breathe. I had to follow the class curriculum according to the curriculum, review each club department's festival progress plan, provide support where needed, resolve conflicting areas, and even check the external visit schedule. At the same time, he must not neglect Elka's sick care. So Ziggs was so busy moving around that it made you wonder if he really had two bodies. I just feel grateful to Elka, who follows me around whenever I have student council schedules. Senior Ziggs, thank you for your hard work during the preparation period. Student Council President Tanya, who came down from the podium while receiving a warm welcome from the students, spoke while shaking off the hem of her old-fashioned skirt. While you and I were all fighting and exchanging wills, Tanya was on her way to the Tricks building with Anis for the next schedule. No, the chairman has had the most trouble, and the things that need to be dealt with from now on are the most important. He as expected in any case, the Senior Action Committee members should not relax either. Since His Majesty Emperor Kloll is planning to visit in person, have you finished reviewing the visit schedule? Yes, I plan to come in 2 days later in the morning, have lunch, and then participate in the school inspection event, give a speech, and observe the integrated sparring in person. Senior Felbrain will review the luncheon menu, and Seniors Klenik and Annie's will be in charge of the inspection route. You will check. Then I guess I'll just have to review the integrated sparring schedule one more time. Yes. Please review the participant schedule once again and announce everything that needs to be announced so that it can proceed without a hitch. Understood, President Tanya. Ziggs nodded with his arms crossed and then spoke with a grin on his face. By the way, you look good these days, Chairman Tanya. I guess the division of work has been very effective. Yes, that's right, the workload itself was definitely more during the preparation period for the festival, but it was manageable because we organized it a bit. Managing the organization is also a difficult task. Isn't that how everyone learns? However, it's a bit disappointing that I couldn't share what I am up to with others. Well, Everyone is busy. The festival period is a time when the whole school gets busy. There's no problem with Ed, right? He's scheduled to spar with Senior Dyke this time. I will check while reviewing the sparring schedule. I need to check your schedule one last time. Ziggs answered and became lost in thought. Now that I think about it, everyone around Ziggs seemed to be distracted, although each of them had different reasons. Well, Tanya, she's going to be busy from now on. Taylor feels like he's in a training state. His companion, Isla, doesn't know why, but she's been holed up in the library all this month, looking through the book list as if she's trying to find something. It looks like she has something to figure out. Library Elka, the librarian, told me that she was borrowing all the books about the great sage Sylvania, a historical figure. Ziggs had a feeling that he vaguely knew what Isla was thinking, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Yenica Palova seemed to be completely occupied, studying how to behave as a new noble after ascending to the position of baron. Occasionally, I would see her from a distance while walking down the street, and she would strike various poses in the air or say something that seemed dignified when she was alone. He spit it out. It wasn't easy to see him rubbing his face in shame alone. It was clear that if he pretended to know him in that state, he would instantly die of shame. So whenever that happened, Ziggs would pass by from a distance without speaking to him as much as possible. Lucy Merrill, it's gotten to the point where she's found more at Ed's camp than at the bachelor's, so I can't even hear what she's up to. I heard that she's often looked tired lately. Even for someone like Lucy, it would be a shame if she was second to none in terms of magic power. How could she possibly be exhausted? I'm curious about what's going on. If you want to go into detail, you can, but it's an invasion of privacy. It's not good to try to delve into the personal details of students just because you're a senior member of the student council. Lortle is the one who shows up often. A festival where consumption is growing for a long time. As it was a period, it seemed that Elt Company had also significantly increased its logistics personnel to row. Thanks to this, there were more details to negotiate with the student council, so they came to Obelgwyn often, and most of them maintained a favorable attitude. Other than that, the other characters were the same as always, but Clevius' appearance was particularly unusual. He usually looked gloomy, with eyes like rotten eyes and muttering ominous sounds, but recently, Clevius' appearance had become more gloomy than expected. When Ziggs asked about the day, Clevius just shook his head and lamented about what the use of a family was. Clevius, like Clevius, has a lot to worry about. Actually, it was natural. Even while Ziggs was busy preparing for the festival, he was also listening to the movements of his acquaintances. Then, Chairman Tanya, I will listen to the plans of the academic headquarters regarding Her Majesty Kloll's visit schedule and establish a detailed route so that we can move accordingly. We will need to get approval right away when everything is done, so don't go somewhere in a corner. It's hard to find. You know, I'm sorry, but I've gotten out of the habit of hiding in dark and shady places, Mr. Ziggs. What are you looking at me for? Right now, weren't you caught yesterday while hiding under the cupboard in the bathroom? The student members keep looking at you with vague eyes, so if you're going to hide, please hide in a place where people can hide. Did Senior Anis say that? Senior, who is in charge of managing the pottery supplies, opened the cabinet door and got startled and fell asleep. I was the one who bandaged the scratch on his ankle. I really need to apologize to Senior Action Committee member Tanya hesitated and looked away from the corner of her eye. Still, it's a good thing that he behaves like an old-fashioned nobleman on the podium. Then, please prepare well for tomorrow's opening ceremony. I will go finish preparing for the sparring event. Ziggs lifted himself up by pushing the wall he was leaning against with his shoulder, shook off his clothes, and spoke. We also need to reconsider the sparring participants. Yes, thank you for your hard work, and please upload the documents through Senior Anis. Ziggs smiled, nodded, and left the main conference room. It will be there if you go to the northern cliff. It stays there every day after returning home and returns late at night. When Ziggs went to the camp to look for Ed, he was gone. Yenica, who was sitting next to the bonfire, just greeted Ziggs instead. After thanking Yenica for telling me Ed's location with a somewhat worried look on her face, I continued straight across the northern forest to the cliff area. It's a forest that occupies most of the northern part of Aiken Island, but the geography was noticeable to Ziggs, who jogged with him every day to some extent. Even so, it was less than halfway, and the further north we went, the more unfamiliar geography it became. Anyway, from here on, it is the territory of Ed Rothdeller, who lives and dies in this forest. The deeper and deeper you go, the fewer people there are who fully understand geography. Still, one thing is certain. If you go straight north, you will come across a cliff area. In fact, even if you know just that one thing, you won't get too lost. The sight of the forest, stretching quietly, makes it easier to organize your thoughts. There are many people who attend sparring events, but what ultimately attracts people's attention is the integrated sparring event where the seniors of each grade attend. After going on for a while, we were about to reach the northern end of Aiken Island. As soon as he saw the end of the forest and the open grassland, Ziggs took his breath away. The after-effects of the strong magical power can be felt even here. The amount of magic power firmly established in this wide grassland is not at a level that an ordinary wizard can produce. Ziggs, who went out to the grassland with a frown, couldn't believe his eyes. Oh wow! A rock towering straight up on one side of the grassland. Ed Rostiller sat there, leaning back, bleeding. The surrounding area was a mess due to the effects of all kinds of magic. The meadow, where the grass stretched out, was dug up and blown away in some places, and there were even traces of an entire tree being uprooted. "Sir Ed, what is it, Ziggs?" As soon as he heard the voice, Ed quickly raised his eyes. He was neither unconscious nor asleep. He was sitting still and taking a rest. "What is this all about?" "I did some training." Ed was slowly trying to get up, but his clothes were torn here and there. Ed, who had barely managed to get up, looked miserable, but the reason why Ziggs was holding his breath was different. The sensitivity and amount of magical power in Ed's body were completely different from before. "Does it feel like the venom in my eyes has become a level deeper than before?" Ziggs knows what this feels like. Beware of the wolf with many scars. It was a story considered a proverb in the northern grasslands. The yellow dog, which has survived several fatal injuries, is several times more ferocious and smart than humans. The more times a person endures extreme moments, the sharper his or her survival skills become. Ed Rosteller slowly raises his body by pushing his legs up while leaning his back on a huge rock. His magical power was already easily exceeding that of a student. A sparring match with Lucy Merrill, who the average person cannot withstand even a single hit. Somehow, I trained and trained again, and succeeded in acquiring the specs to be able to grit my teeth and withstand even that attack. Of course, it was very difficult to withstand the two sums. In that state, the process of repeating the battle with Lucy several times every day to increase the magic sensitivity is enough to make even old wolves, who have been between life and death countless times, bow their heads. This level was close to self-abuse. As a result, although Ed Rosteller was close to death, he succeeded in acquiring enough magical power to use even high-level magic. Even Ziggs, who never neglects his daily training, had no choice but to swallow dry saliva at the level of hyangsamsim that bordered on madness. Ed Sr., yes, it was the festival season. I guess Ed Rosteller, wiping away the blood from his temple and groping his face, barely managed to compose himself. "I'm going to take a shower and go to attend the opening ceremony. Anyone who continues to grow is bound to hit a wall and become frustrated. If you don't have natural senses and natural abilities, you have no choice but to bang your head against the wall until it breaks." It was the fate of those born as Dunyeys. Chapter 214, King of Dungeons. 2. During the Crestal Festival, outsiders are permitted to enter Aiken Island and Haxa. However, there are not many people who want to come to Aiken Island, located in the southwest corner of the Empire, to see the Bachelor's Festival. Most of the people of the Empire are busy making a living, so they just enjoy the festival period in their own residences. In addition, this is a time when the entire Klol Empire falls into the joy of festivals, but of course the excitement varies depending on the region. The countryside, like Pullen, where Jenica is from, is so remote that it doesn't really get the heat of the festival, and St. Claris's Castle Town is a place where a solemn atmosphere is maintained all year round, so it's not that noisy. Still, this Sylvania Academy, where young people in their prime gather, is a place where they hold a grand festival, so among the people of the Empire near Margrave Zaha, those who feel like they can afford it tend to gather there. Living in Sylvania, every day I got used to it, and it doesn't really feel like it. But at least in the southern part of the Klol Empire, there is no landmark like this school. If you can't afford to go to the distant ecliptic in person, it's not a bad idea to enjoy the festive atmosphere at Sylvania Academy. Of course, all of this is only for those who can afford to enjoy the festival. Therefore, most of the visitors are rich people, nobles, or families who sent students to Sylvania Academy. Thank you for visiting Sylvania. Visitor accommodation is located in the deck hall, so you can leave your luggage there. For detailed information, you can get detailed information from Mr. Melick, the dormitory manager. If you head to the Dex building outside the teacher building, facing the living building, there will be an information board. Wow, thank you. Ort Palover came down to the dock and accepted his wife Sailor, who followed him down. Ranch work requires no rest, even for a day. The couple's daughter, Yenica Palover, would never have imagined that this couple would have come all the way to Aiken Island if the loving villagers of Torin Village had not helped the couple maintain their ranch. While they were away, the couple would not have been able to travel all the way to Aiken Island. Since it was the festival season, outsiders were allowed to enter, and I also wanted to check the facts about the mind-blowing letters that had been coming to the ranch recently. If Yenica Palover truly rose to the rank of Baron and became a nobleman as a parent, I have no choice but to meet her and confirm it in person. It's the perfect time to go to Aiken Island. With great determination, he ran all the way to Aiken Island. Where can I go to Offaly's Hall? That student. Are you a student? You can call me at your convenience. My name is Siggs Eifelstein, and I am a senior member of the Student Council. Currently, I am in charge of guiding outside visitors at the dock. But if you go around the campus and see the Student Council members, you will be able to get a lot of guidance. Ziggs, who was standing near the dock and checking various documents, turned his head when he saw the Palover couple and pointed toward the inside of the academy. You can find all the facilities if you go to the faculty building, or the living building. Entry to the Offaly's Hall by outsiders is strictly prohibited. This is because it is a place frequented by VIPs and has a strong, exclusive atmosphere. Do you have any business at Offaly's Hall? My daughter lives there. Jenica Palover did not tell her family that she had been kicked out of Offaly's house and was living in a cabin in the forest because she didn't want to cause unnecessary worry. The Palover couple, who knew that Yenica was still living at the Offaly's building, wanted to head there to meet Yenica. Currently I am living in the Laurel building due to circumstances, but I used to live in the Offaly's building for a long time. If you tell me your child's name, I will contact Offaly's Hall. Oh, it's called the Yenica Failover. He's a good kid, and he's famous because he was at the top of his grade several times. I was saying, you mean Senior Yenica? Ziggs, who was scribbling down words, paused for a moment. And they're pretty close. It's a coincidence. Oh, you know our Yenica? Yes, you are a good person. I was involved in many different incidents. At that moment, Ort's eyes, who were looking at Ziggs, began to shine. Ziggs, who looks dependable and neat at first glance, seems like the best son-in-law for the two people who have lived in the countryside for a long time. In the first place, they are a couple that needs someone special to work with, no matter who it is. As much as she is thirsty for a son-in-law, the corners of her eyes go up when she sees a man who is close to Yenica. Ortega quickly grabbed both of Zig's hands and spoke with a light shining in his eyes. Is the student very close with Yenica? Yes, our Yenica is very kind and okay, right? What was it like to become friends? Ziggs looked at Ort with puzzled eyes. You mean suddenly? Why isn't our Yenica the type of person who gets bullied somewhere? I am grateful that you are kind to me, but I have someone else that I can call my lover. To begin with, I can't even be seen by Senior Yenica. Is that so? Is Yenica in a position to choose a man in this school? It feels very strange to express it that way, but there are definitely a lot of people who look up to Senior Yenica. Her personality is good, her skills are outstanding, and her appearance is as beautiful as Woosen's. So many of her juniors talk about her. Ziggs was thinking about adding something more, but he closed his mouth. Talking more about Yenica's personal relationships was likely just nonsense. I don't know how much Jenica talks about her bachelor life in her family. Judging by the atmosphere, it seemed like he was hiding the fact that he had been kicked out of Offaly's Hall, so it seemed like Yenica would be in trouble if Ziggs spoke up for no reason. Is it our Yenica? Hoo. Looking at Ort's satisfied expression, I decided it would be best to stop at this point. There is no parent who doesn't like praising her daughter, so it's right to say just enough to make her feel good and leave the rest to Yenica herself. Ziggs felt vaguely nostalgic as he looked at Ortega and Sailor. If you know that Yenica is currently living in a wild camp after leaving Arfeli's hall, and that she is always in trouble because she cannot give up her commoner nature despite receiving a title, and that she is living a life that is almost like living with a grown man. I was afraid of what the reaction would be. I thought this was a situation where I had to meet Yenica first and tell her, but there is no way to know where Yenica is right now. And since it is already the festival season, a lot of work is behind me. I already wanted to ask you if Jenica is doing well at school, or what the news is that has been coming in these days. As soon as she comes to school, she feels good, because she meets Jenica's acquaintance. When you say news, do you mean that you have recently received the title of Baron and Fiefdom? Okay. I've lived my whole life milking cows, but suddenly I am an old man from an aristocratic family. You have to get used to this. I heard that the master of Duke Rostiller's family used his power, and since I am going in as a vassal, I'll have to meet him and say hello. That is that, so I don't know if y'all like it or not, but I slaughtered the highest quality cows at the ranch and packaged them at the most expensive price. I am a master of the Rostiller family, but I'm not sure if you will like this gift. Honey, I told you there's no one who doesn't like food, sailor. Anyway, from our perspective, he is like a benefactor, so we should be as polite as possible. You gave these lowly commoners titles and territory and allowed them to live happily ever after. Ort laughed heartily while pressing Sailor's shoulder with his muscular body. I want to take the time to meet with the master of the Rostiller family, and I also want to meet Yenica student. Where do you think it would be fastest to go? For both go to the cabin camp in the northern forest. I can't bear to say that Ziggs froze, breaking into a cold sweat. Right now I do not know, haha. Ha ha ha. The grand opening ceremony, held at the student plaza, has also come to an end. It was a sight to see the faculty and staff coming out from the academic headquarters and using magic to control the student plaza. If you include internal students, as well as visitors from outside, the number is so huge that you can't even guess it with your own eyes. Considering that everything is under control with less than 100 people on site, the power of magic can only be said to be truly amazing. When Tanya, the student council president, came out and gave a speech, cheers erupted, and when Vice Principal Rachel, who replaced Principal Obel Fortius, finished her speech, fireworks exploded. The buildings in the Jayasu building, which were decorated with various decorations, had a very different atmosphere from usual. As it was this time of year, people's stalls lined up along the street in Jayasudang, where people came to do business, and people were excited to see the interior of Sylvania, which is not normally open to the public. On the stages spread out here and there around the university, centering on the student plaza, there were a number of performances by outside artists and orchestras invited by the university, and there were also many preparations for academic presentations organized by students' small magic stages and various martial arts competitions and contests. Looking at the festival notice distributed by the academic department, the text was so dense that I wondered if anyone would read it and come visit. There were so many things to enjoy. However, not all places are intoxicated with festival fever. A prayer meeting presided over by Saint Clarice is scheduled for the bachelor's cathedral section. I wonder if there are any outsiders who would want to come to a place like this and hold a prayer meeting, but it seemed like a great honor for the believers to be able to see St. Clarice in person. Clarice seemed to be completely distracted just by holding a prayer meeting with the believers. Being in a position of reverence is of course difficult. What are you going to do about Ed? The duel is the day after tomorrow. Until then, are you still managing the camp? Among the scattered crowds in the student square, Jenica approached with a grin. Since they were sorted by grade, they must have been standing quite close together. It goes without saying, but just because it is a festival day with a high school atmosphere does not mean that the camp will remain in good condition. The problems I face are not being solved, and the time I can train myself is not passing slowly. Yenica also knows this well, so she is asking this question implicitly. Just because it was a festival, it didn't seem like people would go out and have fun. I'm going to get some rest, but you still have to do the basic things. Okay. I heard that my juniors were holding an academic presentation at the Spiritual Society, so I decided to attend there, and then look around the stalls in the afternoon. Yenica hesitantly glanced around, then came closer and spoke in a whisper. Then, would you like to hang out together late in the afternoon? It's good, because I also belong to Assistant Professor Claire's lab. I have to stop by there sometime. It was much more comfortable for me to travel with Jenica than to travel alone, so I gladly answered yes. During the morning, I'll go back to the camp and finish the work I have to do in advance, and around noon I'll stop by the Tricks building and meet with Assistant Professor Claire. Then in the late afternoon, I'll go around the street stalls with Jenica and buy something for dinner. I'm glad. I was worried because you've been so busy these days, and Ed seemed more impatient the past few days. You look impatient. And it's also like the fact that I've been training too hard for a while. Now same with the story about Bellbroke that I told you last time. Ed seems to get more and more impatient as time goes by, so I am worried. I shared all the basics with Jenica, but there was still something left to say. That this is a story I shared with Isla at the bonfire before the festival began. It was inevitable for me to become this impatient ahead of the festival. Jenica, I want to sit next to you for a moment. When I suddenly said that, Jenica tilted her head and came next to me. The schedule scheduled by the imperial family has come to an end, and it is time to travel around the country with Emperor Clole. This is because it was accustomed to tour large facilities throughout the empire during the Crestal Grand Festival. It also implied that the emperor would go out for inspection in person once every 4 years, so it was a time when all agencies directly under the imperial family had to be on high alert. Princess Elaha was walking down the hallway of the luxurious Rose Palace of the Clole imperial family. It is time to move slowly. The experience of personally traveling with Emperor Clole for a long period of time and inspecting the institutions directly under the imperial family is an opportunity to score big points in the competition for imperial power. Princess Phenia was attending Sylvania, so circumstances were not available, and Princess Persica asked to remain in the imperial family for some reason. I couldn't understand Persica's intention in letting such a precious opportunity pass away by remaining in the imperial family. Sela Hwangneon, who was busy with so many things at hand, couldn't bear to pay attention. As he was walking with his servants across the corridor, Persica appeared at the end of the corridor accompanied by his servants. Perhaps because they were returning from a meal, the number of soldiers guarding Persica was smaller than expected. Oh my, you look very busy. Persica. Selaha has become a lot busier lately. Although they appeared to be smiling and exchanging pleasantries with each other, the soldiers guarding them swallowed dry saliva. There really isn't much time left for the imperial rivalry to end. This is because Emperor Clole implicitly said that once the festival period ended, this sluggish successor competition would end. Therefore, from Selaha's point of view, it was his political fortune to accompany him on this inspection. This was because it was a golden opportunity for him to tour the country together and show his worth as an emperor. You said you were going to Sylvania this time, right? You might be able to meet Phenia. Please say hello when you see me. Of course. We are sisters who share the same blood, so I am happy to be able to check on their well-being. You've become very shameless, sister. It's a necessary skill. A strange current flows between the sisters as they smile and talk. Phenia seemed to be hostile towards Selaha, and Persica also did not want to maintain a very friendly relationship with Selaha. If Phenia distanced itself from Selaha due to differences of opinion, Persica simply distanced itself from Selaha because its power was too strong. This is because he had no intention of getting close to Princess Elaha, who is currently known to be closest to the imperial throne. This time, Phenia, I need to completely clean up. They help me in many ways so that I can focus on my studies and not on political matters like this. Selaha spoke with a smile. In Persica's eyes, Selaha looked like a lion who had become debauched by her own power. Well, it is unclear whether Phenia will be sorted out so easily. There are so many people nearby. There are a lot of picky people. You mean Ed Ross Taylor? Oh, I see you were thinking about your sister too. Well, how can we talk about the Emperor's worth if we can't take control of the slowly declining Ross Taylor family? I think we need to use this opportunity to really break his nose. A family's prestige is not simply determined by its title, especially in places like Sylvania Academy, where the virtue of learning is emphasized. Skills are the top priority. This is a place where rules are somewhat different from those of the Clole Imperial House. I have to show it to my mom. It's amazing how different the people who follow me are. Princess Elaha has high expectations for this duel. Dyke frowned when he saw the letter sent from the head of the Elfaland family. He is like a benefactor who was the first to help the Elfaland family whenever it stumbled. In particular, we must never show that we are inferior in skill to the Ross-Taylor family, who have completely split up in terms of their power structure this time. The Bachelor's Combat Class Observation Room, where the festival atmosphere is in full swing. Dyke, who was leading a group of student council members to check out the festival atmosphere, took a deep breath after receiving the letter that the post office had urgently delivered. When I close my eyes, the back of a man comes to mind. He is the prince of the Rosteller family, who grew up at an unbelievable rate and quickly became the top student in the third-year magic department. From what I have seen while working as an undergraduate student, I see that his skills are outstanding and his personality is also excellent. He is a man who has lived a healthy life while remaining faithful to his duties without showing any special outward appearance. The size of the bowl he has is so grand that it cannot even be compared to Dyke. Our Elfaland family also raved about Dyke's skills. Be sure to win this duel so that all honor can be attributed to the great Princess Selaha. If we can imprint it so clearly, at least our family will have peace in the future. A lot depends on you. Dyke, I am sorry for not acknowledging and undervaluing your efforts. However, I hope that we will achieve success in this duel where the future of our family depends. As the head of the family, I ask you to do so. It sounds as if a lot of expectations are being placed on Dyke, but if he loses badly, he will definitely be held responsible for the failure. Dyke didn't help anyone until he got to this point, and the way he only praises him after he succeeds as a source of pride for his family is not enough to make people like him, even with empty words. Nevertheless, Dyke folded the letter with a calm and serious expression and put it in his pocket. Senior Dyke. A junior member of the combat club who was following me looked worried. If you lose the duel, will you be kicked out of the family? At least they will be held accountable, because they have to have a justification to avoid it. That kind of family tell them to fuck themselves. Better now be careful what you say. Bellon. Dyke warned his junior in a serious voice. It was a place that guaranteed him the bare minimum of shelter and living when he couldn't do anything about it. Even though it is a rotten place, it is a place that gave half of its name to me. Dyke Elfalan. I lived my whole life with that name. Political reasons or family ties are not my consideration in the first place. Then if you are caught in a duel, you don't run away. That's it. After Princess Elaha comes to Aiken Island tomorrow, there will be a duel the next day. Dyke smiled bitterly and blended into the crowd. At first, my senior's words were so absurd that I had my doubts. But after I cooled off and thought about it, I had that question. There must be a reason why he went through all this trouble to provoke Taylor. The day Isla Triss came to camp, Isla Triss was wearing a robe and speaking with a stern face. She was searching through the library as if possessed by something. Even though the festival period was long over, Isla stayed in the library as if she had no interest and seemed to be possessed by something. Would you like me to bring you a cup of coffee? No, that thank you. Her coworker Taylor was worried about Isla, who was stuck in the library all day, so she came to the lobby once in a while to see her face. Isla is not the type of person who would stay stuck in the library during this festive period when all the bachelors are excited. Despite this, Isla was just browsing through all kinds of old books, sweating profusely, as if he doesn't care what's going on outside. Are you worried about Isla? Elka came and comforted Taylor, who was looking at Isla with worried eyes in the library lobby. Elka Islan, the head librarian, is anyway resident in the student library. It had been a few days since she had been watching Isla, who was holed up in the library every day. Yes. Yes, I've had some trouble in the past, but I've never seen Isla wander around looking for something so urgently. It'd be less worried if you at least told me what was going on. There must be a reason. I think there must be a reason for not telling you. Isla is a girl who only thinks about you and worries about you, Taylor. I am grateful, but I can't help but be worried. Can you tell me a little bit about what book Isla is looking for? Since Elka was in charge of the library, she knew that the books Isla was reading had something in common. He looked worried for a moment and then secretly whispered to Taylor. Aspect magic. Records about Siang Changrayang that were sealed a long time ago. After hearing those words, Taylor's face also hardened for a moment. It wasn't that Taylor hadn't heard anything from Ziggs either. Siang Changrayang Velbroke. Ziggs Eppelstein told Taylor that this was a story that Ed Roth Taylor had told repeatedly to the point of obsession. And I am collecting legends about great sage Sylvania. Something I guess there's something on my mind. Okay, Taylor sat on a chair in the lobby with a serious expression on her face. Isla's expression in the distance was also the same. Isla was deep in thought. What she said to Ed at camp was also something she couldn't believe. As far as I know, great sage Sylvania, who has maintained the seal of the holy spear dragon Velbrock, has created the perfect aspect magic to ensure that the seal continues for eternity. It is an eternal law that will not change no matter how much time passes and can suppress Velbrock. The look on Ed's face as they looked at each other across the campfire was still deeply entrenched in Isla's memory. If the principles of aspect magic that manipulate time are still in effect, the seal will never be easily broken. It definitely wasn't the type of seal that would become unstable just because you put a little bit of Bellbroke's molar on it. Traditions about great sage Sylvania still flow down. It is rumored that he was a flamboyant and lively academic with pure white hair pulled back. He is an ideal figure for all wizards who love this world, admire the history of the continent, and have achieved countless magical advancements. If there is a person who can unseal Bellbroke, it doesn't make sense unless you're the person who implemented that seal. Isla also heard countless legends about Sylvania. She was someone I personally admired so much that I collected many stories about her. Do you understand what you are talking about? Ed Rothtaler asked Isla that day. Isla confidently answered Ed's question. If my senior's prophecy is true, Bellbroke's seal has not weakened over the years. Great sage Sylvania herself solved it. There's no other possibility. She is a rare great person recorded in history. Above all, she has already died a long time ago. There is no way he would do such a thing, and he is not even in the physical condition to do such a thing. However, Isla's expression remained serious as ever. The next thing that came out of Isla was, it was a question accompanied by a subjunctive mood. What would you think if I told you that great sage Sylvania was still alive? Simple, it's an assumption. Yenneker's expression became serious. He looks like he can't believe what I said. It was a fact that even Jenniker, who said she would believe anything I said, could not accept it at once. The failed sword saint of Sylvania final act. Until just before the subjugation of Bellbroke, the existence of great sage Sylvania remained only a setting. As for Velbroke's resurrection, only vague descriptions remained, as if Velbroke had broken the seal on his own, after a long period of time. In the distant past, he made advancements in magic, made a name for himself as an academic, raised the Archmage Glauct Elderbane, and founded this huge academy, the one who penetrates the core of all these scenarios, and was at the beginning of all stories. In political affairs, the name of a person whose name or face is never revealed, remaining only in the background until the end. If there was someone behind the stage, hidden in the dark watching the whole story, the only person worthy of sitting in that position is great sage Sylvania, the master of aspect magic. As soon as that fact dawned on me, I couldn't stay still. If she was really the one who broke Bellbroke's seal, as long as you find her hiding somewhere in this world and subdue her, all planned trials will be completed. It is still unknown how a person from hundreds of years ago is still alive, why a great man who made progress in the world would do such a thing, and whether Isla's words are true. But if that's true, the trigger that can end this whole stage is there. That possibility was engraved in my mind and did not disappear. There remains something in this world that I was unable to identify in. It's time to dig into it. Chapter 215, King of Dungeons, 3, Great Sage Sylvania. I am talking about resurrecting Xiang Changryang's Velbroke. There is still no basis for all these hypotheses, but it is also true that it is credible. Isla Triss is a girl who is not very strong in her own strength, but has considerable knowledge in the academic field of magic. In particular, it has a high sensitivity to aspect magic, and its related knowledge is so outstanding that Professor Glast tried to use it as a sacrifice. I wiped my face once and calmly organized my thoughts. Come to think of it, when the credits for roll and the whole story comes to an end, it shows a long time skip, several years after graduation. The prepared stories come to an end, and the various characters lead their lives in their own way. As those scenes passed by like a flash, Isla, who appeared at the end, was wearing the title of Great Sage, a rare scholar who was granted the name Great Sage after Sylvania. Great Sage Isla Triss. At the time after all was said and done, Isla achieved great academic results and was successful. I thought it was just showing, as if to hint at the fact. because other characters were also illuminated in that way. However, if Isla found out something about great sage Sylvania, therefore if something has been achieved by following the will of the great sage Sylvania, it's just that in Sylvania's failed swordsman that aspect is not dealt with in depth. A companion of sword Saint Taily MacLaw. Isla Triss, what facts have you uncovered about great sage Sylvania? This is completely off stage. The repertoire of things that happened strictly on stage is now starting to run out. Now that we're approaching the final act, what I couldn't observe in the official facts beneath the surface are starting to pop out. The shadow of a girl academic with her white hair tied back who appears subtly in the background, or in the background is cast on the stage. There is no way to check right now. How can you check the thoughts of someone who has already disappeared from the past? But that girl Isla Triss might figure something out. That you mean Taylor's lover. Okay. If I'm right, that person will become the next great sage. There is a reasonable assumption that there will be some connection with great sage Sylvania in some way. Above all, Isla was the first to guess this situation. In my thoughts, I was trapped in the prison of thinking called love affair, and was blindly buried in the thought of stopping Bellbroke. It suggests a different direction. It'll figure something out. So when that time comes, you have to be ready to move right away. I need to get stronger faster. So Ed, I guess I became more impatient. The foreshadowing of a major event that we have been preparing for several years is now truly upon us. I sat still, clenched my hands, and gritted my teeth. He spoke in a low voice with his eyebrows pressed together. Honestly, I am nervous. I'm also human. The reason I tried to learn high-level magic, even while getting beaten up by Lucy, was because I felt that the time of catastrophe was approaching so close that it felt real. Ed, most of the students left the student square to enjoy the excitement of the festival. Student members organizing the seats were looking at us with puzzled faces. Still, they wanted to organize things quickly and go out to enjoy the festival, so they quickly started working hard. Sitting between them, Jenica and I remained silent for a long time. And it might be strange to say this, but I am happy. What? Ed, I don't think he knows much about himself. Over the past few years, I have occasionally taken breaks and rested well. Still, Ed always felt like he was buried in something and was being chased. Yenica smiled shyly and spoke in a whisper to herself as she recalled the past. When sharpening a bow, when building a cabin, when going hunting, when sitting quietly by a campfire, it seemed like he always handled things with a calm expression. And a calm expression, somehow I knew. Ed always lived his life, as if he was running with all his might, as if there was a knife chasing him. Jenica, who was sitting somewhere and looking up at the sky blankly, seemed to be reminiscing about the past. When all this is over, and I can receive my diploma, Ed can stop running now. Yenica. I grew up in a quiet rural area, seeing only wide-open ranches and towering mountain ranges. So I don't know how difficult it is to maintain a life of sprinting from moment to moment like that for several years. But I can imagine. I felt like I knew what Yenica wanted to say to me. The emotions I felt while watching Jenica next to me for the past hour were not something that could be expressed in simple words such as simple worry or sympathy. It must have been very arduous and difficult. I won't deny it. If you really think solving the bell break is the end of everything, let's stop running now. A life that felt like flying on bullets. It must have been so heartbreaking for Yenica to have to walk the tightrope over and over again with a knife under her neck and being thrown into the swamp of death with just one mistake. Let's walk. Until then, I'll run with you. Jenica spoke with a bright smile on her face, but then spoke straight with a serious face. Therefore, first of all, resolving the Siang Changrayang Bellbroke issue that Ed mentioned is the top priority. There is nothing we can do about it right now, so it is right to resolve all issues first. And Yenica, you have a lot to do right now. When I said that, Yenica shook her head and spoke firmly. Ed's work comes first than anything else right now. Ed will ask for help when the time comes, but it's right to focus on Ed for now. There are a lot of things going on in my life, but how could anything be more important than the situation Ed is in right now? Miss Yenica, you are here. Hee Bell. When Yenica looked around in surprise, like a small mammal exhaling, Belmere appeared in person. It was a good thing I heard in advance that there would be a meeting at the student plaza. You are here. Hello, Master, Ed too. It's already busy during the festival, so what's going on here? That it doesn't matter if I use someone to deliver it, but I thought it would be better for me to come in person, so I took my time and came here. Bell directly. What's going on, Belle? I could see Yenika's face turning pale as Belle continued to speak. It was a truly strange sight just to look at. Lady Yenika's parents are at Arfle's Hall. Ort Palover and Sailor Palover believe that Yenika is still living in Arfle's pavilion. When two people came to the Arfle's building and asked to be guided to Yenika Palover's room, Belle Meyer was able to deduce the fact in an instant. In fact, given Yenika's personality, there was no way she would have been able to confidently say to her parents, "I got kicked out of the dormitory and am living in the forest with a boy of the same age." In any case, Ortega Sailor couldn't leave Pullen because of ranch work, so it wouldn't be good to worry him, so I just said that. Bell, who accurately guessed Yenika's situation, first, I introduced them to an empty room and had someone quickly fill it with simple school uniforms and daily necessities. It wasn't that much work. After quickly introducing that this was Yenika's room, he made the two sit in the room and came to call Yenika. Even the senior maids who were watching the scene were dumbfounded by her adept improvisation to the point where it was tongue-in-cheek. But even if Belle Meyer's response was close to perfect the terrible acting skills of Jenica Palover, who was supposed to be in charge of her situation, did not get any better. "Oh, Daddy, how did you get here? What about ranch work?" Sitting across from each other on the hospitality sofa in an empty, poorly decorated room, Jenica barely spoke while rolling her eyes and panting. "Oh, Yenica, since you showed such a surprised reaction, it was worth coming to see me secretly. It's the time of the Crestal Grand Festival, and I came because I wanted to ask about the contents of the letters that keep coming to the ranch about nobles." Sailor's answer made Yenica think it was a mistake. Of course, Yenica should have personally explained the letter that was sent to her home. She may have been able to send a letter, although she simply was too far away to do so. "I see. I definitely should have explained it myself. I was too busy and distracted to even think about it. Sorry. No, Yenica, we are so proud of you. And I really wanted to check what your school life was like. Everyone seems to be proud of you, Yenica, and as a father I am so happy." "Ha! Ort Palover is a worker with a muscular body and a tough look, but he becomes docile in front of his daughter and is like a fool himself. That's why seeing my daughter being recognized so much, I was so moved that I was speechless. I can't believe I'm sharing such a luxurious room by myself. I thought my daughter would be a talented person who would make it big. Honey, don't shed tears. I'm about to cry too. I am a man who doesn't shed tears much." Her shit Yenica was already stunned as she watched the couple trembling. Judging from the couple's personality and the condition of the carefully wrapped gift bundle, what they would say next was decided. Anyway, from what I heard, it seems that the master of the Rosteller family has put a lot of effort into it. You can't just sit back and be quiet when you are the recipient of a favor. That's right. I must meet you and say thank you. And what you said last time, Yenica, that I really want to see the boy's face with his subtle undertones. Oh, ho, ho. How embarrassed would you be if you found out that the two were the same person? If the couple returned to their hometown, it would take less than 3 days for the rumor to spread throughout the village. Even just imagining it became terrifying, so Jenica forced a smile with her lips curled up. "Ah, but you're such a busy person, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to meet you that easily. I guess so. Ha, it would be really, really, really hard to meet in person. And there is so much to see during the festival. Mom and Dad are here too, so I'll show them around. There are many academic conferences, and let's go to orchestra concerts, go to a dinner party and eat lots of delicious food. Tomorrow we will see Princess Elaha's visit and also watch the integrated sparring. Right, Ed, no, Master Ed is also attending the integrated sparring event. Okay, but you probably don't have enough time to meet 1,000 people like us. Still, I hope it's delivered at least as a gift. Should I say it is a great honor to even be able to see your face at the unified rally." Yenica already felt like her head was pounding. Above all, rumors about the relationship between Yenica and Ed are already spreading within the Bachelor. If you don't keep a close contact mark for 24 hours, the news will somehow reach your parents' ears right away. Still, since it's festival time, and I don't think students will talk about random things without notice, if I work hard, I think I can just make some good memories and welcome them back to their hometown. Yenica held on to her fading mind and put on a stern expression. And I promised myself over and over again, can do, you can do it. The shouts of first-year Combat Club Chief Wade Callamore echoed in the corner of the waiting room. The The sparring between the third and fourth year seniors will be the final climax of the integrated sparring meeting. Compared to the sparring that will take place on a special stage watched by Emperor Klol and Princess Selaha, the sparring between first and second year students is simpler than expected. That has to be the case. The sparring that is revealed to outsiders should be a duel between high-level students as much as possible, so it is natural for older students to attend. Still, just because they were lower graders, that doesn't mean they didn't take pride in the duel competition. Wade, in particular, could be said to be unlucky. Ed and Dyke's seniors in third and fourth grades. There may be many people eagerly awaiting the duel between the two. In fact, it was safe to say that the outcome of the match between first and second year seniors Wade and Lucy had already been decided. He's a genius, I am a genius. He has been praised as the successor to the Callamore family. Additionally, the weight of her role as Princess Phenia's loyal subject also weighs down on her shoulders. Wade, the head of the combat club with pure white hair and a sharp appearance, had lost much of the spirit that seemed sky-high when he first entered the school. I have already realized the gap in talent between people like Ziggs Eiffelstein and Ed Rothstiller. Wade's confidence disappeared as he lost the sense of superiority that came from his brilliant talent. Thanks to this, she was able to immerse herself in training without being conceited, but she was still very afraid of her scheduled sparring with Lucy Mayle. The sparring between first and second graders is almost over. Although there were no royal observers, yet prominent figures such as Vice Principal Rachel and Chief Dean McDowell came out to watch the duel scene. I couldn't show up in an unsightly manner in a place where so many important academic officials were present. But the opponent is none other than Lucy Merrill. Wade somehow managed to maintain his mental state even while making suggestions that bordered on self-hypnosis, but Wade himself already knew. No matter how much talent he has accumulated in swordsmanship, he can't even come close to Lucy Merrill's feat. He comes up with an estimate in an instant without even having to do anything. Wade, don't be too nervous. I think I'm going to show everyone what I can do. Senior Dyke, who was from the same combat division, patted Wade on the shoulder, but it wasn't really of much comfort. The experience of being helplessly defeated and broken down in front of someone who has accumulated more talent than you. It was so much experience for Dyke that he couldn't bear it, so seeing Wade tremble with fear didn't seem like a stranger's story. Wade looked beyond the waiting room bars to see Lucy, who had already come out of the duel arena and was standing there looking listless. Although he is only attending because of his academic schedule, he is yawning profusely, as if he wants to finish quickly and return. In the first place, Wade is not recognized as Lucy's dual opponent. He is just a job that needs to be done quickly and then go back. It is said that Clevius Nortondale charged at the monster with his sword in hand. It is said that even though the duel was not full of such safety equipment, and the opponent lost his temper due to anger, he took a step forward, as if he was risking his life. However, the sight of oneself trembling in such a ritualistic duel, even in a place with several layers of safety guaranteed, makes one feel pathetic. Do you feel sorry for yourself, Wade? Are you so scared and trembling? Dyke, who was sitting next to Wade, suddenly spoke. As a senior in the combat department, does he have something to say? Yes. Wade is full of pride, but for some reason this time he expressed his honest feelings. Dyke Elfalan, a large man, had the feeling that no matter what he said, they would not laugh at him. He was a great senior who exuded such a strange sense of stability. Wade thought that Dyke would say something harsh when he saw his pitiful appearance. Don't be overcome by fear. You can do it. Possible. Do your best. After hearing such brave words from a warrior, I wanted to put my mind at ease a little. No, I'm so fucking scared too. If I were in your shoes, my legs would be shaking. It is a lament mixed with vulgar swear words. Wade's eyes widened as he felt a difference from Dyke's always dignified appearance. It is said that Clevius gritted his teeth and charged even against a monster like that. That's not something everyone can do. How is it any different from jumping into a pit of fire? On the contrary, Wade was stunned by the words that seemed to further stimulate Wade's fear. As expected, Senior Dyke, too, do you think there is any way for me? Of course your legs will start shaking when you face a monster like that. I thought I was a courageous person. I never thought I would be this scared. Even in the face of tens of thousands of armies, they can charge straight away without fear. I wanted to be like my father Marcus. I think about when Sig's Eiffelstein's sword was draped around my neck. Wade Callamore was just a coward who was drunk on victory and looking for someone to beat. A truly courageous person is a person who does his duty without hesitation, even in scary situations. Not knowing fear is not brave, it is reckless. Do you think just because your father, Commander Marcus, doesn't know fear, therefore Dyke denied Wade's words? Courage is just doing it even if you're scared. We must not forget fear, Wade. Don't try to ignore fear, but face it straight and think about overcoming it. Never step back even if you sense defeat. That was the life of Dyke Elfalan. Senior Dyke, everyone is predicting Lucy Merrill's victory. Honestly, that makes sense. Still give me at least one shot. Even if you can give just one effective hit, everyone will look at you differently. All right. Wade didn't try to get rid of his fear, accepting that fear, facing it straight, and heading out to the sparring venue to cheers. When the dark waiting room ended, and we stepped out into the bright center of the sparring hall, Lucy Merrill stands with a drowsy face. Wade took a deep breath. Everyone is not interested in the outcome of this duel. I just wait for the sparring between third and fourth graders tomorrow. A stage with no expectations. Therefore, there is no stage better than this to catch everyone off guard. Lucy Merrill. Wade takes out his sword and speaks with a serious expression. Even though I may have lived as a coward, even though I may have lived unsightly, running away from fear, if you are born as a man, you must know how to strike back at the world at least once. Just like Marcus, the Corps commander, who was brave even in the face of tens of thousands of troops. Even if he is rotten, Wade Callamore is an elite among the elite, born and raised in a prestigious martial arts family. Keep your pride and perseverance. I have endured this far with that heart. You better be prepared. Rather, it was a provocation towards Lucy from Wade's side. Lucy just adjusted her hat while mumbling her beef jerky. Even though the greatness of power may not reach you, but this strength of will, the fact that it doesn't break easily, ill tell you clearly. The duel begins. Quackagagak. Bang, bang. In an instant, the world was colored with light. High-ranking lightning magic, Never's punishment, 3 consecutive attacks. Wade, who was struck 3 times in a row by a single attack that left a dizzying aftereffect, was pinned to the inner wall of the duel arena and lost consciousness. It was unsightly to see him twirling his eyes and making noises. Ha! Force control. Lucy's face was turning pale. My sense of strength control had become dull due to repeated fights with Ed over the past month. One way or another, Ed Rosteller was a human being with the ability to receive Lucy's high-level magic. Although I somehow managed to do it by gritting my teeth and hurting my body. In the end, I got used to the growth of Ed, who even managed to block 3 consecutive attacks, so I ended up using a little too much firepower, even against Wade. Fortunately, Wade's life did not seem to be in danger. Lucy broke into a cold sweat and stuffed the half-eaten beef jerky into her mouth. Sorry. Cheers poured out behind Lucy, who threw a brief apology and quickly turned around to leave the sparring hall. Applause of encouragement poured into Wade, who was completely unconscious. The image of Lucy neatly defeating an incompetent opponent with a single wave of her hand. And as I watched the rare genius shake his hands and turn around and leave, as if nothing had happened, Dyke Elfalan, who was sitting in the corner of the waiting room, smiled bitterly. When you look at the huge gap that you can't even catch up with, you don't even feel a sense of relative deprivation. All it does is make you laugh out loud and laugh bitterly. Are you going to invite me too during the sparring? Merrilda was sitting on top of a pile of books. There were many books of various kinds in the cabin, so it was a very satisfying environment for Merrilda, who loved reading print. Most of them were books provided by Lortle, unconditionally. This is a difficult opponent to defeat without a high-ranking spirit. It's been a while since I've had a good time relaxing. I heard that the man named King Guan can destroy a building with a single punch of magic power. Well, you should never relax. By the way, once back at the cabin, I cleaned up my workbench and repaired the broken door by removing its hinges. After checking the inventory of food ingredients and organizing all the spoiled items, I was making various magic engineering supplies in the magic engineering workshop set up on the 2nd floor. I was planning to stop by the Tricks Museum after practicing magic for an hour or 2. But there was another reason for summoning Merrilda before that. As far as I know, you are the only person who has met Great Sage Sylvania in person. I want to ask your opinion. High-ranking wind spirit Merelda, I have the experience of meeting great sage Sylvania in person. It seems that not only has the experience of meeting each other developed into quite a close friendship, Merelda in human form literally pulled out her Sylvania. I am Sylvania, the great sage who asked you to protect this forest and island a long time ago. Are you looking for my old friend now? Well, he has become such a famous person, it's worth feeling curious. If you were walking around me in an unmanifested state, you know roughly what I'm going to ask, right? No matter what anyone says, the only person who knows the most about great sage Sylvania at the moment is Merelda. So she couldn't let this go without asking Merelda. If the person who unseals Bellbroke is really the great sage Sylvania herself, that can't be happening. Before anyone could assume anything, Merelda flatly denied it. Sylvania is the person who loved this school more than anyone else. He would never be the kind of guy who would do something stupid like destroy this school himself. At least that's how I see it. It's more affirming than I thought. Of course, you said you were a close friend. Merelda has lived here since a long time ago, when there was no Sylvania Academy on Aiken Island, and there were almost no humans living there. I'm a living witness who has seen with my own eyes the process of change on Aiken Island over the years. I'm not sure if he's really alive or not because he's such a weirdo, but he's definitely not someone who would harm this school. I do not easily show respect to humans, but Sylvania, he was a human being who deserved respect. She is at least the best human being I have seen in all these years. It is not often that Merelda, who is always smiling mischievously, speaks with such a serious face. Now that I think about it, I'd better tell you. This is something that is not written in any history books. This is a story that only I who lived and breathed in the same era as Sylvania know. And the story of the Wind Wolf heads to the distant past. The story of Sylvania's death is, have you never heard of it? Other than the fact that he died at a young age, nothing has been officially revealed. A long time ago, this Aiken Island had nothing but towering mountains and magnificent forests. He was exiled here and built a huge academy. This is the story of a great wise man. Put both hands on your hips, smile confidently, and say him. That white-haired, cheerful girl who had a habit of exhaling. The rare scholar who always looked up at the night sky with a cheerful attitude and had stars in his eyes. This is Merelda's testimony about the great man's end. Chapter 216, King of the Dungeons. 4. Great sage Sylvania Robster was a genius who seemed to have drawn a picture. Born as the daughter of a moderately wealthy translator in Cloran, the imperial capital, she learned the official language of the empire and learned to read and write in less than a month. At the age of 7, while other children her age were running around the yard, complaining to their parents, Sylvania read a thick book of grimoires the size of her upper body. And by the time she was baptized at the age of 9, she had already taught herself intermediate element magic. At this point, her father, Dexton Robster, a renowned translator of grimoires, sensed that his daughter was an unusual person. After that, several famous tutors were appointed, but most of them quit after only a few months. When asked why, he said it gave him goosebumps. Sometimes, when you look at Sylvania's behavior, you often see that she is a young girl of that age. Even though she shows her cute side by crying because she fell and scratched her knee on the street or stamping her foot because she lost her favorite doll, she becomes a completely different person from the moment she picks up the quill for class. As the eyes absorb the knowledge and gaze at the runes, even the power of hearing flows down to the point where one wonders if those are the eyes of a 15-year-old girl. Like a wild beast trying to devour all knowledge, it looks like it is staring into the instructor's eyes and trying to gnaw away at his brain. It was that summer when a monster ecology instructor read through years of research in just a couple of months and presented a new theory of monster race evolution. And it was that winter when a loophole was pointed out in the herbalism instructor's reagent manufacturing theory. When he turned 11, he suddenly said he wanted to learn swordsmanship, and 3 months later, he went out into the mountains with a rapier and caught a roe deer. And a month after that, he researched and imbued the spirit ceremony into his father's personal bow, and in the same month he signed a contract with a lieutenant spirit. As soon as the next year, he became interested in alchemy, and was able to create blue radiance reagent and red angler flower reagent, which even famous alchemists had difficulty with. And that summer, He cast the high-ranking wind magic Eye of the Typhoon, blowing up the entire fountain in Cloran's central square. At the time, the youngest high-ranking magic user recorded in history was Melgiz, the 29-year-old leader of the Magic Knights under the imperial family, and Sylvania was 12 years old at the time. Sylvania was touching her fingertips with an embarrassed expression on her face, as if she had had an accident. Dexton, who went out to pick her up at Cloran's central square, had a hunch. The imperial army is protecting her. The corners of her eyes were shaking, as if she had just seen the sight of a girl who couldn't even think about herself blowing up the square with high-level magic. Now was the time to reveal Sylvania's existence to the world. When I study the positions of the stars, I can see a strange flow of magic power. I'm not sure what kind of causal relationship there is epidemiologically, but if you stare closely, you can feel some kind of regularity. If you study it well, you might even be able to twist the basic rules and providence that form the basis of the world. The study of the positions of stars and the flow of their magical energy, we can call it star geology. At the age of 13, Sylvania Robster became the youngest imperial wizard thanks to an imperial decree from King Klal II. It was a historically unprecedented and unconventional appointment, but no one could complain. At the age of only 13, she had already anonymously submitted 2 papers on the theory of sensitization to the Society for Elemental Science and achieved the feat of having them unanimously accepted. When they found out that the unconventional theories that shook the magical power theory system to its core came from the head of a 13-year-old girl, all the scholars at the Torg Magical Society looked dumbfounded. Among them, a couple of them realized the gap in their talents and left the academy altogether. Sylvania, who received support from the imperial family, took over the entire large corridor of the Lily Palace and a study room the size of a house. She piled up all kinds of magic ink, blackboards with magic books, chalk, and magic research supplies, and began to test the theories that were only in her head. Even in the Clole Imperial Palace, where everything was neatly organized, no one could think of tidying up the laboratory occupied by Sylvania. The hallways and annexed labs outside the Lily Palace had already become her own world. Clole II had an accurate view of people. Girls like Sylvania Robster should not be carelessly judged by the framework of education. Rather, he arranged for Sylvania to meet with as many academics as possible. It was a time when experts with diverse knowledge, regardless of field, came and went to the Lily Palace's laboratory. Several academics also wanted to meet Sylvania, which was said to be a treasure treasured by the Clole imperial family. Sialn, the poisonous snake of the Elfaland family. Kelesson Bloomriver, the bastard head of the Bloomriver family, said to be the home of the Elfaland witch. Dalex Elderbane, a famous remote adventurer. Jane Balaxis, who calls herself a researcher who studies the reagent of disaster. It was a time when Sylvania was accumulating a lot of important connections after a period of being devoted to research alone. It was a time when I met all kinds of people, gained diverse research perspectives, and my personality became truly cheerful. She felt various impressions and was influenced by various people, but it was Duke, the sword saint of the MacLaw family, who had the greatest influence. Duke MacLaura, as a descendant of the first sword master, Luden MacLaura, a person who brought new vitality to the MacLaw family, which had been mired in darkness for a long time. The legend he told about Luden, the first swordsman, had a huge impact on Sylvania. In particular, an anecdote from the time when he was subjugating Sianchengriang, Velbrock, was engraved in his memory, making him even more interested in swordsmanship. After that, Sylvania borrowed the imperial sparring hall and began to expand her skills in dagger skills, archery, and spear skills. Of course, there were limitations due to his naturally small physique and lack of muscle mass, but he showed an unrivaled speed of mastery in the technical aspect. By the time I turned 17, I had lost a lot of the childish feeling and had become a person who could properly serve one person. I had already become a person who could use about 15 of the highest level magic. At least it was safe to say that among humans, there was no one more knowledgeable about magic than her. Even scholars with bushy beards who studied magic until the twilight of their lives bowed their heads in front of her brightly smiling face. From this time on, the modifier Great Sage was added to Sylvania. Nevertheless, Sylvania Robster had no interest in becoming arrogant, pursuing prosperity, or increasing her assets. She could wear a majestic wizard's robe and walk around the academy looking proud. But she ran around the mountain wearing a leather tunic and a shabby grayish-brown cape, holding several reagent bottles. At the top of the observatory, where the stars can be seen best, I measured the positions of the stars while standing on tiptoes. As she began researching geology in earnest, all kinds of miscellaneous things began to increase in her lab. Aspect magic that twists the providence of the world carries many risks even when researched. In particular, the difficult-to-handle aspect magic was often implemented in a way that was different from the user's intention. Explosions have increasingly occurred in the laboratory whenever possible. The first couple of times, the royal family understood her name, considering the value of her name, but after several days of repeating it, they changed their stance. The royal family summoned him from time to time and asked him to be careful about the research, threatening that human casualties could result. Every time, Sylvania scratched the back of her head and apologized. Sylvania, who was researching aspect magic, was completely dispirited, but her eyes were shining brighter than ever. For most magical theories, no matter how difficult or abstruse they were, I was able to find the answer and read them all after thinking about it for a few days. However, the more we delve into the realm of aspect magic that humanity has not yet explored, the more unknown the area becomes. For Sylvania, who has lived her entire life in a swamp of knowledge and research, it is like a new continent with many places left to explore. When he was studying aspect magic, his shining eyes were more noble and deeper than those of any academician. Sylvania thought that it was her destiny to realize the principles of this world that twist the providence of a life born for academics, and that is how Sylvania immersed herself in research again and again. As it is, he will stay in the laboratory of the Lily Palace and achieve great achievements with his own two hands that no one in the world could have imagined. All the imperial servants who managed the Lily Palace at the time thought so. To that extent, Sylvania's actions had the power to influence people. This girl will be the leader who will achieve tremendous progress that has never been seen before in the world. That's what I felt confident about, until Linfel, the crown prince of the Kloll royal family, was caught up in the aftermath of an explosion caused by a failed experiment in Sylvania the following year. From then on, it was all smooth sailing. Injuring the crown prince while performing a taboo experiment, it was an incident so serious that it would not be surprising if he was immediately executed. Nevertheless, the enormous achievements achieved by Sylvania cannot be carelessly ignored. Sylvania is a person of too great value to be put on the gallows. Therefore, King Kloll II decided to banish her to a secluded region on the outskirts. It is good to be diligent in research, but this is to teach you not to get too absorbed in it and end up doing nothing wrong. The intention is to go to a quiet place, forget about research for a while, and breathe some good air to freshen up your head. Even though my son was injured, it could not have been possible if it were not for the docile character of Kloll II that he ended up being treated so leniently. Sylvania was well aware of that fact, so she left for Aiken Island, saying only thank you. It was Sylvania's own wish that made Aiken Island the place of exile. That's where Sylvania and I met for the first time. It was the voice of Merelda, smiling faintly in the corner of the cabin. He was always smiling brightly, wondering why he was so proud after having an accident and being kicked out of the royal family. At the time, I was bothered by everything, but you don't know how much I suffered because of him. What on earth are you doing that's bothering you? Whenever I had time, I came to ask to join in the research. There is no proper magic source or research facility on Aiken Island, but I was trying to research magic somehow. Anyway, it's a poisonous tumor. Merelda's reminiscences, which were simply a story of Sylvania's life, now begin to change in detail. Well, the story before that was probably something that was only told to me by Sylvania herself, and from here on, it's a story that Merelda witnessed herself. Whenever he gets the chance, he presents long-winded visions and pushes people to join him, but he actually achieves quite a few things. He was a guy with great drive. Do you present a vision? He had a dream. Merelda lifted the back of her hair back and held it in a ponytail and spoke with a cheerful tone, as if imitating Sylvania. Complete future prediction, confirmed causal change. What? Riding the flow of time and peeking into the future is completely God's domain. but I believe in human potential. I'm not interested in living a life of accepting fate on a given timeline, leaning on the power of the evil god Mebulani. Tell us, the god. Was this the tone of Sylvania when she was alive? He speaks in a clearly loud voice, as if telling people to focus on him. Seeing the future now, I'm not satisfied with just that. Ridiculous words spoken with a smile. Im going to the future. At those words, my expression froze. At that point, just how far was great sage Sylvania looking? Should I give in to the fate given to me? No matter how miserable the fate is, I have no intention of submitting to such a future. I will survive, Merelda. The girl who smiled cheerfully and stretched out her chest to show off no matter what trials or what fate might throw at her, she clearly knew something when she came to Aiken Island. Was it due to the power of aspect magic? What did that mean? I don't know. He's bluffing. It's not just a day or two. Right now, I couldn't afford to hang out with him every day because of his nonsense. Well, it may have been his words of determination that he would not break his heart even while being exiled to Aiken Island. After hearing that, I think I know roughly what kind of person he was. What is certain is that not all good things happened in his life. Even if you threw him naked in a corner of the desert, he would have smiled brightly, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know sadness. That's right. In the end, even if you're a great sage, you're still the same person. Ha! Even after coming to Aiken Island, my way of thinking changed quickly. Well, I met a lot of different people and was influenced by them, but I guess it was that person's influence that made me decide to create a proper school. That person, who, eventually, the name that came out of Merelda's mouth was familiar. Glauct Elderbane. He was the most famous archmage among Sylvania's students and the teacher of Lucy Merrill, the most famous genius of the current generation. First of all, the imperial family exiled Sylvania to Aiken Island, but they did not want to leave her completely outside their jurisdiction. So, first of all, I gave them some work to do. He wanted Sylvania to take care of the children of influential figures who had fallen behind in the lawless area of Cohelton and the imperial family. The person who was called the Great Sage ended up watching Anna. Well, that's right. I didn't seem upset anyway. The 3 children entrusted to me at that time were the first 3 students to enter Sylvania Academy. Well, there was no proper building at that time, so it was more like an academy than a school. Merelda recited the name clearly as if she still remembered it. Teslin McLaw, Glauct, Elder Bane, Philona Bloomriver. The 3 disciples, first brought in by great sage Sylvania. They are the first students to benefit from this Sylvania Academy. I don't know if you will believe me when I tell you this, but among them, Glauct Elderbane was such an incredible dullard that I wondered if this was really okay. I was a child who should never have become a wizard, as it took several months to learn even a basic elemental spell. I heard Glauct Elderbane was an archmage who was blessed by the stars since childhood. That's just a rumor spread by the Elderbane family to gain power. You kept your mouth shut despite knowing such bombshell facts. Im basically not interested in the rise and fall of human families. Merelda quietly closed her eyes and smiled as if she was reminiscing about that time. The girl was smiling cheerfully with her arms crossed between an improvised teaching table and a blackboard, a rare genius who will never be reborn in history. And a young boy sitting at a table so shabby it was embarrassing to call it a desk, looking up at the blackboard with anxious eyes. A cursed dunny born with such hopeless talent that I can't figure out why he dreams of becoming a wizard. It was easy to imagine the 2 of them making eye contact, so I had no choice but to keep my mouth shut. Why do you think Sylvania built this school? He never understood Dunny's life for the rest of his life. So, while teaching a person named Glauct, I realized more than anyone else that there were far more people in the world who were not born with outstanding abilities. Well, it's a problem that can be solved if you just realize it and move on. I told you so. He said that he had one driving force that was greater than anyone else's. He has a kind heart on such a subject, and yet he acts incredibly strong. Ah, Merelda jumped down from the pile of books. I trudged along and opened the cabin window. The spire of Sylvania Academy rising in the distance can be seen from this northern forest. At some point, it became the most prestigious academy in the empire, filled with all kinds of geniuses and blossoming with talent, but that's not the foundation of this school. Then, as expected, that's right, this school was originally built for the poor. Merelda looked up at the tall spire and spoke as if reminiscing about the distant past. It was like that at first. He trailed off as if it was a meaningless story, and then he turned around and leaned against the window frame. Yenica Palova's sabotage was indeed quite effective. The festival scene at Sylvania Academy is certainly grand to an outsider who knows nothing about it. Wherever you go, you will be dazzled just by looking at the youthful days where cheerful students come and go. Jenica's parents, Ort and Sale, were also fascinated by the sight and followed Jenica's lead, going on all kinds of sightseeing trips. I wanted to hang out at the street stalls with Ed Rosteller at this long-awaited festival, but that wasn't important for now. The most important thing is to help parents enjoy the festival and return home without any worries. Of course, in the process, there was a secondary goal of preventing him from meeting Ed Rosteller. Actually, it wasn't secondary. It was the main point. Anyway, Ort and Sailor were led by Yenica and had a really fun time watching all kinds of magic presentations, magic equipment demonstration concerts, and theater concerts that they had never seen before. After returning to the accommodation and taking a nap, the next day I went to see the bachelor's office where Jenica spends her daily routine, saw magic demonstrations by famous wizards, and even attended a prayer meeting presided over by a saint. These 2 days were truly special experiences that I could not have in my entire life. I did it in droves. Yenica, thanks to you, we are really doing well. We really have a good daughter. Why so much? Yenica, who was scratching her head as if embarrassed, spoke while looking at the line of imperial carriages crossing the Max's bridge. But when are you planning to go back? Oh, is that really the royal carriage of Clole? This is my first time seeing it in real life. That's right, honey. His Majesty the Emperor and the Princess are riding in their cant. We see Princess Selaha in person. Is it possible for country bumpkins like us to experience such an incredibly honorable event? Honey, straighten your back. We are Baron's elders. That's right, this Ort Palover. It's a shame that all that remains in this man's life is the memory of living with his back bent. That's right, I also settled in Pulin after seeing your courage. That's right, I forgot about it. I was a man who made it my life's work to live proudly with my chest out as a man. I was living my life cleaning up cow dung and fixing fences. The inner flame that I had forgotten was blooming. This is it. It's thanks to you that we were able to come to the big water. It's thanks to you, Yenica. Ahara, after the procession of the imperial carriage, it was now the integrated sparring session for the third graders. I have to see it. I heard that Master Ed will appear, so I can't go without seeing it. Yenica covered her head and fell into deep worry. There will be a huge crowd of people watching anyway, so it's not a big deal to mix in and enjoy the sights. Still, I can't wait to ask. I know it's not very polite to say this, but I just want to ask you when you're going to return to your hometown. Perhaps aware of their daughter's impatience, Ort Palover and Sailor Palover had no intention of hiding their country bumpkins. I was entering the audience section of the sparring hall while looking at the information sheet with a bread stick sold at a street vendor stuffed in my mouth as a snack. As Jenica followed her parents in, she wiped her face several times. I was busy wiping away the cold sweat. Dyke, who was sitting quietly in the corner of the dark waiting room, slowly raised his head. It was the same spot a few days ago when Wade was trembling in front of Lucy. This time I am the one sitting there. The iron bars visible beyond the long hallway leading to the sparring hall. And at the end of the wide sparring hall, you can see a small waiting room on the other side. Dyke smiled brightly as the sight of a blond noble boy sitting vaguely caught his eye. The audience seats are full. There are even seats for Princess Elaha and Emperor Clole at the head table. It looks like he hasn't entered yet. I am not afraid of defeat. What you are afraid of is your own weakness. I have no regrets about the life I lived while repeating that. With that thought in mind, King Dyke Elfaland stands up. If you are born a man, there are times when you have to move on even when you sense defeat. Dyke knew that better than anyone else. Chapter 217, King of the Dungeons, 5. Why don't you surrender? Dyke Elfaland's body no longer moved. Looking at the figure of the raven-haired boy lying on the cold floor of the sparring hall, Veros, the student council president of the former university who had no longer graduated, put down his sword. This is a memory from when I had just entered the second year and had a sparring match with Veros, a famous swordsman from the third year. After spending the pitch-dark first year, I finally became a second year and was able to follow the class progress properly, even though he endured the schedule, which wouldn't have been strange for a normal student to have been overworked long ago. He still hasn't been able to finish even one serving. There is no way that the dullest among the dullest could defeat the student council president, Veros. Even though he was well aware of that fact, Dyke, whose entire body was covered in blood and sweat, was pushing the floor with his fists and trying to get up. There was a crunching sound and the sound of teeth grinding. Blood is flowing down from the forehead, and Dyke's eyes are shining through it. The sound of exhaling breath is more like an animal than a human. Are you ashamed of losing? By the time he put down his sword, Veros had already had an intuition. Dyke can no longer move his body. There is no need to be ashamed. All the students watching here know how brilliant your efforts are. No one will blame you. Senior Veros, you duel because you are afraid of being criticized. What? However, contrary to Veros' expectations, Dyke somehow got up again. If a person settles for fruitless efforts, he or she will end up there. At the time of this duel, Dyke's duel record was 2 wins and 89 losses. Despite suffering numerous defeats, Dyke Elfalan never took defeat for granted. Even in situations where defeat is inevitable, we just push forward with all our might. Did you ask why I didn't surrender? Vero's eyes widened in surprise at Dyke's subsequent answer, and then he chuckled. It is the utmost courtesy to face this man with all your might. After accepting that fact, I picked up my sword again. Of course, Dyke loses his mind after Veros' next sword attack and is defeated. That person is Master Ed. Ah, yeah, Ed Rosteller, who left the waiting room and headed towards the center of the sparring room, had a very different impression than the Palover couple had imagined. A blonde-haired man who took off his school uniform coat and rolled up his shirt sleeves. The impression was sharper than I imagined. The rolled-up forearms appear to have small muscles attached to daily life. There were many parts of his body covered in bandages, as if he had been injured recently. Overall, there was a strong feeling that he was a smart and energetic man, but there was little feeling that he was a young man from an aristocratic family. Unlike Dyke, who came out with only a knuckle, Ed seems to have come packed with all kinds of combat gear. He had a staff tied to his back, and a self-made bow tied to his waist below it. Not only did she have a dagger sheath tied to her thigh dance, but she also brought magic engineering supplies with her. Duels at Sylvania Academy are aimed at practical combat as much as possible. The key was to achieve victory by mobilizing all the means and magical knowledge at hand. As long as it is not a trick or a cowardly foul, anything that is the result of one's knowledge and skills is recognized as a means of dueling. The fact that students in the pension department could bring reagents and magical engineering supplies was an extension of that policy. Ed Rothdeller uses all such rules to the limit. Don't get hung up on pride, self-esteem, or superficial things. That tendency was clearly revealed. Cheers came from the audience. Even though it was a fairly large sparring hall, it was so crowded that there were more people standing. It is a fight that cannot be easily witnessed by outside visitors. The valedictorians of each grade at Sylvania are, in fact, the best talents who are responsible for the future of Sylvania Academy. The sparring between them is truly like a collection of the essence of Sylvania Academy. It is a sparring that those who admire Sylvania Academy cannot miss. Senior freshman Wade Callamore, sophomore senior Lucy Merrill, Ed Rosteller, senior third grader, the person who sits shoulder to shoulder with those people and sits at the top of the fourth grade class, Dyke Elfalan. His appearance on the sparring field is in complete contrast to Ed Rosteller. Contrary to Ed's sharp-looking impression, Dyke looks like a human weapon. Ed Rosteller wasn't small either, but Dyke had a body on a completely different level than Ed. The moment the two people met me from a distance, the cheers rose to the sky. But that only lasted a moment. The outer door of the sparring hall opened, and an old man, escorted by his subjects, came in. A girl with a sharp look was following behind him. A dignified appearance coupled with luxurious, impressive clothing. Just by entering, you could feel the tremendous spirit that overwhelmed the crowd. Emperor Kloll, a rare saint who established the peace and prosperity of the Kloll Empire. Just his appearance brought silence to the audience. No one told me to be quiet. There is an energy that overwhelms the crowd just by being there. When the face of Princess Elaha, who followed him, was clearly revealed, the public instinctively realized that they had no choice but to remain silent. The leader of this empire is here to watch the duel. Emperor Klol, who entered through the guard soldiers dividing the audience, sat down at the pre-prepared head table. Next to him, Princess Selaha sat down and chatted with the emperor. No one was allowed to open their mouths. Is there any beer? As soon as the sparring is over, you have to go back to the academic headquarters and do your work. This is not the time to look for alcohol. Assistant Professor Claire, who had threatened Professor Callide, eventually sighed. I heard that it was a long-awaited senior sparring, so I came out to see it, but it was painful to know that there were no seats, so I had to stand and watch. As Arnis, the chief assistant, has already taken on the student council job, he has less free time, but this guy, the advising professor, still shows no signs of working properly. After going through all the hardships under him, he suddenly lost his courtesy towards his superiors. I had at least something resembling respect for Professor Glast when he was my advisor, but I don't even have the slightest respect for this old war hero who is leaning against the wall and blowing his fingers through his nose. Recently, I just had a small wish to at least shave. Professor Callide, who was looking toward the sparring hall with wet eyes, laughed when he saw the magic flowing through Ed's body. I'm not crazy, but that guy is pretty crazy too. Did you get beaten up by Lucy Merrill? Yes. Who? Ed's student. The number of bandages on my body has increased significantly. The magical energy flowing through my body has also become stronger. It is not an achievement that can be achieved in a short period of time. Khalid lifted his head and looked at the audience. Among the Sylvania students, almost all of them who could be said to have a desire for improvement were gathered together. Since not only external audiences, but even the royal family came to visit, there was a high possibility that if they showed their skills here, their reputation would become enormous. However, Ed Rostiller did not seem to be interested in such a stage environment. It looks like he is only concentrating on the sparring in front of him. Now that you think about it, how many students in the academy know how to use high-level magic? Well, first of all, I know of two people, Tresiana Bloomriver and Lucy Merrill. There will be three now. Yes, sparring begins. The moment the shout rang out, a tremendous amount of light and an explosion sound spread throughout the sparring hall. The audience gasped as the wind spread out from the center of the explosion. Everyone in the audience had to close their eyes and lower their posture as hair and collars flew around. High-ranking explosion magic destruction. It is an advanced form of mid-level explosion magic called one-point explosion, and although the speed at which magical power is gathered is similar, the results are on a completely different level. Although it appears at a speed so fast that it is difficult to react to, at least one-point explosion had the disadvantage that its firepower was vague for a mid-level magic. However, destruction was a technique that could be considered the perfect form of explosion magic, overcoming even such shortcomings. The huge explosion spread out from the center of the sparring hall, and soon the rising dust dispersed. Ed was first shown turning his arm while holding one wrist tightly, followed by Dyke on the other side. It is a speed that cannot be stopped. Nevertheless, Dyke Elfalan quickly raised his guard to minimize the aftermath of the explosion. Nevertheless, Dyke's body fell all the way to the outer wall and was stuck there. It was blocked, but it wasn't blocked. There were already scorched wounds all over the body, and part of the outer wall where it had been stuck was broken. If you were a normal warrior, you would immediately lose your mind and be defeated. But Dyke doesn't care and gets up. I shook off the dust and raised my guard again, clenching my knuckles tightly. Wounds on the body will most likely cause great pain. Nevertheless, Dyke's eyes were alive. High-level magic that hits you as soon as the battle begins. At that sight, not only the audience, but even the undergraduate students who were watching were left speechless. I thought it would be a high-level fight, but I never imagined that high-level magic would come out as soon as it started. If it were a normal sparring, the warrior would have lost when he received the high-ranking magic with his bare body. However, Dyke, whose mental strength was unrivaled, stood up and took a deep breath. He raises his guard, buries his face in his forearm, and takes a deep breath. Sai as soon as that moment of breathing was over, Dyke Elfalan disappeared. The audience all got goosebumps. The large man was traveling at a speed so fast that it was difficult to perceive with the naked eye. It was behind Ed that Dyke appeared. Since he is a warrior with a massive body, you should not be mistaken in thinking that he will use a fighting style of suppressing the weight difference. Dyke is the one who beat all the students in the combat club and took the top position. The path we walked was stained with blood and sweat. Rather than radiating an insurmountable energy with natural talent and defeating everyone by a large margin, he is someone who gritted his teeth and persevered in a dangerous battlefield and achieved victory with his mental strength. Basically, anything that other combat club students can do, Dyke can do. Standardizing and judging his fighting style in one way is a shortcut to defeat. Boom, lift your legs and place them on the ground. That alone makes the dirt floor of the sparring hall reverberate. It's just a lunge to throw a fist. An oriental punch that raises the body's strength while hitting the ground, turns the axis of power, and throws it forward. That single attack on power that gave Dyke the name King of Power is a blow that can destroy even a building. Quarara. It is not accompanied by magical power. I didn't use any special magic equipment or drink any reagents. With just one punch, using all the power of my body, the air around me shook and dust rose up. The energy in the fist spreads out and hits the air like an explosion. It flies faster than magic and lands on the back of Ed Rostello's head, who couldn't even react. A cannon comes out of my fist. That metaphor is an example of Dyke's fist. But Dyke's fist could not reach Ed Rosteller. In an instant, the power of the wind enveloped Ed and pushed Dyke's large body away. Quarara. Only then does Ed Rosteller look back. It's not that they couldn't react, it's that they didn't. In order to aggressively utilize the spirit's blessing of the storm wrapped around my body. Ah, Dyke was blown away by the wind without even knowing what was happening and rolled on the dirt. It was a force that even one could not resist. And being able to distance yourself from a wizard means having to withstand the next blow. Ed Rostello's attack begins. Dyke raised his guard with solemn eyes and stared at the blond nobleman visible through the gap. As the boy raised his arms, flames swirled around the sparring hall. Cararara. I heard a cry that gave me goosebumps. The thing that wrapped around the boy's body, accompanied by exclamations from the audience, was a huge bat, almost the size of a person. As the burning bat spreads its wings, the wind from its recoil once again swirls around the sparring hall. A rising pillar of fire circles the sparring area and soon advances towards Dyke. Magic must be responded to with magic. Dyke is truly hopelessly untalented in magic. However, by training to the extreme limit, I have at least trained myself to the point where I can counter the enemy's magic. The magic sensitivity and efficiency are not even at the level of a wizard who has just learned basic magic. Nevertheless, Dyke forcibly brought out all the magical power in his body and gathered it at the tips of his feet and hit the floor. Quong, anti-horse's steps. It is a magic that receives the enemy's magic power and shatters it. However, since it is a spell with completely poor magic efficiency, and even Dyke can barely handle magic, its practicality is extremely poor. However, Dyke was forced to use this impractical magic in practice, because this is the only methodology he can use to counter magic. Cold sweat broke out all over my body, but I somehow succeeded in shattering the mug's flame pillar, but only once. If you have to put all your strength into one light jab like this, you will inevitably lose. So we have to move quickly. Once again, Dyke Elfalan raises his guard and takes a deep breath. Hey. I gathered myself, kept my breathing steady, kicked my legs, and charged at Ed Rosteller. Would this be what it would feel like if a beast the size of an elephant were as agile as a wildcat? The movement, which makes even fellow combat club students click their tongues, makes them confident that a fellow warrior cannot handle it. It's fast but powerful. If you allow yourself to use your fist even once, you are destined for the underworld. Dyke quickly narrowed the distance in front of Ed, and there was no useless catching technique in his movements. A life that has been trained for optimal efficiency throughout one's life is revealed. The amount of combat knowledge accumulated by birth cannot be obtained through innate sense alone. What I was able to obtain, because I am the king of the dull people, is the sense of the body that can be embodied after endless repetition and repetition. It was also thanks to his embodied senses that he was able to throw away the middle-ranking water spirit lasher that suddenly rose from under his feet with a single kick. Quong. Your feet go out faster than you think. The lioness lasher was released from her manifestation and disappeared. Only then did Dyke realize. Ed Rosteller used the water source appearance spell to set up a trap in case Dyke closed the distance. However, Dyke coped with it using only his reflexes, even though I didn't realize the existence of such a trap. However, it is inevitable that your posture will collapse. Ed Rosteller turned his body around and held a dagger held in his left hand. Kang! Dyke caught the dagger with his knuckles, but another magical power began to appear in the dagger. Spirit Ceremony Explosion. A dagger engraved with a magic circle that creates another explosion on its own. This time, I am in a position where I cannot guard. Ed Rosteller was also caught up in the explosion that spread out unexpectedly, but he was able to be safe from the explosion due to the blessing of H. Wabak that was manifested. This guy looked quang. Another explosion erupted along with Dyke's empty laughter. This is Dyke, who withstood even high-level explosion magic. You won't lose consciousness right away from an explosion like this. However, it was a surprise explosion that occurred in a location that could not be guarded. Even if you can't knock it down, you can at least widen the distance again. Contrary to Ed Rothtailor's expectations, Dyke's face, standing upright, was revealed in front of his nose through the smoke of the explosion. The sound of rumbling breathing makes you feel like you are facing a huge brown bear right in front of you. Did the magic dissipate in that short moment? No. Did you train yourself to resist explosions like Ed Rosteller did? No. Could it be that the power of the spirit ritual has been reduced due to external factors? No. Dyke Elfaland just held on. I just accepted it with spirit and willpower. You're out of your mind, that's what I am going to say, Ed Rothtailler. Dyke, half of his strength gone, struck the dagger with his knuckles. There was no closing, and there was no preparatory movement to raise the axis of power. Just by pushing, Ed Rosteller's body was pushed back significantly. Wow! Ed gritted his teeth and rolled on the floor a few times before finally standing up and returning to a fighting stance. The moment the additional blow is about to come in, Mug's fire magic begins to surround the sparring room once again. Dyke Elfalan has almost no ability to deal with magical power. Most people just grit their teeth and endure with willpower or use anti-magic abilities that are hopelessly ineffective. The compatibility is not good. That awareness was there. Nevertheless, Dyke Elfalan's way of dealing with things is always straightforward. Dyke jumped straight and grabbed the collar of the fire bat mug floating in the air. Karak, Ko. Even if it is a bat, it is a beast bigger than the upper body of a human. Nevertheless, Dyke picked up the mug, threw it on the floor, and sat down on it without even paying attention to the blood flowing from the wound. He just slammed the mug down. It is reverse summoned, transformed into magical power, and disappears. In this way, the mug was completely neutralized. Ed Rosteller took his stance again with his brows furrowed. Dyke Elfalan raises his guard again, and take a deep breath. Husai got caught in the explosion several times and was thrown to the floor, and before I knew it, blood was flowing from my scalp, but I didn't care. Even the breathing that is repeated several times does not become disturbed. It makes those who are dealing with it feel like they are hitting a stone wall with their fists. They try to crush their opponents with the intimidation that comes from the vast difference in weight classes. With Dyke about to leap again, Ed took out the 1,000-year wooden staff that was hit by lightning. This is not an opponent that can be made easy. I knew that fact from the beginning. Chapter 218, King of Dungeons, 6. Is it okay if you don't go to the duel? When the news came that Emperor Klol and Princess Elaha had entered Akan Island, the occupants of the royal quarters were busy moving around for a while. In order to welcome Emperor Klol and Princess Elaha, who would come to see Princess Phinia, a dinner party and a tea party had to be prepared in the garden, and the employees' work reports had to be organized once again. Claire cautiously asked Princess Phinia, who was crossing the hallway overlooking the garden inside the royal residence in such a busy atmosphere. Princess Phinia swept her platinum hair once, looked at the spire of Sylvania rising in the distance, and spoke. Are you okay? Princess Phinia hesitated for a moment and then spoke in a more confident tone. Are you okay? Also, if he were that guy, he would probably move along as originally planned. Deep breath. King Dyke's composure always comes from calm, deep breathing. Raise your two sturdy arms and set up a guard. Look directly at the enemy in the space between them and slowly think about your next move. By deeply inhaling and exhaling, its heavy body prepares to fly quickly like a hummingbird. People in the audience were already holding their breath. All of the combat club students who were watching from the student seats could not take their eyes off him. In particular, first and second year students were becoming more immersed. Since the third and fourth grade students are classmates of the two, they know very well how quickly they have become stronger in a short period of time. However, from the perspective of lower grade students who have just entered school, they realize the wall of upper grades. It is not yet possible to take into account that the two people in the sparring hall are an unusual case. Ed Rosteller unwrapped the cloth wrapping surrounding the large cane, picked it up, and glared at Dyke, who was taking a deep breath. Even though he has a huge body, he moves like a nimble thief and appears to have no flaws. A staff in one hand and a dagger held in reverse in the other. Since my movement was limited with my back to the inner wall, I was trying to quickly run to the center of the sparring hall. If a stranger had seen it, they would have wondered if he knew how to use spatial magic. Dyke's movements are that fast. If you close your eyes for a moment and open them, you will see that you are in a ready position to throw your fist in front of your nose. Only after Dyke's appearance is confirmed the aftereffects of the wind from his rush attack my body in time lag. Hwara. Ha! A regime that puts its feet on the ground and shouts loudly with a short, loud sound of cheers. As he threw his body to avoid it with a movement that was almost animal-like, Dyke's fist landed on the inner wall behind where Ed was standing. Quarara. With just one punch, the inner wall collapses. Dust rises again. If you allow it even once, it's over. It was a destructive force that Zig's assessment clearly understands. Ed Rosteller rolled awkwardly on the dirt floor and moved to the center of the sparring area. And before Dyke straightened his posture, he gathered his magic power with the tip of his staff. Until now, unless it was a high-level magic used during the beginning of the war, there were only techniques that did not consume a very burdensome level of magical energy. However, from here on, we enter an area where even Ed Rosteller has to bear the burden of horsepower. The audience swallowed dry saliva. I could feel that the flow of magical energy gathering around Ed was unusual. Even visitors who had no knowledge of magic could feel that the very atmosphere flowing through the sparring hall had changed. A high-ranking spirit arrives. A spiritist who knows how to handle high-ranking spirits. A wizard who knows how to use high-level elemental magic. Even if you can reach either level, you are considered a gifted person in Sylvania. However, Ed Rothdeller naturally entered both realms. The wind blows around the sparring grounds. The students at the Ministry of Magic all make dumbfounded faces. Even the professors at the Ministry of Magic do the same. Anyone who has ever practiced magic knows what it means to have reached both of these levels at Ed Rosteller's age. As it is, all the dust raised by Dyke's attack is blown away by the wind. As my vision returns to normal, I can also see Dyke standing firmly. And standing before Dyke's eyes was a wolf larger than most houses. Sounds of astonishment and cheers echoed through the audience. There are many students who see Merelda summoned by Ed for the first time. However, after witnessing its majesty firsthand, her voice does not come out. For them, Merelda, the noble high-ranking wind spirit, is a sight to behold. Just by looking at it, its magnificent appearance arouses admiration. However, for Dyke Elfalan, that high-ranking wind spirit is an ordeal that must be dealt with right now. You have to deal with a monster that can blow away dozens of people with a single kick and collapse a building with just a single release of magic with only the knuckles in your hand. It goes without saying, but there is no option to run away. Dyke raised his guard. Take a deep breath. Hew up her equanimity resides in the heart. Even amidst the rushing wind and dust, Dyke looked at Merelda with cold eyes. Or the howl of a wolf spread throughout the wide sparring hall. With a single swing of its front paws, which are thicker than the pillars supporting a building, a huge gale hits Dyke. Quarara. Rock skin. Dyke, who used a body-strengthening spell using weak magical power, blocked Merelda's front paw while wearing magical energy that could remove a simple scratch. Kuwang, it feels like my feet are buried in the floor from the impact. My arm muscles are screaming, and I feel like I am going to lose my mind from the intimidation. Nevertheless, Dyke persevered. Just willpower alone. Ha, Kang. Dyke threw away Merelda's front paw as if she was going to let it go and leaped towards the wolf's lower jaw with his fist clenched. It's an honest punch, but its speed is so overwhelming that it can't be dodged. Bang! Merrilda's head snapped to the side as she struck her lower jaw with all her might. There was no way a high-ranking spirit could be subdued with a single blow. The moment when you are preparing for the follow-up hit. Wedge. Sigh. Should I say that I am truly fortunate to have developed rock skin in advance? An arrow flew into Dyke's lower abdomen while he was floating in the air. Although it did not pierce the skin, the impact was felt intact. Ah! I momentarily changed my sights and looked down to see Ed Rossdaler, who had put down his staff for a moment, took out his bow and fired. The reason Dyke was caught off guard was because he habitually assumed a battle with a normal spirit warrior. In cases where a battle is conducted with the spirit at the forefront, the spiritist himself often lacks combat ability. Usually when a spirit summoned by a spiritist is suppressed, there are many cases where the spiritist himself is also suppressed. However, Ed Rossdaler personally participates in the war to check the use of high-ranking spirits as combatants. He is such a difficult opponent that it feels unreasonable as a one-on-one duel opponent. Dyke's posture relaxed, and he meets Merrilda's eerie eyes again as she tilts her head. Bang! The person who was pinned against the inner wall this time by the following blow was Dyke. Dust rose again, revealing the figure of Dyke, who had collapsed against the inner wall. The decision was made in an instant. Merrilda's blow was not something a human could withstand. For a moment, silence fell over the entire sparring hall, but eventually Ed lowered the bow he was aiming at. Cheers erupted. Wow! Amazing! A high-ranking elemental wizard and a high-ranking elemental mage, is this the level of Sylvania these days? Princess Elaha's eyes were wide and surprised, and Emperor Kloll was also rubbing his chin. Even among the talents directly nurtured by the imperial family, there are very few with this level of promise. It makes me wonder if Sylvania is indeed a professional educational institution. As it was, Ed Rossdaler was about to finish the duel by putting away his bow and cancelling Merrilda's summoning. Chin Dyke Elfelen stands up leaning on one side of the collapsed rock. The mere act of standing up without paying attention to a blow from a high-ranking spirit is enough to make you cry. Blood was already flowing from his forehead. The whole body was full of small scratches. However, King Dyke stands up again and raises his guard, and continue taking deep breaths. Huopha, the audience cannot help but be astonished by that firm stance. No matter what anyone said, the blow just now was not something a human could withstand. It's not over yet. There is no point in adding more. It's not for you to judge. A wound of this magnitude is not even a wound. As Dyke spoke, he looked up at Merrilda, who was ruling with dignity. High-ranking spirits are not something humans can deal with alone. Even if you are fully prepared study, their weaknesses learn the necessary strategy, and then attack them carefully. They are tough opponents to beat. Dyke knows that too, but however he never bows down. At that age, he handles high-ranking spirits, uses high-level elemental magic, has top-level martial arts skills, and is good at using a bow. He definitely deserves to be called a third-year wizard at the Ministry of Magic. But how many geniuses do you think I've dealt with so far? Blood from his shortcut head is dripping down his cheek, but that amount is not even close to the extent of the wound. Dyke Elfelen pushed his body to the limit in this way every time he faced a genius. Among them, there were some who trampled on me without any hesitation, but there were also many who ended up being dragged down by me with their ankles grabbed. Senior Dyke, I'm a person who cannot lose easily. Even though I entered Sylvania in Class F and only trained without sleeping, it took me half a year to get into Class E where everyone else went. Even though he trained hard, he had to remain in the lower to mid-level grades for another year. There are many talented people and geniuses who trampled on Dyke's head while he endured those miserable years. At first I tried counting the numbers, but now it was so pointless that I stopped counting. While geniuses who climb 2 or 3 steps at a time fall over because they can't keep up with the speed, Dyke Elfelen is the one who climbs 1 step at a time and takes the top position. This difference in power is it couldn't even be called an ordeal. Just like that, Dyke kicks off the floor. The target this time is Ed Rossdaler's body. With his guard up, he lowers his stance and closes the distance with Ed as if he is leaping. Merrilda responds by emitting wind, but by slamming her legs into the ground and using that axis as the center, she withstands the aftereffects of the wind. And he succeeded in using his knuckles to knock away Merrilda's front foot as she flew in. Her muscles are screaming, and her body is about to collapse, but she succeeds in reaching Ed's nose, spraying her blood. However, the movement of the punch as it was thrown was very clearly within Ed's expectations. At some point, a spirit-style explosion appeared from her dagger stuck in the floor. Ed kicks the cane that had fallen on the floor with an explosion sound that fills the sparring room for a moment, pushes it up, and grabs it. When Ed concentrates his mind and gathers magical power, the high-ranking wind magic, Eye of the Typhoon, appears. The knife-like wind that covers the area suppresses Dyke's movements. Just like that, Dyke hits Merelda's foot and falls down again. Bang! Even if she was hit, only once she allowed Merelda to strike her fatally twice. Dyke, bleeding profusely, was pinned to the inner wall and took a deep breath. The audience swallowed their dry saliva when they saw the scene. Especially the combat club students, they had no choice but to grit their teeth before Dyke, who was like their pioneer, fought hard. Wade Callamore, who is among the audience, is cleaning his wounds and closing his eyes tightly. Ziggs, who is leaning against the wall with the student members at the back of the audience and watching the sparring, secretly sighs quietly, because I knew what would happen next. Before anyone could worry, Dyke had already stood up. After spitting out bloody phlegm, raise the guard again. Take a deep breath. Huop Hared Rostaler is never easy to defeat, even in close combat. You should never think of him as an ordinary spiritist. You must carefully close the distance, but even after closing the distance, you must move quickly as if you were dealing with a melee warrior. Dyke hit the ground again with his guard up, and this time charged towards Merelda. As it is, Merelda radiates magical power and creates a spirit ceremony, a high wind. For a moment, Dyke's body felt floating, and he was completely unable to move. He was hit by Merelda's front foot and bounced back. Dyke rolled on the floor a few times along with the dust, but as soon as he got himself together, he jumped again. This time, it's in the direction of Ed Ross Taylor. Merelda deliberately induced her magic to manifest and then planned to attack Ed's body while she was adjusting her stance. First of all, it is a crazy plan to take Merelda's attack once, but Dick somehow did it through his willpower. His body feels like it's about to break, and his blood is flowing, so if he were a normal human, being his heart would have already been broken. Dyke didn't care. Because I have done this repeatedly, I was able to achieve this body without any innate talent. Bang! A fleeting moment. Dyke Elfalan has already arrived in front of Ed with his guard up. The speed of closing the distance far exceeded the normal level. I don't know how many times I was allowed to go away in this one duel. Nevertheless, there is no sign of agitation in Ed Rosteller's eyes. Dyke couldn't help but swallow dry saliva when he saw his face as calm as a bright light, just by making eye contact for that brief moment. Ed Rosteller is a human with close combat abilities. He honestly never hits me with a punch. As I took the stance to extend my fist, Ed was already holding the dagger backwards and preparing for the next magic manifestation. The fist that I had put to my side to stretch out like that comes back as a barrier to set up a guard. A fake move that predicts the opponent's quick response. In an instant, Ed's eyebrows narrowed. Ed's plan to block Dyke's extended fist with the impact of an explosion goes awry. Avoid the extended dagger by raising your guard and swinging your body downward. Weaving continues naturally after the fake movement. Dyke, who succeeded in digging into Ed Rosteller's side, plunges his fist into his side. Bang! The first effective hit against Ed Rosteller since the start of sparring. However, the first hit of Dyke's attack is immediately fatal. Because I was mixing fake and evasive movements, I couldn't make any movements to gather my strength. However, with just that restrictive blow, Ed Rosteller's body collapsed. Quang! Ed Rosteller was thrown into the wall, kicking up dust. However, Dyke's hand did not have that heavy feeling that was felt when the attack was delivered cleanly. Rather, only the strange feeling of hitting a wall remained. The moment he realized that, Dyke frowned. Ed Rosteller, in that brief moment, he was convinced that he would allow the blow and turned all his magic towards basic defensive magic. Yet he's fine. First, you have to block Merelda's follow-up hit. It was only for a moment, but Merelda finished adjusting her posture and turned her heavy head. The crunching sound gives me goosebumps. Judging by the fact that Merelda's summons has not been cancelled and she is still intact, Ed Rosteller has not yet been subdued, as it was Dyke tried to take a defensive stance. This was because I was sure that this next attack would naturally come from Merelda. However, when I saw the dark red magic that enveloped the sparring hall, I had to change my thinking. Aspect magical power. The Ministry of Magic professors begin to widen their eyes. Only Assistant Professor Claire and Professor Callide, who knew about Ed's aspect magic in advance, have calm faces. Before Dyke, who stands at the center of that magic, turns his gaze back to Ed. Dyke had already been sucked into Ed's magic. Forced gathering, there is not even a compatibility relationship with the means of resistance, an unreasonable level of magic that must be allowed if used. Those are aspect magics that utilize aspect magical power. The star magic that changes Dyke's position at will is completely opposite to his fighting style that emphasizes the flow of close combat. When Dyke came to his senses, he had been sucked into the dust. As soon as his vision changed, he had to face Ed's wide-open palm. Ed, who arbitrarily changed Dyke's position, jumped up, grabbed his entire face, put his weight on it, and pinned it to the floor. Bang! Wow! Ed stepped on his chest and pulled out a dagger. Dyke, who naturally thought there would be a counterattack from Merelda's side, did not even offer any resistance. However, after coming to his senses, albeit belatedly, he clenched his knuckles tightly and hurled them at Ed, who was sitting on his chest. Kang! Even a carelessly swung blow would be fatal to Ed. However, Ed is not one who can take a half-baked blow while his vision is completely blocked. After avoiding the swinging knuckles, I put the dagger to his lower neck. By the time the dust cleared, Dyke could have taken his life right away if he wanted to. Ha ha, they were both out of breath. However, Dyke looks completely subdued. There seemed to be no intention of resistance. There was silence again among the audience. Dyke's blood spreads out in abundance. I can't even count the number of scratches that are so full. Surrender. It is not an expression of arrogance or an intention to threaten. Ed Rosteller's invitation to surrender it was literally just a suggestion. Dyke Elfalan no longer has the strength left to fight Ed, so the idea was to end it here. Dyke heard that and soon burst into laughter. I have never surrendered myself. If you do any more here, you might get seriously hurt. I must have been seriously injured once or twice. Dyke laughed once more and gathered his body's strength. Soon even his remaining magical power began to bloom. Baljongit is a simple, ignorant magic that draws out the body's energy to its limit and releases it instantly. Because it is close to throwing out magic power, it is inefficient, and there are many magic alternatives. However, Dyke, who had no magical talent, was still using this technique. Whoa! A momentary surge of magic pushes Ed's body away. With the sound of Dyke's cheers, the sparring hall is once again thrust into the heat of battle. Before I knew it, Dyke had stood up and was raising his guard again. In the midst of a fierce battle, one knuckle has already been blown off. With only the knuckles, on the other hand, he raises the guard while bleeding profusely. Huop Ha, that deep breathing is still unwavering. Clevius, who was watching from the audience with Elvira sitting on his lap, she closes her eyes tightly. Elvira, who was skimming through an alchemy book on her lap, looked at Clevius from the corner of her eye and snorted. The same goes for Wade, who was watching from the other side. He clenches his teeth and clenches his fists, but there is nothing he can do. Ziggs also looks at the sparring room, leaning his back against the wall. Not only students from the combat department, but also students and faculty from the Ministry of Magic and the Department of Pension. I gape at the sight of Dyke, raising his guard, even though he is bleeding profusely. Yenica, this, that man, it's famous among older students. I'm a person who never gives up until I faint and fall. Surely Master Ed is ridiculously strong, but they attack me after being so devastated. Ort Palover trailed off. Dyke's appearance, never giving in to this overwhelming difference in power, had a spirit that made viewers open their mouths. Yes, Yenica. I try so hard, isn't it okay to do a little bit of tinkering? It's just a practice sparring session, so is there a need to press it like that? Sailor Palover looked at Yenica with an anxious face. They attack with such sincerity, but it's too much to crush them with such enormous magical power, isn't it cruel? You can't do that, Mom. But Yenica Failover knows. Ed Rothtaler and Dyke Elfalan are staring at each other out of breath. Dyke has already whipped his body to its limit, but Ed still has no intention of watching. Just watching is never enough. Yenica Failover already understood. To Ed, who was truly working hard to aim for top honors in the end-of-semester evaluation, he once gave up his seat. Ed Ross Taylor's adult smile that I saw at that time, there was still a great regret in Yenica's heart. Because she is such a Yenica, she understands the feelings of the two people better than anyone else. When Dyke shakes his head at Ed's invitation to surrender, Ed never raises his hand. That is the greatest respect Ed can express to Dyke Elfeland. Do you know why I never surrender? Dyke, who was looking up at the huge wolf spirit with his guard up, spoke first. Ed, who had picked up the dagger and was in a fighting stance, answered, "Isn't it because you don't want to lose? It's similar but different. At first it wasn't a reason full of grit." Dyke speaks with his eyes closed. "It was a time when I first came to Sylvania as a first-year student, and as the worst classmate, I had to crawl on the floor and go through class with my teeth clenched. Geniuses who knew how to use swords as soon as they entered school. Monsters who have grey hair when they shoot a bow and can kill a bear in an instant when they use a spear. The reason why I gritted my teeth and did not throw the white flag in every sparring while living as a dunny in the meantime was not that grand. It's embarrassing. I lost to a guy who was smaller than me, I lost to a guy who was in a lower grade, and I lost to someone who had much less training. At first I was so embarrassed and hated it, so I just gritted my teeth and attacked at random until I almost lost my mind." Dyke smiled and spoke frankly. "I just lived like that, hitting and fighting, but as I did it over and over again, my classmates and juniors gave it a strange meaning." "Do you mean something strange?" "Okay. What to say that he is the king of the poor, or that he is a man of tenacity who rose to the top position with only will and spirit. Anyway, the world is full of people who give all kinds of meaning to a guy who just clenched his teeth and struggled. We have expectations and idolize people as we please." A few drops of Dyke's blood fell on the floor and were sucked into the dirt. Even though his body was already full of bleeding wounds, Dyke's voice was still raspy and unwavering as usual. "When I came to my senses, it was like this. Look at the audience seats. Everyone is looking at you with a sparkle in your eye. I don't know why you're expecting so much from Dunyi, a bastard who knows how to do nothing but clench his teeth and throw his fists until he loses his mind." Although his tone seemed irritated, Dyke actually had a gentle smile on his face. "If I do this, I can't get away with being ugly, right? We are a generation that already has a reputation that fourth grade is a place where only dull people gather, so how can we show that a person who can be called the hope of dull people shows up and stands out in an unsightly manner? As someone who has lived as a Majiri all my life, I can easily imagine the frustration my classmates would experience upon seeing such a scene. Expectations and envy suddenly pile up on your shoulders, one day regardless of your will. The weight of such a subject is so heavy that it makes it impossible for a person to fall down without permission. It makes you stand up while holding on to your trembling legs and makes you grit your teeth and raise your arms to raise your guard, even if it looks like that you can never touch it or look at it. Vague sympathy is, on the contrary, a more humiliating humiliation for someone like Dyke Elfalan. That's why Ed Rosteller straightened his back. "Come, I have dealt with geniuses like you dozens and hundreds of times, Senior Dyke, but Ed Rosteller knows. Dyke Elfalan was greatly mistaken in an important part. Ed was also greatly shocked as he had just accepted Dyke's fist. His shirt was tattered here and there, and the bandages wrapped around his body were coming off. And Ed's wound is revealed through a gap in the bandage that has come undone. That evidence of crossing the line of fire several times to acquire high-level magic. The flesh that had been distorted by Lucy's ridiculous amount of magic was exposed in an ugly way." Dyke's brow furrowed momentarily. Dyke, who had repeatedly practiced in a similar way, could recognize it at a glance. In the first place, he did not achieve any outstanding results from his freshman year. Ed Rosteller is also someone who climbed the stairs sequentially. I gritted my teeth, pushed myself to the limit, followed the flow of affairs, and even risked my life. Several times Ed pushed himself. This body named Ed Rosteller was woefully lacking in magical talent. Rather, it was a body specialized in dexterity and life skills. Nevertheless, Ed crossed the line of fire several times and eventually rose to the position of chief. Under Hee Dyke, who had momentarily raised his guard, let out a meaningful laugh. Hee hee, hoo 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 hoo. With your head down and a smile on your face, eventually she raises her head again. Even though her body was covered in blood, she had a smile on her face. The frustrating moments of duel after meeting geniuses over and over again pass by like a flash of light, although I didn't show it each, and every one of them was a miserable and painful moment. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The facial expression, filled with all kinds of emotions, eventually became a smile tinged with joy. "Okay, sorry, Ed Rosteller. The deep breathing I always do continues. However you can intuit it, it won't be long before the decision comes to a close. Chapter 219, The King of the Dungeons, 7. Everyone in the audience was holding their breath before Dyke fought. Right now, Ed Rathdiller has the upper hand in this duel since it started. The desperate sight of Dyke Elfalan, who is somehow holding on with his teeth clenched, is almost pitiful. Dyke, who had a brief conversation with Ed in the middle of the duel arena, began to move more lightly after that. It was a repetition of raising the guard and swinging the heavy body around and rushing towards Ed, but being blocked and stopped by various magic and elemental magic. Each time, Dyke's wounds increased in number, but Dyke himself showed no signs of paying attention. Students and imperial combatants with an innate fighting sense were able to easily read Dick's age from his movements. Dyke's blow, which Ed effortlessly evades and uses magic to block, is truly powerful. But that's it. No matter how powerful a cannon is, it is meaningless if it doesn't hit. By repeating the ducking and sway movements, he miraculously succeeded in catching Ed off guard once. But it was more of a fluke that only worked the first time. As soon as he got the information that the opponent was not only fast, but also approaching with proper evasive moves, and fakes Ed's movements became noticeably cautious. Even when a counterattack is suggested, it is not easy to counterattack. He reads every single movement of the opponent and delivers an attack at a time when the center of power is completely concentrated, and he can never be countered. Just like that, Dyke falls and rolls on the floor, increasing his wounds but gritting his teeth. He gets up with one claw and lunges at Ed again. But Princess Selaha, Dest, the chief butler close to Princess Selaha, who was guarding her and watching the sparring, quietly approached her ear and whispered, "Without further ado, it looks like the eldest son of the Elfaland family will be defeated. It may mean that you need to prepare your mind. The Elfaland family has given full support to Princess Selaha for a long time." Satisfied with his loyalty, Princess Selaha also maintained a special relationship with him to the extent that she lent her voice and contributed in many ways to the revival of the Elfaland family. When the head of such a family proudly boasted of victory in the duel, Princess Selaha also smiled. Selaha knew that Ed Rathdiller was a very strong person. This is because he was at the scene of the catastrophe at the Ross Taylor mansion. Having even seen Ed Rathdiller personally summon some of the highest spirits, I had no choice but to admit that he was not an easy opponent. However, there is no way that a weapon with so many restrictions, such as a high-ranking spirit, could be taken out in a place where so many people are gathered. It was obvious that Ed Rostiller's best power would be that wind wolf. This is because, in Selaha's mind, Ed Rostiller remained a stronger spiritist than others of his age. When Ed came to a conclusion about the power he could produce, the head of the Elfaland family gave a rant to Princess Selaha. Princess Selaha nodded in satisfaction at the story of Eshtal Elfalan, who confidently said that Dyke Elfalan could definitely break his arrogance. And now it looks like this. Doesn't it attack high-level magic out of nowhere and avoid Dyke's attacks in close combat? Ed Rostiller's fighting style was closer to that of an all-rounder with deep knowledge in all fields rather than that of a wizard. The man named Ed Rostiller was more accomplished than expected as a fighter. Even the highest-ranking spirit I saw at that time was just one of his secret weapons. Princess Elaha narrowed her eyes and looked at the sparring scene. It seems like the conclusion has already been reached, but it's just Dyke struggling. Ed Rathdiller is better than Dyke Elfalan in almost every area. It was a sight that not only Princess Elaha, but most of the audience gathered in this sparring hall could not help but acknowledge. That student named Dyke is an excellent warrior. With his strong spirit and will, he can truly be called a role model for warriors. You've probably gone through years of training, but Dyke digs in and punches Ed, but he falls once again due to Blessing of the Storm, whose cooldown has expired. I was hopelessly lacking in fighting sense. Even if you train your body and your mind and refine yourself over and over again, there is bound to be an inherent upper limit to your growth rate. Princess Selaha frowned at Dest's words. Deacon Dest, who had once worked as a combat agent, was able to easily read Dyke's innate limitations from his movements. Probably Dyke himself knows best. I have reached the highest level where I can become stronger by investing effort. Dest spoke with his eyes closed. But this is a dead end. I too know this well from experience. In a duel with lower grade students, you might have been able to beat them with just the results of their efforts. But in a duel between those aiming for the top, that alone is not enough. As if he sympathized with Dyke, Dest spoke in a whisper. It's a wall. Standing in front of Dyke, who raised his guard, was a majestic and huge wall. It is a wall so large and strong that it cannot be broken down or bypassed. Even if they throw the same fist, Dunny's fist and the genius fist are completely different. A movement that instantly twists and breaks the central point of sensory power that catches everything from the slightest body movement to the enemy's movement. The agility of moving by using even the inertia or gravity that restricts the body as a driving force. The realm of training and the realm of sensation are completely separate. That fleeting sense that characters like Clevius Ziggs, Taily Veros, and others are born with, Dyke wasn't born with it in the first place. Delays in mastering technology can be overcome. If you learn the same kick twice as late as others, you need to practice it twice as long. In reality, it took about 5 times longer, and there were many days when I had to practice 10 to 20 times longer. You can overcome something like that with your willpower and training level. However, once you reach the limit of your effort, what you see is a wall that cannot be overcome with effort alone. The turtle runs straight down the road, gritting its teeth, beating the rabbits napping by the side of the road. As we reach the end of the road, stretching out among the lazy geniuses, what we see is a huge rock. It is so high that only a rabbit can jump over it. The referee approaches and whispers in the turtle's ear, "Jump over to get to the next step." Boom! Dyke woke up again and was losing his mind. Nevertheless, I gritted my teeth and got up and raised my guard. Exhale hot breath and take a deep breath. Sigh, as there was no sign of a declaration of surrender coming out, the school staff began to come out and prepare to end the duel. The audience has already been shown enough to see the level of students who are at the highest level of bachelor's degree. In addition, the structure of the duel itself has reached a point where it is meaningless to proceed any further. As the duel slowly progressed into a protracted battle, Dyke's melee attack patterns were all destroyed. The thrusting fist is powerful, but there is almost no anomalous attack pattern based on sense, and there is no way to catch Ed off guard once he gets close. Baljong, which suddenly appears without warning and catches the opponent by surprise, consumes too much mana. Dyke, which lacks magic sensitivity to begin with, is a skill that cannot be used properly several times, and Rock Skin, which relieves physical shock to some extent, is also likely to be instantly incapacitated if high-power magic is repeatedly used. There is no way to beat Ed Rothtailor in every way anymore. That blonde nobleman is strong like a monster, but Dyke burst out laughing. I lost, Ed Rothtailor. A sudden declaration of defeat. Not only the audience, but also the entire academic staff were shocked. Dyke Elfalen never threw the white flag first, despite losing numerous duels. No matter how clearly the odds were against him, he was a man who never gave up. But even though he said those words, he still didn't lower his guard. I had an intuition of defeat from the beginning. In the first place, I lost a duel where my pride was at stake, not once or twice, but every time my pride was hurt and I felt like a dog. It's really upsetting and infuriating to fall down on your knees in front of bastards who haven't trained even a tenth as much as me. Didn't you say you were used to it? In fact, you didn't even deal with it very emotionally. Okay. To others, I may have seemed like a person who accepted defeat in a mature manner. But I just didn't want to be seen disassembling it, because it hurts my pride. Dyke knew defeat is inherently resentful. It is several times more dangerous to become accustomed to defeat and to settle down without even feeling resentful. No matter how many times you end up covered in blood and rolling on the floor, you should never lose the spirit of improvement that moves upward. That is the treasure that Dyke protected until the very end. Even though my pride is worn out and tattered, I somehow manage to patch it up and remember the feeling of touching him until the end. That's how Dyke Elfalan lives. But for some reason, I don't feel resentful today. Yes, it's probably because the opponent is a guy like you. A tattered, half-released bandage was barely hanging on Ed's arm. The wounds and fine muscles revealed through the cracks, a strength that could only be achieved by wandering through death many times. The thorny path was easily pictured in Dyke's mind, so he spoke in a relieved voice. Is the road still open? Dyke felt it. His path is now blocked. You can't move forward because there's a huge wall standing tall. With difficulty, I can only take a side step. Ed responded to the question Dyke asked with a hearty laugh. He thought for a moment and then spit out an answer. Not yet. Yeah, that's a really enviable thing. After letting out a refreshing sigh, Dyke got ready for the last bite. Even though they already know they will lose, they are planning to make a comeback this time. Perhaps he had a hunch. The will remains, but the body's strength has already reached its limit. The body cannot match Dyke's strong mental power. Just once, a sincere administration that puts forth all its might. If it works, you win. If not, you lose. And it won't work. Knowing that fact, Dyke was able to declare defeat in advance. However, a declaration is just a declaration. Punch out as long as you have energy left. I've always lived that way. Ed also knows very well that Dyke is not going to end here, so he never lets down his defensive stance. Because there is no way I can now reverse the way of life I have lived my whole life. Usai Dyke takes a deep breath and raises his fist. Whoa! Quarararara. Ed, who used wind magic to change the trajectory of his movement, dodges Dyke's fist without much effort. While keeping his posture low, the one-point explosion hits Dyke's arms directly. Dyke is in a state of complete disrepair, unable to raise his guard or prepare his mind, and has even run out of mana. As it was, all the damage was shoved into Dyke's body without being blocked or discharged. Quara. When the rising dust was scattered by the wind and disappeared, what was seen was Dyke's body hanging down on his knees. He was not conscious, but his expression seemed relaxed. Wow! Cheers pour in for the winner. Praise is pouring down on Ed Rothdeller, who once again stood upright in the center of the sparring arena. Flowers thrown from the audience were decorating the sky. One by one, they land on the floor of the sparring hall and pile up. Ed bowed his head to Dyke, who was kneeling and bowing his head. Together with the academic staff who came to help him, who had fainted, he was lifted onto a stretcher and bowed to the audience. Then cheers erupted from the audience again. After applauding in the heat for a while, Ed Rothdeller raised his finger and asked for silence. The audience becomes quiet, as if they had made a promise. First of all, it is time to briefly share my thoughts about the glorious victory. Princess Selaha narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips. If Dyke had won, he would have mentioned Selaha's contribution here and thanked him. As a warrior, I can smile proudly here because I helped a family in crisis with a compassionate heart. All this glory goes to Princess Selaha. By saying those words, Princess Selaha's prestige will be further enhanced. In a place where so many nobles were watching and even Emperor Kloll was watching. But all plans went awry. I tried to judge Ed Rosteller's strength as conservatively as possible, but he turned out to be stronger than I expected. The speed of growth far exceeded expectations. He who supports Princess Phinia will probably raise Phinia's name even higher here. Selaha closed her eyes and was about to sigh. This victory today is because of the great Princess Selaha, who calmly adjusted the situation even amidst the disaster at Ross Taylor Mansion and always tried to look at the world objectively. However, one story after another that made you doubt your ears. It is truly a great honor for me, Ed Rosteller, to have Princess Selaha here watching this duel. There was a time when people doubted me and looked at me with hostile eyes. However, it was a natural thing for a monarch who encompasses all things to do. This is because there is no such thing as the Ross Taylor family's original sin. The audience was all holding their breath and concentrating on Ed Rothdeller's words. But I know, because Princess Selaha, who is always decisive and confident, took the center stage and led the crowd during the disaster at Ross Taylor Mansion, I am also able to stay alive here. Therefore, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Princess Selaha, who corrected the Ross Taylor family from going down the wrong path that day and guided them toward the right path through reprimand and criticism. Today's glory is all thanks to Princess Selaha. Among the falling flower petals, Ed Ross Taylor's glorious words continued. The crowd began to shout hooray and chant Selaha's name. It really felt like Selaha had become the protagonist of this duel. Emperor Kloll also patted the back of Selaha's head with a satisfied smile, perhaps because he was proud of her. It was truly a proud sight. What? The only one who did not understand this situation was Princess Selaha. There is absolutely no reason for Ed Rosteller to defend and praise Princess Selaha. Nevertheless, Ed Rosteller, who gave all the credit to Princess Selaha with an expression that seemed to come from the heart, was standing applauding without a care in the world. What on earth is this? Only Princess Elaha had a stern face amidst the cheers of the crowd. Selaha's intuition is calling. That man is planning something. The true intention is not visible to Selaha's eyes. It's as if there is a thick fog. Chapter 220 Poison Chalice. 1. It took more work than I expected. From my perspective, who knew how strong Dyke Elfalan was, I already estimated that there was absolutely no way he would be defeated, considering my current specs. In addition, to make the situation more clear, I learned high-level magic perfectly through Lucy. This is to take into account all possibilities, even one possibility. I memorized the elements I needed to know, such as the theoretical part and the method of applying magic-sensitive elements, over and over again. And when I raised my practical sense, I was able to quickly acquire high-level magic. It's hard to say that I learned it quickly, but it seems like I crossed the line several times during the duel with Lucy, but it was a necessary process. Wow. I returned to the waiting room, leaving behind cheers. As I passed through the iron bars and entered the quiet interior, I saw the waiting room, unchanged. I quickly took off my shirt, which had become nothing more than a piece of mat from rolling and running around on the dirt floor, and simply opened the door to the supply storage box that had been prepared. I took off my top, shook off my clothes, took out my spare school uniform, and returned to the central table in the quiet waiting room. No matter how many times I say it's okay, it's the school uniform that Belle Meyer washed. It seems like just yesterday that we would stay up all night repairing a sleeve if it got even a little torn, but now we even have spare school uniforms. From these little details, I feel like things have changed a lot from before. It feels like there is no bottom or end to every single thing, but it feels overwhelming. Why did you watch it? A familiar voice came without warning. The reason I wasn't surprised was because I could tell who it was just by listening to that strangely weak and sleepy tone. When I looked closely, I saw Lucy lying on the other side of the waiting room sofa that had been prepared for her convenience. I couldn't see the other side because of the backrest, but since when had I been there? Perhaps she was worried that I had suddenly started to overexert myself recently. Or maybe she just wanted to see the duel. Lucy turned her head and sat down on the cushioned area on the other side, blurting out words. There were minor scratches from fighting back and forth with Dyke, but there were no wounds that could be considered fatal. To be honest, each and every blow of that incredibly powerful fist was truly threatening, but it was not a level of attack that would allow a direct hit. Absence of decisive battle sense. Dyke, who was not born with such a sense, had no flexibility at all equal to the destructive power of his blows. The power itself may have been called the most destructive power in the combat department, but that was all. At the peak of his growth, he will never be able to catch up with natural warriors like Ziggs or Clevius. Those two people will become much stronger than Dyke once they reach their third year. It's just that I wasn't able to absorb all the systematic teachings and efficient training methods of the combat department professors. I didn't see it. If you had decided, you could have finished it from the beginning. Dyke Elfalan was unable to break through Merelda, the high-ranking wind spirit. If he had gone out with a staff from the beginning, summoned Merelda, and formed a battle line centered around the wolf, and if he had only induced long-distance combat using Lasher and Mug, Dyke would have been helpless. But I allowed close combat. To the audience who knew nothing, it would have looked like Dyke had overcome everyone with his willpower and clung tenaciously to me to continue the fight, but to Lucy, who knew all of my specifications in detail, it would have seemed like an unnatural sight. It was as if the fierce and persistent battle had been staged. I don't know what you were thinking, but if I had made a mistake and allowed even one room, Lucy said that, grabbed the brim of her hat, raised her upper body from her seat, made eye contact with me, and then suddenly sank back onto the sofa across from me, as if sinking. Buried, the series of actions was so natural that I felt like I was playing a video in reverse. Why are you naked? I need to change my clothes. You can't go out and see the festival like this. Speak up. What? You should have told me you were changing. What this is new, in fact, considering Lucy's actions so far, it was strange that she felt uncomfortable to this extent. Whenever I am washing myself in the stream next to the cabin camp or fixing my clothes, I can see Lucy curled up and taking a nap on a nearby flat rock. Take off your top and tell me in advance what to do. There's no reason to complain, and in fact, you're not the type to do that. Lucy buried herself on the sofa on the other side with her hat down. It was necessary. Anyway, I had no intention of losing, but I wanted to at least show the audience what kind of person Dyke Elfalan was. Why? That way, your position within the family won't be difficult. At least I showed my willpower in public. In fact, among the festival audience, public opinion about Dyke Elfalan was receiving evaluations such as he lost but fought hard. He showed a worthy fight, and he was outstanding in terms of willpower and spirit. If Dyke had left after being beaten helplessly, Dyke, who was highly dependent on his family, would have had no room to speak out. Besides, it was politically necessary. Okay, okay. As I buttoned up my shirt and turned over my robe, Lucy stood up her tiny body and waved the ends of her loose sleeves. Well, let's wait and see how things progress. Why are you here anyway? I came to see you because I was worried about you. You weren't in a normal physical condition because you were practicing magic. Aren't you supposed to be attending a concert at Arfleys Hall with Vice Principal Rachel at this time? As the valedictorian of the entire school, they decided to sit in the front row and chat while watching the show. I remember hearing this from Belle when I said that. Lucy broke into a cold sweat without even showing any signs of hiding it. I started shedding a lot. Did you run away? I don't know much about music or anything like that. Vice Principal Rachel, knowing that well, would you attend a concert or something like that? It's just a show event. I don't do things like that for show by now. I could clearly see Belle Meyer looking through the entire university with her eyes lit up. Lucy was sweating profusely and looked at the bottom of my shoes out of the corner of her eye. It seems as if he is begging you not to give it up too soon. Whoa, Lucy. I have no intention of preaching to you, but I still have to fulfill my responsibilities. Is not it? Of course it's something you didn't want, but with great power and a high position comes responsibility. I buttoned up the sleeves of my dress, tapped the toes of my shoes on the floor, and put them on again. Then I looked at my clothes here and there to make sure there was nothing particularly disheveled, and then carried the old clothes towards the cabinet. Since Belle Meyer is a servant, she cannot discipline Lucy. So, even though it may not be a particularly pleasant thing to say, I have no choice but to say it for now. In the first place, there was almost no one in this school who would listen to what Lucy had to say. You know very well that people in positions of influence and people with great power live with responsibility. Once you reach that level, there's no one who runs away just because they don't like it. It's something that can't be helped. When I opened the door and gave a sermon that was not a sermon, Tanya Rosteller was curled up in the cabinet. Oh, hello, brother. The Festival Management Committee put up 191 items on the agenda, and I was in a daze. I ended up covering my eyes with my palms as he greeted me so naturally. Everyone passing through the hallway of the sparring hall building was looking in this direction while making noise, because I couldn't believe the sight of three people coming out of the waiting room and sitting side by side on chairs in the hallway next to it. Lucy Merrill, a senior at Sylvania Academy, and Student Council President Tanya Rosteller. These are people who can be considered main characters at most student gatherings. The sight of such people sitting together in one place, staring blankly into space, made passers. I feel an indescribable energy. I recognize the face, but I can't pretend to know it. I don't think I should disturb them just because three people, including me, are gathered quietly. There is a strange feeling that just watching from a distance is the right thing to do. I am just sitting quietly waiting for all events to be completed and to have an audience with the Emperor. But why are Lucy Merrill and Tanya Rosteller here? As I was sighing in the middle of the bench, covering my temples, the two girls sitting awkwardly on either side of me caught a glimpse of me. Lucy Merrill ran away from the concert event. Tanya Rosteller ran away from her job on the Festival Management Committee. They are fugitives. The only thing they have in common is that the place they took refuge in is where I am. Anyway, the two of them had a strange habit of hiding around me when they ran away. It was fortunate for Ziggs Eiffelstein and Belle Meyer, who were in the position of pursuers. Once he's gone, all you have to do is search around Ed Rosteller. In the end, these two are people who will be caught soon. Well, it's been a while, Senior Lucy. Lucy quickly raised her head, made eye contact with Tanya, and then quickly laid her small body down on the back of the bench. Lucy has seemed strangely talkative lately, but in reality, she's a normal girl who doesn't show much interest in anyone she meets. As someone who was lucky enough to become friends with Lucy, I was curious about how she communicated with other people. Additionally, the relationship between Lucy and Tanya is quite strange. At one point, he was a full-fledged supporter of Tanya, and at another time he tried to prey on her, then apologized again and resolved their relationship, but now there are no hard feelings left between them. Although they haven't always maintained a very good relationship, Lucy and Tanya have been seeing each other for quite some time. From Lucy's point of view, it would have been easy to treat her warmly, but she seemed to still not feel very friendly, so she strangely moved closer to me and snuck away. Did you run away from Ziggs again? I know I shouldn't do this, but I've developed a habit of backing away and then running away when I see documents piled up to the ceiling. Is this some kind of phobia? Suddenly, I started to feel out of breath and realized that I had to get out of this place. When I came to my senses, I found myself running across the square of Haksak Dung. I am on the verge of tears. I tried to run away, but anyway, it's all something that needs to be resolved later, but once you run away, you feel relieved. I think I'll become addicted to this now. In the first place, work efficiency has improved since our niece joined the student council. Did you? Of course it is, but it's festival time. Oh, that's definitely true. These days, the workload of the student council is bound to skyrocket. Surprisingly, running away there is a strange feeling of pleasure that tickles a person's heart. It was difficult for me to answer, so I stayed still and saw Lucy, hiding behind my body on the other side, nodding her head vigorously. Then his eyes were sparkling as he looked at Tanya, and it seemed like a strange consensus had been formed. I wonder if it is right to form a consensus in that direction. Senior Lucy, are you also in the position of running away? Basically, most of the time he is outside is when he is running away. I rarely attend classes unless they are required for graduation. A silent prayer to Belmire, the pursuer. And yet Ure still maintaining top grades. To begin with, the actual performance scores were ridiculous. You probably know his grades. That's right. But as far as I know, the accumulated penalty points for the bachelor's degree at Arfleys Hall are enormous because the practical scores are so high that they more than offset all of that. Lucy Merrill is a student who can handle the highest level of magic at the student level. He is the only wizard who can do this. There are less than 5 people in the entire empire who know how to use the highest level of magic. Among them, except for Lucy, the rest are all grandparents with wrinkles. He is a guy who is so far beyond the student level that the very reason he attends Sylvania in the first place is filled with questions. Because most people don't know the truth about Glark's will. By the way, I enjoyed the sparring, brother. Every time we meet, he seems to get stronger exponentially, so to be honest, even from my younger brother's perspective, it's a bit scary. For someone to say it in such a fuss, I don't feel that surprised. Is that so? In fact, after becoming the student council president, I may have become calm because I was constantly filled with admiration. Every day Tanya shook her head for a moment and lamented about her situation, but then lowered her voice and spoke. Is it Princess Fenia's idea to give all the credit to Princess Elaha? Didn't I say something to you too? Well, I can't go to the royal residence very often. I knew something was going to be done, but I didn't know it would be like this. To be honest, Tanya's reaction was unexpected. This is because I thought Tanya would ask why she did such a thing after seeing her so openly bow her head to Princess Elaha, whom she had always treated as her friend. However, since becoming student council president, many changes have occurred within Tanya. Above all, perhaps because of Lortel's strong influence, I feel like I have the ability to make rational decisions, even in embarrassing situations. Although he always whines and whines, his eyes become sharp when he needs to make political decisions. If you want to divide the opposing force, there is no point in forcibly inciting conflict and trying to appease them. Above all, the Elfaland family has had a symbiotic relationship with Princess Elaha for a long time. The Elfaland family and Princess Elaha's forces have a long history of exchange. In particular, the current head of the Elfaland family, Balber and Elfalan, had a deep relationship of trust with each other, to the point where he knew many of Princess Elaha's deep secrets. If you want to break down such a relationship of trust, there are limits to using forceful separation and conciliation. We must make the Elfaland family feel dissatisfied with Princess Elaha. However, a trusting relationship that takes time cannot be broken down so easily. So you have to attack very slowly. The reason the Elfaland family follows Princess Elaha is because they are confident that if she ascends to the position of emperor, They will also be able to rise to a higher status and government position. You need to break down that confidence. All it takes is for a more special competitor than the Elfaland family to appear. A family with much more capable talent, a family that has already seized power once and is therefore skilled in government positions, a duke family with much more authority than the count family, and a family with a much stronger and more capable successor. Selaha bowed his head. He will become the princess descendant. With that alone, the position of the Elfaland family is shaken. Even if you think about it from the perspective of the Elfaland family, they will feel that it is much more efficient to use the Rosteller family as a medium rather than to use themselves. That little seed of doubt, the seeds of anxiety that they may become sacrificial horses used and discarded in order to gain power, are secretly and surely planted in the gap between enemies. That will be the starting point that ultimately causes the Elfaland family, Princess Selaha's closest allies, to lay down their loyalty. Selaha would probably like to have you, because he comes from a prestigious ducal family and is strong and influential. The story of Princess Phenia, who whispered quietly on the terrace of the royal residence. Until now, you have been in a completely hostile position, but if you first bow your head, acknowledge authority, and approach her thoughtfully, Sister Selaha will never be able to turn away from someone like you. Ed Rostaler, you are a person who possesses all the elements that Sister Selaha likes. If you suddenly act like you're being friendly, won't you be wary of that as well? It would be like that at first. Still, Selaha, she will never miss this bait. A platinum blonde-haired girl who inherited royal blood speaks with faint eyes as she puts down her teacup and looks up at the blue sky. If I had the chance to get my hands on a man named Ed Ross Taylor, I would do whatever it takes to grab it. But for Sister Selaha, the person called Ed Ross Taylor is poison in itself. Corridor heading towards the waiting room. The large gate at the other end opened, and several soldiers with the imperial emblem on them pushed into the hallway. There would probably be some time left before the Emperor could be seen, but the Imperial Guards had moved first. This is not a troop moving for an official schedule. It seemed like the troops that Princess Elaha had brought along to act on her own. As expected, the sparring schedule has not been completely finalized yet. After all, the performances were over, and before going out to see the Emperor, he made the first move and came to see me. Not anyone else, but Princess Selaha herself, to treat me alone. The one who came out through the soldiers was a princess with an alluring look and sharp eyes. Selaha, the Princess of Frost, revealed herself in earnest. Lucy, as always, buried her face in my shoulder with blank eyes and was breathing heavily, while Tanya was silently swallowing dry saliva without anyone noticing. It is rare for someone born with royal blood to visit someone in person. Usually, you will be called to the reception room of the building you are in. However, she came all the way to the waiting room hallway to meet me in person. The expression revealed was still full of wariness. Chapter 221, Poison Chalice. 2. Not much has been revealed about Selaha Anya Klol. In Act 4 of, the main character is sacrificed in order to add more tragedy to the tragedy of the Rosteller family and increase immersion. She was someone who followed power, worshipped authority, and was obsessed with the nobility of her lineage, making it difficult to win the player's favor even with empty words. Well, if you think about how he later disappeared screaming after being consumed by the power of the evil god Mebula, there were many signs that it was intentional. If you look at the scenes where he treats his subordinates harshly and keeps showing him smiling darkly while chasing power, it was a device to create a feeling of relief after being miserably eaten by Mebula. However, Princess Selaha survived, because the role of emphasizing Mebula's cruelty was no longer necessary. By remaining on stage and not leaving, Princess Selaha was also able to remain on this stage. No matter who sees it in the world, Princess Selaha is designed to be a villain who looks like a drawing. Her role is to get screwed up and make an ugly exit, screaming in grief. Her presence, which did not leave when she was supposed to, remained a significant variable as the central point of the imperial power. I have to leave now. At the very least, you must not remain as a person who interferes with my plans. You made me take the steps myself. Know it as a great honor. His bluish hair, as frozen as frost, flows down his sharp jawline. There is always a chill in the emotionless yet authoritative tone of his speech. It is a great honor to meet you again, Princess Selaha. You did something interesting. I slowly bowed my head and expressed my respect for having a direct audience. Tanya, who had been looking at him sheepishly, lowered her head, but Lucy didn't seem to care at all. Lucy Merrill is someone who stood with her head held high, even in the face of evil spirits. There is no reason to be polite in front of a villain who openly tried to put Ed Ross Taylor to death. Salaha looked at Lucy like that and smiled seductively. Lucy Merrill. I can still see how arrogant he was when I visited the Imperial family to investigate, but I can't be this careful here. Is it because it's in this man's presence? That's really funny. What kind of crazy things has Lucy been doing in the Imperial family? I wonder if she will leave as soon as she meets her. From what I heard, Princess Phenia somehow persuaded her and brought her back to Aiken Island. But until then, Lucy and Princess Elaha were having fun. All I heard was that there was a war of nerves. No matter how Lucy is, she knows that if she openly harms the princess of a country, she will become a high treason criminal. You probably knew that nothing can be solved by force alone. That doesn't mean he didn't stay still, but he seems to have been so excited that he completely kicked out the evil guard Mebula all by himself. When you look at Princess Elaha's completely fed-up expression, you can feel how much pain she must have had, with Lucy Merrill, Tanya Rostaler, and even Phenia in the back. For a man of his age, he has achieved quite a lot. I didn't realize it when I saw it at Ross Taylor's mansion. On one side is Lucy Merrill, a rare genius wizard, and on the other hand, Tanya Rostaler, who is in charge of both the Rostaler family and the Sylvania Student Council at a young age. With the Princess of Mercy, Phenia, standing behind her, it must have been extremely suspicious for Princess Elaha. There is no reason for someone who is building such a strong and unwavering independent force to exalt the name of Princess Elaha. Above all, Princess Elaha is in a position where she is openly at odds with the Rosteller family. This is because he is a person who strengthened his political position by taking advantage of the antipathy towards the established power called the Ross Taylor family. Therefore, it is natural to look at this request for peace from the other party first with suspicion. Thanks to you, a lot of me has survived. I feel like Obama also values my qualifications as a monarch more highly, so I owe him a big debt. First of all, Selaha started talking like that. But you wouldn't have thought that I would immediately thank you and reward you, right? There is not a single trace of favor in the way Selaha looks down on her in an overbearing manner. She is an impregnable empress full of pride. Many people would have tried to win her favor by bowing their heads in front of her knees and kissing the tips of her feet. However, no one could change that cold gaze. People are just a means to success, and people who are liked by her are only people who help her achieve success. Natural ability, noble lineage, and how much help it can provide. It's not that I don't like sugar coating and pleasantries, but I'm sure people like that will ultimately spend their whole lives catering to others. I thought as I slowly closed my eyes. I have seen many people like this. Selaha, too, has lived near the top of the imperial power and been revered throughout his life, so he must have met quite a few types of people. There must have been greedy people who were pressured by Selaha's overtly arrogant behavior and authority, bowing their heads and wanting soybeans. There must have been some righteous people who were repulsed by her way of thinking of humans only as tools, and opened their eyes and had a burning sense of justice. He rewards those who admire him and makes those who dislike him regret. That is probably how Selaha ruled. It's not as difficult as you think to catch and shake these people. What humans who have lived their lives oppressing others are afraid of is the unknown. People who are clearly defined in one direction are easier to deal with. However, whether it is a friend or an enemy, will it be helpful or poisonous to me? Is it right to exclude or attract those who are ambiguous, or the ones who confuse the minds of those who rule? It can't be. I simply expressed my respect for Princess Elaha. I said that casually with my head down. Although I thought I was putting on an arrogant expression as much as possible, I could clearly feel a subtle wariness remaining on Princess Elaha's face. There is always that strange sense of discomfort when a superior looks down on a subordinate. I am always in a position where I have to judge whether having this person under me will be helpful or detrimental. If you bring in the wrong members under your command, they end up becoming mudfish that disturb the group. Why should you support me? I was antagonizing you all to show off. I don't consider such emotional reasons when making my own decisions. I don't even think about political standing. There is only one basis for my judgment. Humans are cunning creatures. It is a creature that has an inherent desire to have more of what it cannot obtain. Who is worthy of becoming emperor? I just judged that Princess Elaha was the right person for the position. You're good at speaking the truth. He is definitely a good person to have around when you want to hear sweet words. Princess Elaha spoke with a dark smile. The underlying meaning of the words is, anyone can say such wise words. But if you really thought that way, you wouldn't have stood by Fenia in the first place. If you judged my words that way, I have nothing more to say. Whether Princess Elaha believes it or not, I just move as I think is right. Well, I didn't think you would say it straight away. However, it is true that my status has been raised a bit thanks to my name being mentioned this time. Thank you for that. That's it. She is a girl whose pride is soaring through the sky. Just expressing gratitude can be seen as a truly great concession. But that's it. However, if you thought you could win my favor like this, you were greatly mistaken. I never accept favors for which I don't know the reason. Is that so? If that's the case, it's a pity. When I finished saying that without going into a long, detailed explanation, Princess Elaha folded her arms and looked at me as if she was dissatisfied. He shows no emotional agitation. At this point, there is nothing good about showing regret, or resentment. That was all. First of all, formally, I admire Princess Elaha's achievements and worship her. From Princess Elaha's perspective, there is absolutely no point in questioning or delving into me any further than this. There was no choice but to end the search for each other by ending the story that way. You always have a hard time. Master Ziggs. No, Mr. Bell, you always have a hard time taking care of the Arfleys Pavilion. Belle doesn't like being treated with respect by someone she directly assists. If possible, he would have hoped that she would just stop talking and treat him poorly. But Ziggs, perhaps aware of such feelings, was greeting Belle with a very refreshing expression. After a fierce battle of nerves with Princess Elaha, the pursuers arrived as the remaining schedule of the sparring meeting was about to conclude. To begin with, Ziggs was watching the sparring match, and Bell is also an unrivaled expert when it comes to chasing down Lucy. When the two people appear to catch Tanya and Lucy, respectively, it feels like they have formed a strange sense of kinship when they see each other. I don't know why the people around me form a sense of homogeneity for some useless and vague reason. You came looking for Lady Tanya. Mr. Bell came looking for Lucy. Bell and Ziggs looked at each other with sad eyes for a moment, then greeted me to take care of their own business. I nodded and handed over the lost item, Tanya Lucy, that I had been keeping. What happened? Belle, who suddenly felt a strange sense of discomfort as she grabbed Lucy and dragged her away, asked first. Normally, Lucy would not put up any resistance and would be dragged along with a blank expression on her face, but she didn't seem to be in a very good mood today. I had a brief conversation with Princess Elaha. I sat next to you. I guess you haven't heard any good stories. Well, since Jungkook is Jungkook, he was quite sharp. I don't really like that girl. No. Lucy pursed her lips, but either person involved didn't show much interest. In the first place, whoever is in the position between Princess Elaha and I cannot help but be on guard. That's what it means to be on the opposite side of the political spectrum. At that point, it is more difficult not to build up negative feelings. Come to think of it, after the sparring, you attributed it to Princess Elaha. It was unexpected. You should think so. I don't know how you will hear me when I say this, but I doubt whether such a conciliatory measure will work on Princess Elaha. Ziggs hesitated and began his story. I don't have to say it negatively, but isn't Princess Elaha really a proud person? If you erase a debt, rather than remembering it and trying to repay it, the other person is likely to take advantage of it, knowing that they are watching out for you. If you speak carelessly, it becomes an insult to the royal family. Nevertheless, Ziggs seemed to think that the people here were trustworthy, and for a Ziggs, he expressed a rather bold opinion. I think that kind of approach will give the opponent the impression that you are easygoing. Are you okay? I'm a bit skeptical too, but Princess Fenia has raised her voice so strongly that this direction is right. I answered Ziggs with difficulty as I pulled Tanya away from the corner of the bench, saying I didn't want to go. At least I think you know more about Princess Selaha than I do, so I decided to trust her for now. You probably have an idea. Okay. If that's what your judgment is, well now, Chairman, let's go. There is a lot of festival work piled up. Us senior Ziggs. Do you remember how many items remain to be dealt with today? Senior Anis, I am sure you are fully aware of this actually. It is not that important how much work is left to be done today. Why? I can't handle it all today anyway. Tanya looked stunned and was grabbed by Zig's hand. A strange sense of immorality came over me, as if I was giving up my younger brother, who shares the same blood with me, to the devil, but I couldn't help it. This was right. Anyway, I have to go now. There's still a lot of festival left, so cheer up, both of you. The festival atmosphere is still hot. I was in a position where I couldn't fully enjoy the festival because I had to prepare for sparring, manage camp, and practice personal magic. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to get in the mood for the last part of the festival. Perhaps Princess Elaha will also stay in Sylvania a little longer. In the meantime, I will collect more information about myself and try to properly analyze the reason for my sudden actions. It's okay if you don't want to do anything anymore. If you stay quiet, Selaha will figure it out on her own. Princess Phinia rarely spoke so firmly. Let's try to believe that a little more. I'm not sure what this means yet. So I saw off Belle, who came to catch Lucy, and Ziggs, who came to catch Tanya. I sat alone in the quiet waiting room hallway again and rested quietly for a while. There was some time before going to see the Emperor, so it was a good time to rest. Suddenly, it was the moment when I was sitting in the waiting room again and trying to rest. Belle, who was about to leave with Lucy, suddenly turned and entered my waiting room. "Ah, Master Ed, I forgot I had something to tell you. What do you want to say?" "Yes, actually." Bang. It was at that moment that the waiting room door opened wide. Doesn't exist. Yenika's complexion began to turn pale. There were many people around who wanted to see the faces of the Emperor and Princess up close. The audience in the sparring hall was in complete chaos, so the academic staff and student members were trying to control the number of people. But it was not easy. My ears are ringing with the voices of people praising and shouting long live to Emperor Clole, the greatest saint on the continent. Getting lost in such a complicated place is a huge waste of time. Since I saw Ed Ross Taylor's face and the Emperor from afar, I was thinking of taking my parents with me. However, while Jenica looked away for a moment, Ort and Selaha disappeared on the spot. There is no reason for the two to act independently. Did he not notice that he was separated from Yenica for a moment? The two people who first entered Aiken Island had no way of knowing the internal structure of Sylvania. Although she thought she wouldn't be able to walk around without knowing anything, an uneasy feeling suddenly seeped into Yenica's heart. There is no way the energetic father and mother from the countryside can stand still after seeing Ed Rosteller face to face right now. They had come all the way to Aiken Island, packed with gifts from so far away, but there was a gracious master just around the corner, so they weren't two people who wouldn't do anything. I've been able to explain the momentum until now, but if I don't get him out of here quickly, there could be a catastrophe. As those thoughts began to fill her mind, Yenica began stamping her feet. However, no matter how hard I searched near the seats, I couldn't see the two people. Eventually, when she noticed that the envelope containing the gift box she had brought from her hometown had disappeared, she realized that her anxious prediction had become a reality. "Oh my, Master Ed, it is such a great honor to meet you in person. This is Jenica's father. I heard that our Yenica has benefited a lot from your hard work. I was so caught up in Pulin that I couldn't sit still, so I brought a gift myself and came to visit. We are not this light-hearted, so how could we stay stuck at home after receiving such great grace? Honey, he's a cruel person. But what should I do if you say such vulgar words in front of the Duke Master? Forgive me, Master Ed. He spends his days milking cows, so he doesn't know much about the etiquette of nobles. Of course, I don't know much about that either. Even if we lowly people are rude, please be magnanimous and overlook it, thinking it's because we don't know." The couple who introduced themselves as Ort Palover and Sailor Palover gave the impression that they were village workers and women. I don't know how the two got through the security guards and got here. To get to the participant waiting room, you have to cross an internal hallway where no one except those involved is allowed to enter. How did you get in here? Oh my, Master Ed, did you come in? That's too long. The words are too long. Just keep it short. That man, Ort, is a man who knows when and on what subject to step forward. That's right. Master Ed, just what are you guys? Or what are you here for? It's okay. Now wait, Sailor, anyway. That's honey. In times like this, you have to take a more low-key stance. Master Ed, just think of it as a waste of time and accept these gifts here. We were wondering how to repay the favor we had received, and we slaughtered the best cow from our ranch. Sailor took out beautifully wrapped gifts from the basket and arranged them neatly on the table in the waiting room. The meat from our Palover ranch is of such good quality that even high-ranking people look for it. You won't be disappointed. It tastes really good no matter how you cook it, so just tell the employees to cook it the way they like it most. Oh my, Miss Youngin. This is really, really good meat. I hope they provide a dish worthy of it, because good ingredients are happiest when they meet a good chef. There is no such thing as a servant, and the most likely thing is that I will just cook and eat it myself. Big, I didn't necessarily say that, but I think I mistook Belle Meyer, who was just standing blankly next to me with Lucy, for my personal servant. I'm sure he must have seen Belle's face at the Arfleys Hall, but is he not particularly interested? Or is it that they perceive that if they are a user of the Arfleys Hall, they are also a user of mine? I'm not even a member of the Arfleys building to begin with. Oh, I understand. I couldn't believe my ears. It's not often that Belle Meyer stutters. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I looked at Belle and saw that he was looking at me with an embarrassed expression on his face. It seems like there's something he really needs to tell me, but he looks like he hasn't said it yet. Of course, I was able to guess it without difficulty. I'm so disappointed. Belle, I have that much sense. We, Yenica, are really indebted to you. Master Ed, didn't you cause any inconvenience? In short, isn't this a story about asking Yenica to fly because it's in front of my parents? Obviously, Yenica is an outstanding friend. He is my best friend who is just like you two, with good character, hard work in everything, and outstanding skills. Friends, did you hear, honey? A master from a famous central noble family saw Yenica and called her friend. Am I dreaming? There's a lot of fuss in his reactions, so I feel like I'm getting tired just by being with him. Still, I thought I had to adjust it first. One way or another, Yenica owes a lot. I can do whatever it takes to help you shrug your shoulders in front of your parents. I have a solid grasp of the basics of elemental science as well as elemental arts, which helped me a lot in my training in many ways. Also, he was so good at household chores, such as cleaning and cooking, that it seemed like he had received an excellent education from the time he lived at home. It's really hard to see such a healthy girl these days. I owe it to the excellent education you two received. I'm so sorry. Master Ed, our Yenica, he ha 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 ha. Just by watching the corners of the mouth rise to the point of honesty, it is clear what kind of person Ort is. On the contrary, when I interact with people like these who reveal their sincerity like transparent glass, my heart also feels warm. It is much more direct and refreshing than a conversation between high-ranking nobles who hide their true feelings and only speculate on each other's intentions. We were a little worried. In fact, I sneakily entered the waiting room hallway pretending to be an official. When I mentioned the name of Failover, they managed to let me through. I was moved to understand at once how much trust Jenica was in. Still, you better not wander around carelessly. If you say so, then so be it. Master Ed. Anyway, I hope you stay healthy. Also, if it's not a hassle, I hope to go to Master Ed's residence and cook for him myself. I quietly listened to Ort's story with my arms crossed. Of course, we have great users, but we would like to serve the first dish ourselves. We cook the meat from our hometown the best. I am really confident in the taste. So do you mind if we show you our skills just once? That's right. My husband may not be good at delicacy, but with me, he can create a taste that even top chefs would envy. You will be truly amazed. Sailor rolled up her sleeves and spoke vigorously. It is rare to see someone so confident. At this point, you can't help but be curious. Well, that's about it, but my residence may be very different from what you imagine. No, it's not possible. The person who suddenly jumped in was Belle Meyer, who was holding Lucy. It was a completely unexpected situation. Belle, Mr. Saryangin. Belle, who was silently receiving my puzzled gaze, probably came out reflexively and spoke with a drop of sweat pouring out. That's right. Cooking is a source of pride for our top-notch maids. Is that so? Surely, if you are Master Ed, you will be accompanied by a top-class maid who boasts the highest level. Yes, that's right. So Master Ed, my master, only serves the highest quality dishes prepared with pride by top chefs. It is an insult to me, who is in charge of the meal, to recklessly bring another cook into Master Ed's residence. Bell suddenly started making strange noises. He was even telling strange lies about being the master and all. Bell has no pride or pride as a chef. I just use it as part of my livelihood. Although I am good at cooking, I don't do anything to take unnecessary pride in it. But Belle had a desperate look on her face. Those two people could never be allowed to come to my residence. Their faces showed a strangely determined determination. Chapter 222, Poisoned Chalice. 3. Dyke's Waiting Room. Balberon Elphalan clicked his tongue while looking at Dyke, who had collapsed and lost consciousness, receiving simple treatment. The man wearing aristocratic attire, with plenty of volume here, and there emphasizing the antique look, had a slim and thin appearance unlike Dyke, who inherited his blood. He has a slight stubble at the end of his nose, skinny cheeks, and a somewhat haggard look. It is difficult to say that he is excellent as a warrior, but he is a person who is somewhat capable of wit and eloquence. Although it is difficult to say that he is a suitable head of the Elphalan family, a prestigious martial arts family, there is no doubt that he is a person who brought the Elphalan family back on track in a turbulent situation. As a person born with political skills rather than combat, I had no idea that Dyke would be beaten so horribly in this duel. I had heard rumors about Ed Rosteller, but I had no idea that Dyke would be defeated in a battle with such a difference in physique. Princess Elaha must have been very disappointed. She went on such a rant shit. Because the Elphalan family received so much merit from Princess Elaha, they had to prove their worth every time they had an opportunity like this. Whenever possible, he mentions the name of the Elphalan family at imperial political meetings, appoints key members of the family to important positions, and offers several positions as apprentice knights in the Imperial Knights, so that he can continue the name of a prestigious warrior family for the Elphalan family. Their connection with Princess Selaha was truly the path to success. Could this be because he has been unable to remain faithful to his feelings as a shaman due to his recent efforts to reach out to central power? It is definitely good news that Dake Elphalan, who was not expected to be there, is producing results, as the number of talented players is decreasing as time goes by. Just by being the top student in the fourth-year combat club, you will be able to live with that honor even after graduation. Basically, as long as there is an atmosphere of being recognized as a great talent, just by graduating from Sylvania with excellent grades, Dyke can become a worthy representative of the Elphalan family. But is Dyke too overrated? Seeing that heavy body shaking and barely breathing Balberon sighed deeply. Useless guy, I thought I had finally found an unexpected treasure. Squeak. At that time, someone opened the waiting room door and entered without permission. Balberon, who was already feeling uneasy, frowned and looked in that direction. But soon the crumpled expression straightened up in an instant. At the same time, Balberon quickly ran out and knelt in front of the incoming person, Princess C. Selaha. The one who entered Dyke's waiting room escorted by guards was Sela, the Princess of Frost, who could be said to hold Balberon's lifeline in her hands. I didn't know you would come all the way here. If you had given me notice in advance, I would have sent someone. No, I also had some other business to attend to, so I stopped by. Princess Selaha clicked her tongue when she saw Dyke falling down while saying that. Although it was only a glimpse, Balberon felt his heart pounding just from the sight. Disappointing Princess Elaha is a matter directly related to the rise and fall of the Elphalan family. Even when Princess Elaha was not in existence in the first place, the Elphalan family achieved success in its own way and cultivated its qualities as a warrior family. But once a connection with central power was established, breaking away from that privilege required a big decision. When you don't have it, you manage to get by, but once you get it, you're afraid of losing it. And the one who stands at the center of that power is Princess Elaha. Being tied to the central power certainly creates many restrictions, but in any case, it is clear that once Princess Elaha becomes emperor, the Elphalan family will also rapidly emerge as a central family in the empire. If he holds his line well, until then Balberon Elphalan himself can become a great archduke who can envy Crepin in his prime. Princess Elaha, I am sorry for not being able to keep what I said. We, the Elphalan family, have put in a lot of effort, but it's an excuse. In the first place, I didn't know that Ed Ross Taylor would become strong that quickly. Don't bother making obvious questions and reprimands. Princess Elaha didn't seem to be in as bad a mood as I thought. Anyway, I achieved my goal of showing off my influence in front of the public and Emperor Clole. Hearing words of praise from Ed Rothtaler instead of Dyke Elphalan was different from the plan, but the result was still good, so it's not a big deal. However, he is not lenient towards the mistakes of his subordinates. But just because I don't reprimand doesn't mean I am not disappointed. I feel really foolish for feeling satisfied after hearing your rant. I'm sorry, Princess Elaha, I was short-thinking. Okay, I'm glad I'm aware of it. You were very short-thinking, and my belief in you was very short-lived. Princess Elaha's cold eyes are the same as always. If she becomes a subordinate and can no longer escape, Princess Elaha will be merciless. This was not the expectation I had for the Elfaland family. The expectations are really disappointing. I have nothing to say. For now, let's go back to the mansion and take care of ourselves. Let's talk about today's incident later. Oh, I understand. Balberon knelt down and spoke as if he was sorry. When you looked down at him, his voice shaking as if he were embarrassed, you look like an herbivore facing a wild beast. That sight was so funny that Princess Selaha suppressed her laughter. I can't believe the day will come when I will be praised by the hostile forces. This is really funny. As Princess Selaha thought so, she recalled the image of Ed Rosteller looking up to Princess Selaha in the middle of the sparring hall. And the same thing happened just now when I was casually arranging my clothes with Lucy and Tanya on either side. Then he looks at Balberon. The sight of him rolling around on the floor and trembling is so pathetic that I wonder if such a person can be called an aristocrat of noble blood. It is very compared to Ed Rothdeller, who says everything he has to say with a proud and noble expression, even in front of the royal family. Being a close associate is inherently supposed to have a taste for belittlement and flattery, but at the same time, I must maintain my focus and perseverance. He's such a valuable talent for Fenia. A person who fell drastically reached the bottom and then came back up again. Therefore, while he understands the nobility of high-ranking nobles, he is also someone who has experienced the ugliness of human nature. Since he is from Lowe's Taylor, he has basic political skills, his combat skills are beyond compare, and his personal connections seem to be excellent. If you become politically hostile but can be persuaded to become an ally, there is no other staff member like you. Princess Selaha, who has a deep understanding of life, as a monarch knows it well. In order to last a long time, as a person who reigns, the presence of skilled staff is essential. If they were completely hostile and there was no room for appeasement, they wouldn't have even considered it. But the situation is much different now that they are showing their support for Selaha in front of the public. Of course, Selaha is not an idiot. There is an underlying calculation that there must be some reason for Ed Rothdeller to act like this. However, there is still too much room to judge. Was it Ed Rothdeller's decision to support Selaha in this way, or was it something he discussed with Fenia? What kind of moves is he expecting from Princess Selaha? What are you trying to achieve in the end? I don't take such emotional reasons into consideration when making my own judgments. I don't even think about political standing. There is only one basis for my judgment. Who is worthy of becoming emperor? I just judged that Princess Selaha was the right person for the position. Ha ha! Recalling her conversation with Ed, Princess Elaha smiled bitterly. What is certain is that the flattery felt quite good, although I knew it was just empty words. It's funny in its own way to see incompetent people smiling brightly and breaking out in cold sweat, unable to overcome their desperation, and somehow praising Selaha. However, the words of praise uttered profoundly by those who hold their center of gravity like Ed Rothdeller. Indeed, its weight is different from the feather-light flattery of simple things. There are people who maintain perseverance and loyalty even in the face of people who differ in lineage and authority. Ed Rosteller does not break a drop of cold sweat, even in front of Selaha, who is born with royal blood and reigns over power. Want to have? The raised corners of the mouth are a sight that would give goosebumps to those who don't know. I want to bring that man to his knees and take him under my control. The sparkling eyes look like an innocent child who has found a toy he really wants to get. However, the noble self-esteem deeply engraved inside is of a completely different level. Princess Elaha's arrogant pride and her insidious desire for power are not comparable to those of an innocent child. I hate to admit it, but I think I am in love. Ah, it's fun, it's fun. It is infinitely distant and distorted from the romantic emotion called love. It may be closer to a desire to possess or monopolize. However, Princess Elaha roughly sums it up, violently defines it as love and throws it away. This is because it is not very important what the emotion is. I wonder if there really is a person in the world who can break that twisted self-esteem. At least her butler Dest had long since concluded that such a person could not exist in this empire. It is a noble rose that blooms on a cliff. The only person in this empire for whom she bows her head and cries out in regret is Emperor Kloll. It seemed obvious that it had been that way and that it would always be that way. At least that was the case in Dest's eyes. A man named Ed Rosteller is someone who can be of great help if he can be appeased. He is flawless in his political skills, judgment, combat, skills, personal connections, and future prospects. However, there is one part that Princess Selaha, who is not very interested in the ways of thinking of those below her, fails to catch. Ed Rothdeller is a poisoned chalice. Balberon Elfalan was looking at Princess Selaha, who was smiling secretly without even looking at himself. He was quietly looking up at Princess Selaha with a meaningful face. There was no more blood left on Yenica Palova's face. Yenica, who went to Ed's waiting room out of curiosity, almost fainted when she saw Ortega and Sailor arguing with Belle Meyer there. The sight of Ed Rothdeller sitting on a soft sofa with a puzzled expression on his face is a bonus. We can fully understand the pride of users. Still, we have deep pride in the fact that we have been ranching our entire lives. We want to cook this meat ourselves, which we raised with our own hands. Please think of it as the humble pride of those below you and give us permission. Never disappoint. This man cannot bend here. I was already starting to get a headache from hearing Ort's shouts overflowing with his unique spirit and passion. Bellmeyer, who was facing the brunt of Ort's heat, looked quite troubled. Oh no. No matter what, you can't enter Master Ed's residence. Never. It's not possible. Has Bellmeyer ever spoken so firmly to someone? Even when expressing her intention to refuse, Bellmeyer always uses all kinds of indirect speech techniques and does not try to offend the other person's feelings. This appearance of hers was quite extreme for someone like her. This never happens when she has to show a solemn appearance as the head maid at Arthurlee's Hall, but she often ends up in a difficult situation because she is involved in the work with Ed. It's embarrassing, but you have to do what you have to do anyway. Jenica almost burst into tears at Belle's outburst. I can't just sit still like this. Yenica rushed into her waiting room and screamed as if she wanted to show off. Oh, Mom, Dad, oh, when did you get here? You can't come in here without permission. Ed, no, that's rude to Master Ed. Aha! Yenica, where did you go? Even if we keep looking, we don't know where it is, so we came first. Oh, Mom, what did you do when you didn't stop me, Dad? You're stopping me. I'm not doing anything bad, so why? Yenica looked astonished and ran in quickly, grabbing her parents' arms and dragging them away. Ed, no, Master, Ed, I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you in advance, so the situation ended up like this anyway. I'll explain the details later. No, I won't. No, I will do it for you. Explanation, I'll do it. Please give me a chance to explain. Well, whatever. If you try to force yourself to use an honorific that you don't normally use, your speech will inevitably become more complicated. But that's not important right now. Jenica had to do whatever it took to get her parents out of this room. What's so urgent, Yenica? I don't have anything urgent to do, so I can take my time. Your parents are also valuable guests to me. However, Ed calmed down Yenica as if there was no need to rush. It seems strange that everyone is behaving like this. At that point, Yenica realized. Yenica did not give Ed any explanation about the context. No, beyond the line of not explaining, she had been making vague excuses, saying that she didn't want to worry Ed, so she told everyone at her house. Yes, I still remember the day I was kicked out of Arthurlee's Hall. When Ed asked if he was okay, Yenica said that it was okay because he understood at home and that he had somehow managed to pay for his tuition by borrowing money. Eventually, everyone decided to understand the truth about living together and living a wild life, so I also remember Ed saying that he didn't have to worry about it. Yenica didn't bother to tell Ed the details of the situation because she didn't want him to worry about her. So from Ed's perspective, I can't help but think that Yenica's adoptive parents are very generous people who understand all of Yenica's life. In fact, Ortega Sailor is relatively open and generous, even if you tell the truth they won't understand. Ed must have felt the same way as soon as he saw the two people. This is because these two people have a very honest impression and have honest values. However, the problem is not with that part. Word spreads to my hometown. After graduating, Yenica goes to her hometown, where she has to go for the rest of her life. Just hearing it will pour out a ton of embarrassing rumors that will heat up her face. For Jenica, who is at a sensitive age and can send goosebumps down her spine just by holding hands with someone of the opposite sex, having such an embarrassing rumor spread widely in her hometown is not only painful but torture. The obscene remarks of the old village women are more spicy than you can imagine. Every word she said was so shocking to Yenica, who was like pure white drawing paper, that there were times when I had to cover my ears. She felt an unimaginable fear of the unknown to the point where her nose bled. This time, the person who will be criticized will not be a young person living in the city, but Yenica herself. Hell is coming. Hulen, the hometown of the heart that felt warm just by imagining it is transformed into a living hell burning with hot sulfur fire. That's it must be stopped. However, even though it brings tears to my eyes, it is all Yenica's own fault. Ed, no Master Ed. There are some things I haven't talked about yet, and I may or may not think it would be a good idea to take the time to talk about those things in detail later, so for now rather than rushing to meet my parents it'll take some time. Doesn't it seem a bit like having that kind of attitude is necessary, or maybe it's not? Am I right? Is that right? Isn't it true? Yenica, why do you crash while organizing your thoughts alone? It's true that nothing has changed since I was young. Whenever I was in trouble or lied, I would always talk a lot of gibberish like this. Isn't that right, honey? Yes. Haha. Our Yenica is really bad at telling a lie. As a parent, I'm actually worried. Ortega laughed heartily and patted Yenica's head. Oh, look at him getting hot. Why is your face so blushing again? Now that I think about it, you already knew everything, so why are you so embarrassed because you have something else to hide? Yenica, too, look out of shape in front of Master Ed Sailor, continued talking like that. I trailed off as if something suddenly occurred to me. What on earth does Yenica have to hide from her parents? However, if you just look at Yenica, who is blocking Ed's path with her arms outstretched and out of breath, a strange possibility arose in her head. With cheeks as red as blush and pupils that tremble mercilessly, he blocks Ed with his small body with both hands outstretched. But what on earth does that mean? However, there is a truth that Yenica can hide from Ortega and Sailor. It was just decided. Honey, Sailor, what's happening all of a sudden? Does your stomach hurt? Ortega, who was no different from a dull person in this regard, asked Sailor with a cheerful look on his face. As soon as they enter Aiken Island, they see Ziggs and ask him what he thinks of Yenica. This couple is so filled with romance for a son-in-law. Thanks to that, I was going crazy wondering who the man with whom Yenica had a strange current was since last vacation. However, at this point, the senses that have developed over the decades of raising Yenica are screaming. Yenica's face was completely blushing and was blocking Ed's way. While Yenica is blocking, Ed Bell approaches Ed and quietly whispers something in his ear, covering her mouth with her palm. Ed's expression suddenly hardened, and his pupils seem to have slightly dilated. There is no sign of much embarrassment. But Sailor couldn't help but ask. Sailor calmly recalled the conversation between Ort and Jenica last vacation. That Master Ed, I saw you sparring earlier. Could it be that also are you good at shooting a bow? I see, yes. Yes. What? Just take a shot. Are you a bit of a shooter? My dream was to have a drink with my son-in-law and shoot some targets. No, it's still too early to drink. Fury, I am good at shooting a bow. Sailor's expression hardened for a moment when she remembered the conversation between Yenica and Ort last vacation, and it became like a stone statue, unable to even move. Sailor, why is that? If you're in a hurry to the bathroom, wouldn't it be better to excuse yourself and go now? It's not good to hold back just because you're embarrassed. Kahaha, were you a little embarrassed? But we're past that age now. Haha. Sailor, who was standing quietly next to Ort with no sign of notice, looked as if she was watching a meteorite hit the earth. The open mouth showed no sign of closing. Sales definitely increased significantly during the festival period. How about using this opportunity to be more diverse in your grocery purchases? Well, changing your purchasing policy based on a temporary increase in sales is not a wise decision. Secretary Rihanna needs to have a more macroscopic perspective. Oh shit, yes. Lortle, who looked at Liena and took a sip of the tea she had brought along with the documents, put down his robe hat and looked out the window for a moment. The excitement of the festival spread evenly to the living quarters, and Aiken Island was filled with more people than usual. It's good to be immersed in the excitement of these festivals, but wasting away such a good opportunity to make money is disqualifying a merchant. Elt Trading also made a lot of profit by distributing various special purchase products and receiving more orders than usual. However, the festival is only just beginning, so we are looking forward to the future. Princess Elaha is said to be on Aiken Island, so Lortle, who maintains a symbiotic relationship on the surface needs to go get her face stamped at least once. And on the academic side, Vice Principal Rachel has actively requested that the number of orders be increased. Recently, as we have become friendly with the Student Council, it seems that the Academic Affairs headquarters is also trying to increase the relationship further. In fact, if there are cold times in the relationship between groups, there are also warm times. Since the increase in order volume is directly related to sales, it is not a bad thing for Lortle. And why are you doing this? Representative of Lortle. No. Just recently, Vice Principal Rachel is in charge of most of the work in the Academic Affairs headquarters. Principal Obel rarely appears at official events. Last time Dune did something, the person who personally came to negotiate the wise man's oath was Vice Principal Rachel, I guess. Principal Obel is a very busy person. Yes, but Lortle, who was reading the academic request documents, rested his chin and thought for a moment. Why is it that a person who was so active in practical work that even when the Arfeles building was destroyed, went around and raised funds, he hasn't been showing his face like this lately? Do you smell something strange? Well, maybe I'm attaching too much meaning to trivial things. Still, it's something worth pointing out. The internal trends within the university are quite important information for us as well. With that said, Lortle signed the requested document and pushed it among the completed documents. Then he glanced over the remaining documents and eventually stretched out. Ooh, I came out early in the morning to review it, and it ended up going well. The rest are regular business reporting documents, right? Yes. The noteworthy issues have almost been completed, and now only the items that require routine review remain. Still, I can't do it half-heartedly. I am a bit tired after sitting for so long. It's not urgent, so I need to warm up a bit. Lortle went to the window, sat down on the window sill, bent his arms this way and that, and relaxed his sore body. And with the cool wind blowing from behind, I looked up at the spire of Haksakdang in the distance and the road leading toward the North Forest behind it. What are you going to do, Senior Ed? The sparring should have been over by now. Well, you're probably doing some work around the campfire as always. Then, as always, he smiled like a fox and told Secretary Rihanna to pack up the remaining documents. I will handle the rest of the documents at the villa. It's not urgent, so you can just deliver the payment by tomorrow morning. Then I'll have someone send the documents to your home. No, it's not much, but I'll take it myself. Wasting manpower is a no-no. Lortle hummed, wondering what felt so good, and gathered up the remaining payment documents. Then she tidied up her appearance by pulling on the end of her robe, as if shaking it off, then suddenly looked in the mirror and put on a hairpin with a blue rose on it. It was Lortle's favorite accessory. And then, holding the documents in his arms, he leaves the commercial building. As Lortle works hard and comes home from work, the usual insidious and dark-hearted businessman is not visible. Rather, it seems as if his steps are light. Secretary Rihanna is now somewhat accustomed to that feeling of disparity. After seeing Lortle off, Rihanna also got ready to leave work. Secretary Liena also happens to be, I felt like having some fun at the festival. Chapter 223, Poison Chalice. 4. I'm glad to see you look healthy. Phenia. No, thank you for your hard work in coming this far. Obama. The next plan was a dinner at the royal residence where Phenia was staying. As the emperor himself came to inspect the lodgings where his youngest daughter was staying, the interior of the royal family's lodgings was neater and neater than ever. The section where we come to eat was in perfect cleanliness, to the point where you could feel the enthusiasm to remove even a single speck of dust. Emperor Clol, Selaha, and Phenia continued eating in front of a banquet prepared to break the legs of the magnificent table. Persica didn't come. I thought you wouldn't miss a place like this. Wasn't there a lot of times when he stayed in the library whenever he had time and didn't even attend the royal family's schedule? Ever since your second sister was young, when she was so immersed in something, she would not even pay attention to anything else. Emperor Clol, who was just in a good mood after chatting with his daughter, asked Princess Phenia a lot about her current situation. Phenia, who went to a foreign country and put her learning into practice at a young age, must have been so happy that she smiled kindly from time to time. Unlike when he always sits solemnly in the throne room, he looks quite down to earth. There is no need to dress the body with dignity, since there are almost no eyes on the subjects. Phenia felt like her heart was softening, as she seemed to have let go of the weight of the emperor and returned to being a father. Oh my, I was really worried about you at first, but seeing you adjusting so well seems to put my mind at ease. Phenia. Eventually, Princess Selaha said something she didn't even mean to say. There was an unwritten rule between the three princesses. At least in front of Emperor Clole, we should be friendly sisters. Of course, Emperor Clole knows that the sisters have a very uncomfortable relationship with each other due to the dispute over the succession to the throne. Still, I did not want to bring the political dispute to a private meeting. No matter what, we are a blood-related family. Do you know how surprised I was when I heard that the eldest son of the Ross Taylor family was excommunicated shortly after entering school? Eventually, Princess Elaha began to cry. This was the story of when Princess Phenia excommunicated Ed Rossdaler. It feels like a long time ago now, but less than 2 years have passed. It's the first time I've seen you so kindly step on someone so aggressively, and I thought you'd changed a lot in your new environment. Sister Selaha, that doesn't mean it's bad. No one who rules can turn a blind eye to the injustice of those under him. However, Princess Elaha spoke politely while cutting the meat served by the servant with a knife. The student named Ed Ross Taylor, whom I saw at the dual meeting today, is doing well in school. Excommunication from the family does not mean expulsion from Sylvania Academy. If I had wanted to, I could have insisted on Sylvania's bachelor's degree and gotten him expelled from school, but I didn't do that. Anyway, if you're just a middle-aged person, even if you don't make an effort to get expelled, you'll fall out on your own because you won't be able to pay the tuition. However, Ed Rothdeller stuck with Sylvania Academy until the end. At this point, it would be easy to give up everything and go to the city and live by begging. According to what Princess Elaha learned, a man named Ed Rossdeller seems to have set up a cabin camp in the northern forest and continues to live a wild life. Although it was only fragmentary information collected over half a day, it was still somewhat reliable information. And since I won the lottery at the Ross Taylor Mansion's social club, it's safe to say that I've actually regained my original status. Phenia, did you stay quiet even after seeing this? I knew my judgment was wrong. Even Phenia knows Selaha's intentions. To make a scratch, it highlights the fact that he was using the authority of the imperial family to push a high-ranking noble into a corner and leave him alone. Princess Phenia attacked with a straight attack. The man named Ed Rossdeller was not so cruel and nasty that he should have been excommunicated. I had to suffer and waste several years due to a mistake in my judgment. Phenia, when you live as a member of the royal family, you cannot always make wise decisions. It is not uncommon for one wrong decision to push someone's life into a corner. This is true even when you make the right judgment. I guess so. But that doesn't mean the damage goes away. Princess Phenia stopped talking and lowered her eyes. Selaha laughed out loud at that sight. The scenario is so perfect. Ed Rossdeller was excommunicated from the family due to Phenia's wrong judgment and had to crawl on the floor, a mistake that even Phenia himself acknowledged. And Ed Rossdeller, who had to go through painful times due to that mistake, regained his position by making his own money. And that Ed Rossdeller praised Selaha's merits, and that too at the end of a dramatic duel meeting. After the duel was over, Emperor Clole met with Ed Rothdeller along with Selaha and praised him for his achievements. Emperor Clole seemed to be greatly impressed by Ed Rossdeller's dependable and dignified appearance. The sight of a man named Ed Rossdeller, who is once again winning through his own efforts, emphasizes Phenia's mistakes while at the same time revealing Selaha's credit for putting him back on track. In Emperor Clole's eyes, it would seem as if the trustworthy older sister had taken care of the immature younger brother's mistakes. It couldn't be more perfect than this. Ed Rossdeller, his very existence, is enhancing Selaha's own political standing. Additionally, looking at the strangely unconfident appearance of Princess Phenia, a new possibility arose in Selaha's head. Princess Phenia, who always makes mistakes because she cares too much about the feelings of her lowly subordinates in Selaha's eyes. She just looks like a foolish idealist. An emperor is one who reigns. A person who shows sluggishness while worrying about the opinions of those below him is not suitable to be a monarch. Didn't Ed Rothdeller know that fact? If you think about it, it's strange. Phenia is the one who put Ed Rothdeller in the abyss, so why on earth is Ed Rothdeller attached to Princess Phenia's power? Looking at the man I've met a few times, I know he has the qualities of a ruler. He is the type of person who always finds the answer without getting upset over the slightest mistake or unexpected situation. In Selaha's eyes, the qualities of the author, Ed Rothtaler, are clearly visible. He is a wolf-like person who cannot be easily tamed. It is very strange for such a person to voluntarily bow his head and go under Fenia. In the first place, were you not deeply loyal to me? Selaha was lost in thought for a moment, scanning her chin, and then asked Fenia as if she were wondering. So I heard that guy is close to you. Actually, it's not that close. He is a man who rarely stays in the royal family's quarters and only focuses on his own business while staying in his cabin. I don't think he actually has much interest in the title of Duke. Is Ed possibly in control of the relationship between Fenia and Ed Rosteller? When that possibility came to mind, Selaha suppressed a laugh that was about to burst out. Do you mean that a person born with royal blood can be swayed by a duke? Even Princess Fenia is more sincere than you might think. He got really angry at Selaha's move to use Ed as a political scapegoat and even slapped him. At the imperial meeting, there was even a move as if they were openly trying to reinstate the Ross-Taylor family. I thought that Ed Rosteller was really lying down and being loyal to Fenia because he was so active, but it was the opposite. You've really gone as far as you can, Fenia. I am ashamed of the blood of the royal family. Ed Rosteller is a powerful weapon, but it is meaningless in the hands of someone who does not know how to wield it. Slowly, the situation around the man and the whole story seemed to come into view. I think I understand why he was suddenly praising himself at the duel meeting. Did he think he could be easily grabbed and shaken like Fenia? However, it seems that the fact that Selaha is completely different from Fenia has been overlooked. Should I call him cocky or ambitious? His challenging attitude almost makes me laugh. If you put your mind to it, it wouldn't be that difficult to get that man in your hands. During this festival period, a specific methodology comes to mind that will completely lead that man to Selaha's faction. Princess Selaha smiled heartily as she cut the meat with a knife. Ort and Sailor, who were quietly looking at the cabin full of life, could not close their mouths. In the end, Lucy, who had no reason to go back because the concert was over, and Belle, who had no choice but to follow because she was so anxious about the situation, accompanied her. When I first made my way through the forest path of the northern forest, I imagined that there was a mansion belonging to the Ross-Taylor family secretly hidden in the forest, but unfortunately, this cabin camp can never be called a mansion. The second floor is a magic engineering workshop that I personally use. The first floor is where I mainly live. Most work is done near the campfire, so quite a few tools, cooking utensils, are all gathered nearby. It's very different from what I imagined. Master Ed. Well, it would be a lot different if you were thinking of living a luxurious life. I find it easier to live like this in the first place. Ed put his bag on the workbench and sat down on a stump near the campfire to talk. And that's your daughter's cabin. It was a shock to discover that Yenica Palova, who was thought to be living a luxurious life in Arfali's pavilion, was living a wild life in a corner of the forest. At that fact, Ort almost lost his mind, and Sailor felt dizzy for a moment. Ah, since when? It's been about a year. 1 year. Then by the standards of the failover couple, if a man and woman in their prime live together for a year at a distance like this, in fact, it means the same thing as having already seen each other. Could it be that this is the world of nobility? Is it possible to live together like this without any problems? Sailor lifted her eyes for a moment and looked at Yenica, who was sitting on the opposite tree stump and sweating coldly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yenica, that's oh my, I can't believe I'm having such a romantic school life. Ed's method of confidently taking the stance of revealing the truth through honest methods was not wrong after all. If you try to hide something like this, it becomes more suspicious and things get complicated. Ort and Sailor are open-minded parents no matter how they appear. He is not the type of person to scold his daughter to death because she lives a wild life and lives with a man outside of her family. Soon, Ortega applauded steadily and laughed heartily. I see Yenica is already that age too. A romantic camping life in this wild place, it sure is possible for such romance to exist. I never thought that I would be stuck in a corner of a farm in the countryside forever, living like a woman milking cows. Dad, your voice is too loud. Ha ha ha, no one is listening, so what? It's definitely a nice forest. I saw Master Ed again. I just imagined you to be an aristocratic and old-fashioned person, but surprisingly, you understand what a man's life is like. It's not something that will be boosted that much. I just started camping because I had unavoidable circumstances. Still, you must have developed a fondness for such a wonderful cabin and camp. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to create a place filled with so much love. Ort was also skilled in woodworking and manual dexterity. All repairs to the equipment at Failover Ranch were Ort's responsibility. That's why I could feel the affection everywhere in Ed's camp. No matter what anyone says, Ed Rosteller has a lot of affection for this camp. Besides, who would have thought that the man Yenica was talking about was Master Ed? I think he may have saved the country in his past life as Ort. The man Yenica was talking about. Wow, the weather is so nice. By the way, you said you would cook with the meat that Mom and Dad brought. What are you going to cook? Can I help you? You don't know where your household items are, right? You seem like you're going to be a bit lost, but I'll help you. Ed, it's no fun if you find out in advance, so stay in the cabin for now. Belle almost burst into tears as she watched Yenica flutter and struggle with all her might. I wonder if there is any way to help, but no matter how much I think, there is no way. I can't believe I am feeling this happy. I'm really glad I came to Aiken Island. I feel the most excited I have ever felt. I want to go back to the village quickly and tell people about this good news. Isn't that right, sailor? Yes, our Yenica is already so grown up at those words. Yenica made an expression as if she had been stabbed in the abdomen. It's all over. Now, when you return to Pullen, your hometown, you will be greeted by a group of village women dancing and celebrating Yenica as if they had been waiting for you. By the way, Master Ed, are you good at shooting a bow? I am proud of this skill with the Ort bow. If you don't mind, I'd like to compete against you someday. I just practiced for a while. It would be great if I could be taught something. Shit, I'm about to cry. Is this what tears of joy are like? I never thought it would be such a thrill to have a dream come true. Ort, whose greatest dream was to go archery shooting with his son-in-law and have a drink, was literally on the verge of tears. It's hard for Ed to follow the stream of consciousness, wondering what on earth is so touching. They are energetic people, and I just understand. I thought you might be displeased because your daughter is living a very different life than you thought. Oh my, Master Ed, do you think we're the kind of people who would be offended by something like this? Rather, I am proud of my daughter who is actively developing her own life. You've really grown up. You've grown up. Yenica. Of course, Master Ed. He's really open-minded about this, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Rather, I am just worried that my daughter, who is lacking in our position, might cause trouble. I was a bit surprised at first, but when I heard that someone as trustworthy as Master Ed would be living with me, I was rather at that moment. The door to Lortle's villa inside opened. It's late. The sun was already setting. Still, Lortle usually comes home much later. When the delivery schedule is delayed, there are many cases where people go out to work early in the morning and never return. That's why I couldn't bear to think that Lortle would be home at a time when the sun was just starting to set. Oh my, Senior Ed. Today's festival schedule is Lortle, who pushed open the door dressed elegantly while saying those words, was faced with the sight of Yenica's parents making a fuss, and Yenica lying on her stomach on a tree stump near Yenica, who was sitting quietly. Lucy was lying down, and Belle was looking at Lortle with her eyes wide open. Lortle's early departure from work was an act bordering on a complete whim. Unfortunately, there was no one present who could have predicted that whim. Oh my, it was difficult for Lortle himself to immediately understand the sudden situation, so he had to stand in front of the gathered people holding the doorknob for a moment. Oh, hello. My name is Lortle Ketchel, a second-year student at Sylvania Academy and the current acting president of the Elt Chamber of Commerce and the head of the Sylvania branch. If you were Pullen, would you be delivering livestock products to the gateway city of Kletz? I know some people at the Elt Chamber of Commerce branch in Kletz, and it is rumored to be a place with good air and water. A bacon cheese rolls still sold in the market these days. It suited my taste perfectly, and I still remember how delicious it was. Lortle is amazing when it comes to affinity. This is because it is natural for a merchant to be able to converse eloquently with people he or she has met for the first time. The Palover couple, who had just been behaving wildly and laughing with joy, sat down by the bonfire as soon as Lortle Ketcheln appeared and began to sweat profusely. I didn't say there were two women living with me. And the woman who came out from the inside is actually a key figure in the Elt Trading Company, which handles 30 of the distribution of livestock products in Torin Village. Ha ha ha, I see. Lortal Kehelsari, Torin village, I heard a lot of stories that Senior Yenica was from Pulan, but I never imagined that he was from Torin village. Torin's livestock products are of really good quality. It's such a good product that even our Elt company is purchasing quite a lot of it. There is a bone in the horse. Jenica stamped her feet as she looked at the Palover couple, who had suddenly become worldly ladies and gentlemen. Dad, Mom, don't be discouraged. Just because our livestock products aren't selling doesn't mean we have to worry about others. My daughter was given a baronetcy. That's true, but most of the village people have sales outlets at the Elt Trading Company. They say we can make a good living. But the villagers are completely different. Yenica was mentally alert. It felt like it was getting distant. Lortal and Yenica are close to each other. I don't want to bow down just for a few bucks. But in a situation where the livelihood of the villagers depends on it, it doesn't seem like the failover couple will raise their heads easily. Oh my, there's no need for you two to feel so uncomfortable. Lortal sat down next to Ed, holding the mug filled with herbal tea with both hands and carefully placing it on his lap. It looked elegant and neat, but it felt like a ghost was lurking behind it. Is this the power of reality? Are adults so helpless and broken in the face of money and interests? As if she had realized that fact, Yenica looked as if she had lost her homeland to which she could return. As you can see, I live in the same camp as Senior Ed. Is there any reason for me to do anything to harm the two people that Senior Ed considers so special? The way she naturally clings to Ed doesn't seem like they've been together for a year or two. The Palover couple, who were looking at the two people with their eyes wide, open so wide that they thought they might burst out, soon began to break into a cold sweat. When I first noticed that the master of the Rostiller family had a strange atmosphere similar to Yenica, I felt such joy that the whole world seemed like paradise. But when I thought about it, I overlooked the fact that the private lives of all noblemen were promiscuous. At first, I couldn't consider such a possibility due to Ed's impression of being dependable and sturdy, but he was also a decent nobleman. How many people? Ortega asked with difficulty. Before Ed could respond, Lortal struck first. About 7 people. No, it seems like there are about 11 people recently. He clung to Ed's side and answered with a satisfied smile. There are very few people here who truly understand the meaning of Ortega's question. Lortal, who was the most perceptive, was able to organize the entire situation in an instant, and then gave an answer. Lortal, who is good at improvising, was able to instantly decide which answer would be most advantageous to him in the current situation. Indeed, it can be said that she is a fox-like woman. Lortal adds before Ed can say anything. Not that many, maybe. It was mutually agreed upon. Sailor Palover looked shocked, and soon her lips began to turn bluish. Then, how old is Yenica, and how old is Lortal, the real power of the Elt Company? Lortal's sudden response sent the Palover couple into a state of panic. Is this the life of a nobleman? This was the moment when Belle, who had been quietly listening, thought it was dangerous to go any further and was about to intervene. I am so tired. Lucy, who had been quietly lying on a tree stump, suddenly stood up, yawned, and stretched. It's a cute movement that looks like a small squirrel has just woken up from its sleep. Now that I think about it, what is this wizard who has been accompanying me as if it were a natural thing? I am going to sleep. At the point when Ort and Sailor finally began to wonder such questions, Lucy left those words and walked away from the campfire. The bouncing gate, filled with magical energy, is exciting, and the place where Lucy opened the door and went to sleep was Ed's cabin. Boom! Naturally, Lucy went into Ed's cabin to sleep and closed the door. Belle wiped her face as if it was difficult. Even if she were a top-notch maid, it was impossible to control this kind of chaos. In the center of the chaos, only the sound of a crackling bonfire between people sitting awkwardly broke the silence. Chapter 224, Poison Chalice. 5. The night of the festival continued. As night fell, fireworks went off all over the campus, and a campfire rose high in the student plaza. In the main party hall of Offaly's Hall, talented bands came and played, and it was filled with students chatting while enjoying refreshments prepared by maids. Faculty and staff also hung out at street stalls at the long-awaited festival, mingling with students or working with lab assistants. Enjoyed the meal. People from the academic headquarters and student members who were busy managing the festival also took shifts to see the sights. And among them, there were romantics who tried to make their love come to fruition. thanks to the intense heat. It's a night when Aiken Island is filled with the excitement of the festival. Esruk, Esruk. Tak. Isla, who had been going back and forth to the library for several days, looking through records about Sylvania, finally closed the book. Since few students entered the library during the festival period, the library virtually had a monopoly on the reading room. He flicked his chestnut hair upward once, then leaned back in his reading chair and sighed. I couldn't even respond properly to Taylor, who came to me with a worried face every time. A feeling of regret suddenly arose, but there were more important things to do right now. After leaving the festival behind and spending days in the dark reading room just looking at records, I am starting to lose my mind. However, most of the records about Sylvania are already known. It is not possible to analyze Sylvania's hidden intentions or eccentricities, with only the information available in the corner of the student library on Aiken Island. Most of the records left by Sylvania are fragmentary and passed down orally. Although he wrote several books, most of them were treated as national treasures and were stored in the Imperial Library or were lost. If you try to follow Sylvania's footsteps with the information available to regular students, you'll end up feeling like you're punching the air. A book written by Sylvania herself, or we need a record left by someone who has met Sylvania in person. Sylvania Academy's Treasure Sage's seal left in the Trix Hall. Sylvania's Aspect Science Research Diary, left in the Imperial Library, Contemplations on Aspects, and Magic Flow, kept by the Central Archives of the Imperial Capital. The Archmage Glocht was alive during his lifetime. Introduction to Astrophysics, which he was said to have died without being able to finish writing it, and numerous pieces of notes discovered in Sylvania's laboratory. I feel like I could get a lot of information if I could access them, but they are all valuable heritage items and cannot be accessed by ordinary students. Ultimately, the information Isla can access is information that is available to the general public, things like recordings of her remarks or officially published research records. If something unusual or strange had been discovered in those things, historians, even if it wasn't Isla, would have pointed it out right away. It's difficult, Isla muttered and glanced at one of the piled-up documents. This was the content of her speech to the public gathered in front of the Imperial Palace when the decision was made to banish her to Aiken Island. Everyone, I am a terrible, extreme fatalist. I lived thinking that it was human duty to adapt to the given fate and find happiness in it. She is a girl who puts down everything she has accumulated and is exiled to a quiet place in the southwestern outskirts of the Empire. However, there is no feeling of pessimism, disappointment, or frustration in that speech. But if the time comes to resist the cruel fate of the world, if the time comes to struggle somehow from the promised catastrophe, then I have no choice but to let go of all thoughts. I am going to Aiken Island, but I don't think this is exile. It's just a new step to struggle against the fate given to me. There will be times in your life when you feel like an evil fate is pressing down on you. There may be times when I feel frustrated, as if the world is trying to control me and life is walking at my feet. But don't be too upset, because I will fight against fate and win. The people of the imperial capital felt that the sight of the great sage leaving for Aiken Island after leaving such meaningful words was like that of a general confidently leaving for battle. Isla frowned for a moment at that record. At that time, Sylvania had already become the world's greatest magic master. Isla held her breath for a moment and then looked at her research records that had been released again. After seeing a certain future through aspect magic, she continued researching to resist that future for a long time. The flow of time is variable. By twisting and breaking the flow of magical power, it may be possible to resist the flow of the promised future. However, it is not easy to define the laws of areas that cannot be observed directly. Above all, it is impossible to conduct verifiable experiments. But one thing is certain. Aspect magic has the power to twist and break the providence of the world. Of course, it's not easy. In order to break away from the defined flow of fate, it is necessary to create variables. By bringing in variables that are not subject to this world, the promised laws of the world and the flow toward the determined future are forcibly twisted and broken. We connect the broken future and forcefully revive the time that will no longer continue. To do that, it is also necessary a prophet who knows the path the world will take and knows how to forcefully break the flow and twist the direction in which time moves. He who came from another world. greedy nobleman, and the daughter who is sold as a concubine to such a man. It's a story that's so old that it doesn't just feel like a classic anymore, it feels fresh all over again. For Belle Meyer, who is looking at the situation, it is not that far-fetched. My immediate past history is not far from such a classic story. In an instant, the story that my daughter was winning by beating up a nobleman was replaced with the story that she was actually one of the playthings of a popular nobleman. Additionally, the Palover couple does not really know the culture among the nobles. This is because he has lived his whole life stuck in a corner of the ranch in Torin village. Well, basically, if you are a Duke Master, you can easily handle this much. Yes, Senior Ed, what Lortle said is not true. No matter how powerful you are, you must be careful when it comes to relationships with women, whom he associates with has a great influence on the power structure. So even if he has one or two mistresses, these writers take several layers of security for fear of being caught. An aristocrat who enjoys a double-digit number of women and reigns supreme is something that can only be seen if we go back hundreds of years. In short, Lortle's ridiculous story is a check to make the Palover couple, who don't know anything about the world, dumbfounded. Are you kidding? Of course, there is no way Ed Rostello would agree. When Edgar pressed the top of Lortle's head, she laughed and held the mug tightly to prevent it from spilling. I'm sorry if you misunderstand, but I don't do such grand things. Of course, Lortle didn't think such a ridiculous joke would work. However, I was able to clearly leave an impression on the Palover couple. It is called status gap. There is no change in the fact that Lortle Ketcheln is also a commoner, but she is a person who has risen to the ranks of powerful people through her skills. This is to emphasize that he is in a completely different position from those who simply herd sheep and feed cattle on a rural ranch, while at the same time making it clear how far away Ed Ross Taylor is. If you're a duke and a master, it's not a problem to pick up a few women and live with them if you want. Their way of life and way of thinking is completely different from that of ordinary people. The Palover couple also clearly realized this fact, so they once again felt the difference in class. Is that so? Don't attach too much meaning to Lortle's words. So then we don't have a special relationship, but you're living together like this. As expected, Ed Rostello was speechless at those words. Because it's the fact itself. People cannot resist if you hit them with facts. Yenica Palover, who openly lives next door, built it as a vacation home, but Lortle Ketcheln, who almost lives there, and Lucy Merrill, who sneaks into Ed's blanket and sleeps with him whenever she gets the chance on the surface. They are friends. Nothing more, nothing less. If you look at it objectively, it's nothing more or less than just trash walking around the tightrope in the hearts of those three. Of course, Ed also has some logic to defend himself. It was Yenica who said she wanted to come to the cabin because it was difficult to endure in the Dex building, and Lortle was the one who bought the land and built a villa on her own, and Lucy was trespassing. Ed Rostello was just quietly living a life of survival in a cabin camp. Whether it's human relationships, future career, or future work, isn't there anything you can do until you finish the scenario at hand and escape the threat to your life? I want to earn a diploma from Sylvania and escape from the life-threatening crisis that threatens the world and live a life of living rather than surviving. Since I first came into possession of this body, I just went straight ahead without wandering towards that goal, which has never changed. This means that I just continued to walk steadily towards a goal that was visible in the distance. But would that excuse work? How on earth are you going to make a few people cry? Sailor quickly covered her mouth at the words that came out reflexively. It was truly disrespectful to the person involved. However, due to Ed's words and actions, which were like the woman's enemy, the thought came out without even passing through my brain. Sorry, Master Ed, Sailor, you have to think and then speak. Oh yeah, sorry, honey, I was so embarrassed. I also apologize for my rude words and actions, Master Ed, and I understand very well that it is a man's life. Ort suddenly began discussing his philosophy with a stern expression. It's a life of wandering alone like a wolf in the prairie and settling down in a place you like. The countless places we have passed through in the process, aren't they all experiences that become our blood and flesh honey? What on earth are you talking about? What are you going to say with your wife by your side? Aha, that's true too, but first of all, I only have you, Sailor, honey, oh, don't get me wrong. It just means that I understand Master Ed's life, or something like that. But it's not anyone else, it's Yenica involved. My daughter, Yenica, won't hurt even if you put it in your eyes. That's right, the couple, who are in a panic and making a fuss among themselves, can't seem to come to an agreement. Ed also didn't know what to say. As for Yenica Palova, the center of attention, she was suddenly stuck in a corner of the camp, sitting with Merelda next to her. He laments to Merelda, who was reading a book with her blushing face buried in her knees. Hey, Merelda, if I'm ashamed of my parents, I wonder if I am unfilial. I understand. Yenica Palova had already been knocked out. In the end, it was Bell Meyer who sorted out the situation. Ed Rostaler has had many hardships in his life since his excommunication and is currently leading a wild life. In the process, they got involved with a lot of people, but it wasn't as dark as the couple thought. Thanks to Bell's unique, calm and static voice, the Palova couple was able to quickly calm down. Calming down excited people and calmly resolving situations is Belle Meyer's specialty. Even Belle was a bit confused so far, so the situation had gone awry, but once she came to her senses, the rest went smoothly. So you don't have to worry too much. You two head back to the visitors' quarters to end the day. I will take care of this part. That's right, Miss Youngin. We made too much of a fuss. I also apologize to Master Ed. You don't have to worry too much about it. It was also an embarrassing situation. Ed treated the failover couple in a gentle manner until the end. Even if you look at him, he doesn't look like a maniac who beats up women irresponsibly. In short, rather than being tied down as a concubine to a nobleman who reveals himself to women, Yenica Palova is closer to fighting alone in a chaotic romantic relationship. When they understood that fact, the Palovers seemed to have tears in their eyes. Yenica, what kind of fight have you been fighting? You kept it a secret at home and fought alone in this faraway place with people like the CEO of Elt Company and a rare genius magician. Sailor feels the weight of that loneliness countless times. That's why I feel like I can't stay still as a parent. We, the people of Torin Village, can't sit still. I have to step forward for the sake of Yenica, who has been fighting this lonely fight in a faraway country. Honey, when we return to the village, we will prepare special measures. The other villagers won't just let Yenica suffer alone on this distant Aiken island. Everyone gathers in the hall and puts their heads together to think of ways to help Yenica. I didn't realize that this was like a death sentence for Yenica, because the couple loved their daughter so much. The Palova couple looks at Lortel in shock, and there is a strange determination in their eyes. For the sake of Yenica Palova, who monopolizes the love of Torin village, the villagers may decide to unite and cut off the deal with Elt Company. The pride of Torin village, the light of Torin village, the dream of Torin village. That was the Yenica failover. Lortel tilted his head as he watched the two people make up their minds. I tried to make the difference in class realistic, but instead there is a hint of unreasonable hostility toward Lortel in Ort and Sailor's eyes. Maybe I should take a different approach. In any case, it is rare to meet Jenica Palova's parents in person. You need to structure the situation to your advantage in some way. Lortel smiled and spoke to the two people. It's late at night, so ill call a carriage. It's quite a distance from the visitors' accommodation. Take the Elt Company's carriage from the entrance to the forest. No, it's done. Ort and Sailor flatly rejected Lortel's offer. Afoot, I am going. After saying that firmly once more, I moved towards Yenica, who was stuck in a corner and lost in her own world. Ort kneels down, makes eye contact with Jenica, and whispers to his lovely daughter. Yenica, I knew everything about the situation. You've had a tough fight. Ah, Dad, I completely understand how you feel. Above all, that fiery fox-like merchant, Nari, is definitely too much for us. But if all the villagers work together, the story is different. No, no, please do me a favor and never tell the villagers. I know very well how pretty you are and don't want to be a bother to the villagers, Yenica. But please also understand the pain we feel as we watch. We just wish you well. I don't mean to be such a kind-hearted person. I just don't want you to know. Please listen to me straight. Wow, honey, my daughter grew up so kindly I am about to cry too. Honey Yenica was about to burst into heat in her chest. Lortel, sir, we are uneducated and have nothing, so we do not fit into this high-class world. So we will go our own way. As if he had decided on something, he looked straight at Ortega Lortel and spoke. I may not be able to see you with such a smile in the future, because we value our daughters. A solemn tone, clenched fist, sharp eyes. Ort confidently declared to Lortel in a tone of manly passion that bloomed like a flame. No matter what harm they do, we will never give in. Lortle looked at Ort and smiled. Well, Lady Lortle might not be as bad a person as I thought. Sure, honey. I guess we were too prejudiced just because we were merchants. Not all merchants are greedy and only think about money, right? After we talked, I realized my thoughts were much deeper. You are thinking deeply about the geographical advantages of Torin Village and plans to improve the future livestock production structure. Also, he is very aware of the trends in the Pulan region. It is clear that he perceives his business partners not simply as workers who offer products, but as partners who accompany him on the business path. The next morning, while eating in the student cafeteria with Yenica, the Palover couple talked loudly. Mom and Dad, what happened? Nothing much happened. Just in the morning, the chief secretary of the Commercial Association came to my dorm and gave me various gifts. And I showed them around some of the facilities around Aiken Island and also gave them a tour of the business building, I guess. Yes, I thought Elt Trading Company was just a group of misers who only wanted money. But surprisingly, they were thinking about coexistence with academics in a healthy way. It looks like they do a lot of charity work. I felt sorry for everyone here because they treated the employees with such contempt. Ort's boisterous laughter grew louder as he swiped the delicious soup into his mouth. Furthermore, I deeply understand how difficult and variable ranch work is, yet also full of romance. Should I say that he is worthy of becoming the head of a Hoju at that age? His experience itself is different. We maintained the trade agreement with Torin Village and even promised to expand trade as long as quality was maintained, I guess. Okay, everyone will be happy when we get back to the village. Heh. I'm already feeling light on my feet as I return home with such good news. Mom, Dad, aren't you completely fooled by Lortle? Lortle. I should say it's Lortle. How much is the gold coins from the Elt Company that flow into Torin Village every year? I can't wait to go back and make a plan to expand the ranch. I never thought there would come a time when I would look forward to working this much. What Yenica Palover overlooked was that Lortle was an expert at bewitching people. No matter how much you build a mental shield and grind your teeth to be hostile, it only takes Lortle's showmanship and a few quick tongues to tear down the wall of your heart. The eloquence of a first-class merchant is at that level. When she imagined Lortle sitting by the bonfire, stroking a mug and smiling, Yenica lost her mind. Oh, Lortle was sitting by the campfire, stroking his mug and smiling. Just half a day was enough to win the hearts of a ranch couple from the outskirts of the countryside. If the original threat does not work, all you have to do is turn the handle in the opposite direction and appease them. Controlling people's hearts is not possible only in one direction. Lortle was a girl who fully understood that fact. For the first time in a while, I had some free time from my work at the store, so I was thinking of taking Ed with me and enjoying the festival today. Lortle sounded surprised. A person who was thought to never appear in the northern forest came through the grass with soldiers and visited Ed's cabin camp. Why are you here? Inno, right. I never thought I'd see you in a place like this. Ed Rostaler was out on the river checking the fishing nets. The person who appeared at the camp while he was away was someone who did not fit in at all with this lively camp. The first princess of the Klol Empire. It was Selaha Ainir Klol. Chapter 225, Poisoned Chalice. 6. I already have a rough idea of what kind of man he is. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if Ed's cabin camp is actually Sylvania Academy's most important facility. Lortle Ketcheln sat by the fire, sipping tea and gathering his thoughts. Since it was a long-awaited day of free work, I was tempted to pester Ed and go out to the festival with him. But I never imagined that Princess Elaha would show up at the camp. As a result, most VIPs in Sylvania feel like they have been to Ed's cabin camp at least once. It's not a VIP accommodation like the Arfleys Hall, so it's really funny when you think about it. I thought that if it was more politically meaningful to appease than to be hostile, it wouldn't be a bad idea to involve them. But I didn't expect you to show up in a place like this. Princess Elaha sat by the bonfire, raised her eyes, and looked at Lortle. Lortle Ketcheln is the one who took Princess Elaha's side in the tragedy at the Rothgiller mansion. He was also the one who coaxed Princess Elaha into saying that he would actively help her steal Ed Ross Taylor and use him politically. Such a person appears to have taken up residence in Ed Ross Taylor's camp. Princess Elaha smiled and spoke as if it was fun. I guess everything you said to me at the mansion back then was meant to trick me. Lortel was wondering what to say, but for now he didn't reply. Lortel also understands the general character of Princess Selaha. It was a ploy by the Elt Company to protect Ed Rostaler, who had lost his mind in the first place. It was revealed that he was trying to deceive the princess. That opponent is Princess Selaha, who condemns without hesitation anyone who is hostile. If you ray like a normal person, it's not surprising that you break out in a cold sweat just by being faced with a crisis like this. Being caught lying to a member of the royal family is a serious crime that could easily be punished by the death penalty, depending on the other person's mood. But Lortel never panics. Rather, it was already understood that within Selaha, the evaluation of Ed Rothdeller had changed completely. As long as you remember that fact, it wasn't that difficult to get out of this situation like a snake. That's right. Actually, I'm a person who belongs to Senior Ed. I have been assisting him for a long time. Ultimately, the key to managing one's life is whose side one is on at that time. If you pretended to be on Selaha's side to save Ed at the Ross Taylor mansion, all you have to do is pretend to be subordinate to Ed in front of Selaha, who came to placate Ed. Selaha is a person who attaches great importance to status when evaluating others. By reducing himself to the role of Ed's stooge, he falls outside of Selaha's gaze. No one gets angry at each of the chess pieces their opponent handles. If Selaha's gaze is directed at the human nature of Ed, all she has to do is hide beneath that gaze like a shadow. The evaluation that even Lortel is a human being under my control will be added as a bonus. It's not a bad thing for Ed either. After the disaster at Ross Taylor Mansion, they dispatched me in advance to prevent things from happening in a strange way. You can think of me as a tool that follows Senior Ed's instructions, Princess Elaha. Seeing as they share a residence, it seems like they are treated quite closely. Lortel smiled softly and naturally accepted Selaha's words. Since we are here to placate Ed, there is no need to complicate things by messing with Lortel. Lortel, who understands all of Selaha's positions, casually escapes the crime of insulting the royal family. She is a girl who shows a surprisingly delicate side, at least when it comes to dealing with people. There are more personal reasons for sharing a residence. Well, there's no need for me to worry about that man's personal life, because we just need that man's position and ability. But Princess Selaha rested her chin for a moment, then slowly closed and opened her sharp eyes and continued her story. Are you saying that the real power of Elt Company is under your control? I heard that Persica tried several tricks to take control of the Elt Company, but now that I see it, it seems like it was all in vain. I will leave the judgment to Princess Selaha. I, a person of lowly status, cannot dare to argue with the princess' judgment. You are definitely a sly, fox-like person. Princess Selaha laughed and immediately defined the person named Lortel. He may be useful as an advisor, but you never know when he will strike. A person who once sat on the throne through betrayal will eventually be dethroned through betrayal. Isn't that right? Princess Elaha maintains a noble appearance and speaks clearly to the girl merchant whose social status is far apart. People like Balber and Elphalan are small-minded and greedy, so it is easy to judge their actions. However, it is not easy to handle someone like Lortel under your command. They are the ones who bite when they see a weakness and turn the game over as soon as there is no reason to follow them. If you are going to have someone like this as your confidant, you must always be intelligent and never give them a chance. You live with a wild beast in your arms. That man. I don't know what to do with myself, since people are criticizing me as being as good as a beast. Normally, Lortel would finish the topic at this point and go to call Ed. For Lortel, who always acts cool and calm, it is impossible for him to act emotionally in a situation like this where the princess of a country is in front of him. Lortel Ketcheln is a man of monstrous reason who can maintain his composure with just one swallow of dry saliva, even while Sylvania Academy is being destroyed. However, there are always exceptions to things in this world. Also, everyone has something that should not be touched. There is only one case where Lortel Ketcheln, who is always cool and calm, loses his temper, when Ed Rostaler is involved in work. And should we say it was a coincidence or an inevitability, Princess Selaha stepped on that mine exactly. To put it bluntly, that is what Princess Selaha said to Lortel. You are a beast who, if given the opportunity, would try to take the throne by stabbing Ed Ross Taylor in the back. Ed is also the kind of person who considers you to be nothing more than a stepping stone to your career. There is not a single trace of solidarity to be found. Selaha's words and actions, which define the person named Lortel Ketcheln in that way, were very unpleasant to Lortel himself. This is an evaluation based on looking at Lortel as he is, not because he is acting for a purpose. Lortel smiled when he heard that. However, crisscrossed veins appeared on his temples. Princess Selaha, his voice is as calm as always. I don't know how it will sound, but I hope you at least know that I won't come after you, Ed. Who? This is the first time I have seen such a romantic bond between merchants. I think the story about eagles eating grass is more believable. What do you think, Princess Selaha? You shouldn't underestimate a man named Ed Rosteller. There was no way he would do something stupid like start a war of nerves with the royal family. The overwhelming gap in status and authority leads to differences in position. In the end, there is nothing Lortel can do other than subtly scratching Princess Selaha. But that was Lortel's specialty. Underestimated. Haha, on the contrary, they are evaluating it quite generously. He is certainly not an easy person to look at, seeing as he is on the verge of taking over even the Elk Chamber of Commerce. But how can I become the emperor of a country if I can't make even one Duke Senim submit? Giving in, I am sure one side may have to give in, because it involves the imperial authority. Which one? You're telling an interesting story. Princess Selaha raises her sassy nose and smiles arrogantly. Am I giving in? I am sorry, but I've always been the one to give in. Self-esteem soaring through the sky. Power and lineage to match. As Lortel quietly looks up at Princess Selaha, a bitter sense of repulsion and immorality blooms in him. A person who has never clung to someone or knelt down on someone even once in his long life. Anyway, I became needlessly emotional. This is a characteristic of people who have never once desperately needed something. I mistakenly believe that I can get my hands on anything right away. It is the illusion that any lofty beliefs can be destroyed. Then I will call Senior Ed. Please sit by the campfire for a while, but Lortel Ketchel knows. Ed Rostello's answer to Princess Elaha's appeasement had already been decided. I'm sorry, but I plan to continue assisting Princess Fenia. It never occurred to me that as soon as we met each other, he would immediately get down on his knees and show all the courtesy of a subject with an apologetic look on his face. He's not a commoner wandering around anywhere, but a noble who is part of the greatest ducal family on the continent. I thought it would be a line of being polite and maintaining the minimum level of courtesy. However, Ed, who had come to the campfire in response to Lortel's call, had rolled up his sweaty shirt and was gulping down cold water. There is absolutely no trace of courtesy towards the royal family. Of course, you can give a reason. Not the imperial family, but this Aiken island on the outskirts of the continent and Sylvania Academy within it. It is far from central power and is a place that values the virtue of learning itself as much as the gap in social status. As it is an environment where nobles and commoners receive education together, it is also a place where class consciousness is greatly weakened. However, if you are a princess or a saint, you will receive more preferential treatment, even considering that this is Aiken Island. It is a position with that level of authority. Nevertheless, Ed Rosteller sat down across from the campfire and set down a cup of cold water without even pretending to take the courtesy of a subject. It looked like he had come up from the river after working hard. I could tell to some extent from his attitude. Her attitude showed that she had no intention of responding to Princess Selaha's appeasement from the beginning. Selaha first snorted at that sight. You said with your own mouth that I am the one who deserves to be emperor. In fact, even after the sparring was over, my name was raised high. Yes, that's right. That person is giving you a chance. If you watch closely, you will know that Fenia is not qualified to become an emperor, right? Lortel made an expression of surprise at this point. I thought Ed Rosteller would get angry when he expressed his refusal, but surprisingly, Selaha calmly spoke about her superiority. A lot of power within the imperial family has already shifted to my side. Except for that annoying knight commander who is on the Persica side, it is safe to say that most of the key figures actually support me. It is an achievement commensurate with one's abilities. With Princess Selaha's kindness, it wouldn't have been that difficult. Although he was praising Selaha, Ed's face showed no trace of loyalty at all. That fact did not please Selaha. Do you not know what I mean? I am saying that I will remove all the doubts I have had about you so far and stop attacking you at the Imperial meeting. If you would do so, I would be truly honored. Do you think it's free? If you want something in return, I will repay you as much as possible. But I have no intention of taking someone else's side in the struggle for Imperial power. It's a strange thing. Selaha spoke with his arms crossed and his eyes raised. Isn't supporting someone in the struggle for imperial authority because you think that person is worthy of being emperor. If you truly think that I am a person worthy of becoming emperor, then you should take my side. Isn't it human that we can't always think rationally? I know that it will be difficult for Princess Phenia to become emperor, but I still plan to support Princess Phenia. Give me a reason. Politics that always looks downward and shows mercy is beautiful on the outside, but the path is thorny. Only then did the whole picture begin to fully form in Princess Selaha's mind. Phenia is a pathetic idealist. At least that's what Selaha thinks. Idealists who do not know reality die while pursuing ideals. It is a world of power in which survival is achieved only by encouraging betrayal, repeating secret tactics, killing and stealing when necessary, and actively suppressing the opponent. This is not something that can be done by resorting to tricks only when it is absolutely necessary. This is a world where you have to become as evil as possible, rather than trying to be as good a person as possible to survive for a long time. I intend to stay the course. Someone has to do it. The reason why Phenia is still able to hold on is because this man, who is infinitely calm and realistic, is still around. A person who knows reality and knows how to devise secret tactics and schemes when necessary. At the same time, he is a person who will accept and understand Phenia's ideals and compromise little by little with reality. If you only pursue ideals, you will only end up wandering around and becoming disconnected from reality. Therefore, I needed someone who could at least hold that romance in this reality as much as possible. At first, I thought this man was not loyal to Phenia and was just using her as a stepping stone to power. But this man understood Phenia more deeply than I thought and was trying to support her. Phenia Elias is a man who is nothing short of a pillar holding up the foundation of Kloll's ideology. Only because of this man is Phenia able to become an idealist who pursues her own ideals, rather than a childish child who catches random clouds. Anyone who simply wants to use the blood of the royal family for power is likely to be exploited by Selaha. However, a man who accepts Phenia so deeply cannot be easily appeased. Then it ends there. If what you are pursuing is different, just follow a different path. Even if Selaha thinks he is worthy of being emperor, if he continues to support Phenia, he can be allowed to do so. But for some reason, Selaha's eyes began to shine. Lortel, who was watching the situation, was secretly embarrassed. A man who protects his interests with tenacity and integrity. A man who, despite his outstanding ability and connections, remains by Phenia's side until the end. I think I understand why Phenia did not speak so kindly of this man when eating at the royal residence. Phenia probably wanted to hide her relationship with this man, because I knew what Selaha was thinking when she saw the bottom of this man. Lortel could easily read the emotions visible in Selaha's sparkling eyes. I think it would be best for you to leave now. It's not a good idea to stay at the camp for too long. There are a lot of bugs, and the smell of dirt that doesn't suit your social status permeates your body. There are people in the world who find joy in plundering others. Selaha's alluring eyes were blinking as if she was looking at a treasure she wanted to possess. What was blooming in my heart was a vulgar but infinitely powerful emotion called predatory love. Ever since she was young, Selaha was a person who found pleasure in taking things from others. Sitting on the terrace of the royal residence, Phenia received tea poured by Claire. Since I was born and raised in the same place since I was young, I know Selaha and Persica better than anyone else. In particular, the arrogant yet noble Princess Selaha's arrogant pride Phenia knew better than anyone else. The teddy bear that Phenia had cherished and carried around as a child was torn here and there, and the design had been changed, lying in her arms. Selaha said in a kind voice that this look was cuter in my eyes, and then she giggled and held the teddy bear in her arms. The grimoire that Persica considered a treasure had to go to Selaha's study, and her favorite maid also became Selaha's servant. Selaha reigned like a tyrant among her sisters. She always had the loudest voice, controlled people, and everything she wanted came into her hands. And once you get your hands on it, you immediately get sick of it and throw it away, repeating the process. Boredom quickly sets in with what you get. Princess Elaha always longs for more of what she cannot obtain. If it's someone else's precious thing, it's all the better, because the joy that comes from looting cannot be replaced by anything else. At least during the festival when Sister Selaha is here, we have to look like we are maintaining a loyal and trusting relationship. Then what should I do? Actually, it's not that big of a deal. It's okay if it's just acting please stay as someone who believes in me and supports me until the end. I don't ask for much, at least during the festival. A blond man exchanging teacups on this terrace. I remember him nodding. With Yenica, who had just been given the title of Baron and was dumbfounded, sitting next to him, the man pondered for a moment with his chin resting on his head before nodding. It's not difficult, and in the first place, a letter arrived from the Elfaland family. Would you like me to bring it to you now? Your reaction is faster than I expected. Please. Next to where Princess Phenia put down her teacup, there was a pile of various academic records and information about Ed Rosteller. At least during this festival, Ed and Phenia were supposed to have a relationship of vassal and vassal in which they deeply understand and support each other. As someone who believes and trusts Ed more than anyone else, only when he is in front of Selaha will Selaha take the bait. Therefore, I looked up his academic information, which I normally wouldn't do, and read his biography again and listen to his thoughts several more times. Most of the content was familiar, but there were many unexpected aspects, so it felt quite refreshing for Phenia. When you look towards the bachelor's degree, you can hear the sound of the orchestra's music coming from afar. The days of the festival are ripening. Phenia herself did not often go out of the royal residence, but she definitely got the feeling that her daily life was stopping for a while and a departure was beginning. Princess Phenia was lost in thought as she brought the teacup to her mouth once again. And from the beginning, I have supported Princess Phenia from the beginning. I had no doubt that Princess Phenia would become emperor. The reason is complicated to explain, so don't worry too much. Princess Phenia will be a good emperor. Don't worry too much about what they did to me. A person who is good at saying things that are not in his heart without even changing his facial expression. Really, I purse my lips and repeat the man's name. Ed Rosteller. The smooth pronunciation, without any sharp parts, had suddenly become natural. I turned my attention again to the distant scenery of Bachelor. The excitement of the festival was still growing. You want to read the wise man's seal? Yes. I want to see with my own eyes the records left by great sage Sylvania herself. Well, that's fine. I don't think it will be accepted, even if the student requests it. Well, I don't know if the principal or vice principal gives special permission entrance to the Trix building. Isla Triss pulled the collar of Professor Callide, who was lying on the bench and smoking a cigarette, and continued speaking with a stern expression on his face. So, all I have to do is convince the principal or vice principal. It was an item that had been stolen once in the first place. Because the management is so strict, they will not give permission easily. Grandma Rachel will definitely say no, and Principal Obel might not know, but since he hasn't been seen recently, it won't be easy to meet him. Khalid was already half drunk. It could be due to the heat of the festival, but it was still pathetic in broad daylight with the sun high in the sky. All right. Isla left the half-asleep Khalid on the bench, rolled up her sleeves, and headed toward the Trix building. Chapter 226, To You Who Survived, 1. When the Princess of Persica came out of the Imperial Library, the soldiers standing guard at the entrance bowed their heads in contempt. As expected of the soldiers guarding the Rose Palace, their angles were neat and clean. Even though he suddenly opened the door and came out, he didn't even look embarrassed. Persica looked out the window and realized that the sun was setting. Come to think of it, the festival period was almost over. Princess Persica, who stayed in the library throughout the festival, did not feel any particularly enthusiastic atmosphere. She doesn't necessarily enjoy the excitement of these festivals, and she's not the type of person who likes to go out that much. However, I can't stay in the library because there are so many tiring things like imperial power disputes and imperial meetings. This festival period was a great opportunity to spend time surrounded by books. Selaha seemed to have taken advantage of this opportunity to go on a tour with Emperor Clole. It is important to leave a good impression on Emperor Clole, but it is also quite important to gather more influence in the imperial family while all the important people are away. Persica was thinking of recruiting the prime minister and important guards while Selaha was away. Then I ended up getting too absorbed in the books at the library. I should have come out at least 2 days earlier. Shall we prepare a meal, Princess Persica? No, it's okay. But when I looked out the window of the Rose Palace hallway, I saw a spire rising up next to the central palace. It was a spire built for military purposes, but its role faded significantly after the reign of peace. It was currently a building used for private purposes by one of the members of the imperial family. Since there's no one watching at the moment, I'd like to stop by the spire. Why am I doing something I shouldn't be doing? Emperor Klol was extremely reluctant to allow anyone to approach that spire. That's because the royal family's sore fingers are hidden there. The three princesses were well aware of that fact, so they did not dare to approach them too closely. Three princesses, each with their own values, compete to succeed the Klol imperial family. They are the pride of this dazzling imperial family. However, among these three shining princesses, there was an eldest son who was actually designated as the next emperor, Crown Prince Lyndon Klol. At one time, he was a man who was by Emperor Klol's side, assisting him and holding on to his position as successor more firmly than anyone else. The only male among the direct descendants of the current Klol royal family, he was a strong monarch who was virtually designated as the heir. He was the eldest brother of the three princesses and always looked down on the people with his intelligent mind and moist eyes. He was a man with the qualities of a saint. In the days when the healthy Lyndon was firmly at the center, such stories even circulated among his subjects. He is an ideal monarch who brings together the strengths of the three princesses, each with their own unique traits. This Klol empire will also enjoy peace for at least one more generation. It was also a symbol of such hope. The beginning of the imperial power dispute surrounding the three princesses was when Lyndon Klol suddenly abandoned all his qualifications as the heir to the imperial power and locked himself in that spire. From then on, the position of successor to the imperial throne became vacant, and Emperor Klol began to hesitate about which of the three princesses to nominate as the next successor. The long history of antagonism had begun. Nowadays, Lyndon Klol has become such a nuisance that he does not leave his room. She had such a miserable appearance that it put those long days in vain. The cause is surprisingly no one knows. The aides who were assisting Prince Lyndon, right next to him, the imperial chancellor, the butler, and the guards, were all unable to determine the cause. One day, the man suddenly lost all motivation and purpose and locked himself in his room. There were no omens and no major events. No matter how much I asked, he didn't even answer. A man who has become helpless in everything and has become a person who lives simply because he cannot die. Lyndon's sudden downfall was a great wound to Emperor Klol. I waited for the first few months, thinking that he would definitely regain strength, but as time went on, Lyndon's condition only worsened. Suddenly, I was locked in my room with a skinny and gaunt appearance. He barely even ate the food his subjects brought him. In the room at the top of the spire, with the fire in the fireplace in front of him, he was repeatedly crying and laughing as if he were empty. When the heir to the imperial family became such a troubled person, the powerful people of the imperial family completely isolated him in the spire. Led by Crepin Rossdaler, who was still on active duty, it was decided to take care of the crown prince until he came to his senses and to refrain from exposing him to outsiders as much as possible. There was no benefit in letting it be known widely that the crown prince of a country had gone crazy. Prince Lyndon himself gave up his position as successor. Just that fact, it was just made widely known. Since then, many subjects have speculated as to why Prince Lyndon became strange, but no one has figured out the exact answer. I'm just saying that excessive stress accumulated, and one day she suddenly put a lot of mental pressure on her, and her brain went crazy. On the other hand, conspiracy theories also circulated. What made Prince Lyndon like that was the work of one of the princesses who was interested in the imperial power. Selaha Persica Fenia. There is someone who thought of making Prince Lyndon give up the imperial power and take over the imperial power himself. And it was the Princess of Persica who aroused the most suspicion. This is because the person who was closest to Prince Lyndon before Lyndon became strange was Princess Persica. Whenever I had time, I would go to the library, chat with Persica, drink tea together, and discuss various current situations. Since she was the Princess of Persica who spent the longest time with Crown Prince Lyndon, She was the person who was easiest to manipulate. Of course, if you whisper such a rumor in front of the royal family, you will be immediately executed. However, there is no way that the rumor whispered among the subjects did not reach Persica's ears. That's a funny story. Princess Persica snorted as she climbed the stairs of the spire. Beyond a few subjects who liked conspiracy theories, in recent years, even Selaha had looked at Persica with suspicion, as if they had really done something to Prince Linden. When a piece of the truth cannot be seen, the crowd begins to roughly piece together the truth. It was Princess Persica who made Prince Linden strange. Since there is a truth that seems easy to fit in there, are bound to be people who are tempted by it and fall for it. However, Princess Persica also does not know why Prince Linden locked himself in his room. I simply dealt with Prince Linden, who visited the library, because he communicated best with Persica. Persica also has fun memories of dealing with Linden, because she knows more and has deeper insight than she thought. Have a deep discussion about current issues while drinking tea on the terrace, or recommend books to each other in the corner of the library. It wasn't a very bad memory. I also thought that Linden was a nobleman who could easily rise to the position of emperor. Only now it looks like this. Smart. Persica knocked and opened the door. This is a room that Emperor Kloll could not even go near when he was in the imperial court because he was worried. Taking advantage of the festival when everyone's eyes are looking outward is the perfect time to meet Prince Linden. I've met Linden several times, but each time I don't get any special results. Still, it was my habit to head towards the spire whenever I had the chance, even if just out of curiosity. I entered the dark room thinking that there would be no significant harvest this time either. I entered a room with several layers of curtains drawn and only lit by gloomy candles, and blinked a few times. Then the eyes adapt to the darkness. A shocking scenery fills my pupils. Brotherly Linden. Persica screamed and ran into the room. Since this was a steeple that even the guards could not enter without permission, I had to rush into it myself with my small body, because this was the moment when Linden was trying to stick his neck into the rope hanging from the ceiling. At the moment when he was about to end his own life, Persica hugged his haggard stomach and pushed him away, causing him to fall off the chair and roll helplessly on the floor. Wow, knock, knock, Brother Linden. What on earth are you thinking? Shit, shit. I couldn't die again also. Linden gritted his teeth and swallowed back tears. You are a pathetic human being who has no confidence in surviving and doesn't even have the courage to die. I stared at the rope for hours, but I couldn't bear the pain of death. Courage, I don't have the courage. Come to your senses, Brother Linden. Why are you trying to die? Persica, it's Persica. No more, I don't have time now. I really have to make a decision. Linden, who was rolling around on the floor, quickly pulled out a small dagger from a nearby armor-shaped decoration and held out the handle towards Persica. I could sense desperation in his trembling hands. Persica, you finish me off? Even if you make a request like this, your subjects will never grant. Would it be me who would grant such a bizarre request? Come to your senses, Brother Linden. Linden's appearance gradually emerges from the darkness. He is literally a nuisance himself. The once shiny blonde hair has become dull and sticks to the cheeks, and the lifeless eyes and emaciated body resemble a scarecrow. Persica looked at that face and swallowed one more breath. The reason you're doing this, there won't be. I don't have the courage to live any longer. What is the use of imperial authority? And what is the use of the great peaceful dynasty? Brother, I am afraid of the futility that lies ahead. Why did you find out about this? Why did you trap yourself in this swamp of fear by knowing something you didn't need to know? Shit, I miss the times when I was ignorant. I miss the me who didn't know anything. I feel like it's really foolish of myself to be in pain just because I know about it. Really, the condition is getting worse. It is impossible to find the days when Persica was sitting at a desk in the library searching for knowledge. Persica first dragged Prince Linden and made him sit on a chair. When the cold water that his servant had brought for him was pushed into the thin man's mouth, he gulped down the water and began to drink it. First, calm down and calm down. Persica, Persica, soon everything ends, I'm afraid. I don't want to suffer, I want to leave. I would rather throw away this humble life than survive and struggle in pain. Linden held back tears as he repeatedly screamed an unknown sound. Still, Persica seemed to have calmed down for now and sat down on the opposite side of the sofa, wiping away her sweat. I came here just in case, but I still don't think we could communicate properly. Still, if Persica hadn't come, a major disaster would have occurred. The crown prince of a country committed suicide, and the entire country was almost thrown into chaos. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Persica looked around the room. It's still a place that doesn't feel like people live at all. Usually, he just sat still like a corpse, and dust had accumulated on the bookshelf and furniture. It seems that subjects come periodically to clean up and check Lyndon's condition and report it to Emperor Kloll now. Even that cycle seems to be getting longer. I wasn't the person to become like this. Persica sighed heavily, and then her eyes suddenly turned to the ring with the royal family symbol on the table. This, looking closely, I saw that it was a precious ring handed down only to the heirs of the imperial family. Owning this ring means that you are the person who has been promised the position of next emperor of this glorious Kloll royal family. Yet your brother had it. It is not very good to see this imperial family treasure, which has been handed down only to the crown prince since the founding of the country, lying carelessly on the table like this. In any case, Lyndon gave up his position as crown prince. In the first place, he completely lost his will to live. It was absurd to entrust such a royal treasure to him. First of all, it seemed right for Persica to retrieve it and deliver it to Emperor Kloll. It was the moment when I gathered my thoughts and reached out for the ring. No, Persica, Craddingtang. Lyndon, who was constantly muttering to himself, suddenly stood up and grabbed the ring. Lyndon fell to the floor again due to the recoil and sobbed awkwardly as he held the ring tightly in his arms. No, 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 absolutely not. Don't touch the ring. Please never touch the ring, especially not you. It will never be as bad as you, Persica. Oh, brother, this can't be done. When you know everything, you too, maybe you too. What do you mean, brother? Please tell me straight. Persica placed her hand on Lyndon's chin, which was lying pitifully on the floor, and stroked it once. Two, you don't have to suffer alone. What did you know, and what did that ring have to do with it? Please tell me, why do you keep keeping quiet? There were many opportunities to talk, Persica, but I am brother. Persica looked down at Lyndon with a stern expression. Lyndon looked up at Persica with a pitiful face and eventually relaxed his arms little by little. Okay, anyway, it's all over now. This ring, it is a ring handed down only to the crown princes of the imperial family, and yet it is also the key. The only person who knows that right now is me. I found out by chance. As if he had resigned himself to something, Prince Lyndon began pouring out the words that had been buried in his heart. Great Sage Sylvania. A completely unexpected name came out of his mouth. He was once a great scholar who lived in the Kloll imperial family and studied aspect magic, yes. But you were exiled to Aiken Island for hurting Prince Leanfell at the time. After saying those words, Persica couldn't help but take a deep breath. Leanfell was the heir and crown prince of the Kloll royal family when Sylvania was at its peak. He must have also carried this ring with him. This historic treasure of the imperial family is only allowed to the crown prince of a country. At that time, the great sage Sylvania, I committed a big sin and apologized to Crown Prince Leanfell. And as a courtesy to the person who harmed her, I let him know what she was really studying. That, how does your brother know? I went into her secret lab. There, all of her research that she had accomplished while living in the imperial family was organized in an easy-to-understand manner. Her research diaries and records all remained intact. Persica's pupils trembled, and she took a deep breath. The laboratory where Sylvania was originally, it's not in the Rose Palace, but in the Lily Palace. The records there were all superficial. The records she hid and studied. It lies beyond the deepest bookshelves of the Imperial Library. Persica's voice did not come out at that fact. Prince Lyndon did not necessarily enjoy stopping by the Imperial Library. She only came to see the Princess of Persica because she always stayed there. Prince Lyndon, while going in and out of the library to meet Persica, he accidentally discovered Sylvania's secret laboratory. And is it a joke in the sky? He also had the key to enter there on his person. Great Sage Sylvania engraved a magic imprint on this ring to enter her secret laboratory, whenever, so that Crown Prince Leanfell can have access to her Sylvanian research. What happened to Prince Leanfell after that? It was on the record, right? This is a famous fact historically. One day Prince Leanfell completely disappears from history. All that is left in the records is that he stayed away from the secular world and had no interest in imperial power. It was a sudden story, but since it was a historical fact, everyone just accepted it that way. In the lab, what I saw it, that Lyndon's teeth chattered and his body began to shake. Shit, if we've talked this far, even if I keep quiet, you will go check for yourself. Listen carefully, Persica. Don't focus on things like horoscope magic. If you are too deeply involved in theology, if you try to get too close to the providence of the world, it gets eaten right away. In the great darkness in the providence that God protects, I am going crazy because I am eaten whole. What on earth is this man talking about? I can't understand it, but it's telling a strange truth. I have tasted the convenience. I felt like I was going to go crazy like this. Even a dull person like me could intuit it so easily. It is probably the final line drawn by God, who protects the providence of the world. A lowly human being should not attempt to penetrate the providence of the world any further than this. As they say, it is the final threshold allowed by God's mercy. Brother, that fact that smart man called the great sage, you probably didn't know aspect magic, is magic that understands and twists the providence of the world. There is nothing wrong with simply analyzing the system and taking a little bit of its power. However, if you go into an area where you are completely immersed in the depths and try to completely control the laws of the world in the face of such enormous power, human reason will melt away without notice. You become a madman. Great sage Sylvania did not know that fact. Nevertheless, she did not stop her research. What is the reason? Just because of a passion for learning. Just because of that humble curiosity of wanting to know the truth about the world. The only person who knows the reason is great sage Sylvania herself. Brother, please do this. Persica. Lyndon appeals, crying and crying. End my life. I'm a bastard who doesn't even have the courage to face my own death, so with your own hands close my eyes, turn your eyes away from the coming catastrophe, let me close my eyes comfortably, please. Please. Persica managed to control her trembling body and flopped down on the sofa again. My lower lip starts to tremble, and an unstoppable vibration continues in my chest. It's almost natural now to feel goosebumps running down your spine. Eventually, Persica picked up the dagger with trembling hands. Lyndon also continued to sob and tremble, but eventually he relaxed his arms that were holding the ring and opened them. The generous breasts that are easy to stab are revealed. Ta-da-tang. However, Persica threw the dagger on the floor and quickly picked up the ring. Without even the intention of narrowing my shocked pupils, I opened the door and ran out. She busily runs down the steeple stairs, lifting the hem of her dress with both hands. Persica's eyes, I was constantly shaking. There was a user with the name Pepero Pepe. He was a user who would tell stories related to the bosses of Alright Boss battle strategies, etc. The first time it made a name for itself among the community was when on the day of release it completely analyzed Act 1 boss Yenica Palova and left a detailed strategy post. After that, he is also the user who defeated all of the Act 2 boss Glast Act, 3 boss Lucy Merrill Act, 4 boss Crepin Rathdilla, and Act 5 boss Holy Changryung Bellbroke in the shortest amount of time. In addition to the ridiculous attack speed, the information is neatly and completely organized, and even the detailed behind-the-scenes information that regular users are not familiar with is completely covered. Thanks to that, all kinds of rumors were going around. In fact, I jokingly said that I was an employee of the development company, or that I was the person who wrote the scenario, a human being who lived in that world. There were many other half-joking rumors, but the identity of the user was never revealed. There was no one actively tracking it. Well, anyway, the high-quality strategies and information he left behind were important, not who he was. From my perspective, who enjoyed Sylvania's failed sword, sank quite impressively, such strategy articles were also a subject of investigation. One time I searched for the nickname he used on an overseas portal and also searched for the email address he used. I was wondering how you know so much about the game. This is because I wanted to at least communicate privately. Well, it's a good thing if we can get in touch, or you just have to do it. As I am someone who has searched for and read various setting books, this person may know more about information that I did not know. But there was no contact. There was no information that could be used to find out where the man named Pepero Pepe was and what he was doing. But in a corner of a distant internet site, we were able to find traces of the blog he used alone. Surprisingly, pictures of the characters seen in were uploaded like a backup file. These are pictures that I also saw in the setting book. The image of Yenica Palova standing proudly in the student center with Glaskin's right arm in the background. The appearance of Explorer Glast looking up at the stars from the top of the magic tower. Lucy Merrill wearing a witch's hat and wearing dozens of layers of magic circles at the top of MT. Crepin Rostaler sitting quietly among the rubble on the rooftop of a burning building. And even the image of Sianchengriang Velbrock floating high above Aiken Island, observing the world. The pictures of the bosses that decorate the end of each act, it was listed as if it were a set painting. However, when I scrolled down the mouse wheel all the way, there was another unknown picture. I couldn't tell what it was just by looking at the picture, so I didn't even bother to remember it. A dark, large, magical door-like thing is open, and the back of a person wearing a robe can only be seen in front of it. It appears to be holding a large, colorful staff. The place looks like a dark basement. It looks like the flow of magical power is spreading. As far as I know, there are no such scenes or characters in. Unlike other paintings, is this painting taken from somewhere else? In any case, it was unclear whether the material was worth digging into deeply. It was late. She had to get ready to go to sleep. I left the mouse alone for a while and went to wash myself. When you place the mouse cursor over an image file, image information may pop up following the cursor after a while. The man who was watching the file name pop up for a moment and then disappear did not notice it. Hidden boss Sylvania, the lunatic you who tried to fight against the providence of the world. You who tried to resist the promised catastrophe. The one who tried to survive until the end and praise the value of life. Sleep well now. Chapter 227. To you who survived, too. It was hectic during the festival. This is because I had to attend a lot of events, help out with scholarships, continue camp life, and never stop personal training. As a result, I didn't feel like I had properly enjoyed the festival at all. One thing that is worth noting is that Princess Elaha often mentioned my name in official appearances. In your interview with Vice Principal Rachel, you said you asked various things about a student named Ed Ross Taylor. It is said that he mentioned Ed Ross Taylor when giving a speech on the center stage, and that he apologized for his rudeness at the Ross Taylor residence when he attended a prayer meeting presided over by the saint. He was approaching me with such certainty that his arrogant attitude up until now was in vain, as if he had decided to take advantage of this opportunity. In addition, there were a huge number of letters sent by her deacon Dest. While staying at Sylvania Academy during the festival, he sent me a letter every day. In fact, they were all handwritten letters, and the contents were quite dense. It was not difficult to imagine him sitting at the private office table in the VIP quarters every night and writing letters with a quill pen. It wasn't any kind of love letter, but it was full of romantic rhetoric, and the final conclusion was that people should stick to him. It's chilly at night on Aiken Island. Does this mean that fall is slowly coming? Time really flies. It's been a long time since we last saw each other during the Ross Taylor Mansion disaster, but we barely felt like we had a deep understanding of each other. Let me be blunt. I want to understand you more deeply. It means trying to find a political compromise, but I just want to know more about you as a person. Will you tell me? Will you make me understand the hardships of your life and the convictions you have held? I believe that if your life has been lonely but strong, there is probably some part of it that touches mine. The fever of the festival continues. Today I went to inspect the living quarters. It felt special to think of it as where you live. And that's what I think as I see the students humming peacefully, intoxicated by the festive atmosphere. In the end, conflict creates nothing. I am confident that if we put all the conflicts so far in the past and join hands, a better future will surely await us. I will treat you the best I can. The power within the imperial family can be guaranteed to a level where it is not disappointing compared to when Crepin was the head of the family. Let's end the antagonism. The disaster at the Ross Taylor mansion was nothing more than an aberration called Crepin. We can envision a new future in our own way. The beautiful blueprint may be different from each other, but I have no doubt that if we talk to each other well, it will become a stepping stone to create a greater empire. When I look at the letter filled with so much respect, I feel a sense of discomfort because it seems so contradictory to what I felt when I met Princess Selaha in person. When I finish reading the letter and put it down, Deacon Dest, who came to deliver it, asks me in a polite tone, "Princess Selaha is waiting. Would you like to accompany me?" When asked a question like that, I just shake my head without saying anything. Then the letter arrives the next day as well. I thought you wouldn't accept my invitation. Most likely, you want to continue to stand on Fenia's side and give her strength, but it is something to think about carefully. Would it really be a happy thing for that child to become emperor? This is a child who normally did not care about things like power. This is a child who has always heard stories of a benevolent princess who is kind and listens to those under her command. However, if you ascend to the position of emperor, you will inevitably incur someone's resentment. Since ancient times, a monarch is someone who has the courage to turn half of the people who oppose his decisions into enemies. Do you think something like that would be possible for Fenia? It is obvious that while pursuing idealism, you will get caught by the rocks of reality and end up rolling on the floor. If it were me, I could continue to protect Fenia's delicate heart. As long as you handle things well by my side, Fenia can live forever in the Rose Palace as a benevolent and kind princess who cares about her people. In a way, isn't it the right distribution of roles for us to handle the real work and let children like Fenia live in a bright world? The letter that arrived the next day sold Fenia's happiness. For Selaha, who had no doubt that Princess Fenia and I had a special relationship, it was a game worth throwing. But the more this happens, the more I remember the story that Fenia desperately told me. You must never fall for Sister Selaha. Selaha, once she succeeds in obtaining it, she loses all interest. The time when Sister Selaha's greed intensifies is when she discovers something she couldn't get her hands on. So, no matter what suggestions Sister Selaha makes, or what approach she takes the moment you pass over, your value will plummet to the ground. It is truly a paradoxical story. In order to protect my value, I have to reject all offers from others who value it highly. Princess Selaha is waiting for you. Would you like to accompany her? Sitting next to the campfire, I shook my head again at Dest's words. Then, without a doubt, the letter arrived the next day. I praise you highly for your firm will. However, I can speak with certainty. If you hold my hand, I will definitely become the emperor of this empire. We can guarantee you success in life. I can help you financially and spiritually so that the Ross Taylor family, to which you have worked all your life, can once again become the most prestigious family in this empire. I need you, Ed Ross Taylor. I want you to be mine. I want you desperately. A tone of voice that openly asks people to come to their faction. The letter was becoming more earnest. Of course, it's just a letter. It is completely unknown whether the person who wrote this letter is actually desperate. The opponent is someone who has lived his or her entire life in politics. It was impossible to move my heart just because I felt sincerity from just a few words. When Dest asks if I would like to accompany him, I shake my head again. I think I thought about you all day today, Ed Rostiller. I don't think this is caused solely by the desire to involve you politically. At some point, your voice or face seeps into my heart, and I spend my days recalling memories of you whenever I get the chance. Of course, personal feelings should not take priority in politics that determine the direction of a country. But since I am also a full-fledged woman, there are times when I cannot help but feel heat rising in my heart. I'm curious about you. I'm curious about your strong loyalty that allows you to firmly stick to your beliefs, even in front of the princess of a nation. I wish it was directed at me. I wish I had respect for women. When I sit in my office every day and review the agenda, I want you to stand next to me. I long for you, Ed Rostiller. I hope you will be by my side and support me on the path I walk. The next day, in the letter, he finally sold his love. Of course, there is no way I would ever believe this. At this point, I'm getting scared. How much is this princess willing to sell to get what she wants? The level of greed that is so scary is almost deafening. Princess Elaha is waiting. Please accompany us. Of course, I still just shook my head. This had to be repeated until the day the festival ended. The last day of the festival has arrived. From what I heard, the festivities at Sylvania Academy will end with a grand fireworks display to be held in the student plaza at midnight today. There is still some time left for the entire Empire's festival period, but Emperor Klol and Princess Selaha's stay on Aiken Island ends today. If all the festival schedules are completed well, you can take a 2-day break over the weekend and then return to your daily routine of continuing your studies. Princess Selaha is waiting. Princess Selaha continued to send letters until the last day. The content was somewhat as expected. It was almost a confession of love, but I gave a cold expression. The princess has amazing writing skills. The flow of the words, which even feels strangely sincere, is truly amazing. I would like to try writing poetry or a novel. After reading the letter, the answer I would give was decided. Dest was probably expecting it too. I am sorry, but I'm not going. It is better to think positively, even if consciously. President Tanya. It's so disgusting that Senior Ziggs said that. I'm telling you this out of concern for President Tanya, a long-awaited break. Tanya, who was lying half-corpse on the sofa in the student president's office, brushed her messy hair and looked toward the door. Ziggs Eiffelstein, who had brought some snacks with him, threw a few parts on the office table and flopped down on the sofa opposite him. The way he sat comfortably with both hands on the back of the sofa didn't feel like he was paying any respect to the student council president. I couldn't help it. In fact, Ziggs was much more likely to take on the role of a stick than a carrot within the student council, since he was mainly trying to catch Tanya, who ran away. The other person now looked less like the student council president and more like a prisoner who dreamed of escaping whenever he got the chance. Looking at it, I held the meeting for no reason while lying down on the sofa. I want to retire. I want to die. I want to run away to a place where no one knows. What is Brother Ed doing? Should I just hand over the position of head of the family? Would they accept it in the first place? But isn't it something I should take responsibility for? Why did you take responsibility in the first place? I just want to die. Help me. Someone please save me. Aren't you repeating this monologue over and over again? Tanya took a deep breath and looked at Ziggs. Now the repertoire is obvious, so it's actually not that surprising. But as of today, haven't you finished all the work that was delayed during the festival period? Now that Senior Anise is here, you will feel a lot more relaxed when you return to normal semester life. I want to enjoy my own peace of mind, but what do I do when I have a lot of bad thoughts? So, what I am saying is, at least consciously, think good thoughts. It doesn't matter if it's a lie. If you lie and say good things, it doesn't mean anything. No, it has its own meaning. I also heard this from Elka. Ziggs spoke half-heartedly while briefly checking the status of his equipment. It may be a kind of self-suggestion or just putting on a mask, but they say that if you lie to yourself by immersing yourself in it over a long period of time, at some point your mind will accept it as truth. I think there was some technical terminology. I don't really remember. It's strangely psychoanalytical. I don't know much about that field. I don't know much either. But isn't that a good thing? I am happy with myself every day. I am full of energy. I really like my job. I can't stand it because I want to work. Work is my life. I will die working. Wouldn't you be able to approach life more positively if you lied and implied repeatedly? I am sorry, but I don't like it because it feels like my life is ending like that. The example was definitely a bit excessive. Sorry. Ziggs let out a laugh and glanced sideways at Tanya, who was finally getting some proper rest after completing a long task. No matter what happens, I'm a person who somehow manages to complete all his tasks within the deadline. They say that everything about a person's character is inherited, and he resembles my brother in many ways. I think I could become a good leader if I provide good guidance, but right now, he has no dignity because he looks like a corpse lying on his back. Well, there must be people like this. With that in mind, Ziggs wiped the sheath of his sword with a cloth. You refuse to accompany me. I think he will probably not accompany you until the end. Even though the princess of a country bends herself to this extent, she doesn't even seem to flinch. A luxurious private room prepared for Princess Elaha. Inside the neatly organized room, there was also a table set up for office work. Princess Elaha, who was sitting at the huge table and playing with her quill, snorted at Dest's report. Pretending to be expensive in the end, you are just greedy for power. It is difficult to find time to accompany Emperor Kloll during the festival. Of course, it is impossible to go to Ed Rosteller's camp every day. Therefore, Princess Elaha tried to placate him through letters, but there were limits. He actively encouraged Ed Rothsteller by writing more radical and bold content, but as expected, his strong mind shows no signs of moving at all. Now, a strange feeling began to arise, and I began to put more effort than I thought into the letters I sent to him every day. Of course, there is not a single word of sincerity in the contents of the letter. There is absolutely no reason for Princess Elaha, who has no blood or tears, to give up her liver and gallbladder just to get one of the Duke Masters. It's just a flattering rumor. Usually, it comes to pass at this point. Intoxicated by the fact that the princess of a country needs her so much, she loses sight of the objective evaluation of her own worth. However, the tyrant Selaha, who considers everything under him to be nothing more than a chess piece to be discarded, there is no reason to do that. I think it would be best to take the time and go one more time, unfortunately. I have a lot of schedules for tomorrow morning and a lot of reports to review. I also have to schedule a visit to the Tricks building and go to lunch with Principal Obel Fortius. In the end, there's nothing I can do right now other than write the letter more sincerely. But the problem is that I've used up all the repertoire I can write. There are limits to writing a false letter that appears to be more sincere. They don't even blink when I bend them down to this extent instead. Princess Elaha smiled bitterly, just imagining the joy it would be like to defeat Ed Rossdaler, who has been so steadfast and loyal, makes my heart swell. At least, Princess Elaha has never been this overly absorbed and tried to hold someone in her hands. Usually, it would come before that. Recently, it got to the point where I spent the whole day thinking about what kind of phrase I should write in his ears this time. He tried to stimulate his loyalty to Princess Phenia and eventually told shocking stories, such as saying that he was privately in love with Ed Ross Taylor. Nevertheless, Ed Rothgiller does not even dream. Have you discovered that it's all a lie? That's what I thought to myself. Aside from that, I wrote down a lot of all kinds of unconventional things, but seeing as I haven't come across it even once, it seems like I don't believe the content at all. Is there a need for a more trustworthy and sincere tone? Promising more wealth and fame alone cannot move him. So what is needed at this point is sincerity that can make the other person believe that you are sincere. You need to wrap your mind so that you can convince of its sincerity, so that even Ed Ross Taylor, the doubtful one, can't be deceived and can't be fooled so that it seems endlessly earnest. Once he falls into my hands and becomes a person who betrayed Phenia, I take advantage of him and then throw him away. I picture the man's expression when he became the one abandoned by Selaha. When I imagine the joy of that moment, a smile already comes to my face. In this way, Selaha continues to write letters filled with lies. I think about the wording of the letter all day. Over and over again, I was immersed in it endlessly. I was repeating lies to myself. Your request to view has been denied. In fact, the wise man's seal is not currently being released to the public, even for research purposes, so it is difficult to obtain permission upon request from a student. The staff at the Tricks building spoke kindly to Isla behind the counter. She was a girl who had been asking to meet with Obel Fortius for several days already, submitting a request to read the wise man's seal. Is that so? Yes, since it is a treasure with a history of theft. We must be cautious at the academic level, as expected. Okay, thank you. Isla bowed at the window and opened the Tricks building. I got out. Although the festival fever continues, the Tricks building, an office building, still has a fairly businesslike atmosphere. That subtle heat remains, but you have to do what you have to do anyway. Isla looked back at the Tricks building for a moment, lowered her head, and her expression hardened. It became necessary to find a different method. Somehow I had an intuition that I had to read the Sage's Seal because it kept welling up in me. Chapter 228. To you who survived. 3. I will sneak into the Tricks building and read the Sage's Seal. The Book of the Wise, written by the great sage Sylvania, is said to have not even been half deciphered yet. It is an unknown book, full of all kinds of words about aspect magic, as well as magic engravings, engraved with runes and strange contents that you cannot even tell what country it is from. In fact, the book, a treasure of the Sylvanian Academy, was often at the center of all kinds of thinking. First of all, there is a record of Senior Professor Glass stealing and running away, and due to chronic management difficulties, actual ownership was transferred to Elt Trading Company. During the last battle to recapture the Elt Company, Lortel returned the Sage's Seal to the Bachelor as a condition of negotiation, so he was able to return to the Tricks building's treasure trove. But I want to go through the contents. But no matter how many times I submitted a request, Principal Obel would not meet me. Well, of course. There is no way that a single student would be allowed to view the treasures of a school that already has a history of theft, so you're going to steal it again. I'm not stealing, I'm just borrowing for a moment. I even felt a sense of discomfort when I saw Isla's so proud face. The location is the student square where the Imperial Band is performing. The sun is high in the sky, so it feels like the heat hasn't risen yet, but today is definitely the last day of the festival. It is the day when the most grand festival is held, and the closing ceremony is held at the central square. On the last day, I decided to take a break and sat on a bench near the student plaza, enjoying the warm weather of late spring. At best, I was just having a drink and getting some fresh air. But I've been so busy lately that even this little bit of leisure was precious to me. If I had come a month earlier, I would have asked Lortle to allow me to view it. That's right until then. The seal belonged to Senior Lortle, but at that time I didn't know the seriousness of the situation, so it was inevitable. The wise man's seal has already been handed over to the bachelor. Lortle used it as negotiation material in order to regain control of the Sangho power. So tonight, when the excitement of the festival was at its peak, I went to the tricks hall but Senior Ed. What is all this, Isla, who was in the midst of a rather serious conversation, could not contain her curiosity and asked when she saw the gift boxes piled up on the bench table. This has the imperial emblem engraved on it. Oh, this it's nothing special. Princess Selaha gave me various items to use when I was living as a bachelor. Princess Selaha. Senior Ed, besides Princess Fenia, do you also have a relationship with Princess Selaha? I had a relationship this time, but I'm not sure if it's such a good relationship. Isla opened her mouth in astonishment when she saw the table piled full of gifts sent by the imperial family to win Ed's favor. I knew that Ed Rosteller had a wide network of connections, but I never thought that he would also have contact with the icy princess of Frost. Then why is Senior Yenica? Don't worry too much about her. Yenica, who was supposed to be walking around the festival stalls with her, was lying down with her face on the table among the gift boxes. As for me, I just need to get some rest after a long time, so there is no need to move around too much. It's just a matter of being next to a depressed Yenica. I spoke in a low voice so that Yenica could not hear. I was recently betrayed by my parents. Yes, yes. Senior Yenica had such a gloomy family history. Actually, it's not that dark of a story. Yenica's parents, Ortega and Sailor, were thoroughly brainwashed by Lortle for the remainder of the festival. In fact, it would be a bit hard to describe it as brainwashing. But it would be correct to say that he fell for Lortle's natural speech and behavior and became a passionate supporter of Elt Company. Watching them applaud while sharing stories about Elt Trading Company's business plans, the development of the Pulan region, and improving the lives of their neighbors whenever they have time. It is inevitable that Jenica's mental strength will be diminished as time goes on. Jenica seems like the nicest girl in the world, but she tends to be especially proud in front of Lortle. Although he is a man of great power who would easily give up his position as chief, he does not seem to want to lose even a single word to Lortle. Still, he wasn't a great person who could get angry at his parents, so he was crying alone and repeating Lortle's name. It's true that I've been saying it over and over again, but for Lortle, who can control even senior merchants like the Serpent, it's not a task to control a rural couple who just moved up from the countryside. However, watching him fight a war of nerves by dragging the other person's family into his arms is quite scary to watch from the side. Ed, my mom and dad, suddenly started talking about wool distribution and the future trends of the livestock product market. People who were only worried about the cows on the ranch. His appearance reminds me of a child whose father is immersed in some kind of pyramid scheme. It almost brought tears to my eyes, but it was much better than that. At least Ortega Sailor is making sound plans for the future. It's just a painful fact for Yenica that Elt Trading Company is in the background. It's too much to do. It's crossing the line to even touch your parents. To say you crossed the line, your parents didn't suffer any harm. If I had received help, I would have received it. Do you think everything in this world can be done with money? Why is Lortle always like that? Unfortunately, money is almost everything. Are you feeling it now too? If I am really like this, I might run away from home. In fact, hast he already run away from home? You haven't even been home recently. I didn't fall over until that part. In the first place, Jenica was not a person by nature who could get along with her parents. I think I've reached puberty, Ed. Usually people who have reached puberty don't say things like that out of their own mouth. No, I am in puberty. Even if I go home now, I won't help you with the ranch work. Still, I'll do it because harvesting herbs from the garden is fun, but I'll never do the hard, arduous work. But I guess I'll have to bring the cows back into the fence after letting them out at sunset. That's because the efficiency itself changes if there are a lot of people, but I won't clean up the manure or milk the milk. Is not it? I need some help with milking so I can meet the delivery date. Then, should I try to stay up late in the morning and not sweep the front yard? That's right. I won't fold the laundry or make the bed sheets. Ill. Give it a try. Anyway, he's nice. even when those who fall into a period of rebellion face it ambiguously. Then I need to make a list of things to do and things not to do from now on. What is that again? I plan to think about the ranch schedule during vacation, think about the boundaries of how much I should help and where I can be lazy, and make sure to rebel. Mom and Dad will regret going over to Lawtel. You will be the only person who spends such a healthy and constructive period of rebellion. And considering Ortega and Sailor's tendencies, it is obvious that they would just ignore it, thinking that their daughter was a bit lazy at home after returning from vacation. With the future so clearly visible, I couldn't even give encouragement. When I graduate, I will have to assume the title of Baron and take charge of the outskirts of Ross Taylor's estate on my own. I am just uneasy, because it seems like I'm still only thinking about working on the ranch. If it's like Yenica, it's like Yenica, so I've gotten to the point where I feel reassured. I sighed and turned my head towards Isla, leaving Yenica muttering something as if she was casting a spell. Well, there is no need to risk stealing the wise man's seal. If you talk to Lortel or Princess Phenia and negotiate well with the bachelor's side, you might be able to view it. It was a wise decision to consult with me, but that would take too long. That's true, but the risk is much lower than getting caught while browsing secretly. Senior Ed, I don't want to leave uncertainty for a long time in a situation where I don't know when my senior's prophecy will come true. Above all, it is a matter that directly affects Taylor's life. I don't want to do anything that could put Taylor in danger. There is no need to be in such a hurry. I am not in a situation where I can take my time either. Isla was right about this. You don't know if it will take a week, a month, or a semester to go through the formal process. That's your A definitely right. Isla, I'm going to sneak into the Tricks building tonight while I'm preoccupied with the festival. I hope it catches your attention in the meantime. If possible, near the Tricks building. You seem to be more serious about your work than I thought. It was Ed himself who convinced me of the seriousness of the situation. Looking at Isla, who was sitting quietly with a heavy and serious expression, I glanced at her chin and nodded. No, I thought it would be okay to let you know at this level. Yes. What? Are you still hiding something? I took out an old book from my leather pouch. Then I took off the cover I had put on it to keep it from being seen by others and placed it on the table. Isla glanced at the title of the book with a puzzled look on her face, then suddenly took a deep breath against her will. There was a slight time lag in the response. Introduction to Astrology author Glauct Eldervane. Quaddingtang. Isla stood up in an instant, flicked the cover of the book and looked around. As a girl who has some knowledge of theology, she knows the value of this book. That's why I was so embarrassed that I wondered if this was okay. Why does something like this so casually pop out of your leather bag? I had it. It's not something worth having. This. It is a book by Archmage Glauct that has not yet been revealed to the world. Whether or not this is genuine can be determined by the age of the book, the handwriting, and the perceived magic power of the aspect. An outsider might not have noticed it, but Isla noticed it right away. I'll lend it to you. This isn't something you can get for lending. It is a record of Archmage Glauct's research, and there are also some records about Great Sage Sylvania, so there will be some progress in your research. And if you come to the camp whenever you have time, I will let you talk to Merrilda. Come, find your own time. It would be good if you brought Taylor too. If it's Merrilda, is it the wolf spirit? I nodded and talked. This is the spirit that met Great Sage Sylvania in person. At this point, I am the only one who remembers that great man and can communicate with him. OMG. Isla must have felt like her breathing had stopped, so she nodded her head with difficulty. As expected, consulting with a senior was the right answer. Nothing has been resolved about the fundamental problem. The most important thing is what was the true intention of Great Sage Sylvania. Bellbroke's seal must also be clearly revealed. For now, I will find out everything I can. However, Isla made a clear point. I would never put Taylor in danger. That unfortunately, we cannot guarantee it. He is destined to live through trials. Rather than tricking you with lies, it would be better from your perspective to tell you clearly. Is not it? That's right. Isla agreed to what I said and made a sad expression. It was something that could not be helped. So are you going to move tonight? Tell me your specific plan. As the sun set, preparations began to grandly decorate the last night of the festival. The academic assistants were busy preparing for the stage, and students from the student council also began checking the number of people. Lastly, they gather at the central square, listen to the speeches of the distinguished guests one by one, view the large stage, and then set off fireworks that decorate the night sky, concluding the Crestal Grand Festival. It was a performance that could be said to be the highlight of the festival, so all the students were looking forward to it. Famous musical groups come, many celebrities from the empire attend, and you can even see the faces of the saint and the princess in one place. It is so grand that it seems excessive in scale to be considered a festival for just one academy. All students wanted to attend an event that they would only see once in their lifetime. I picked up various equipment and tools from the camp before going to the bachelor's camp. Since the school and camp are a bit far away, I came early and had some time left. Yenica is busy with the Spirit Society, and Lortel is busy because this is the peak season for the society. There was no way to know where Lucy had gone, so the camp was now empty. Even if you say whoa, it's already dark and there are stars in the sky. The road to the camp was quiet, perhaps because most students were gathered around the central square. The camp also has a quiet atmosphere with no one around. When I first settled here and started to survive, this quiet state was the norm. But recently, as more people live in a shabby place and the number of visitors increases, this quiet state feels unusual. When I think about it that way, the emotions are endless. This camp had already become my home. I would be leaving this camp when I graduated, and that fact felt very heavy. For me, this place is like my hometown. I put those sentimental thoughts aside for now and packed the dagger and magic engineering supplies. And when I left the cabin, there was someone sitting by the campfire. I hadn't been in the cabin for that long, but I wondered what was going on. Oh, Master Ed, have you just arrived? The rugged muscles and bulky-looking body are familiar. It was Yenica's father, Ort Palover. The final event is going to be held on the central stage. Why did you come to the camp? Kahaha. Of course, I have to go see the event. But when I heard that it was the last event, I felt strange. The festival is now over, and Sailor and I are going back to our hometown early tomorrow morning in a way. Isn't today the last day? Ort had also just arrived and was probably sitting by the bonfire, and there were leaves all over his body that he must have gotten while walking through the forest. While brushing himself off, Ort poured the alcohol he had brought with him into a mug. I felt like having one last drink at cheeky Master Ed's camp. Meanwhile, it would be nice to meet Master Ed one last time. What about your wife? Sailor took center stage with Yenica. I will be going soon too. What is the reason to separate from there and come to the camp? Eventually, I could understand the reason from Ort's subsequent actions. Would you like a drink? I don't drink alcohol. Oh, I am sure Sailor will like it. I don't know why she married me, because she said she likes men who don't drink. Indeed, Ort came to see my face for the last time, just alone, without family, to meet one-on-one. I sat across from the campfire, thought for a moment, and then accepted the mug that Ortega handed me. You don't need to guess. I drink well on my own. Kahaha. No, is this the last time I will see your face? Is that so? Hahaha, you are truly merciful because you are considerate of uneducated people like us. Eventually, Ort took a swig of his drink and exhaled heavily with a screeching sound. He wiped his mouth with his bulging forearm and laughed. I stopped by to say thank you one last time. I just want to see it as a man-to-man relationship, not as the head of the family in charge of the Failover family. I haven't done anything big enough to be appreciated. Everything I did for Yenica was more out of necessity. Still, I got what I got. Aha. Excuse. While talking, a burp came up and Ort apologized with a mischievous look on his face. A man who was uneducated and uneducated gained a truly undeserved wife and daughter. When I was young, I lived with the taste of working hard, and as I got older, I lived with the taste of raising cows, and before I knew it, my life had reached a turning point. Unlike his usual chattering tone, the intonation of his voice was much deadened. Actually, I didn't live with big intentions and high ideals like Master Ed or other high-ranking nobles. I was so stupid that even as an adult, I couldn't write letters for a long time. It was truly a third-rate life, but hadn't I achieved enough? Your wife is Sale, and your daughter is Yenica. If you do that, you will have a successful life. Yes, those two are the greatest accomplishments of my life, so I cherish them a lot. Ort spoke with a very satisfied expression as he twirled his glass. And I, Ort, have a good grasp of the topic. He comes from a humble commoner background, has learned nothing, and the only thing he knows how to do is work hard. So I never have to rebel against someone higher than me, and I am always loyal to my superiors. What difference does it make if you say it's Master Ed? Since I have received so much, it is loyalty and loyalty. Ha ha. If you take it too far, it becomes burdensome. What kind of burden do you feel? You don't have to. I have no pride or anything. I just live with the flow. He then takes a sip of his drink and adds, but I will never leave a person who makes my daughter cry. However, Ort is also a strong-willed person in his own way. I was vaguely aware of that fact. If I want to make a living, I am prepared to bow down in front of even a little merchant who is dozens of years younger than me. But if you say that my daughter made you cry, no matter if you are a noble or a member of the royal family, you will be punched in the face. I have seen many arrogant noblemen in my life who trample on my head, split it in an unpleasant way, and spit on it. Well, I have to make a living, so bowing my head like that is not even a task. But if you mess with my family, I won't tolerate it even for a second. I held the cup still and then spoke with a slight smile. For that matter, you really like Lortel, whom Yenica hates so much. Well, when you're enjoying your youth, one or two lovers like that can actually be a good stimulus. You're a more open-minded person than I thought. In the first place, you don't have to look at Lortel to know that he is a person who follows the minimum line. Plus a thought suddenly occurred to me. Ort spoke with a wistful expression, recalling the past few days. That thought occurred to me as I watched Yenica trying to hide the truth while dragging me and Sailor around. You must have created a lot of secrets while living apart. There are a lot of things I don't want people to know, and things I want to handle on my own. You've grown up. Ortega, Sailor knew from the beginning. Yenica, a bachelor, has many secrets that she has not shared at home. It seems like just yesterday that I fell and cried while running around the ranch. What will you think when you see me dealing with a spirit the size of a house? I can't really imagine. Actually, I don't feel like it's anything special. Why does it grow so fast? I'm just amazed and wonder if this is even possible. I'm not a particularly sentimental person, so that's just it. Ort chuckled and took another sip of his drink. Then he stands up, suddenly kneels down, places his hands on the floor, and lowers his head. I couldn't decide what to say due to the sudden action, so I stayed still, and Ortega was the first to open his mouth. I am a poor daughter. I just wanted to say that. Ort came to this camp by himself through the northern forest. Please help me a lot. There's not much I can do for her anymore. To some extent, I understood the deep meaning behind those words, so I closed my eyes for a moment and then answered. I get more help. Don't bow your head. The affairs of Jenica's family seem to have been concluded with a one-on-one conversation with Ort. Actually, nothing special happened, but meeting Jenica's parents was a very special experience. Above all, they were definitely like Jenica's parents. Now that that work is roughly finished, it's time to get to the real important work. The immediate goal is to help Isla read the Sage's seal, and ultimately, the goal is to subdue Bellbroke after completing the competition for Imperial power. After carefully checking the equipment I had packed, I headed toward the teaching building. The plan was to attend the event near the Central Plaza and then head to the Trix building where Isla was located. However, I don't know why, but plans don't always go as planned. Emperor Kloll has called you. These days, our acquaintanceship has deepened to the point where we can recognize people from afar. Deacon Dest, Selaha's servant, stopped me as I was heading to the central square and spoke with his head bowed. Anyway, it seems that the contents of the letter that Princess Selaha has sent so far have reached the ears of Emperor Kloll. Yes. After the sparring, I remembered Emperor Kloll looking at me with a satisfied face. It was as if his eyes were looking at a treasure. Well, you called Master Ed to the throne room. This is H. Wangmyung. Chapter 229, to you who survived, 4. You who survived the end of that long journey, where you had to risk your life at every moment, may be very different from what you thought. What doesn't change, though, is that you went through a long and difficult journey and were able to stand proudly alive at the end. Are you happy that you survived? Or are you afraid that you will have to continue living a life filled with pain and suffering? Have you found your reason for living? Was life worth living? What have you gained and what have you lost? What succeeded and what failed? What did the joy when you were happy and the despair when you were frustrated make you? Why on earth do we continue to cling to this life, which will only end in vain when it ends? What is the reason for trying in vain to change the journey in a life with a fixed end? Why do we struggle so futilely to survive? This book is a record of the agony over the answer. Introduction to the Wise Man's Seal by Sylvania Robster. An event to conclude the festival will be held soon. The chief aide entered the throne room, bowed his head, and spoke. Although it was a temporary throne room in the royal family's quarters, its luxury was comparable to that of the imperial castle. The royal residence, where Princess Phenia was staying, already had many occupants who were well versed in the royal etiquette, so it did not take long to prepare a residence that complied with the laws. The throne room was also prepared on a scale commensurate with Emperor Cloel's authority. Emperor Cloel, who was sitting on the seat in the throne room and looking toward the terrace, solemnly brushed away his long beard and looked at the spire of the academy with his intelligent eyes. The level of education in Sylvania has improved more than I thought. Compared to when Jim first visited Sylvania, we can see that it has progressed to the point where you wouldn't even think it was the same place. Even Soin was very surprised. The level of students has also improved day by day, with the Combat Club producing students who are proficient in swordsmanship, and the Magic Club producing even the highest level magic users. I think this is an institution worth investing in. Penia has become a lot more reliable, and even though it was a long distance, I think it was a good idea to come and inspect it in person. Emperor Cloel smiled once in satisfaction, but soon a dark shadow appeared on his face again. Selaha Persica Phenia. Emperor Cloel was already well aware that the conflict between the three princesses had been intensifying since Lyndon gave up his position as crown prince. It's completely different from the past when Lyndon was fine and was able to raise a stable family. Now all of this conflict will only end when Emperor Cloel himself makes it clear who will be the next successor to the throne. However, even for Emperor Cloel, who is said to be a rare saint, it was very difficult to determine superiority among his children, as their father, Emperor Cloel, knew very well the strengths and weaknesses of the three princesses. Princess Elaha possesses leadership and charisma worthy of a monarch. She has no hesitation in her decisions, she moves forward quickly in whatever she does, and she is confident in her own thoughts and choices, so she never wavers. These were the qualities that a monarch must have. However, he is arrogant, bound by status, and authority has strong self-righteousness that does not admit that he is wrong and does not respect those under him, so if he makes a mistake, he has the possibility of taking the path of a tyrant. The Princess of Persica loves knowledge, is passionate about studying and exploring, and has deep wisdom. She knows a lot, she is good at intrigues and tricks, and she is a compromised politician who can take advantage of anything that is available. That's why she always thinks of realistic solutions, and she's also a businesswoman who never makes a fuss. However, an overly compromising attitude is likely to lead to corruption. If they seize power, they are likely to look out for their own self-interest rather than consider the people. As she was a girl who had no aversion to secret plots, it seemed likely that the atmosphere in the imperial family would become even darker and more insidious. Princess Phenia is benevolent, always tries to take good care of those under her, and knows how to admit and repent for her mistakes. She is the image of an ideal monarch who always keeps her ears open and thinks of her people, and is neither bound by authority nor swayed by self-interest. However, there is a high possibility that they will not be able to maintain their authority and position, because they are overly understanding and sympathizing with the positions of those below them. Because he has a tendency to be obsessed with idealism, he will be unable to compromise with real politics, and as he struggles between the difficulties of practitioners and idealism, he may give up his position and become a puppet king. He has firm faith and tenacity, as a monarch is wise, but cunning enough to listen to others, and has a sincere concern for his people, and is not swayed by authority. It is not easy for a monarch to possess all these qualities. Lyndon, after chanting the name of his son, who was no longer stuck in the spire for a moment, Emperor Cloel shook his head. He has to obsess over what he lost, but the situation does not get better. No matter who it is, Emperor Cloel has the obligation to select a successor and raise that person to become an ideal monarch. It is absolutely necessary to ensure that this peaceful era that our ancestors worked hard to achieve can be passed down to future generations. As a result, Emperor Cloel was thinking of naming Princess Selaha as his successor. I just had time to finalize my conclusions. Although it has not yet been completely concluded, it is safe to say that this is a provisional conclusion. Salaha's arrogant attitude will naturally be corrected once he experiences a serious injury due to wrong decisions a few times. Emperor Klol was ready to roll up his sleeves and change the attitude of being bound by authority or treating subordinates excessively. In the end, the most important thing as an emperor is to have a sense of how to control the crowd. Moral sense and understanding can be taught through acquired education. However, the nobility and appearance of being able to reign resolutely as an emperor are not within the realm of education. To some extent, you have to be born with it. Princess Elaha's elegance, which makes her alluring yet difficult to touch, is something that Persica and Phenia do not have. She attracts attention wherever she goes and has an energy that makes you feel like you can't even touch her lowly status. Although there is still a long way to go, Princess Selaha seems to be the most suitable person to be appointed as the emperor's daughter. The problem is that Selaha has not yet been completely refined as a monarch. As a father, I don't know if it's okay to think like this, but it was necessary to break Selaha's nose, which was soaring high. There is a high possibility that Selaha's arrogant character will one day become a major disaster for the empire. In order to prevent it in the first place, a person was needed to properly educate Selaha. But where on earth is there a person in this empire who can control Selaha? Selaha Ainur Klol is the first princess of the Klol imperial family, and is a girl who learned from an early age how to suppress people with authority and control the crowd. At least he bows his pride and bows his head to Emperor Klol, but that is only because Emperor Klol has the authority to decide who will be the next emperor. There is no way Emperor Klol is unaware of her ambition and desire for power. In order to make the girl her good ruler, she had to crush her sky-high pride and subdue her once. It would be meaningless for Emperor Klol to do it himself. In the first place, it was natural to submit to the emperor of the empire. So is there another person that Selaha could cling to? It was the car that Emperor Klol had such concerns about. And I don't have any intelligence worth reporting. I think I should tell you about Princess Elaha's recent movements. Selaha's movement? Yes. Recently, we have been inspecting together with His Majesty following His Majesty's movements, and it is said that we are constantly communicating with the outside world by exchanging letters at night. You didn't say anything to me, but are you saying that you are keeping it a secret from me and are communicating with someone inside Sylvania? Yes. It seems like it's an extension of the competition for imperial power. You can investigate further. What can I do? Emperor Klol glanced at his chin, for a moment lost in thought. I knew at least that there was a conflict between the three daughters, but it seemed necessary to keep an eye on their subtle movements when they came to Achen Island, where Phenia was located. Emperor Klol does not see it as a particularly bad thing to continue healthy competition to inherit the imperial throne. However, what is worrisome is that there is a possibility that Selaha's character may cross a line, like plotting an assassination or causing serious injury, even if it is not such an extreme number movements that harm each other or leave great wounds may continue. This is not very pleasing to Emperor Klol, who loves all three daughters. Just take a look. And the contents of Selaha's letter, which I discovered by spying on Deacon Dest, even Emperor Klol could not help but be shocked. Oh, brother. Oh, you came. Upon reaching the entrance to the royal residence, Tanya, who had also been summoned by the emperor, was trembling. What are you doing? Have you been summoned too? Yes, suddenly a call came from the royal family's quarters. After finishing all my work, I was rolling around on the sofa with a sense of freedom. Why are you shaking like this? Did you hear the news? I heard that Emperor Klol himself summoned you. Considering that he even summoned his brother, it seems like it's related to the Ross Taylor family. I was nervous, because I was told that I had to meet Emperor Klol, a rare saint, right in front of me. Since I am in a position where I have to give speeches in front of large crowds, whenever I get the chance, I would have never thought that I would have the temperament to get unnecessarily nervous in these areas. Sometimes it's majestic, even in difficult situations, and other times it's trembling when I look at Tanya. I cannot tell whether she is brave or timid. Senior Ed, you came alone. I thought you would bring someone. Next to Tanya were Ziggs and several student council aides. Even so, he is the student council president of Sylvania Academy, and it looks like he couldn't be sent alone to the audience with the Emperor, so he came with the bare minimum. This is a bit strange. Brother, the Elk Company is friendly, the Telos Church is friendly, Princess Phenia is friendly, I understand everything. But now that you're suddenly calling me out to Emperor Klol, a rare saint, it's too much. that this is unusual, this is out of my hands. Tanya, lie, don't lie. What kind of trick are you trying to tie me to the position of student council president? I am more than this. I don't want to be in power anymore. If someone hears it, they might slap her in the back for saying she's full. But since I know Tanya's position, I can't help but watch with dim eyes. You know, Senior Ziggs, how about having a great time in front of Emperor Kloll? Would you look at me with pitiful eyes? You will look at me with cold eyes, as if you were looking at an unsophisticated person, right? Perhaps the student council president, who is so strong, also has a human side. Wouldn't you just laugh out loud? What is it? Why are you looking at me so kindly? I've said this time and time again, but a position makes a person. When you sit in a high position, small mistakes are somehow disguised as a human aspect. Tanya wiped her face and sighed heavily. Her neatly coiffed blonde hair falls in waves around her shoulders. Anyway, seeing as you also summoned Senior Ed, it seems like it is related to the Ross Taylor family. We thought it was something that needed to be dealt with at the student council level, so we brought everyone in like this. I don't think it was necessary. Zix is always having a hard time. Does Tanya owe you a lot for this or that? No, I am just going about my business as usual. In fact, if it's hard work, Anis, whom Senior Ed introduced, does it more. The next time I see you, I'll have to at least say thank you. Ziggs politely responded to my greetings and then gestured to the student assistants, who had been dragging a bunch of them, signaling that they could leave. Then Tanya suddenly raised her head and asked Ziggs what he was doing. Why are you sending everyone away? Yes, we agreed to go to the throne room together. I heard that all the student council aides are following along. No, it's true that everyone has to cooperate when it comes to student council work, but if it's the Ross Taylor family's business, isn't it completely external to the student council? That it is too much to ask someone to follow and assist with external work, isn't it? Since all student assistants are busy, I think their work efficiency should be respected even in this regard. That I think that's true too. Ziggs was looking at Tanya with complicated eyes for a moment. Then he glanced at me once, took a deep breath, and spoke. Well, since Senior Ed is here, there's nothing to worry about. Just in case, I will accompany you as a counselor for now, even if it's just me. There's no need to go that far, Ziggs. No, I think of it as an extension of my work. I have to pick Elka up after class. It doesn't matter as long as the work is completed by then. Ziggs stood reliably with his arms crossed. From Tanya's perspective, she breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had wanted to go with at least one more ally. I have my brother on my left and Senior Ziggs on my right. This is reliable enough. Only then did Tanya speak majestically, as if relieved. There's no point in acting confidently about a topic that I was nervous about before, is it so? No matter what Emperor Kloll says, I will not be surprised and will respond gracefully. Are you interested in getting engaged to my daughter Selaha Ed Rosteller? Yes. Finally, the Emperor's throne room. After a brief greeting, Tanya gaped awkwardly at the words that came out of Emperor Kloll's mouth. The same was true for Ziggs, who was standing behind him as an assistant. Selaha has a history of attacking the Ross Taylor family to the extent that one wonders if it is okay to do this. The number of people who attacked the Rosteller family so clearly could be counted on one hand. The Rosteller family, which had been close friends with Princess Selaha, had already weakened its power, even within the imperial family. The Duke title was still maintained, but it seemed obvious that if time continued like this, it would be extinct within 10 years. Emperor Kloll's decision to bring together Selaha and the prince of the Rosteller family took many aspects into consideration. First of all, by binding Princess Selaha and the Rosteller family, one of the biggest conflicting forces, into a marital relationship, the internal conflict in the imperial family can be forcibly resolved. In addition, by giving the Rosteller family a leash of royal blood, it can prevent them from making more foolish ideas in the future. And it can also create a justification for actively interfering with figures from the Rosteller faction who are still opposed by the forces within the imperial family. One way or another, the characters of Ross Taylor, who lived as close associates of the imperial family for a long time, were very useful. Not only that, I even thought about picking Ed Ross Taylor as a talent who could control and sway Princess Selaha. As they are a rare group of saints, their eyes for seeing people are very accurate. The Emperor's position is a position to judge people. It's a place where you judge people all day long, 365 days a year. Ed Rossdaler, who bowed his head solemnly in front of the Emperor after the duel, was a calm and deep man even at first glance. In addition, he achieved academic achievements as the head of the Ministry of Magic, and also has a political status as the prince of the Rossdaler family. More than anything, this is a man who was never appeased no matter how many times Selaha tried to appease him. Princess Selaha knows how to suppress anyone with her power and authority, or control them with promises of huge rewards and a brilliant future. However, if you are someone who doesn't even blink at Princess Selaha's endless cajoling Selahara, which no one in the world can control, may be able to hit a huge bomb. I needed a man like that. If Emperor Kloll gave him just a little bit of strength, he would become a human being that not even Selaha could do anything about. For Selaha to become a good monarch, such a person was needed. I don't think Princess Selaha will like it very much. No, on the contrary, I think Selaha will be very welcoming. As expected, he seemed to know the contents of Selaha's letter. Ed Rothdeler recalled Dest's exact words. No matter how much he was the deacon, he couldn't completely escape the Emperor's information network. Emperor Kloll, he is mistaken on a crucial point. The reason Selaha hid it from Emperor Kloll and sent the letter to Ed Rossdaler was because he did not want the Emperor to see his dirty secrets and plots. The contents of the letter are all lies. There is no way that Princess Selaha would harbor such feelings for Ed Rossdaler. However, from Emperor Kloll's point of view, such secret movements of Selaha, one cannot help but think that it was the result of girlish shame. I thought she knew everything because she was my daughter, but I didn't know that Selaha had that kind of side. I still have a long way to go as a father, yes. No, I made a mistake. I'm just talking to myself, so don't worry too much about it. Emperor Kloll smiled for a moment while sitting on the magnificent seat in the throne room, then cleared his throat and began talking again. In front of him was Ed Tanya Ziggs, who was preparing the courtesies for his subjects. In any case, the relationship between the Rosteller family and the imperial family was long. Although we are facing many challenges right now, I wanted to talk about using this engagement declaration as an opportunity to further refine our mutual political position. Okay, did you okay? And if I'm right, I don't think Selaha will attack the Rosteller family anymore after this. So think positively about your engagement. It was a foreigner. If Emperor Kloll, who boasts the highest authority in the empire, had ordered her to consider an engagement, she already had no right to veto it. Even though he was the eldest son of Duke Rosteller, he could not shake his head at the emperor's recommendation. Ziggs felt the blood draining from his head. The engagement of Princess Selaha and Ed Ross Taylor. If this fact is made public, the inside of the university will be completely turned upside down. Especially when I thought about the expressions on the faces of some of the characters, especially Ed. When they heard the news, I couldn't help but laugh even if it was just a joke. Ed Rossdaler. Looking at your past actions and evaluations, I think you are a pretty good guy. I am grateful for your Majesty's favor, but I am not a person who deserves to be evaluated very highly. Humility is good, but sometimes you have to know how to shine yourself. Emperor Kloll stroked his beard a few times and spoke as if he would leave no room for further argument. Become engaged to Selaha, the Princess Fianc. He is also the fianc of the first Princess Selaha, who is said to be closest to the Emperor's position. It was truly like a highway toward success that would lead one to join the ranks of the most powerful men in the empire. Usually this is the time to shed tears of joy or bow in gratitude. This is because it is a position that everyone dreams of, and in fact, it is an opportunity to join the ranks of the royal family's most powerful people. This is probably a position that most officials are drooling over. In addition, it may be possible to straighten out the declining fortunes of the Rossdaler family. Tanya's plan, which was gathering the power of noble families to take down Princess Selaha, can also be stopped for now. Then, since there will be a lot less work for the family, you will be able to escape to some extent from the hellish work swamp. It is an offer that cannot be refused in every way. That destructive offer to make you a member of the royal family has the power to overturn all interests in the world. Bang! At that moment, Princess Selaha came in forcefully opening the throne room. Obama. Now that I heard the news, I rushed out of my room. The sight of her running with the hem of her dress slightly lifted was eye-catching. The way she was out of breath made me feel like she had sprinted out of the room at once. Obama, how could you do something like this without even telling me? The moment Princess Elaha entered the throne room saying those words, she made eye contact with Ed Rosteller. The fact that he is here means that he has already heard the whole story. Princess Elaha was conscious of the look in Ed's eyes for a moment, and then with her mouth tightly closed, she spoke to Emperor Kloll. Obama, if you allow a person like this to have the blood of the royal family, thank you for the offer, but I am fine. Just before Princess Selaha continued, Ed Rosteller spoke with his head down. At those words, the air in the throne room froze. Emperor Kloll's proposal. Ed Rosteller rejected the proposal, which was practically an order. If someone like me steps into the sacred blood of the royal family, it will be a big disaster. Words of humility that humble oneself. But that's just finding a reason for rejection. Finding the reason for rejection in one's lowly status is a more perfect justification for rejecting Princess Elaha, who is tied to her status. Even if they are lowly, they are the best duke family on the continent. And becoming engaged to Princess Elaha here would be a betrayal of Princess Phinia, to whom I have given my allegiance. Sincere loyalty is the most basic quality a subject must have. Even if you were to betray someone you were loyal to and fall into the arms of Princess Elaha, would that be considered honorable? I think they are just bats moving with the flow of power. Ed Rosteller just continued his story calmly. Once loyalty is engraved in your heart, you will keep it until the day you die. I think that is the duty of a subject. Therefore, the engagement with Princess Elaha, it cannot be uploaded. The person who opened her eyes the most at those words was Princess Selaha herself. If it is an order from the Emperor, even Selaha cannot resist it. Once Emperor Kloll makes up his mind, he listens to no one. Therefore, for Ed Rothdeller, it would have been a unique opportunity to step into the royal family. Even in this situation, where even Selaha, who can control everything in the world, can't do anything Ed Rosteller, he refused to accept Selaha, even going so far as to go against the royal command. It is impossible unless it comes from the heart. You Selaha glared at Ed in disbelief. You kick me. Selaha's life has always been looked up to with reverence since childhood, a person who has been in a position to kick someone. It was a life where I never had to be dumped by anyone. No, Princess Selaha, my humble status is just not enough to become a member of the royal family. Ed Rosteller humbles himself like that and gets away, but that is still just a justification. Ed Rosteller is not engaged to Selaha. He simply sacrificed the rest to carry out his will. What do? You reject me. At best, I am only the eldest son of a failing duchy, but in front of me Selaha, Einar Kloll. Even if I could just grab his ankle and ask him to look at me just once, it wouldn't be enough, but Selaha widened her eyes and strode over to Ed, putting her face in his face. Ed Ross lifted Taylor's collar and looked her in the eyes, but Ed's expression did not change at all. Why do you have such peaceful eyes? Why do you always look like everything in the world is okay? Why don't you throw your head on the floor in embarrassment? This person a lowly bastard, on a subject without authority or dignity, Princess Selaha. Even though I gritted my teeth and wrote the letter, he didn't budge. At the end of every word, Phinia, mine is much more promising, even though they say they will give you everything you need. Why do you have such motionless eyes? In the end, Selaha couldn't hold back his anger and ended up spitting out the words. On my side, I guess, you could just take a look at it at least once. Those words may just be an expression of Selaha's resentment, who is full of arrogance and pride. Your Majesty is watching. It had a completely different meaning to Emperor Kloll, who was watching the scene. It is not common for Selaha, who is full of arrogant pride, to lose his temper and get angry like this. Selaha, who had lost her senses to the point where she even forgot for a moment that she was in the presence of Emperor Kloll, finally took a deep breath and lowered her head. It was disgraceful. Obama. The atmosphere in the throne room was completely cold. A man from a simple ducal family refuses to obey the emperor's orders, and the first princess is losing her mind right under the emperor's nose. From the emperor's perspective, he must have felt like his authority was being challenged. Selaha closed his eyes tightly as he waited for the emperor's next shout. Ha ha! However, Emperor Kloll's reaction was completely different from what was expected. Rather, a satisfied smile came out. Everyone could not help but be confused by that sight. It was a situation in which anyone could see that they had to be angry at the sight before their eyes that had flouted the authority of the emperor. However, Emperor Kloll smiled with satisfaction as he looked at Ed Rosteller. Ed Rosteller. A man whom Princess Selaha is strangely obsessed with Princess Persica is strangely wary of and is favored by Princess Phenia. In fact, this man who had a wide influence on the three princesses was someone who was deeply involved in this competition for imperial power. He has met all three princesses and has been evaluated in his own way. Plus, to see Selaha behaving in such an indecent manner, Emperor Kloll saw a new possibility. Ed Rosteller, I won't make unreasonable demands on you right now. Instead, I thought of another suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Kloll, a rare star, knows very well how to use a man like Ed Rosteller. He only needed to apply very little force to swing the Selaha. There are still many shortcomings in Gwaine, so I am still contemplating which of my three daughters to consider as the next successor to the throne. It's a big issue that will determine the future of the country, so it's natural for you to be worried. So I would like to hear your opinion after meeting all of my daughters. From what I hear, he is a wise man, so he must have deep thoughts. Although she supports Selaha, her loyalty is to Phenia, and it feels like she is at odds with Persica. I think you would give your opinion without hesitation. A person who can advise the emperor about the next successor to the throne. Considering Emperor Kloll's tendency to judge everything on his own, it was safe to say that there were virtually no such people within the imperial family. After today's festival, would you like to play a game of chess in my room? I'm not sure if I, a fool, can get involved in discussions about the future of the country. Don't worry too much about it. I just want to talk to you once. In this way, Emperor Kloll ended the story in a satisfied manner. Cold sweat was flowing from Princess Elaha, who had her head down. A person who can speak into the emperor's ears. In fact, I am now in a position to influence the selection of the emperor. As a result, the position of Ed Rothdaler, the man bowing his head next to him, changed completely. Chapter 230, to you who survived. 5. Why does Ziggs look like that? Ha! No, just something to think about. By the time Ziggs arrived at the student library to pick up Elka, the closing ceremony had already begun in the central square. It was an event that all students were looking forward to, as it featured all kinds of spectacular stages. Ziggs would have also wanted to see the stage at the central square, but Elka was both sorry and grateful that she had bothered to come pick her up. Elka's chronic illness, asthma, is getting worse day by day. The coughing became so strong that it eventually led to bleeding when sneezing. Nevertheless, in order to be considerate of Elka, who did not want to stop studying, Ziggs moved to the dormitory and took care of Elka. For Ziggs, it was just a natural thing. If he had not met Elka and been picked up by the Island family when he was walking through the grasslands in the first place, he would not have been able to attend Sylvania Academy, and Ziggs' talent would not have blossomed. To Ziggs, Elka was like a benefactor, so he didn't think it was particularly difficult to take care of her when she was weak. If Elka wasn't there in the first place, there was a high possibility that I wouldn't have attended this academy. I've been thinking about it lately, but I think I'm living a pretty peaceful life. I don't think that's what a kid who spent his childhood chasing giant wolves in the grasslands would say. Plus, even when you lived in the Island family, every day was a series of accidents. Listen, Elka. Something like that. It wasn't even an accident. What on earth did you experience while working for the student council, Ziggs? Well, a lot happened. You must be very busy just caring for me, but isn't it hard to work on the student council as well? No, it's not that difficult. It's rewarding in its own way. It has a positive effect on the calculation of grades, and if you are a member of the Sylvania Student Council, you will receive considerable credit even if you leave the academy after graduation. Since he can't live with the Island family forever, it's not a bad condition for Ziggs, who is thinking about going out on his own. And surprisingly, there are many good things about being close to power. Ziggs escorted Elka as they walked down the downhill road below the student library. Good point. Have you discovered the taste of Ziggs' power? No, I think power is more often than not a nuisance. If you're close to power, you can see many rare scenes up close. What is that? No, still school life is quite enjoyable these days. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have experienced this. Well, I am just an opportunity, and everything you achieved while attending Sylvania was thanks to your ability. There's no need to pass the ball over too much. And you're helping me when I'm not feeling well. It was hard to count how many times he had to explain that it was natural, so he just chuckled instead. I heard you've been assisting President Tanya recently. How is it? And what kind of person do you think you are, Elka? Well, according to the rumors, he is a great person. I heard there was no one like this among past presidents. What about those who assist closely? Are you a respectable person? And compared to his childhood, when he was chased by wolves in the grasslands, his life, these days, where he takes on the role of a chaser and hunts down Tanya, doesn't seem to have improved much. Still, I'm glad there's no life-threatening situation. A busy day between catching Tanya and taking care of Elka, however, there are times when you suddenly feel a strange feeling. If your real brother becomes engaged to Princess Elaha, so the moment I became the real power of the imperial family, my retirement plans were completely blown away. Ziggs was assisting Tanya as she left the royal quarters and moved towards the central stage. If you look at Tanya scratching her head and sighing, she really doesn't want to work and is acting like she's dying. My retirement plans for a quiet country life almost went to waste. I'm glad your brother refused. Normally, you would be confused as to why you would turn down such a great opportunity. I don't need anything like power. What good is authority? I want to rest. I want to rest. An immature, childish brat. A pathetic human being who struggles because he doesn't want to work. He is an idiot who was lucky enough to sit in the chairman's chair and kick away his fortune by relying solely on his family's authority. Looking at Tanya like this, some people might say that. However, there was silence for a while, and soon Tanya's childish and immature tone subsided. And then he chanted in a quiet, downcast voice, as if he had instantly seeped into the darkness. Then we should re-examine the plan to bring together the Callamore family and the Bloomriver family to bring down Princess Elaha from her position as the #1 person in the imperial family. Anyway, Tanya Rosteller is the next successor to the Rosteller family and the student council president of Sylvania Academy. Even though I grumbled and whined, he never shows any loopholes in crucial areas. The back of Tanya lowering her head and chanting as she crossed the path. There are times when something mysterious appears behind the scenes. We'll have to wait and see which one will benefit the Ross Taylor family. A ray of light passed through Tanya's eyes as she lowered her head in the dark corner of the trail. He's such an easygoing person and so pathetic that you wonder if he can be like this. As they walked down the slope in front of the student library, Ziggs spoke while supporting Elka's shoulder. But you should never take it easy. As we live in the world, there are many people who appear easygoing and act carefree as if they are nothing. Most of them are actually simple and penniless people. However, among them, there are those who hide their sharply sharpened senses like a dagger by mixing in with such a group of people. Those people are truly scary people. Ziggs narrowed his eyebrows and spoke to Elka in a serious tone. Tell me straight, what do you want? The event to be held in the central square is not very long. In fact, after watching all the stages that could be the highlight, at once the venue ends with a closing speech and huge fireworks being set off at the end. The procession of fireworks that filled the night sky must have been truly spectacular, but the rest of the stage was actually a collection of things that had been performed separately here and there on the bachelor's stage. There will also be new preparations, such as some orchestra stages and theatrical magic performances still. It wasn't enough to get my attention. Rather, what got my nerves was Princess Elaha, who followed me to the student square and sat me down on the other side of the bench frowning. I have never given in to anyone this much. As she sweeps her bluish hair to one side, the alluring line of her shoulders is clearly revealed. It was a gesture only those who were confident in her appearance could make. A dress that is neatly fitted and exposes the shoulders is more glamorous than usual. It could be seen as a perfect outfit for Princess Elaha, who looked like the main character wherever she went. Needless to say, thanks to this, the attention of the surrounding students was gathered together. Most of the students were heading towards the stage in the central square, but it was difficult to ignore the strange sight of the princess of a country sitting with one student next to her. That thing over there. Isn't that Senior Ed? Last time I was sitting next to St. Claris, and this time it was Princess Elaha. Count this is my first time seeing Princess Elaha in person, but what happened to those two people? I could barely suppress a sigh as I looked at the already noisy crowd around me. Anyway, the opponent is the royal family. You can't sigh openly or be rude like you're showing off. Okay, I admit you are in a pretty important position. I never thought that even Obama would listen to you. He is after all a man who is good at managing things. No, I just expressed my opinion as it is. Do you still think I would fall for such naive words? Say what you think without hesitation. I will do my best to accommodate all your requirements. Princess Elaha spoke through gritted teeth. It's still an overbearing attitude, but even to this extent, Princess Elaha's pride has been greatly diminished. I will do my best to accommodate all your requirements. Just saying that line would have made Princess Elaha feel like she was dying of pride. She is a person who is synonymous with arrogance. Even though the situation has come to this point, I never do anything to lower my head. Even if the world beats us down, we never give up the last bit of pride we have in our hearts. There is absolutely no need to cling to or ask for favors from someone of lower status than oneself. I am now at the point where I am holding my tongue against that belief. I have decided to grant all of my requests, especially yours. I don't have anything in particular to ask for. Still, are you saying that? No matter what happens, you must never be tricked by Sister Selaha. This is an issue that is directly related to not only my political position, but also yours, Ed. The only thing Sister Selaha longs for is what she can't get. Because once she gets into my hands, I lose all interest in her and throw her away, so the only way to fully preserve her self-worth is to never go beyond. Let's say you knew something about Fenia's advice. I also knew that the stronger the demands Selaha put forth, the more I had to endure and not give in. However, until when? Since when can I accept Selaha's demands and act as if my stubbornness has been broken? At what point can we assume that the opponent has completely surrendered? Unfortunately, I have not heard anything about that standard. You just have to hold on and hold on. That's just what I heard. That's natural. This is because it is obvious that given her human nature, Selahara will have clear limits to how much she can yield and bend. However, the situation changed further due to Emperor Kloll's intervention. After the existence of Ed Rosteller became a more valuable variable in the competition for imperial power than expected, Princess Elaha bowed down her pride more than originally expected. I feel like I am feeling an unbearable humiliation as I grind my teeth, but he spits out his lines while holding his breath. "I'll give you everything you want, didn't you say it clearly? It's okay to make somewhat unreasonable demands. Tell me, even if I die soon, I will treat you poorly. You can never give up the stance of being generous. Sky-high pride makes you hold your head high, even if it burns your whole body. My requirements are not that great, I already know roughly. Obama has almost decided that I will be the next emperor. He said if there was anyone who could give him a little more insight, Obama too will completely bend his heart. The final key may be Ed Rothsteller. H. Wang Quan, who seemed so close to being within my reach, but could not be reached, suddenly comes right in front of me and whispers in my ear to grab me. The desire for power and the ambition to achieve success will continue to speak in Princess Elaha's ears. If you bend just this once, you will be the next emperor. That unbearable temptation would crush her head. Bow your head here. Let's apologize for our rudeness and continue our friendly relationship from now on. Please, please take my side just once. It would not be strange for any decent human being to bow their head and pray for their hands to become their feet. Nevertheless, even in this situation, where we are right before the brilliant glory and enormous power that most people would have surrendered to, Princess Elaha, never lower your head. She expresses the fact that she is on top until the end. Even the emperor of a country can't help but be amazed. At this point, he is so strong that even God is dumbfounded. It can almost be said that it has reached the level of faith. Or not, I to you, do you think he'll even pray? It looked like he was going to bow his head and ask for a favor. I am Selaha Ainu Kloll. She is the first princess of the Kloll Empire. You must know that. I never lower my head. Even if the imperial power is right in front of you, it seems like I'm going to ask someone lower than me to do me a favor by saying I'm sorry. Princess Selaha cannot help it. No matter what Selaha says, I have no choice but to follow the established policy. If you are guided by a momentary decision and take things outside of the plan, you never know what variables may arise. I am a member of Princess Fenia's forces. At those words, Selaha kicked the table and stood up as if he was having a seizure. Also, Fenia again. How do you owe something to Fenia? It means that we can really love each other. That's not the case. I'm not driven by such personal feelings. Then why on earth are you so loyal to Fenia? Didn't I tell you I'd give you everything? Money, power, Ross Taylor families, lottery, important positions in the imperial family. You say you'll give me everything, but you can't even protect me in front of Obama. There are degrees to that guy's loyalty. You are so incomprehensible. Princess Elaha, who momentarily lost her temper and raised her voice, suddenly came to her senses and gritted her teeth. And then he talks while glaring at me. Okay, Giri, are you saying that you will only listen if I bow my head and ask for something? That kind of thing then, will you abandon Fenia and stick to me? You really have bad taste too. Do you really want to see me lose my pride and bow my head to her? I shook my head. I strongly denied that it was anything like that. Then Princess Elaha's expression became even more distorted. Then what on earth made you fall away from Fenia? Don't you keep asking me to tell you something? If you want, why don't you say that I will even take care of Fenia's well-being? What on earth are you dissatisfied with? Because it is not Princess Fenia's will. Selaha swallowed his breath, making a strange, muffled sound, and then swept his face to express his bewilderment. When I meet Obama, I think I will recommend Fenia to the Emperor. That is something to think about at that time. As I have said many times, I think Princess Selaha is a better candidate for an emperor. However, I am just influenced by Princess Fenia's ways and follow her. There is no way that the direction of loyalty necessarily follows the direction of power. I can't give adverse advice to Princess Fenia, but that doesn't mean I can tell her lies. I am a little worried, like, that the feeling of being given more and more room makes me even more upset. You would rather resent me, despise me, and be hostile toward me. While Selaha was talking like that, he swallowed his breath in vain. In an instant, the words came out without passing through my brain. It is a repetition of repeatedly getting on people's nerves and irritating their pride only to back down and say that they had no intention of doing so. I feel like I am going to get motion sickness from the attitude that seems to be walking a strange tightrope with people's nerves. I can't tell if I'm aware of it or not. For a person like Princess Selaha, this attitude is nothing short of poison. Selaha gritted his teeth and placed his hand on the table again. And relax your back, should I bow my head once? She was truly distressed. The moment the unbearable temptation of power threatens to shake her head, strength went into her arms again. The pride engraved in the realm of instinct somehow prevents me from lowering my head. I grit my teeth and try to lower my stiff neck, but inevitably the teeth part and the head does not go down. It was a very difficult situation to watch quietly, so I stepped forward and held out my hand. Princess Selaha, didn't I tell you there was no need to do that? Shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up, that loud mouth. Selaha's eyes, glaring at Ed, were filled with a will that felt sublime. On the subject of Confucius' decline, do you know who I am? The difference between you and me, do you understand? I understand how infinitely high I am, and how noble I am, unlike others like you. That's right, Selaha said that while gritting his teeth. Nevertheless, he forced his arm to bend. And at the end, I slowly lowered my head and spoke. Please. It was a sight that all the imperial subjects would have doubted if they had seen it. Everyone will think they are dreaming. Come out from the Penia side and stick to my side. I am not unaware of how much it means for Princess Elaha to bend her pride. Honestly, if I did this from my perspective, since I just need troops for Belbroke anyway, it's not a bad thing to roughly accept it. However, there is a set policy. If we accept Princess Elaha's request as is, it is impossible to guess which variables will change. Honestly, what and how can I believe? It wouldn't be surprising if most people would have been taken aback by the fact that Princess Elaha did this, and I am also in a shaky position. After everything is over, we don't know how Princess Elaha will change her attitude. For me, her life is at stake, so despite the inevitable thought that it might be acceptable at this point, I speak through gritted teeth. Princess Fenia will be sad if you nod your head here. Kararara. Boom. Princess Selaha slammed the table and sat down, almost screaming and sighing. What does this man want? If you want to placate a person, you must know how to figure out what the person wants. If that part is met, most people will move on. However, even though Ed Rostiller gave her everything she wanted, she just couldn't get over it. From the beginning, isn't he a man who would have been nothing if not for Obama's favor? Why do you hold on so strongly to a topic that is nothing special? Princess Elaha, who sat down on the seat opposite Ed and glared at him for a moment, gritted her teeth again. Bowing one's pride and bowing one's head to one's inferiors is for Princess Selaha a fatal humiliation that is as much as breaking one's soul. This man clearly knows that too. The sincerity contained in that act must have also been conveyed. Nevertheless, the man's actions of shaking his head are now astonishing. This is the first time I have ever seen a human being endure so tenaciously. There are limits to human loyalty. Ultimately, all humans are not free from the logic of self-interest and calculation. In the end, if you can't appease someone, it means you haven't been able to accurately understand that person's true wishes. This me even though I was shown such a humiliating behavior, even though I let it all go. It could be so. The pride of Princess Elaha, who never lowers her stiff head, no matter who comes, she is worth £1,000 to herself. However, it may be of no value to this man. Of course, I understand that. But isn't it just a day or two? The steadfastness of this man who never gives in to his stubborn heart, even after days and days of letters and persuasions, the reason it doesn't change, even after doing this is, really is it possible to stand still like that with loyalty alone? The head of Selaha Aina Klol, the first princess who commands the world, has been lowered to the ground. But does that mean she cannot break the heart of even a single child raised by the declining Duke Naburangi? That fact disturbs Selaha's heart. She thought that her last struggle, the noblest thing in the world, was the most valuable, and that her arrogant honor was I feel like I am being thrown away like a devoted partner without any value. I just can't understand it myself. Like the scenery of the sea facing a storm, Selaha's mind begins to fluctuate like crazy. She can't be convinced like this. It feels as if she is denying her own high authority. Everyone has a psychological defense mechanism. When Princess Selaha, who had lost the pride she had cherished her entire life, had to accept that it was all in vain, in order to somehow protect that high pride, it breaks the flow of thought. It's a natural thing for any human being to do. At best, to a man like this, I came this far, the reason for doing this, there is no reason this me, there is no way I would bow my head for such a crude reason. I don't want to be a person who throws away the beliefs he has maintained his whole life, just to break someone's loyalty. Therefore, you need a reason to justify yourself. Twisted beliefs even affect our own thinking. Not only that the contents of the letter I wrote while suffering and suffering over the past few days are still engraved in my mind. The words of love for Ed Rossdaler, of wanting to embrace him, keep him by his side as a staff member, and be with him until the end, echo in my head. Only then does Selaha begin to understand his own actions. The occasion is not important. In the end, all you have to do is convince yourself that it is the conclusion you reached in the end. Human psychology is such a treacherous thing. In the end, it is the same as an opportunity for love, because they all share the same heart. I'm perhaps this man really. Couldn't it be no way? Suddenly, Selaha lifted his head and looked at Ed Rosteller. This is a man who gritted his teeth and struggled to get his hands on it. In the end, she is a person who never gave up on her feelings. An inexplicable heat rose up the back of my neck, and Selaha was momentarily embarrassed. A sensation that even Selaha himself could not recognize came up in the back of his head, and he immediately lowered his head again. This was truly ridiculous. This can't be reality. Hasn't she lived her whole life controlling others? With that unfamiliar feeling, Princess Selaha felt a distant feeling like facing a huge wall. It was her fear when she faced the unknown. When would be a good time to schedule a meeting with the Elfaland family? I think it would be appropriate once the festival is over and the surrounding situation becomes quiet. Still, the sooner the better. All right. I will convey this to you, Princess Phenia. After giving Claire these instructions, Phenia organized all the letters sent from the Elfaland family and placed them in a drawer. And then I took a deep sigh of relief and sank into the VIP sofa. Everything is going smoothly. Princess Selaha, who has strong pride, will never be able to find a compromise with Ed. The longer the sluggish situation continues, the more anxious the Elfaland family will feel. However, when things seem to be going well, that is when you need to be most alert. This is because plans from the beginning never go as planned. There is nothing more that can be called a variable. I think it'll be okay, but Phenia sighed for no reason as she looked at the various documents spread out on the table. The night was getting deeper. Chapter 231, to you who survived. 6. After that, the war of nerves with Princess Elaha continued for a long time. Even before the closing ceremony, they continued to harass me and criticize me, so I had no choice but to repeat the same thing over and over again. Princess Phenia is sad. That is an action against Princess Phenia's will. I cannot tell lies to Princess Phenia. I only follow Princess Phenia's instructions. Phenia, 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 to the point where I wondered if this was really okay. I pushed Princess Phenia towards her with my shield, and deflected all of Princess Elaha's attempts to appease her until the end. At this point, Princess Elaha, who is constantly trying to catch me, is so amazing. Princess Elaha placed the lace fan she was carrying on the bench table, narrowed her eyes, and pressed her temples. He looks like he's in pain. It seems like something is desperate, frustrating, and even gives a faint feeling, which is truly excellent acting. Well, since I even put down my heavenly pride for a moment, what can I do? However, you should never let your guard down here. This is what Princess Phinia has requested again and again. The moment I pass over it, my value becomes something that is not even worthy of devotion. Here, you must keep your perseverance until the end. I guess it will be difficult to convince you of your position. It seems like you only listen to Phinia's instructions. Princess Elaha spoke in a much calmer tone. After about 10 minutes of repeating the same story, it seemed like the conversation was finally making progress. I nodded for a moment. Then Princess Selaha spoke with a sigh. Then I have no choice but to talk to Phinia myself. Yes, didn't you say you would follow Phinia's instructions? Shouldn't I just persuade Phinia and make you cooperate with me? Well, that there is no logical flaw, but is that okay? That doesn't work. Princess Selaha spoke with a frown, as if her pride had been shattered by the tone that seemed to give up. You seem pretty confident. Are you sure that Phinia will cherish you until the end and not give you up? I am sorry, but it wouldn't be a task to take you out of Phinia's arms. At such an important time as the competition for imperial power is coming to an end, he is not a person worthy of handing over someone from his own faction to the other party. It depends on what the exchange conditions are. In any case, handing over you alone will not destroy the support of the Ross-Taylor family. As long as Tanya Ross-Taylor, who is holding the position of head of the family right now, supports Phinia, it wouldn't be a big surprise if just one of you changed your support. Before I could answer anything, Princess Elaha added, "Aren't you trying to drive a wedge between me and the Elfaland family anyway?" This part was completely unexpected. For now, I felt the need to keep my mouth shut. Why did you think I didn't know? I noticed it a little late, but that bat from the Elfaland family was plotting something useless. It looks like he's planning to go over to Phinia and sell out my faction's internal secrets if he's going to do that. He should have done it after I left the academy. Well, from that bat guy's point of view, he probably did it because he was anxious, because he didn't think he would have any more opportunities after this festival period. But unfortunately, he made a wrong decision. I know Phinia as well as she knows me. Princess Selaha smiled in an overbearing manner. Especially when dealing with Fenian or Persica, his attitude was more confident than usual. Phinia, that kid is not a traitor. I guess they just wanted to keep the strong support group called the Elfaland family away from me. Even if the Elfaland family tries to leave me and join Phinia, Phinia will not accept it. Poor idiots. If he had just stayed quietly under me, he could have received at least one position and maintained his authority. I don't need those incompetent traitors. Withdrawing support from the Elfaland family may be somewhat damaging, but it is much better than carrying around such a rotten branch. They will be abandoned by Phinia anyway, so they will be eliminated on their own. Selaha was right. Princess Phinia has a benevolent attitude and hires all people regardless of social status, but she never hires traitors, just as she cut off Doon Grex, who betrayed the Elt Company and tried to join Phinia's side without hesitation. For her, a person who has experienced stabbing someone in the back cannot even fall into the category of middle ground. This is why he is always at odds with Lortel Ketchelm, a byword for betrayal and trickery. This is because Lortel Ketchelm seems to completely deny all of Phinia's ideals. If the lieutenant is tempted to that degree in the first place, there is no point in keeping him around. There is only one thing I want. Yes, that firm loyalty is towards me. If you need anything in the process, well, cover it. Loyalty to Phinia. Want that all be resolved once I complete the negotiations with Phinia. I may have to lose some money in the process, but it's worth it. Princess Selaha. What? Isn't that why the host and guest have been converted? What did you mean by that? I thought for a while about how to explain coherently, then slowly opened my mouth. Rather than using me as a means to compete for imperial power, you are taking a loss in the competition for imperial power in order to bring me into your power. Isn't this a bit like a back and forth? It is not a wise decision to give up other political interests to forcefully bring me in when you do not have the full support of the Rosteller family. It's noisy. What do you know to give me pointless advice? The arrogant bastard raised his voice in someone's face. Princess Selaha suddenly throws away all logic and raises her voice. Indeed, there were rumors that Oman was a man soaring through the sky. You don't have to worry about what loss I have to endure to bring you into my power. If I say it that way, doesn't it seem as if I have personal feelings for you and am forcing you to do it? Get your mind straight. No matter how much he is a prince of the Rossdaler family, he is too self-conscious. I know that Princess Elaha has no reason to have any personal feelings toward me. It's the same for me too. I'm definitely aware of that, so don't worry too much. How dare you not have personal feelings for me? I'm tired. I'm a much more tired person than I ever imagined. And don't bring personal feelings into political discourse. So vulgar. Well, it was Princess Elaha who mentioned it first. It's arrogant of you to keep talking back you, and you never know when personal feelings will arise and disappear. It's arrogant to be hastily confident. It's not good to say things like that carelessly. So you're saying I should have personal feelings for Princess Elaha. That's what it says. Words. Why is it that Fenia is giving favor to a human who is so clogged up? This is truly deplorable. Stop saying strange things. I'm speechless because it's so absurd. Is this the right attitude for a person who is trying his best to get out that trapped human in any case? Since we can't come this far and go over to Selaha's forces, it is right to ignore this situation for now. I was wondering what to do, but thankfully the other side sorted out the situation first. Anyway, I have to attend the closing ceremony, so I'll let you go for now. Before that, I will meet with Fenia to discuss things, so don't go see Obama until I return. After the closing ceremony, he ordered us to play chess right away. No matter how much Princess Elaha's instructions are, they cannot take precedence over Emperor Kloll's royal orders, who told you not to go. I am telling you to meet me first before you go. Why do you hate seeing my face so much? How can you happily meet someone who acts like they'll eat you whenever they get the chance? Princess Elaha seemed embarrassed even after saying this, so she quickly added, "Anyway, the next time we meet, you will be my lieutenant. Ever since I was very young, I have been good at grooming Fenia and taking away what I want. Do you think it would be any different for you?" Princess Elaha seemed to have finally regained her composure and managed to control her heavy breathing and spoke in a relaxed voice. "I'm sorry, but you are mine. Next time you will bow your heavy head." You're already starting to laugh, Q-hoo-hoo. Absolutely not. Princess Fenia flatly refused. The luxurious reception room of the imperial family's residence. Princess Elaha did not even attend the closing ceremony and ran to the royal residence for a month. Since the time allowed was not that much, we had to move quickly. Did I hear wrong? If Ed Rossdaler withdraws his support, it is obvious that Tanya Rossdaler, the student body president who currently serves as the head of the school, will also withdraw her support. If that happens, the risk is too great. I can never pass up Ed Rossdaler. Haha, Fenia. As you know, I'm a person who has consistently attacked the Ross Taylor family on public occasions. To think that the head of the Ross Taylor family could officially support me without saying anything. There is no way the remaining forces of the Ross Taylor family would agree with such an opinion. No, Tanya Rothtaler will stick to Ed Rothtaler no matter the opposition. Fenia asserts. Salaha is well aware of Princess Fenia's personality of not saying things carelessly. It wasn't easy to see him being so stern. In that case, the promise to expel the close associates of the Rose Palace, the promise that you will not directly reach out to the forces within the Imperial Knights, and the promise to stop blatant political checks on those who support me will not be enough. At least I don't know if you give up your rights as the holder of the imperial throne. Fenia knows. Princess Elaha never gives up her rights as the holder of the imperial throne. Becoming an emperor is an ambition and dream she has lived with for half her life. Putting forward a requirement that he give up his position as the emperor is simply an act of raising the stakes high to eliminate any room for compromise. Of course, it is also an act that directly stimulates Selaha's arrogant pride. Your head has grown a lot, Fenia. I don't recognize you. But Selaha hasn't changed at all compared to the past. Why does that man follow an immature fool like you who has no idea about reality and just catches random clouds? I guess he decided it was better than following the arrogant and self-righteous Selaha. Talk back, really. Since I came to Aiken Island, this guy and that guy have been scratching my pride. Selaha smiled, but her lips were drooping. It was nice to see you always nodding your head helplessly and being so obedient. I guess you felt a lot while attending Sylvania. What is certain is that there is absolutely no way on my part to give up Ed Rothdeller. Penia, it's not good to stimulate my ego. Once I lose my temper, I will stop at nothing. It's strange to begin with. Princess Fenia was inwardly embarrassed when she saw Princess Selaha running to the reception room a month later. I thought they were going to try to take Ed Ross Taylor, but I didn't know it would be this serious. Certainly, keeping Ed Rossdiller in power brings many benefits, both politically and power-wise. However, if it is only for political and Philistine reasons, it does not explain the move to get Ed by giving up other political advantages. You're trying to get your hands on Ed Rothdeller by even conceding the power struggle within the imperial family's internal institutions. That is a damaging action, even considering his political position. Is there a reason other than political reasons? What are you going to make Ed Rostello do? It's so suspicious. I won't ask you to do anything in particular. Lie. It just bothers me. What do you mean you're worried about that? Why are you asking such useless things? Even if there is another reason, do I have any obligation to tell you, Fenia? Princess Selaha narrowed her eyebrows and spoke to Princess Fenia. And do you really need to give a reason for wanting to take a man? It would be nice if there was a political benefit in the process, but even if there is nothing like that, I just personally want to get my hands on that man. So what can I say if you ask me for a reason? Did I say something strange? Why are you making that face, Fenia? Our sister Selaha, why don't you think about what you said? Fenia finally noticed. Princess Selaha's condition is different from usual. He was someone who always spoke with dignity, mulling over what he wanted to say over and over again. It was clear that such a person seemed strangely anxious and wanted to receive a definite answer. As I said, Princess Fenia had at least expected that Princess Selaha would want to take Ed Rothdeller. However, it had no meaning at all between men and women, and was simply a story related to political gain. However, the moment Fenia felt uncomfortable with Selaha's strangely urgent expression, she felt as if all the blood was draining from her body. That Selaha Einir Klol, who looked down and observed everything in the world with arrogant eyes, it still remains vivid in Fenia's memory. Selaha was a tyrant who seemed to have been pictured since childhood. In Fenia's memories, Selaha is the worst of evils who always treats everyone like a toy. He is a human being who is like a living witness to the theory of evil nature. I did ask Ed Rossdiller to do something, but no matter what, I never asked him to do something like this. Selaha's sister, could it be don't ask too much details? I'm a little embarrassed right now. That's just embarrassing. I've never had my pride shattered this much in my entire life. Seeing that Fenia could no longer continue speaking, Selaha herself was unable to continue speaking. After a moment of silence, Selaha spoke again, unable to bear it any longer. What on earth is this? The sight of those who are said to be heirs of the imperial throne, born of noble royal blood, fighting over a man is too masculine, so where can I show it? Selaha was the one who tried to take out people from other factions in the first place. Anyway, this is a story that needs to be finalized tonight. This is a story that is not good for being prolonged for no reason. For you and me too. And do you think I don't have any more hidden cards? Rather, I am the one showing mercy. You'd better accept it quickly when I offer it. Fenia could not understand what Selaha was saying. It was so unexpected that it was worth it. Today, Mama tried to get me and Ed Rosteller engaged. It seems like they are still considering it very positively. I beg your pardon. Who would believe such an outrageous lie? You will be able to quickly grasp the facts. The important thing is that if I make up my mind and push forward, I can go ahead with the engagement, even if I am forced to do so without Obama's support. Obama's words are the laws of this empire. Oh my God. What is Ed Rostello's own opinion? Does that matter? Selaha stuck out her head and smiled passionately. That man is mine. And then he adds in a whisper, once you take your body and freedom, you can take your time and take your mind slowly. It will be better to let it go before I take more violent measures. No matter how curious your sister was, I think it would be a huge burden for her to get engaged all at once. Isn't that right? Penia, I think you're going crazy right now. If you think about it calmly, you can see that a violent method like engagement is not easy even for Selaha. Fenia's point was poking at a blind spot. It wasn't long before Selaha became aware of his unreasonable feelings of exclusivity toward Ed Rossdale. I can't believe I'm swayed by these immediate emotions to decide on an engagement partner. If you're in your right mind, you can't do something like that. It's just a justification to control and shake up Fenia in order to attract Ed to their faction. You're right, Fenia. Fenia has definitely become much sharper than when she was younger. I had to admit that she was not the type of person who was manipulated by Selaha and had her dolls taken away from her as a child. But you just scratched my pride by pointing out so clearly. However, what Fenia did not expect was that Selaha's sky-high pride was far outside the scope of normal thinking. Sister Selaha, if it gets that far, there's nothing we can't do about getting engaged. Why do you think it seems to be going too violently? But if you think about it carefully, what's wrong with getting engaged? If a problem arises later, you can just break off the engagement. Don't lose your temper, Sister Selaha. I am very calm now. However, things that get on my nerves keep happening over and over again, so my head gets hot. Selaha's voice definitely became calmer. However, just because the voice has become calmer, there is no guarantee that the inside will also be calm. You shouldn't have provoked me. I didn't know I would end up saying this, but if I push things forward like that, it might lead to something bad. What does that mean? I wonder if there is someone who would threaten the first princess of this glorious Kloll empire. I won't go into detail, but the human relationships built around Ed Rothdeller are more complicated than you might think. Fenia is not as familiar with Ed's personal relationships as Belle or Ziggs, but at least if Ed was kidnapped and engaged like that, it reminds me of some people who wouldn't sit still. Since each and every one of them is a human being that cannot be easily seen, from Selaha's point of view, it has a great potential to become the handshake of all handshakes. From my perspective, it would not be good if things escalated, so I would recommend not doing such a thing. Don't tell me to do this or that. Fenia, just because your support group has increased recently, do you feel like you've achieved something by being loyal to that guy? Sister Selaha, loyalty is like a reed before the wind. Right now, I'm acting like I'll follow you for the rest of my life, but I shouldn't forget that my heart could break at any time. If you grew up with first-hand experience of the Rose Palace's dirty secret tactics and conspiracies, you would know that, right? Princess Elaha stretched out her upper body and whispered in Princess Fenia's ear. Loyalty changes so easily that you wonder if it can be like this. And twisting and breaking people's hearts like that is my specialty. I had to admit that fact. Princess Elaha is a ruler and has a charisma that captivates her subjects. He always makes confident decisions and wears an elegance that seems to know his nobility. It's not something you learn, it's something you have to be born with. That is the emperor's timber. Even that arrogant temperament is ultimately a byproduct of being a ruler. Those who follow Selaha kiss her shoe soles with joy. Fenia couldn't answer Selaha's words right away. Selaha has already tried to break Ed's loyalty several times, but has failed. This is just something to shake up Fenia. However, there was no way Fenia knew the entire process. It's just a strange feeling of anxiety rising. Anyway, the opponent is Ed Ross Taylor. The story with Fenia is already over. I was determined that I would never be appeased by Selaha, and I was confident that no matter what I would do, I would not break her tenacity. However, Ed is Ed, but Selaha is also Selaha. She is a girl who has lived a life that has been plundered from everything she thought would remain forever and taken as she pleases. Many of his subjects, who had pledged loyalty until the end in the face of any ordeal, were lured by Selaha's vision and charisma. And when its abilities and uses were exhausted, it was abandoned like a devoted partner by Selaha, who lost interest. Fenia already knows this from extensive experience, a sense of loss for what was taken away. The empty space is painfully felt to the extent that it is on a completely different level than when it never existed. Since he is the younger brother of Princess Selaha, who grew up plundering other people's property, he knows much better. And it was only then that he began to realize the strange peace and security he felt while under Ed Rossdale's command. I know that it is too late to realize it after losing it. His relationship with Ed Rossdale was not always smooth. Rather, it is not strange if Ed Rossdale harbors a grudge against Princess Fenia. This is because the relationship between Ed and Fenia began as an enemy. In fact, it is strange that they are being so cooperative with Fenia. The relationship between Fenia and Ed was actually supported by Ed's understanding. The moment you realize that you can lose, the anxiety that comes over you becomes uncontrollable. Initially, the plan was to use Ed to shake up Selaha's power. It looks like you've worked your ass off to cause a wedge between the Elfaland family and me, Fenia. However, Selaha's attitude, as if he had seen through even that, imprints a new possibility in Fenia's mind. I am sorry, but it's a big mistake to think Yow'll fall for such a lame plan. It is a big mistake to think that everything will go as you think. Leaving that message behind, Princess Selaha stood up and left the reception room. Princess Fenia, who was left behind, sat alone for a while without even moving. There was only silence in the reception room. Chapter 232 to you who survived. 7. The Imperial Library is naturally the largest in the Empire. The grimoire is from the Eastern Magic Tower Library. The textbook is from the Central Library of Sylvania Academy. The Bible is from the Holy Emperor's Faith Library. Many special purpose books had libraries specialized for each book, but the breadth of the library covering all fields could not match the Kloll Imperial Library. This is the reason why imperial scholars do not go outside the imperial palace. The reason why the great sage Sylvania continued her research at the Lily Palace. And it is also a place that symbolizes the tone of the Kloll imperial family that values knowledge. Its magnificent size, which occupies an entire corner of the Rose Palace, makes it seem as if there is a new palace within the palace. There are hundreds of bookshelves of normal size. The inside of the round hall is surrounded by bookshelves so tall that you have to climb up a ladder. And there are so many reading tables and organizing shelves that it is difficult to count them. There are dozens of librarians working there, but it has reached a point where they are requesting more staff due to the excessive workload. So it is safe to say that they have piled up a mountain of books. This is a place where the Princess of Persica has been visiting as her home ever since she was young. The Empire's largest treasure trove of knowledge. I read 3 or 4 books a day, filling my head with knowledge from all fields, regardless of history, culture, religion, economy, geography, magic now. The Princess of Persica has become more familiar with the library structure than the imperial librarians. There were no unknown places left in this library. Boom! It is a time beyond night and close to dawn. The inside of the library was already engulfed in darkness. The Princess of Persica crossed the library relying on the light of the candlestick. Entry is not allowed during permitted times, and it is strictly prohibited to enter with a fire, as it is vulnerable to fire. But naturally, ignoring all of those rules, Persica relied on the ring's magic to move between the bookshelves of the library. His closest associate, Knight Commander Dilux, was guarding the entrance to the library under instructions from the Princess of Persica. The instructions were to not let anyone in and to give an appropriate explanation to whoever came and send them away. It was an unwelcome order, but Dilux did as she instructed and stood quietly guarding the entrance. Since you have a trustworthy gatekeeper, there is nothing to worry about. The place where Persica arrived, drawn by Lyndon's ring, was a bookshelf that took a long way to reach the corner of the huge library. It was a separate shelf that collected books whose classification was ambiguous or whose contents were difficult to discern. Due to its nature, few people visit, so it was gathered in the most deserted corner of the library. When I made my way through the forest-like row of books and reached the innermost bookshelf, Lyndon's ring began to glow. Persica gulped and swallowed dry saliva. The hand holding the candlestick seems to tremble slightly. My heart was pounding too. As I keep the ring on my hand and watch it, brilliance flows out from the bookshelf in the corner. Kagangang, kugang, boom. It feels like light is being sucked into a single point. For a moment, I felt like the scenery was whirling. With a small vibration, magical power was focused towards the corner bookshelf. And for a moment, I closed my eyes and opened them. And before I knew it, the bookshelf had disappeared. The bookshelf itself was a trick. And on the wall behind the missing bookshelf, there was a staircase leading to the basement. Persica's heart started pounding. The secret laboratory of Sylvania, a great sage who left her name in history. A top-secret space that is designed to prevent anyone from entering without the Crown Prince's ring. And the cause that drove the universally respected Prince Lyndon crazy. Persica started to feel scared. Is it really right to go down those stairs from here? Now that we know the existence of the lab, wouldn't it be better to just check this far and then go back and report it to Emperor Kloll when he returns? That thought occurred to me, but I quickly shook my head to dismiss the useless thought. I didn't know what was under that laboratory, but it was clear that there was at least something hidden that would have a tremendous impact on the Empire. I got the opportunity to be among the first to access it. It was an opportunity that came only to Persica in this wide world. Thinking about Lyndon's condition, I started to feel scared, but it wouldn't be a good idea to get scared and run away. After all, it is a laboratory that is several hundred years old. It's not like I'm going to check on something dangerous. Princess Persica slowly went down the stairs. It's amazing to follow the stairs that extend straight down into the darkness. How did they create such an underground space without anyone noticing? In fact, if they were the great sage Sylvania, they would be able to do that easily. With that in mind, I reached the end of the underground space, and a large wooden door was revealed. I gently pulled the door handle, and it seemed like I could go inside. Persica swallowed dry saliva once again and slowly pushed the door. Wow! Princess Persica was so startled for a moment that she almost closed her eyes. This is because lights began to flash inside the laboratory in response to the door being opened. Is it true that the magical engineering supplies made by the great sage continue to function properly even after such a long period of time? The process by which the interior of the lab brightens in response to people entering is fascinating. The magical torch hanging along the outer wall illuminates the interior of the laboratory. It's not such a great sight. It feels warmer than I thought. The space that runs along the wooden wall is wide when wide and narrow when narrow. It is about the size of a private laboratory for scholars within the imperial family, and the various research tables were piled high with documents, books, and research logs that appeared to have been written by great sage Sylvania herself. The blackboard on one side is filled with writing that seems to summarize various theories and their verification processes, and a crystal ball was carefully stored in the center of the laboratory. Persica did not relax and moved forward slowly. All of great sage Sylvania's research records are regarded as precious human treasures, and every single type is subject to research and analysis. The fact that such research records are piled up like this for academics, it must be a more fascinating sight than a pile of gold and silver treasures. As Persica is also interested in academics, she knows very well what an amazing space this lab is. Damaging anything can lead to great loss to humanity. Therefore, I slowly walked across the lab and headed towards the crystal ball that was carefully stored in the center. The identity of the crystal ball Persica also knows well. It is a recording tool often used among scholars. It is close to a medium that stores the knowledge system one has organized so that it can be easily remembered later, but the recording efficiency is very poor. The price is high, and the difficulty of use is high, so it is not that versatile. At Sylvania level, it could be used as a recording medium, but since it is difficult to contain all that vast knowledge, it would be better to use paper and quill. In fact, Sylvania left most of her research records and processes in the form of documents or books. However, the fact that there are research results that have been kept as a record, this is probably the core of what Sylvania studied throughout her life. There was a high possibility that only the core of the core was gathered together and contained in that way. No one who is greedy for knowledge can pretend not to notice. Maybe this is what drove Lyndon crazy. Such thoughts came to mind, but Persica could not back down. Slowly place your hand on the crystal ball. Those are records of the future that Sylvania has observed through aspect magic. The direction in which the world is moving diverges endlessly at various junctures. The future, which diverges, converges, and extends endlessly, is not simple enough for any single individual to dare to observe. In the end, the number of cases extending in so many directions is so numerous that we cannot even dare to try to observe them all. That was the theory established by Sylvania. However, theory and reality do not always match. This is what the great sage, who reached the peak of aspect magic and gained the power to break the providence of the world, confirmed first. This was the last thing discovered by the imperial family before they were exiled to Aiken Island. Cliff Point. Even if all possibilities in all directions are examined, and all future flows are taken into a counterpoint where there is absolutely no future flow beyond this point. Like a huge cliff at the end of the road. It was the end of the world, with only a cliff leading to endless darkness. Sylvania, who finished recording and took her hand off the crystal ball, was smiling. Crown Prince Linfel, who was looking at Sylvania's research results next to him at the time. His pupils were trembling in fear. People cannot even properly maintain reason in the face of fear on a scale so large that it drives them crazy. Ordeals that are impossible to resist make it impossible to even give up. It was like a declaration to the world. Maybe it's God's will. They spoke confidently. Your world ends here. It's just up to this point. I don't even know why. Even the method cannot be determined. One day, all the future flow that was supposed to continue suddenly stops and disappears. It just ends as if it were a dark battle. Even that method cannot be observed. Nevertheless, Sylvania is not driven crazy by that fear. Rather, it is recited as if it were a declaration to something far away that I don't know whether it is God or the world. Nevertheless, I will survive. Even in polar lands where there is no food, in the middle of a bloody battlefield, in the underground where there is no light, even in the middle of the vast ocean where there is no hope of help, humans have always survived and persevered. There was always someone who struggled to the end to find the answer and continue with his life. That's fun. There is only a small difference between an extraordinary great man and a madman. As if to prove that fact, Sylvania smiled proudly even in the face of such great fear. The eyes of the extraordinary great sage, who is said to be difficult to be born again in human history, shine brightly as he looks up at the sky. Crestal Grand Festival held once every 4 years. This is the time of year when more people flock to Aiken Island, where Sylvania is located. Plus, it's the last day of the festival. The grandest event, the closing ceremony, is being held. As if to symbolize the golden age of Sylvania, countless people gather on Aiken Island to laugh, drink, and chat. When looking down from the sky, it appears that only Aiken Island is shining brightly in the darkness of the deep night. As it is the last day of the festival, the lights are being lit in a grand manner. The Max's Bridge, which extends from the continent, is decorated with all kinds of gorgeous decorations. Along the way, merchants are sitting and drinking at the Max's Bridge, which has served as the gateway to Sylvania for decades. If you enter Aiken Island, following the row of merchant stalls lining the bridge, you can see Sylvania's Gate, which is also decorated with lots of decorations for the festival. After completing the simple procedures and crossing the gate, you will reach the entrance plaza. It is directly connected to the living area. This square is also not small. Along with outsiders, merchants from the living quarters are eating, drinking, and chatting with their lights on. Among the outsiders who visited during the festival period, most of those who had no contact with Sylvania or were of low status enjoyed the atmosphere here. Among the crowd, people made various bets, played games, and talked about their weak magic skills. From the entrance plaza to every corner of the living area, it's full of people eating, drinking, and talking. If you follow the main road along the entrance plaza, there is a marble path leading to the teaching building used by students and faculty. If you keep going straight, there is a path that leads to Offaly's Hall. The distance to Offaly's Hall is not that far based on living standards. The maids at Offaly's Hall are busy preparing food. Under the direction of maid Jean Bellmeyer, she is assisting students who are enjoying the festival. A band plays music in the rose garden in front of Offaly's Hall, and students who did not go to the student plaza gather quietly and chat. The view of Offaly's building from a distance feels much more noble and elegant than the plaza at the entrance to the living building. In the royal quarters, Emperor Clole and Princess Phenia are talking for a moment. The two did not necessarily go to the closing event held at the student plaza. Since it was an important event, I felt that I should not miss it, but I did not want to make the event solemn by having a state-level VIP attend. As it was the last day of the festival, I wanted everyone, both citizens and students, to enjoy the festival. Therefore, Emperor Clole chose to stay at the lodgings. When the sun rises the next day, Emperor Clole will leave Aiken Island in his carriage. Before that, I wanted to have a last chat with Phenia. On the other hand, Princess Selaha was riding a carriage toward the student square, because this is the last chance to appease Ed Rossdaler. The road was full of festival excitement. Outside, visitors and residents of the living quarters on the street were all drinking and singing. In this way, huge fireworks explode in the sky above Sylvania Academy several times. Like the sun rising during the day, the light of the fireworks brightly illuminating the academy enveloped the world in a soft and cozy way. Jenica Palova was sitting in a corner of the student square with her parents in tow. Ort, who was drinking, and Sailor, who had her arms around each other, were laughing. There were parts where she was upset, and parts where she was a little tired, but no matter what, Yenica couldn't help but laugh at the excitement of the festival. I thought it would be nice to enjoy this peaceful atmosphere for now. When I looked up, colorful fireworks were still blooming like flowers in the sky. Lortel Ketcheln was leading the upper-level employees across the living quarters. As it is the last day, it is the day when sales are maximized the most. Because I was so busy, I was walking toward the Chamber of Commerce while listening to the secretaries reciting reports. Suddenly, I looked up at the brightly shining sky toward the student plaza, and when I thought about the workload that had piled up, I took a deep breath. Unlike before, he even begins to think that he wants to enjoy his youth a bit, and then he was shocked at himself for even thinking about it for a moment. One way or another, he was also a student at Sylvania. Lucy Merrill was sitting on the roof of the Trix building, staring blankly at the sky. The academic landscape, seen at a glance, was very different from usual. It was noisy and hot. The quiet and still night scenery was nice, but sometimes this wasn't a bad thing. Still, I'm a bit dissatisfied that the stars in the night sky cannot be clearly seen because of the brightly shining fireworks. He roughly chews the beef jerky and kicks the air a few times before he lies down on the railing with a listless face. The early fall night air felt quite good at the tip of my nose. Siggs Eiffelstein led Elke to the student square. It was disappointing that most of the stages were almost finished, but it was good to be able to spend the last part of the festival with Elke. In the heat of a romantic festival night, we looked up at the sky together, supporting Elke. Clevius Nortondale stood alone in the corner of the student square, leaning his back against the outer wall of the oval hall and looking up at the central stage. He stayed still with an expression of loneliness in the world, but Elvira suddenly appeared, grabbed his ear, and dragged him to the seat near the center stage. Clevius is dragged by Elvira like that, saying that it hurts. Tanya was on center stage in the student square. After finishing the last student president's speech, we look up at the sky together from the stage where the fireworks are most visible. The bright sky of Sylvania seemed like a distant landscape, so Tanya took a breath of the night air and closed her eyes. At that moment, everyone was looking at the fireworks blooming brightly in the sky. Dyke Elferlan was sitting alone in the combat training center, covered in bandages. Traciana Bloomriver has just arrived at the student plaza and has taken off her robe. Annis Halen was leaving the Trix building holding a bunch of documents. Professor Khaled is drunk and rolling around on the street, and Assistant Professor Claire somehow helps him up. Vice Principal Rachel sits alone in her office at the Trix building and quietly looks at the fireworks outside the window. Many other students and faculty looked up at the fireworks, emitting soft light from their respective positions. At this moment, I felt peaceful and at ease. I had a strange feeling that I could forget all the sadness of Seppa for a while. It is also called the magical power of the festival, because peace blooms most splendidly when we are least conscious of it. What made me conscious of it again was the time of this festival, when everyone was laughing, chatting, eating, and drinking. Ed Rosteller, who was sitting in the student plaza, also looks up at the sky. He is a man who knows the value of peace more than anyone else. That's why I was able to quietly close my eyes and quietly surrender myself to the heat of the festival. If you don't decide to feel it with your eyes closed, you won't feel it. That's what peace was. Hwara. The water rose like a huge pillar. The people watching the scene momentarily did not even understand what they were seeing. To-do-do-duck. The rising sea water pours down as rain, and only then do the feet of a giant reptile appear. The location was right next to the Max's Bridge. This bridge served as the only land route connecting Aiken Island and the continent for decades, since the trade route of Aiken Island itself is connected to the Margrave of Zahor, which is right next to it. The land route, rather than the sea route, was the main means of transportation for logistics. Thanks to this, the Max's Bridge was a major transportation hub for Aiken Island and served as a de facto gateway. Although there is a dock, it is not large enough for large sailing ships to come and go, and the population of Aiken Island was not large enough to use sailing ships of that size in the first place. The huge feet that popped up through the sea water right next to the Max's Bridge had the shape of a reptile, but the surface was covered with huge scales. Feet made of light with a dark red tone, like the darkness of the night. It has an ominous appearance just by looking at it. But ironically, it glows softly by catching the fireworks that decorate the night sky. Merchants near Max's bridge screamed at the sudden situation. What is the identity of that strange-looking bridge? Before I could even answer that question, Kwang. In a single blow, the Maxith Bridge, which had a long history with Aiken Island, collapsed like a toy. Quagging, widely. Wow, phew. Princess Fee Persica. What's going on? Why are you doing this? Princess Persica. Knight Commander Dilux. The Princess of Persica, who opened the library door and came out, was dripping with cold sweat. It seemed like it was difficult to even straighten up right away. As soon as she came out into the hallway, the Princess of Persica, who had lost all strength in her body, was quickly supported by Knight Commander Dilux. Right now summon all available troops. Regardless of their affiliation, they are all soldiers under the imperial family who have combat skills. Not a single person is left behind. A man I met at Cleric's Monastery. A story told by Ed Rosteller came to mind. If necessary, please be sure to mobilize soldiers to Aiken Island. Is it a simple coincidence or the result of some kind of necessity? There was no need to judge it at this point, but what is certain is that it was too exquisite to be a coincidence. Ed Rosteller must have known something. Maybe it has something to do with the future trends observed by Sylvania. What are you talking about? Princess of Persica, the authority to command soldiers. Because Obama is not present, and neither Selaha nor Fenia are present, I have the authority now. You cannot claim command of the army simply because you are away if you are found to have done this on your own dialogues. I'll take responsibility for everything, so just do as I am told. If I am responsible, I'll take responsibility for everything. And if I end up resigning because I overstepped my authority, I won't say anything. So this time, follow my instructions. Right now, do not delay. Princess Persica, if you do this wrong, it could be seen as an act of defiance of the imperial authority. Not all soldiers will follow, then gather all the soldiers who will follow. Not a single person is left behind. Collect everything. I will face either exile or abdication. Didn't I just say that? Persica, despite breaking out in a cold sweat, somehow managed to keep herself together with Dilux's assistance. Assemble as many soldiers as possible. Right now. Let's go to Aiken Island right now. Cool amid the sound of firecrackers decorating the sky of Aiken Island, something that sounded like a huge explosion was heard. Thinking it was just the sound of firecrackers, they ignored it, but soon a small earthquake struck the royal residence where Emperor Klol and Princess Fenia were sitting. Hugugung, Kugugung, Emperor Klol and Fenia, who were chatting in the reception room, grasped the handle of the sofa tightly due to the sudden tremor of the earth. I had to sit like that for a while. This is, are you hurt anywhere, Obama? Yeah, it's okay. But it's no big deal. How could it be that there was an earthquake on such an auspicious day? Emperor Klol, who had calmed down for a moment, breathed a sigh of relief. And he was about to call a random employee to check if there was any other damage in the royal residence. Boom. At that time, the person who burst through the door was Princess Fenia's bodyguard, Claire. Lord Claire, how dare you so rudely open the room where the royal family is in? Depending on the case, it wouldn't be surprising if it led to disciplinary action, but Claire's expression was so urgent that I couldn't bear to point it out. Both Fenia and Emperor Chloe's faces could not help but harden at Claire's subsequent report. Your Majesty, this has just been reported, but the Maxith Bridge, the only land route to the outside of Aiken Island, has collapsed. It is said that the bridge for the logistics passage installed underneath also collapsed in the aftermath. What? Aiken Island, where numerous powers are located in their respective locations, is now crowded with more people than ever before. It is not a crowd that a few small boats can handle. It was not easy for so many people to get off the island without a land route. I couldn't help but sense that something was happening on Aiken Island. Chapter 233 Battle of Bellbroke 1. The cheers of the crowd quickly turned into screams as they looked up at the fireworks beautifully decorating the sky. Ah, what is that? Run away too. We have to run. Tanya, who was standing on the podium in the student square and watching the fireworks with the crowd, could not help but tremble when she saw the scene in front of her. Above Sylvania Academy, the figure that emerged leisurely through the clouds and bathed in the light of firecrackers was clearly the head of a gigantic dragon. It was only a minute ago that the festival fireworks filled the sky and everyone was smiling and shouting for peace. The dragon that appeared, announcing the end of the world in just 1 minute, was about to roar. I know the name of the great disaster that blows away even this huge island. Siang Changrang Velbroke, Sylvania's failed sword saint, the final boss. According to the story, it is a disaster that appears in the summer of the year the main character, Taylor McLaura, graduates and tries to destroy Sylvania. Ah, wow, monster. It's a monster. Everyone run away, my son. Bella Line, where did you go? My son. Please find my son. Everyone get out of the way. Get out of the way. Max's bridge. Run to Max's bridge right now. It's the only way to get off this island the fastest. Cara, foot, my feet. The student square quickly turned into chaos, filled with people screaming and running away. In the midst of the chaos, I was quietly looking up at the sky, mixed in with the fleeing crowd. At first, I was embarrassed. The reason I was able to remain calm was because it wasn't something completely unexpected. The Glasgow subjugation, the Glass subjugation, the Lucy subjugation, and the Crepin subjugation, not once did anything go as expected. I had no idea that just because he was Bellbroke, he would show up exactly on time as if he had promised. That's why I quickly stimulated Taylor to grow when I had time, and even though I had some free time left, I also increased my magic abilities. Even so, Ed. A familiar voice was heard from among the crowd. It was Yenica who ran out with the crowd, leading her parents. Yenica was also watching the final performance with her parents at the student square. Ort and Sailor, who were running after Yenica, saw me and shouted, "Master Ed, you must run away now. In the sky, Ed." However, Yenica, who interrupted Ort, spoke in a calmer voice. "The Xiangqingriang that Ed was talking about, yeah, is a bit faster than expected, but it's that guy." Yenica's expression became frozen before she could finish speaking. I took a deep breath and spoke to Jenica. "Evacuate your parents first. If you run to Max's bridge now, you won't be able to use the bridge properly because of the crowds. That you are a very valuable human resource with the ability to evacuate people off the island in this seemingly chaotic situation. How many people can a flying spirit carry at once? If I summon the Lieutenant Wind Spirit, I can still move 10 people at once. Although I'm exhausted after a long flight with that many people on board, then evacuate the most important people off the island right away. Isn't saving your parents the most important thing?" I immediately checked the equipment I had packed and summarized the main points as much as possible and delivered them to Yenica. "It's an emergency." There was no time to hesitate. Carara. Velbroke's roar, like scraping iron plates, filled the skies of Sylvania. The appearance revealed between the flames of firecrackers. However, that appearance was strangely different from the Bellbroke I knew. There is a chain wrapped around it. A huge magic chain wrapped around the body, with only the upper body rising from the sea, is once again trying to drag Bellbrock down into the sea. The seal was not completely broken. Is it because it is too early? Or are there other external variables? Unlike the Bellbroke in my memory who completely broke the seal, that Bellbroke is still fighting against the seal. Bellbroke's roar was also closer to a scream made to break the chains of the seal rather than the result of ferocity. It has not yet been fully resurrected. Just the sound of the roar makes the crowd in the square disappear. A roar filled with magical power has physical power in itself. Still, if the distance is long, the influence will diminish. However, the roar that came from Bellbroke's head in the distant sky was powerful enough to hit people. I once again realized Velbroke's ridiculous amount of magical power. "Kaya, please save me." The screams of the crowd were heard once again. Yenica also looked up at me with a serious expression again while supporting her parents. "What about Ed?" "First of all, Yenica, I told you to evacuate everyone you consider important. Think about evacuating your parents first. Next is Ed." Yenica spoke casually. Ort and Sailor looked at each other with wide eyes, but there was no time to react individually. I look up at Bellbroke, who continues to roar in the vast expanse, holding on to the chain that is being sucked into the sea again. "We have to stop that." It was said so naturally that Yenica didn't even think about objecting and ended up laughing. When I think about it, I have always been like this. There were many cases of saying nonsense, and the same goes for Yenica. This is a girl who always gets swept away when she behaves like this. Yenica gathered her embarrassment from the sudden change in the situation and slowly spoke. "If I use that ring that Ed had, I can evacuate over 100 people at once." a phoenix ring given by Professor Glast. The ring's power, which allows you to draw magical energy from the future and use it right away, allows anyone, not just me, to handle magic at an absurd level. In particular, the greater the user's magical power, the more its power increases exponentially. If we summon the highest-ranking water spirit, Freed, we will be able to evacuate most of the outsiders on this island to the continent in just a few round trips. Well, at least, you can run away. The resurrection of Siang Changryang and Velbroke is not a disaster that one individual can prevent, so the most reasonable option is to run away. But Ed wouldn't think so. Yes, that's right. Jenica even gave me a small smile, as if she was reading my mind, trying to relieve my tension. Ed, are you thinking about taking it down? You might think it's too unrealistic. Xiangqinggriang Velbroke is a monster of such ridiculous levels that it can blow up an entire living quarters with a single kick. Right now, I'm unable to completely control my body due to the loose seal, but as soon as the chains are broken, Aiken Island will be destroyed. In fact, if that happens, evacuation is meaningless. If a disaster of that magnitude occurs, there is no place in the entire empire that can be called a safe zone. Okay, Ed, if I already use the ring, I won't be able to use it when it's important, and it'll also be incapable of fighting, so there's a good chance it'll be a handshake. And if you're going to use the ring, the strongest person, it would be more efficient for Principal Lucia, or able to use it, Master Ed. It is right for Master Ed to evacuate first. Come with us right now. No, it's okay. This may be your only chance to escape the island. Escape with Jenica right away. I looked Ort straight in the eye and spoke clearly. A few people passed by and tapped each other on the shoulder as the crowd ran towards them, making a fuss, but they paid no attention. They must have been out of their minds, too. Master Ed, I won't say it twice. The situation is urgent, and there is no time to persuade. When I asserted that, it was Yenica who actually pulled Ort's hand. Dad, let's go quickly. It's even more of a nuisance to waste time like this. Jenica, who had pulled Sailor and Ort tightly, looked at me and spoke with a stern face. I'll be back as soon as possible. Where is Ed going? What is the first move to take in this urgent situation? The answer was actually clearly determined. I'm going to go find Taylor. I spoke while gathering magical power to summon Merelda. The most important thing now is to attract Taylor, who can deliver the final blow to Xiangqinggriang. This is a disaster that comes sooner than expected. Taylor's specifications have not yet fully grown. I may not be very good at the final battle specifications, but I still learned the Dragon Slayer sword that can pierce Velbroke's heart and the sword mastery that can cause some damage to Velbroke's flesh. It may not meet the sufficient conditions, but the minimum conditions have been met. As long as we add some other companions and assist her in accessing Velbroke's heart, the current Taylor will be able to deliver the final blow. That's all. If only I could kill Velbroke. If I can somehow control the terrible Xiangqinggriang that covers the sky, my entire journey will be completed. The end of the entire journey that started with getting stuck in the forest, running, rolling, getting hurt, getting up again, and enduring has finally arrived. I gritted my teeth and continued to gather magical energy. Do you know where Ed Taylor is? First of all, the most important thing is to take Taylor and place her in front of Belbroke's heart. To do this, we must first specify Taylor's location. Most of the students came to this student plaza to watch the closing ceremony, but they're probably in the Trix building. Before the closing ceremony began, Taylor's lover, Isla, came to me and said something. Since he needs to read the Sage's seal, he plans to take advantage of this closing event to sneak into the Trix hall. If she consulted with me about executing the plan, she would have also told her companion, Taylor. No matter what, Taylor would have tried to help Isla with her plan. There is a high probability that Taylor would have headed to the Trix building to help Isla. If it's not in this student square, it's almost certain. Soon, a huge wind wolf is summoned by my magic. The noble figure of Merelda, a high-ranking wind spirit, was placed in the student plaza. The outsiders who were running away also clicked their tongues when they saw the scene. Without any need to exchange words, Merelda lowered her head, and I quickly jumped on her back. The Max's bridge, the only land route out of the island, was blocked. The news spread quickly. In fact, the news immediately reached Lortle, who had the fastest information on Aiken Island. Max's bridge is a trade bridge built with investment from Elt Trading Company and has a long history. As the investor was the Elt Chamber of Commerce, most of the merchants who set up stalls along the route were also affiliated with the Elt Chamber of Commerce. 31 merchants on the Max's bridge are dead or missing. For now, we are only reporting the parts that have been quickly confirmed, and the number of deaths will increase depending on the reports that follow. It may increase. Don't panic, Secretary Rihanna. We are the leadership. You have to remain calm in any situation. Lortel Ketchelm, who was receiving reports from employees in the square of the living building, looked up at the sky, Sianchengriang roaring while wrapped in chains. Several tens of minutes had passed since the terrifying scene was revealed. The sight of Velbroke, periodically emitting a roar filled with magical power, and trying to escape from his chains, seems as if he is announcing the end of the world. It is natural for humans to be overcome with fear and try to run away. Anyone can see that this is a disaster that cannot be prevented by human power alone. However, Lortel is a calm person who maintains reason in any situation. By breaking out a drop of cold sweat and catching your breath, you can maintain your composure even in this crazy situation. Rather, thanks to Lortel's cool-headed appearance, even the employees who were almost dragged into chaos were able to come to their senses for now. Any other reports? Dozens of people died within the company. More than half of them are veteran merchants. This alone is already a major accident. If it weren't for a catastrophe like Bellbroke, the damage would be so enormous that I might have to resign from my position as the head of the association right away. Nevertheless, Lortel did not panic and clearly set his priorities. Currently, the living area is in a state of chaos due to outsiders and residents of the living area who want to leave the island. In particular, the dark area is said to be uncontrollable due to the large crowds, that you can tell just by looking at the current situation. Any other notable moves? There is a movement to resolve the chaos centered around a few forces. Since Emperor Kloll is in the royal quarters, the imperial faction people gathered around His Majesty are showing some organized movement. An informant from the imperial family came running and bowed his head to Lortel and reported, I heard that in the faculty building, Student Council President Tanya Rostaler is trying to sort out the confusion and gather people, and that Princess Elaha is also separately controlling the people in the faculty building. Principal Obel and the faculty and staff are also taking active action. What about the living area? It is said that St. Claris is trying to sort out the confusion among the Telos believers who are holding a prayer meeting near the student church. Still, if we don't find a way to escape from Aiken Island, the fundamental confusion will not go away. Fortunately, there are influential people scattered throughout Aiken Island who can control the chaotic crowds. Principal Obel Fortius, centered around the Trix building. Emperor Chloe and Princess Phenia, centered around the royal residence. Tanya Rostaler, who formed a force centered around the student council in the student square. And Princess Selaha, who was moving toward the teacher building. St. Claris is gathering people around the student church. Maid Jean Bell Meyer gathers and protects the Arfeles building staff and VIP students. In addition, there is Lortel Ketchelm of the Elt Chamber of Commerce, which holds a tight hold on power centered around the residential area. The numerous people inside Aiken Island were organized into point organizations centered on the leaders around them, and they succeeded in forming order. Most of them were led by senior academic staff or people with high status who could assert their authority. However, the fundamental confusion has not been resolved, and the biggest problem, the lack of an escape route, shows no signs of being solved. There is no telling when Bellbroke, struggling in the distant sky, will emerge from the influence of the seal and destroy Aiken Island. What time is there to wait for the imperial court to bring in a huge sailing ship? Already, parts of the coast and cliff areas are collapsing due to the scales and struggles that Bellbroke spews out intermittently as he struggles. It is good to gather in each area, take a defensive stance, and hold a sit-in protest. However, in the end, if we cannot resolve Bellbroke or escape Aiken Island, only catastrophe remains. How many people are able to escape the island on their own without using the land route? First of all, escaping the island using spatial magic is nonsense due to the consumption of magical power. And the only way is to use a giant spirit or use flying magic. Some professors and students can do it, but the number is so small that it is physically impossible to show off this huge crowd. The imperial family gave instructions to mobilize sailing ships to coastal cities. But of course, there's no way we can make it on time. Due to the nature of Sylvania Academy, which rarely uses sea routes, the number of people who can go out by boat is only a few dozen at a time. In addition, if so many people have gathered at the dock to go out, it is safe to say that the sea route has also been virtually paralyzed. Outsider. This Aiken Island had become a cemetery for those who could do nothing but await the coming of Belbroke and would face a terrible death when the time came. First of all, I heard that together with Emperor Clole, they are looking for a way to get some distinguished guests to escape first. The most important thing is the Emperor's well-being. The people in the royal quarters will first try their best to get the two princesses and Emperor Clole off the island. However, Lortel Ketcheln is well aware of Emperor Clole's tendencies. Perhaps Emperor Clole's personality would be to try to sort out this chaos first, rather than rush to escape right away. This is the last remaining weakness of Emperor Clole. I don't take good care of my own body. They are so concerned about the national interest and the people that they do not take good care of their own safety. At first glance, it may be said that he is a nobleman who truly cares about his people, but considering how important the position of the emperor is, it is not a very wise temperament. No matter what anyone says, the emperor is the central point of everyone. If such a person gets injured or dies, the chaos becomes even more uncontrollable. Therefore, taking care of one's own safety is directly related to taking care of the safety of the crowd. That fact should not be taken lightly, but Emperor Clole, who has lived as a saint, will try to somehow resolve the confusion of the people. Lortel frowned and accelerated his walking pace. What should you do first? You have to set your priorities. As the leader of Elt Company, every minute and every second of judgment will put the lives of dozens of people at risk. Can we use our ship? There are 7 small merchant ships, but they are all occupied. It is unclear whether they will be able to set sail due to the crowds holding the ships at the dock and making a fuss. Is it so? Then we would rather gather people from the living quarters and join the royal quarters Kugang. Thud. Ka. It was at that time that Lortel was quickly trying to sort out the situation. Belbroke, struggling in the sky, roared once again. A roar filled with magical power once again crosses the sky of the night and echoes throughout the world as if it would tear the eardrums. As he struggles to tear off the huge chains that are wrapped around his body, one by one, the huge feet finally hit the living area. Belbroke's foot is stamped on the area leading to the western coastal area outside the living quarters, and a shock comes as if the world is turning upside down. Quararara. In this way, half of the western coastal area was taken away by Belbroke, and magic power gathers around Belbroke's mouth. Dozens or hundreds of magic circles formed around the mouth, and an incredibly large amount of magical power was sucked into the center like a black hole. Dragon's breath is a blow that boasts a power comparable to that of most high-level magic. But from the perspective of the holy spear dragon, Velbrock, it is nothing more or less than simply breathing out magical power. The result is a disaster. If it hits a place where people are gathered, there will be hundreds or even thousands of casualties at that point. Lortel held his breath as he saw the scene. This Aiken Island, there are more people than ever gathered there because of the Crestal Grand Festival. Every single strike of Belbroke is a massacre. A disaster in which people will die like a flock of ants will begin from now on. Lortel thinks as he looks at the magic circles gathered in the sky. This is really dangerous. Where why? That was when I had that thought. There is a wizard who flew into the sky. A girl flies from the top of the Trix building, puts on her witch's hat, and spreads her hands towards the monster in the sky. An enormous amount of mana covers the sky of Sylvania, making one wonder if it was created by humans. A large number of people on Aiken Island are watching. The rarest genius in human history, who is said to have never been reborn since Sylvania. Lucy Merrill stands in the sky and looks up at Belbroke. As usual, my blank eyes are nowhere to be seen. Rather, it looks quite serious. Soon, Belbroke's dragon's breath flies towards Sylvania Academy. Lucy catches her breath and throws away Belbroke's dragon breath with her teeth clenched. A collision of magical energy so huge that it felt as if all light and sound in the world disappeared for a moment, covering the sky above Aiken Island. It was a sight that any wizard who had implemented a total of 81 layers of high-level defense magic and 3 layers of highest-level defense magic at once could only look at it with a bewildered expression. It is not a human, but a huge mass of magical power. It's unbelievable what came out of that small body. However, no matter how Lucy Merrill is, no matter how unstable her opponent Bellbroke, has not yet completely escaped the influence of the seal and is in an unstable state as long as he is human. There are limits. Lucy, who blocked Bellbroke's breath with all her might, was thrown from the sky to the ground. I couldn't even block it completely. Some of the Velbroke's magic that bounced off fell here and there on Aiken Island, causing a huge explosion. Several buildings in the living area collapsed, and the Glocked building in the student center in the teaching building collapsed. A fire broke out in a corner of the northern forest, and a landslide came down from the impact, causing part of the mountainside to collapse. Lucy was slammed into the middle of the student plaza, leaving a huge crater. Some students who had not yet been able to evacuate clicked their tongues when they saw the scene. Lucy Merrill, covered in dust, dusts herself off and stands up. Before I knew it, I picked up the witch's hat that had fallen down next to me and shook it off. Then I put on my hat and looked up at the sky. When I looked up at the sky, disaster had arrived. After seeing the official letter sent under Obel Fortius instructions, the staff at the Trix building rushed into the conference room with the reports gathered. However, Obel Fortius, the chief academic officer who was supposed to organize this entire situation, was not present. Instead, Vice Principal Rachel Thieslin was sitting in the principal's chair. Principal Rachel, with all her wrinkles, looked at the gathered faculty and staff with her sharp eyes wide open. Currently, Principal Obel Fortius is missing. Emergency situations require leadership from those responsible more than ever. However, there are only agents and no top official, Obel. So who on earth wrote this official document? Until he shows up, I will temporarily take charge of the bachelor's response. Rachel took a deep breath from the principal's chair and then exhaled again. There was no time to explain or make excuses. Please bring all the reports. Chapter 234 Bellbroke Subjugation, Battle 2. Your Majesty, you must evacuate first. The counselors are now contacting the academic department to find a way to get off the island. Some of the staff within the academy may have the ability to provide a way to get off the island. Claire's voice sounded urgent as she knelt down and gave a report with her head bowed. As long as you are part of the Imperial Guard, the first thing you need to think about is evacuating the Kloll royal family before the dragon, which was immediately exposing its massive body high in the sky, could make another move. Karaug, the dragon's roar covers Aiken Island as soon as you can forget about it. Kong, Kagang. The aftermath of the roar, which became more powerful as it went on, caused several windows in the royal family's quarters to crack. Some of the weak windows in the hallway were already cracking and breaking. People passing by nearby suppressed their screams of fear. Little by little, the amount of magical power felt in Velbroke's roar is increasing. It is slowly but slowly breaking the chains that are wrapped around the entire body. I don't know who or how they are forcibly maintaining the seal on the mighty Velbroke, but what is certain is that if things continue like this area will be devastated. Kara. Outside the window of the royal residence, I could see the giant paw of the holy Changryong passing by. The foot, which passed by leaving a whirlwind behind, crashed into the mountainside on the right, causing huge dust and landslides. A dwarf wizard flies through the rising dust. Floating in the night sky with the giant head of Sianchengryong Velbroke in front of me, I dusted off my skirt a few times. This is Lucy Merrill, the head of the Ministry of Magic. Emperor Kloll, who was looking at the scene outside the window, narrowed his eyebrows for a moment. First of all, we have to control the situation. Summon all military officers who are still able to move within the royal quarters. Your Majesty, you have to get off the island first. Noisy. Even a single student is struggling in the face of this disaster. Are you telling me to run away in the name of the royal family? Emperor Chloe spoke in a low voice while looking at Claire. Do you think that is the action a person called the Emperor would take? The bachelor's department is probably in greater chaos. If you want to sort out the situation before it falls into greater chaos, you must stamp it out with legitimate authority. If we can't do it at the academy, we have to at least move the imperial power to sort things out. But if you don't get out quickly, your life could be in danger. Obama. I'm fine, so please get off the island first. There are plenty of ways if you look for them. You will be able to conduct on-site command even from outside the island. If the highest human being, the Emperor, runs away in fear, those who remain on Aiken Island will only fall into further confusion. Do you think that will solve the problem? Emperor Kloll turned his back on the scene outside the window and rested his chin in thought. Reigning as an emperor means that you can't just run away from situations like this. Fenia. Fenia opened her eyes wide and looked at Emperor Kloll. A considerable number of outside visitors, merchants, from the living quarters, students from the academy, and faculty and staff are packed into this narrow Aiken Island. Among them, the most noble person is definitely Emperor Kloll. If Emperor Kloll escapes before anyone else, then only those who are trying to escape off the island will be lined up in order of status. So he doesn't leave the island. As long as you sit firmly in the center, no other noble person can make a selfish move. How can a man who abandons his people and runs away take care of them? Emperor Chloe stopped talking and shouted at Claire again. The idea is to quickly summon all the remaining personnel inside the royal residence. In any case, one cannot refuse the imperial decree. Claire bowed her head again, answered that she understood, and ran out into the hallway. 1 o'clock was a busy time. Emperor Clole continued to watch the situation outside the window. Belbroke and Lucy Merrill continue to exchange sums. Indeed, the scale is enough to make even decent imperial wizards hold out their tongues. Belbroke is trying to press Lucy Merrill without even breaking the seal properly. The aftermath of the battle between the two alone leaves traces of destruction spread throughout the island. Velbroke's magic cannon, which Lucy had deflected, hit the cliff area once more, and the subsequent shock wave it hit directly at the spire that stood tall in the center of Sylvania Academy. Kuuwu, it is a distant sight from the royal family's quarters, but that sight alone made me have no choice but to close my eyes. The central spire of Sylvania Academy collapses, a huge spire that stood tall in the central plaza and was visible from anywhere on Aiken Island. The entire brick exterior wall at the top collapsed, sending debris raining down onto the square. The central square was a place where many outside visitors gathered. There would have been at least hundreds of injuries and dozens of deaths, at least when you think about it to a minimum. In this chaos, most people will die because there is no way to receive proper medical support. Emperor Kloll closed his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. However, we cannot show that we have lost our composure here. Are we still far away from convening the military officers? He has no choice but to scold his subjects as if he is frustrated. First, we have no choice but to go to the Central Plaza or Student Plaza, control the group of survivors as much as possible, and then find a safe area within Aiken Island. Unless it's a place where massive defensive magic can be implemented or an underground space. Cool, I that. But the situation continues to worsen. Another type of magic circle covers the sky above Aiken Island. This is not the elemental magic that Lucy Merrill handles. It is clearly Velbroke's magic circle that embodies the dragon's magic power. Soon dark red magical power covered the sky in an unpleasant way. Something unexpected happened. Kara. It was safe to say that it was the arrival of hell. Basically, dragons attract numerous monsters as their followers. There are many historical precedents for this. However, there was no way that the holy spear dragon Velbroke, who had been sleeping for a long time, was ruling the monster tribe. Where would Velbroke, who was just about to be resurrected, have had time to dominate the monster race? However, numerous monsters poured down from the black fog that spread over Aiken Island. Actually, the conclusion was simple. This is Belbroke, who was sealed between timelines by the power of aspect magic. The monster tribe he was under was also sealed under the influence of aspect magic. At that time, many monsters who had been trapped in prison and could not move rushed down to Aiken Island, enjoying freedom for the first time in hundreds of years. The purpose is obvious. This is to buy time for Velbroke's resurrection. Once Velbroke is resurrected, this island will be blown away in one blow without the need for the monsters to join in. Since it is currently in an incomplete state, I am trying to cause confusion among my followers. Winged monsters float in the air. However, because they are wingless monsters, it's not like you die from a fall. Monsters who know how to use magic minimize the impact of landing with magic. And there are also monsters who just grit their teeth and land on the ground because their bodies are ridiculously strong. Monsters who have no concept of death land on the ground die once and then rise again. Giant bat, one-eyed giant gremlin corpse wolf monster beast. From monsters that hunt humans in groups to giants that require dozens of nights to catch, just one this even it doesn't work. Beware, quang, ugh, arms. Screams came from inside the royal family's quarters. I hear it once in a while. The horrifying sound of the monster tribe landing inside the royal quarters also reached Emperor Cloel's ears. This what get out of the way. Emperor Cloel carefully pushed Emperor Phenia to the side, opened the hallway door himself, and ran out. When you open the cracked hallway window, you can see the garden inside the royal residence at a glance, and make eye contact. The eye level is just right. Obviously, this is the third floor of the royal family's quarters. The other person has only one eye. The huge one-eyed giant looked at the emperor's appearance and raised the corner of his mouth in displeasure. Emperor Cloel felt goosebumps rising all over his body. And before he could say anything, an imperial knight opened the window, jumped out, and stabbed the giant in the eye. Phew! The giant's unpleasant and grotesque scream spread throughout the royal residence, and eventually the giant fell backwards. A giant falls into the annex of the royal residence used by the servants. A huge cloud of dust rose up, and the building was destroyed. Perhaps the knight who stabbed the giant's eye would not be fully recovered from the shock of the fall. It was a reflexive action solely out of loyalty to the emperor. But the crisis does not end there. 4 gremlins flew in, breaking the window of the royal family's quarters. Clink, kagagagag. 4 gremlins landed on a piece of glass with a crashing sound, and 2 giant bats rose up, making unpleasant screeching sounds. Wah! However, before they could take any action, Princess Phenia's elemental magic flew in. Water polo and water prison. The rushing water surrounded them in a circle and threatened to drown them. However, Princess Phenia's magic power could not suppress that many monsters at once. Phenia cried out in a cold sweat, "Obama, I can't last long. Your Majesty, you need to go back to your room." Claire, who came back up after delivering the summons order to the military officers, cut down a gremlin with the escort soldiers. The gremlin's shoulder cracked and blood splattered. Claire, covered in blood, ordered the remaining guards to subdue them, and then brought the Emperor and Princess back into the reception room. Then Claire locked the door and pushed the closet, completely blocking the front door. The surrounding area is full of monsters. You cannot leave the dormitory hastily until the garrison arrives at the lodgings. If the royal residence on the outskirts of Aiken Island is this good, then the center of the bachelors, isn't this the scene of a massacre? First of all, there are many students with outstanding combat skills, and the academic staff and professors will not remain silent. I think we should also trust the mercenaries on the mercenary side of the Merchant Association, or the Guardians on the church side. At this point, we are in a position where we have to stage a sit-in protest at our accommodation. Even though the damage Claire pointed toward the reception room window, numerous monsters were already flooding into the area near the royal residence. Just looking at the procession of monsters to tear off human flesh for the first time in a long time is like hell itself. Why this happens in any case, the top priority of our Imperial Guard is the safety of your Majesty and the Princess. Please, for now, please consider the preservation of the body as your top priority. Saying that, Claire turned off all the lights in the room and removed the light source. It was obvious that monsters with the ability to fly would attack if there were any signs of a human presence. I put up curtains everywhere I could and brought tablecloths to cover the parts I couldn't. Emperor Cloel was sweating coldly, and Princess Phenia's fingertips were shaking. Even if you are a member of the royal family, it is unreasonable to say that you should not feel fear in a situation like this. But eventually, as my head cools, something comes to mind. Selaha. These two are not the only royal family on Aiken Island. I was heading to the student plaza to watch the closing performance. Princess Selaha is outside the royal residence. Inside, the hotel guards had already blocked important entrances and entered a sit-in stance. But Princess Selaha in the Jayasu building, she doesn't have that protection. My daughter Selaha, didn't she head to the professor's wing? Selaha, we must find and protect Selaha. My daughter, my precious daughter Selaha. To Emperor Cloel, all 3 princesses are equally precious children. When Emperor Cloel said this with a desperate expression, Claire nodded with a firm expression. Then we will form a separate team and bring Princess Selaha to her royal residence. Claire spoke as she gently pushed aside the bookcase near the sealed entrance. The mission of the Imperial Guard is to protect the Imperial family. Since Selaha was also born with royal blood, she was someone that Claire had to protect. This building is heavily guarded by guards. Additional escort troops will arrive in a few minutes, so remain protected and secure the body. In the meantime, I only dragged about 5 articles and went to the bachelor's department few. But Claire could not finish her sentence. Until I entered, the hallway was undisturbed, except for the broken window. However, in that short period of time, the wall in the hallway was covered in blood. Then a sharp tentacle was piercing Claire's chest as she opened the door and came out. Claire spit out a sip of his blood. Wow, it is difficult to judge the strength of monsters just by their appearance. Even if gremlins and giant bats look the same, their strength varies greatly from individual to individual. Most of the monsters were eliminated, but the giant bat we just saw single-handedly defeated all 7 soldiers. It was a critical crisis situation, as additional escort troops had not yet arrived. Escape Claire couldn't finish speaking. Claire's body stretched out collapses, and the bat's eyes are seen torn vertically through the crack in the door. Princess Phenia held back from almost screaming by biting her lower lip. Even if Claire didn't open the door, it seemed like she was on the verge of breaking in. Princess Phenia raised her trembling body and stood in front of Emperor Kloll, gathering her magic power. Although it may be an immature magic skill, right now he is the only one capable of combat. Bang! The moment I gritted my teeth, the door to the reception room broke down, and the ugly body of a giant bat came rushing in. 2 arrows filled with magical power pierced the corpse wolf's chest. Kicking! Wow! The corpse wolf fell out with a pitiful sound and rolled on the marble floor, spattering dark red blood. Oh! Merelda's cries split the night sky of Aiken Island. The high-ranking wind magic Blade Storm covers the area. Blade Storm, a development of the basic elemental magic Wind Blade, is an area magic in which sharp blades of wind sweep around the area like a storm. The scope itself is different from basic magic. The corpse wolves occupying the road leading to the outskirts of the teaching building were almost torn to pieces and fell. The sight of the outskirts covered in blood was terrible. It was something that could not be helped. There are so many of them. When will I be able to get to the Trix building like this? I checked the magic power next to Merelda. As expected, Merelda is strong, but her magic consumption efficiency is seriously poor. If you continue along the outer road, cross the combat department buildings, and take the road up the hill, you will reach the Trix building. The marble building, located on a hill with a view of the faculty building, is actually the highest administrative agency in charge of the operation of Sylvania Academy. The principal's office, the vice principal's office, and all important academic institutions are located in the Trix building. Most academic meetings are held in the Trix building, and the labs of renowned professors are all located in that building for efficient movement. Getting through it itself isn't a problem, but aren't you exhausted by the time you get to the Trix building? Is it really okay for me to go on a rampage like this? Right now it's important to get to the Trix pavilion as quickly as possible. First of all, we have to clear the road quickly. Okay, more coming. A group of gremlins charging at me with sharp blades, and a group of corpse wolves that had risen again attacked me again. No matter how much each individual is worth, dealing with pushing this much will be too much. The pattern in which Velbroke summons monsters is one of the final struggle patterns that appears only at the end of the final boss battle, Velbroke subjugation. I never thought I would see this as soon as I started. In fact, wasn't this the pattern that marked the climax of the Battle of Belbroke? As all the monsters that have been hunted so far appear in one place, the player once again goes through the ordeals he has gone through while dealing with these monsters. It might have been calculated that if you had grown steadily, you would be able to overcome everything without difficulty. Anyway, I feel like this amount is too much. It was time to first suppress the fastest group of gremlins. Bang! Before I could even turn around, a group of gremlins flew away with a huge roar. It was the aftermath of a single punch. All of the nearby gremlins were blown away by just the magic power and impact from that fist. The aftereffects of magical power, like a wild wind, swept across the area, and the sound of collars flapping was heard. Standing there was Dyke Elfalan, the head of the 4th-year combat club. The bandages wrapped around his body are traces of his duel with me. It's already been a few days since then, but I'm amazed that he has already recovered as much as I did. What's going on in the combat department building, Ed Rosteller? Dyke spoke after shaking off the blood by crushing the neck of a corpse wolf that was trying to get up with his knuckles. Senior Dyke, have you woken up? Okay. I was busy listening to what the matriarch said, because I was completely broken by you. That lets avoid exchanging unnecessary emotional conversations. It was a fair duel, and I was beaten fair and square. On the contrary, it feels refreshing. Isn't now the time to talk about such things? Students from the combat club jumped out and shouted at the same time, swinging their swords at the monsters. Most of the students were achieving fairly good grades within the combat club. It is a group of students who follow Dyke. First of all, on the side of the combat department, building students from the combat department are gathered together at the Central Training Center and are holding a sit-in protest. Are you going to join us here too? No, I was heading to the Trix building. Trix building? Wouldn't it be better to find a safe place now? Until a way to leave the island is confirmed, it is wise to hold a sit-in protest in a safe place. Kang, Chiang. We chatted quickly in the midst of the sounds of battle between monsters and combat students. This is because we know very well that there is no time to waste between us. There is something that needs to be resolved at the TREX building. I need to fix this situation now. Take care. Repair. Ha ha ha. Dyke raised his head for a moment and looked at the sky. Bellbroke, who is struggling between chains, and a rare genius wizard reigns like a disaster. Are you going to fix that? I nodded without changing my expression. On the contrary, Dyke put on a serious face, as if it was so absurd that he couldn't even refute it. You are a person who cannot make predictions, Ed Rothdeller. Senior Dyke, were you still in the combat department building? Okay. I was at the combat training center, and this division came forward, rallied the surrounding students, and took action. And I agree with the opinion that we need to check out the Trix Hall. The tempo of the conversation between Dyke and I was faster than usual. This is because we had to quickly conclude the conversation and join the battle immediately. We are gathering students from the combat department to create a temporary safety zone at the training site and gathering the general public and students around the combat department building to protect them. The faculty and staff are moving so little that it's suspicious. You mean the faculty and staff? Okay. Most professors and academic staff move separately and respond to the crisis in their own positions. But it looks like no instructions are coming from the high-ranking executives at the Trix building, which is the leadership. So it seems that the lower-level employees are even more confused. This is an unprecedented crisis situation in the history of the academy, with dozens of people dying every minute. It's strange that none of the high-ranking executives at the Trix building, who should be working busier than anyone else, are doing anything. It seems like something strange is happening at the Trix building, but as you can see, the situation is like this right now, so I don't have time to go check. I am currently going around rescuing students trapped in various parts of the combat department building. If you look up, you can see the Trix building looming on top of the hill in the distance. It doesn't look much different from a distance, but does this mean something is happening inside? Bang! Dyke grabbed the neck of a corpse wolf that was running towards him and slammed it down on the ground. And then he slams his fist down once again, cutting off his life again. Whoa, Ed Ross Taylor, you don't have to worry because you're different from other people. Go to the Trix building and find out why it isn't moving. There are limits to responding to situations while being student-led. The eyes of the combat club students who are currently fighting against the monster tribe are also full of fear. It was obvious that if Dyke had not taken the lead in leading the students of the combat club, they would have all run away in fear. The existence of a central point is so important. In the current situation, combat-capable manpower is too precious. I would like you to join if possible, but I respect your opinion, Ed Rosteller. Dyke chuckles and looks at the sky again. That I am saying ill fix it, then I gently close my eyes and open them again, quickly regaining my composure. Still, I couldn't leave this precarious battle situation alone. Anyway, the bachelors are currently staging sit-in protests at various garrisons with combat-capable personnel at the center. If you have checked the situation at the Trix building, please go somewhere and share the situation, not necessarily with me. Do you understand? You mean the garrison? Okay. Since the situation is so urgent, I only gathered the news I heard, but if you want to know, you can go to any of the important people here and there within the academy. Dyke grabbed the gremlin's collar as it rushed toward one of the combat club students and twisted it to pieces. The combat club student, who saw the scene right in front of him, opened his eyes wide, and his legs trembled. He somehow gritted his teeth, got up, and started swinging his sword again. I also began to subdue the gremlins I could see. The Elt Chamber of Commerce, the living quarters managed by Lortle, the acting head of the royal residence, where Her Majesty Clole resides, and the students from the Student Council of the Bachelors' Cathedral, guarded by the Telos Guard, centering around St. Claris, the combat club training ground, where I am gathering and protecting the students of the combat club. The Oval building next to the student square, where people are gathering and protesting. They say they are also protecting many people in various places. Because the situation was different, I couldn't figure it all out. Go anywhere and share your current situation. We must come up with a plan to minimize the damage. I understand that. By the way, is Clevius currently at the combat training center? Dyke shook his fist and looked confused at the sudden question. Oh, you mean that guy? He was so scared that he ended up in a corner shaking, so I left him alone for now. There was no time to encourage or persuade them. All right. I don't think it will be of any help in the battle right now anyway, so I'll take you later. Bellbroke Subjugation Team. The Bellbroke Subjugation Team that was gathered around Taylor in the final chapter is actually the protagonists of the final stage, made up of the protagonist's generation. These are the people who risked everything and jumped into Bellbroke's arms to cut out his heart in order to save the confused bachelor. Taylor, McLaura, Isla, Tris, Fenia, Elias, Clole, Lortle, Ketchelm, 6, Eifelstein, Clevius, Nortondale, Elvira, Aniston, the final part of the final chapter of Sylvania's failed Sword Saint. Final dance. If we can gather all 7 punitive forces that will stand on the final stage, there to some extent the environment has been established. No matter where you go, combat personnel are at a premium. There is a limit to dragging people around to catch Bellbroke. Still, I will bring in as many people as I can to participate. In Velbroke, which was revived earlier than expected, many things went wrong with the government. Nevertheless, there are also parts that are much better than affairs, because there were a lot. Yenica Palova did not live a helpless life consumed by her own mistakes. Lortle Ketcheln and Fenia Elias Clole did not feud more than necessary. Clarice did not transform into a saint of disbelief after her betrayal and disappointment. Lucy Merrill no longer had to cling to what she had lost or struggle to prove her innocence with all her might, so that even in a situation where Bellbroke is resurrected right now, Lucy Merrill can stop Velbroke to prevent further damage to the bachelor. Even in a desperate situation where no one seems to be able to escape from the island, the Yenica failover serves as a way to escape, even if only a little. With Clarice at the center, the Telos Church forces in the living quarters are expanding their safety zone. The forces of Lortle and Fenia were also fully preserved, allowing them to reserve enough strength to deal with Bellbroke. In some ways, it may have been the result of my struggle to survive. Did you say that if you grit your teeth and live, the day will come when you will think that it was a good thing you were alive somehow? It might be an over-exaggerated interpretation to say that I have lived for this, but there was meaning in surviving. At least we can talk about it like that. Ed Rossdaler. Dyke saw me running to the Trix building and spoke as if it was no big deal. Don't die, of course. I accepted it without even a smile on my face and got on top of Merrilda. The road stretched out straight. Chapter 235, Bellbroke Subjugation Battle 3, Kiyek. There is no business due to the quantity. Velbroke's monster summoning pattern was not originally designed to be destroyed. After having my scales cut off and my skin torn by the sword St. Taylor McLaw, it is a struggling pattern to stop him from climbing up my body and stabbing my heart. There is only one way to break this pattern. It is not about eliminating all the monsters, but rather defeating the main body of Velbroke and sending back the summoned monsters as well. In other words, defeating the flock of monsters does not mean we can see the end of this disaster. In the end, this disaster will only end if you defeat Bellbroke, who is dragging a huge chain high in the sky. Wah! The rising wind blade swept through the monsters on the road to the Trix Pavilion. I frowned because the magic consumption was greater than I expected, but the first thing I had to do was clear the path, the hill road leading to Trix Hall. As I continued along the road, cutting down all the gremlins that filled the area, my school uniform was already covered in dark red demon blood. Still, there are no major wounds on my body. As long as there is no disruption in combat ability, everything can be recovered. At the end of the low hill, I got off Merelda's back and ran up the wooden stairs, and soon the Tricks building came into view. I guess something big happened here too. Merelda, who returned to her human form and landed on the ground, left her thoughts after seeing the sight of the Tricks pavilion. The Tricks building, which always stood tall here with a neat appearance, was half destroyed on the right side of the building and near the rooftop. In addition, the area around the road leading to the lobby was already covered with demon blood and corpses. No matter how many monsters there were, they would not have been able to break through the Tricks building where the core personnel of Sylvania Academy were working together. I walked quickly across the corpses and entered the huge glass door. The huge lobby of the Tricks building, which I have been to several times, is spread out directly on the first floor. However, it is a bit different from the usual hectic scene, with many faculty members and visitors coming and going. Broken glass was scattered everywhere, and broken chairs and furniture were rolling around on the floor, making the landscape look like a ruin. Several faculty members were lying unconscious at the counter or on the seats, and some of them had already lost their lives due to severe bleeding. When the monster tribe swept past me, I could not bear to run away. Even though the place was guarded by executives, it does not mean that there were no casualties. This is because the attack by the monster tribe was so sudden. It's quiet. Isla and Taylor must have gone to look for the Sage's seal, so they are likely to be on a higher floor. I saw signs of battle without stopping my fast pace. No matter how you look at the huge traces of sword strikes embroidering the wall, they are traces of swordsmanship. Here, Taylor fought a battle with the monsters. It's strange. So where did all the faculty and staff go? Isn't it strange that not a single executive from the Tricks building, which actually forms the leadership of this school, is visible? At best, you can only see a few corpses that were killed by monsters. I just followed the stairs up to the upper floor. I went up to the second floor, ran across the hallway, then went back up to the third floor, ran around and looked around, but I could barely see any living humans. Isn't it strange that no one is in this building, the center of Sylvania Academy's administration? It was the moment I went up to the fourth floor. Boom! I was finally able to find a human shape. The fourth floor of Tricks building, where office and conference facilities are located. Among them, there was one person who kicked down the door from the main conference room. His body was staggering, holding his side, as if he had already been seriously injured. If you look at the side that is being clenched tightly, the bleeding is already at a serious level. Was it due to Velbrook's magic or the monsters? I decided to run straight down the hallway and help the survivor, because I had to ask what happened here and the circumstances. Whoa, what's going on here, student? In this situation, the moment I saw it up close, I immediately recognized who the survivor was. White hair neatly rolled back, wrinkles on the forehead that clearly show the passage of time, and nasolabial folds. The eyes look solemn but sharply raised. It was Vice Principal Rachel Thieslin. Vice Principal, how did you get hurt like this? Are you Ed Rostiller, a third-year senior? Vice Principal Rachel quickly recognized me by looking at my face and glanced back, as if he was being chased by something. The situation outside, can you report what the situation outside is like now? There's no need to explain it too long. It's just as you expected. For now, we are holding on with students and some influential people. Okay, first, go to the supplies room, right now. We have to go there first. Vice Principal Rachel quickly hurried my steps. Since I couldn't be foolish, I walked as quickly as possible toward the supply room in the corner of the fourth floor while supporting Vice Principal Rachel. The supply room itself isn't that far away anyway. What's going on in the Tricks building? Students and external faculty and staff are in great confusion because no instructions have been given from the leadership. We also immediately convened to the main conference room to establish an immediate course of action. But in the middle of the meeting, he broke in. You mean he broke in? What do you mean? Me too, it's hard to believe it even after seeing it with my own eyes. Does this mean that even a monster tribe has invaded? However, no matter how powerful a monster is, if it falls into the middle of a conference hall where executives and faculty members are gathered, it will be immediately and horribly killed. This is because all of the executive teachers at Sylvania Academy are strong people who are considered to be the best. Even if you raid a place where such people are gathered, it will be difficult to achieve any meaningful results. I got it all. Supreme Dean McDowell, Dean of the Combat Department, Stan, Dean of the Alchemy Department, Edelweiss, Senior Professor of Monster Ecology, Flavin, Senior Swordsmanship Instructor, Floan, Senior Professor of Elemental Science. Melina, I've been hit by everything and can't move right now. Principal Obel was probably the first to. Do you mean that Principal Obel was also attacked? At that moment, a huge amount of magical energy erupted from the conference room I had escaped from. The huge amount of magical energy coming from behind is not only great, but its type is also unique. A huge amount of dark red magic power covers the surroundings. That's not magical power that can be used to use ordinary magic. It was a special type of magical power called aspect magical power. That amount is unusual. Even Professor Glast, who is said to have reached the deepest depths of aspect magic among the living, could not use aspect magic of this concentration and amount. A much greater amount of aspect magic power than that used with normal high-ranking magic was about to cover the fourth-floor hallway of the Trix building. Before I could react, Vice Principal Rachel, who was being supported by me, grabbed my arm and dragged me. Then he opened the door to the supply room and pushed me inside. I was momentarily taken aback by the sudden movement, but quickly regained my bearings and was about to ask Vice Principal Rachel something. Vice Principal Rachel slammed the door to the supply room and imprinted a magic circle on the handle to lock the door. Then, camouflage magic was added on top, and the door was hidden in the form of a wall so that it could not be seen from the outside. The supply room door has a small glass window so you can see the outside. Vice Principal Rachel can be seen concentrating her mind and gathering magical energy. However, the door to this supply room will not be visible from the outside. At first, I thought they had locked me in this supply room. However, there is no reason or meaning to do so, because if I put my mind to it, it would be no problem to break down a door like this. However, after seeing the camouflage magic being used, I realized that was a wrong decision. Vice Principal Rachel didn't lock me in this supply room. It was hidden inside this supply room. What are you hiding from? What on earth is this SHH? There was even a passenger in the supply room. As my eyes adapted to darkness in the dark corner of the supply room and the scenery inside came into view, I took a deep breath. Among the dusty shelves and academic supplies, students wearing school uniforms were hiding here and there. Are these students who are helping with administrative work at the Trix building? First, the faculty and staff evacuated the students to this supply room and hid them. Roughly 15 students were trembling with fear or crying. Among them, the student who raised his index finger and put it to my mouth and told me to be quiet looks familiar. Isla, we have to hide, Senior Ed. Saying that, Isla dragged me by the arm to a corner. In Isla's arms was a letter from a wise man who sang that he missed her so much. I don't know what kind of adventure he went through, but he seemed to have succeeded in sneaking into the Trix building amidst this chaos and somehow taking the sage's seal. And at the end of the corner of the supply room, Taylor, who I had been looking for so long, was sitting against the wall. Yes, you were here. The key to ending this whole situation. Sword St. Taylor McLaw. Taylor McLaura. Ed Ross Taylor, why are you here? Taylor was leaning against the wall and out of breath, even at first glance. He looked like he was seriously injured. Did he get scars from joining the executives and fighting against the monsters? Isla was nursing him next to him, frowning and clutching his wound. You're hurt, this is not good. It was such a big surprise that Taylor, who was now going to have to cut out Bellbroke's heart, was seriously injured. A wound like this is okay, just bang. At that time, another explosion was heard. The sound of the explosion continued to echo throughout Aiken Island due to Velbroke's rampage earlier. But this explosion was infinitely closer. The sound came from the same floor of the same building. Right now, there's a monster in this Trix building. It's different from the monster race. It's really a monster that can't even be dealt with a monster. Senior Ed. Before Taylor could finish speaking, Isla raised her head and called to me. Then he spoke while holding up the wise man's seal. I want to ask you something. Vice Principal Rachel is out of breath after finishing implementing the camouflage magic in front of the supply room. After carefully checking the door to the supply room that had the camouflage spell on, Vice Principal Rachel slowly closed her eyes. A monster slowly walks out of the conference room. It is a beast that has the shape of a human but has no intelligence. The other person has no desire to communicate or explain any reason for his or her actions. However, it is terribly strong. Rachel prayed to God. I prayed and prayed that at least that monster wouldn't notice the camouflage spell on the supply room door. It happened so quickly. From the sudden resurrection of Bellbroke to the collapse of Maxith Bridge, high-ranking staff members quickly gathered in the conference room to decide on the school's course of action in the midst of this unprecedented event in Sylvania's history. However, a huge swarm of light appeared in the center of the conference room, and everyone was temporarily blinded by the sudden brightness. And there was a human who rose from the bright light and gracefully landed in the center of the conference room. The face is not visible. This is because he was wearing a robe covered in all sorts of brilliant designs. However, the robe is tattered here and there and has stains, so it feels like it has endured for a long time. He is smaller than I expected and holds a huge wooden cane as big as his body diagonally. Judging by the pale skin that is subtly visible under the robe hat and the slender hand holding the cane, she clearly has the appearance of a young girl. The entire staff froze for a moment and were unable to react to the appearance of a girl who suddenly appeared like a fairy in the center of the conference room. He chanted in such an elegant and graceful voice. Oh my! It was a voice that sounded as if it had discovered a bug that needed to be eradicated. There are so many variables here. Listening to it made me feel a sense of fear of unknown origin. The girl waved her hand once. It was a light gesture, as if shooing away mosquitoes. Then, half of the executives sitting together shed blood. The speed was such that it was impossible to deal with it because there was no warning. By the time I realized that curse magic had been cast, half of the core personnel had already become incapable of combat. The girl stood up in the center of the conference room, and the corners of the eyes that were exposed from the shadows looked hollow and empty. Rachel, who made eye contact with the girl, could unconsciously feel it. Those are the eyes of a madman. It was the look in the eyes of a madman who had been buried in one place for a long time and whose mind had finally been eaten away. Rachel jumped up from her seat and asked, "Who are you?" Bellbroke's scream, like scraping metal, tore through the skies of Aiken Island once again. After hearing that sound, the girl who appeared in the center of the conference room turned her head for a moment and looked at the window. There, a scene unfolds as if a disaster had arrived. The roar of the holy spear dragon splitting the sky, a group of monsters attacking the ground, dying people, a burning forest, collapsing academic buildings. After seeing such a scene, the girl finally speaks up. Kahak, kak 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 kak, kahaha, kahaha. A bizarre and goosebump-inducing laugh followed. The sight of him moving his upper body in a bizarre way, as if he was bending his body and making a laughing sound just looking at him, gave me chills. Rachel frowned and gathered her magic power. It was at that moment that the other professors, who were still in good physical condition, stood up and tried to subdue the girl. If I closed my eyes for a moment and opened them, the sight of the conference room covered in blood was right in front of me. The girl didn't even spend 10 seconds destroying all the top professors in the Empire. Isla opens the last page of the Sage's Seal, and then he lifts the book and shows it to Ed. There, unlike the neatly written contents of other books, there is a message written that seems to have been urgently added later. The message on the last page, which appears to have been scrawled with a quill pen, is in Sylvania's handwriting. If there is any information you need, just add it to the contents of the book. However, the text that was added to the last page, as if it suddenly occurred to me in the future, seems to be a message to someone that has nothing to do with the contents of the book. I don't know why such a message was written down in the book and for whom to read. From Isla's point of view, it was unclear whether there was a reason to write this in the wise man's seal, because Isla could not interpret the content of the letter itself. However, it is unusual that Sylvania, who studies everything systematically and efficiently, wrote a hastily written message at the end of this book. It may be related to this whole situation where Siang Changrayang is turning Aiken Island upside down. Therefore, Isla feels like she is grasping at straws and asks Ed in this urgent situation, Since he is a human who knows how to use aspect magic, I thought he might know something more. Can you read this? When Isla asked that question, Ed was speechless. This is Sylvania Robster began her life as a linguist born into a family of translators. Ancient runes, the language of the demi-humans, the common language of the Empire, the Northern language, the Eastern continent language, and the tribal language to her. Language is nothing more than a process of re-establishing various patterned rules. No matter how unfamiliar the language, she can master it in an instant with her extraordinary brain. How far did she see when she reached the pinnacle of aspect magic and twisted the providence of the world? What kind of world was observed by increasing and increasing the amount of magical power? The answer to that was proven in language written with a quill pen on the back of this wise man's seal. This is Korean, yes. The Wise Man's Seal is a legendary grimoire whose entire contents have not yet been fully deciphered. So, even if there was this unexplained phrase added to the last page, no one could care less and passed by. This was because it was an unknown area where other text contents had not yet been interpreted. I took the book from Isla and read the words written in quill. You who survived. I know better than anyone else your life of dealing with death and loneliness. I am well aware of the dark past of pouring drinks with starlight as companions and averting our eyes from reality while picturing our departed comrades. I know very well that my dogmatism will be difficult and painful for you at times. Nevertheless, I have no choice but to bow my head and ask. The deeper you reach into the mind-consuming aspect magic, the clearer it becomes. Gradually, the madness that is coloring my heart whispers darkness to me more and more days. Still, the reason I can't let go of aspect magic is because I can't accept a future filled with endless darkness. I believe that there is a future beyond the cliff that we cannot yet see. We believe we can survive to the end and go beyond. But what if I can't hold on before I reach the end? If you end up being consumed by madness and become a person who can no longer look to the future, Kwong. Through the supply room window, you can see Vice Principal Rachel falling from the magic of the aspect. Vice Principal Rachel, who was bleeding profusely, soon collapsed. And then a girl wearing a robe appears in the hallway. White hair slowly falls between the shoulders of a girl wearing a robe hat. In the portrait, her hair, which was always neatly tied back, has become loose and loose. The corner of his mouth curls up near his blood-stained cheek as he lets out a bizarre laugh. The eyes are so dull and insensitive that you get goosebumps when you look at them. When that time comes, please kill me, if it's for you to survive. After reading the last line, I slowly turn my head and look toward the supply room window. The girl standing there looked so identical to Merylda that it gave me goosebumps. Karara. Once again, the roar of the Xiangqinggriang split the sky above Aiken Island. The disaster that had arrived was still ongoing, but its scale was very different from what I had experienced. Chapter 236 Battle of Bellbroke 4. I had expected that things would not go as planned. Therefore, even in this urgent situation where Bellbroke suddenly rose up and turned the island upside down, he was able to make a quick decision and move. This flow is subtly twisted differently from the scenario that I know I am now used to it enough to get used to it. So for now, let's move on. Even if Yenica Palova is eaten by Velas for a month early, even if Lortel Keheln is in danger of being captured by Elt Keheln, even if Lucy Merrill is not driven to the dark side as planned, even if St. Claris does not become corrupted, Cree even when Finn released Mabula into Lowe's Taylor's territory contrary to plan, he somehow survived by taking the optimal response according to the situation at the time. However, the reason we were able to deal with every crisis situation was because, in the end, the existence of the enemy did not change. This is because I could clearly see who I needed to defeat. I also knew the means to subdue them, and I was able to organize in advance what I would ultimately prepare. However, the appearance of the other person outside the supply room window is a being who transcends all such rules. Great sage Sylvania Robster. He is said to be the greatest genius in human history, and is the person who founded Sylvania Academy and left behind many magical research records and achievements, as well as a master of aspect magic. And he is a person from the distant past. She is a person who should not exist in the present. According to the setting of Sylvania's failed swordsman, he is a wizard who appears as a person from a past era in which the realm of magic was not yet as developed as it is now. And he is also the one who has maintained the sealing magic of Bellbroke, which was sealed in the deep sea of Aiken Island. I checked the writing scrawled on the wise man's seal with a quill pen once again. Although it was clearly written in a hasty manner, I was able to confirm that this message was addressed to me and not to anyone else. Sylvania Robster was conscious of the human being I was. Not only that they say that the person who called me into this world was Sylvania Robster herself, but what was the reason for going to the trouble of leaving a message in this wise man's seal? If he had called me directly, shouldn't he just appear in front of me and explain the whole situation? Yao couldn't find me. There are only a few possibilities that come to mind. Or a big change has occurred in my personal life, for example, Sylvania seen through the supply room window. The sight of a man with his hair down, wearing a robe covered in colorful patterns, against the background of a broken and cracked hallway window. Outside the window, an end-of-the-century scene unfolds, with Bellbroke rampaging around and all of Lucy's high-level magic exploding. With that scene in the background, Sylvania was letting out a bizarre laugh. Even at first glance, the appearance of the great sage Sylvania that had been passed down orally was very different. At the sight of him, laughing so madly, Vice Principal Rachel, who was pinned against the wall, widened her eyes. It was only then that the true identity of this girl, who burst into the tricks building out of nowhere and overpowered all of the key personnel at the university, began to become predictable. It is not easy to recognize it right away by looking at it. This is because his appearance has changed greatly from what has been passed down, and he is originally a character from the distant past. It is too unreasonable to ask someone like that to be recognized right away. Rachel tried to say something in her fading mind, but at that moment, darkness took over Sylvania's expression. Unlike just before, when he was giggling, the great sage spoke with a face so expressionless that it gave me goosebumps. You had a hard time, a voice that has completely lost its laughter. Rachel felt goosebumps rising at the temperature difference. Now rest. Just like that, two shots of the intermediate freezing magic ice spear were inserted into Rachel's heart. In fact, it was the death of the person who was supposed to control all situations as the final decision-maker at Sylvania Academy. There was only silence in the hallway, only the occasional roar of Bellbroke, the sound of battle echoing throughout the academy, and the sound of the magic circle unfolding, with monsters constantly pouring out, were all spreading out. Sylvania, who had been laughing maniacally for a few moments in the center of the hallway, soon stopped laughing and looked back with a straight face, and slowly look around. Do you think that the tricks building is not completely organized yet? All students trapped in the supply room are holding their breath. The student under the organizing shelf was covered in dust, holding his mouth tightly, and somehow suppressed a scream of fear. Taylor, who was leaning against the wall in the corner, somehow held back the rising pain and pressed on her wound. Isla was also clinging to Taylor, swallowing her dry saliva again and again. Other students from the combat department's pension department also hid here and there to see Sylvania through the supply room window. Sylvania walks slowly across the hallway. I quietly look out the window, then turn my head to look at the supply room door. Thanks to Vice Principal Rachel's final camouflage magic, it will appear to be just an ordinary wall. However, Sylvania Robster has reached a level in the field of magic that no other historical figure can compare to. He lowered his head, then straightened up again and walked toward the door of the supply room. Then, as if walking unsteadily, he approaches the door of the supply room and bangs his head against the glass window. As the uniquely cold touch of glass touched her forehead, the corners of Sylvania's mouth turned up to a point that gave her goosebumps. The eyes visible through the scattered hair, the bright veins sticking out. The mad great sage, who makes you think of death just by looking at him, smiles and talks to the wall. What is here? Everyone get down. Boom. Before Sylvania could take any action, I first raised my magic power and poured the mid-level magic one-point explosion at the entrance. Because the magic was used at such a close range, there was the possibility of other students getting involved. But there was no time to worry about that. If you stay still, you are certain to die. Ah! Isla screamed, covering her head, and Taylor hugged Isla's shoulders tightly. All other students took a defensive stance and prepared to be caught in the explosion, but the after-effects of the explosion did not spread. Wah-rah! The explosion I created was instantly wrapped up in the magic of the aspect and disappeared. It literally disappeared as if it had been sucked into a black hole. High-ranking magic annihilation. A magic that returns the existence of anything containing magical power to something that never existed in the world. The characteristics of aspect magic are that it has no compatibility, is impossible to deal with, and has virtually no way to neutralize its power. According to the laws of the world, this huge heat and explosion should have blown up the entire surroundings, but my power, consumed by Sylvania's astrological magic, had no effect. However, the edge of the door was clearly exploded. This provides an entrance for Sylvania to enter. He probably would have destroyed it with his magic anyway. Here it is. The students hiding in the supply room all took a deep breath and took a step back. You guys have everything that treacherous fox can hide. Just in case I'd like to remove the variable and get rid of it. The amount of magical power fluctuating around Sylvania is already at an unusual level. Does the corner of the mouth that is rising up seem to be a strange feeling of joy? Before Sylvania could take any other action, I quickly gathered my magic power and created one-point explosion again. However, this time, the place where the magic is directed is the inner wall on the other side. Quang! When the opposite direction was destroyed, a huge passageway leading to the outside was opened. The collar momentarily fluttered in the draft. Everybody jump out. I yelled at the students and grabbed Taylor by the collar. Taylor frowned at the pain coming from the wound, but I paid no attention and threw her through the hole in the outer wall. It is 4 stories high. It wasn't surprising if she got seriously injured, but I implemented wind magic and somehow managed to land Taylor. The students who saw the scene screamed and jumped all at once. The fear of death makes people hesitate. Jumping from a 4-story height is not easy, but the horror of Sylvania that is just around the corner is much more frightening. The students who each jumped while practicing wind magic rolled on the floor a few times and were injured, but their lives were not in danger. Of course, Sylvania did not sit still until all the students escaped. Just by swinging his arm, a wave of magical power filled the entire supply room. I jumped down through the hole in the outer wall while protecting Isla, who had not yet escaped. Quang! A huge explosion exploded around the supply room that everyone had been in just a moment ago. In reality, the time it took for Sylvania to manifest magic was less than 1 second. However, the magic is too powerful to have been manifested in just that amount of time. The entire 4th floor of the Trix building exploded. After the huge explosion rocked the area once more, the remains of the exploded building rained down on the front yard of the Trix building. Boom, quagwang. Ah! Some students suffered serious injuries when hit by the debris, but most were able to somehow avoid or block it. And then I look up at the disaster that has spread all over the front yard of the Trix building. The shattered Trix building. Numerous wrecks floating in the air, caught up in Sylvania's magic. There are numerous magic circles embroidered in the sky. Most of them are Bellbroke's magic circle, where monsters are popping out. Standing on the 4th floor of the Trix building, which is now no different from the rooftop, amidst the sounds of battle and explosions spreading throughout the university, Sylvania looks down at the world. Ah, help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Run. Everyone run away. If you stay here, you'll all die. All the students who ran out of the supply room ran down the road down the hill. Some people ran at full speed, while others limped and tried to escape somehow. If you run away while injured, you will die if you encounter a monster. Your chances of survival will increase if you band together and run away rather than panicking and running away in different directions. I wanted to tell you that, but I couldn't because the situation was so confusing. In the end, the students all ran in different directions without coming to their senses. QOO, that. Taylor stands up, clutching his wound tightly, and looks up at the Trix officer. As long as you're not an idiot, you can tell by looking at it. That is not an opponent that can be defeated. It's something you have to run away from. But Taylor McLaura drew her sword. Even though he is covered in wounds, he tries to stand up to his opponent, even if it means raising his trembling body. In the first place, there was no option for that boy to run away. No matter what trials come your way, you just have to bring out all your strength and face them. There is a difference between courage and courage by a single sheet of paper. It's none of my business whether other people end up getting killed, but I had to at least keep Taylor alive. I drew on all the magical energy in my body and summoned Merrilda once more. summoning a high-ranking spirit that consumes a huge amount of magical energy each time is starting to put a strain on the body. But it was not the time to worry about such things. H-where. However, even though he has increased his magic power, he does not feel like Merelda is accepting it at all. I frowned and looked at the image of Merelda that I had worked so hard to create. It doesn't even have the shape of a wolf. As always, it looks like a human with white hair neatly slicked back looking up at the Trix Pavilion. Hey, Merelda. I quickly got up and ran to Merelda. He spoke while holding both of Merelda's human-shaped shoulders tightly and making eye contact. Get your mind straight. If you let your guard down even for a moment, you'll all die. But I knew that Merelda and Sylvania were close friends. No matter how long the spirit has lived, it is a spirit that takes a leisurely approach to everything and observes everything. But when a situation like this arises, it becomes embarrassed. However, it is a waste of time to waste panicking. Listen, Merelda, do you think he's maintaining his sanity? I pressed Merelda's shoulders tightly and calmed her down by coordinating her breathing. And then he raises his head and looks at the Trix building. Watching the students run away, I twist my lips and smile. If you try to run away in a panic state like that, you will only end up facing the monsters and getting killed. The few students who do not run away and try to fight back are also at a level where they cannot even compete. I want to talk to you. Eventually, Merelda finally spoke in a slightly calmer tone. What happened you don't need to hear. Merelda's words themselves also have a point. At least Merelda is different from that mad wizard. There is a possibility that the situation can improve even a little if the story is told with Merelda in the spotlight. However, even in this situation, Sylvania, who is standing on the roof of the Trix building, does not seem to recognize Merelda. It is said that they were such special close friends, but there is no way that they would not have felt Merelda's magic, no matter how different the forms may have been. An ominous feeling flows. I frowned again and spoke while pressing Merelda's shoulder. If you move hastily, you will be killed in one blow. You can tell just by looking at him that he has that level of ability. Regardless of whether you can recognize Merelda, you must remain in a state where you can respond immediately if she makes a sudden movement. Merelda made eye contact with me for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes and nodded. It's not that I couldn't understand Merelda's psychology, but this was an emergency. Great Sage Sylvania gently raises the huge staff. A flow of magical energy welling up into the sky covers the skies of Aiken Island. I don't know what action to take next. There is no prior information, and no action principles can be inferred at all. What is certain is that you cannot leave it alone. Run away. I rolled up my sleeves and twisted my wrists a few times. I don't think it's to the point where it's causing any harm to my body yet. Taylor, who has drawn her sword, looks at me with wide eyes. I beg your pardon. I'm going to do whatever it takes to save time, so first go down to Jeossudong and find a way to solve the dragon in the sky first. Gather all your colleagues together and find a solution. What are you going to do with that wizard? Is there a way? There is no solution that immediately comes to mind. This is not an opponent that can be defeated alone. I'm not sure if I can deal with them, even if I gather all the power I can within Aiken Island. However, what is certain is that anything is possible only if Taylor defeats Bellbroke. What is truly fortunate is that Bellbroke has not yet completely escaped the seal. I don't know how Bellbroke is still struggling to break the seal while Sylvania is going crazy like that, but I might be able to do something now. Taylor has the power of a swordsman who can cut out Velbroke's heart. At least, if my calculations are correct, I can cut out Velbroke's heart with just my current specs. It's just difficult to break through countless patterns to reach Bellbroke's heart. If the seal hasn't been completely released, yet it will work somehow. In the meantime, I will somehow resolve Sylvania. How? If you ask, of course I don't know how. From here on, all the stages I know are over. All journeys recorded in conclude with this battle of Bellbroke. I don't know what happens next. I don't know why the great sage Sylvania has descended here. This is an unknown territory where we know nothing. Actually, it's a strange thing to know. As with most things in life, life is full of unknown areas. While living at this Sylvania Academy, I knew all the affairs that would have played out originally, and figured out a lot of information in advance that would not have been known to an ordinary person. The time when I somehow survived with that information superiority is now over. The crisis I face must be resolved solely with my own strength and abilities. No matter how daunting the wall is, you have to break through it to survive. Basically, life is a series of struggles against the unknown. In recent years, we must not forget the essence of life, as we have become accustomed to knowing and responding to all future trends in advance. Find as many of your companions as possible and go defeat Bellbroke. Ed Ross Taylor slowed down his sword for a moment, looked at me with my sleeves rolled up, and spoke. No, this is not a situation I can handle alone. I had a bad relationship with you, but still, that doesn't mean it's not true. Don't talk too much, just go. I don't have time to say it multiple times. Of course, Taylor McLaw, the sword saint of trials, does not leave this situation and run away. That's why I looked at Isla, not at him. I explained most of the situation to Isla. As I glared at her, Isla closed her eyes tightly and grabbed Taylor's arm. Taylor, we have to go to Hacksack Dung right now. Ah, Isla, hurry. The only person who can deal with Bellbroke is you. Anyway, are you telling me to leave you to deal with such a monster alone? Even if it's someone like my enemy, I can't let them die. I'm not leaving you to die, Taylor. Isla grabbed Taylor's collar tightly and pulled it. Senior Ed is also struggling to survive. You need to know that. What? Stop talking nonsense. We have to go quickly. I don't have much time. As Isla tried to drag Taylor like that, Taylor looked at me and Isla in turn. No matter how bad a person he is, he understands Taylor's character as he cannot run away and leave her for dead. But now we have to run away. He is a person who must heal his wounds, reorganize himself, and go to subdue Velbroke. I felt like I wanted to interfere with the process. But for now, I have to focus on the significance of saving him and sending him out. Magical power emanates from the entire body. I took out all the magic engineering supplies I had and made a few hand gestures as if to shoo Taylor away without giving her any more attention. Taylor looked at me with an expression of incomprehension, then gritted her teeth and ran down the street. Isla also bowed her head and ran towards the teaching building, leading Taylor. One thing is certain: once Isla is there, at least Taylor won't get lost. This is at least a comforting part. I put my palm on my face, washed my face, and took a deep breath. Then I brushed my bangs back, tightened my brows, and looked up at the Tricks Pavilion. Was it impressive to see everyone running away and glaring at him alone without losing his fighting spirit? Great Sage Sylvania swings her staff down and draws up a huge amount of magical power. The possibility of victory was extremely close to zero. Nevertheless, I stood up straight with my feet firmly planted on the ground. Because we have to face it, that was enough of a reason. Chapter 237, Bellbroke Subjugation Battle 5. I don't know why I should live. It was a boy named Glacht. The reason why an immature boy barely over 10 years old was able to meet and talk with the great sage of the century, Sylvania Robster. This is because he inherited the blood of the adventurer Dalex Elderbane. The emperor at the time allowed Sylvania to meet various people from all walks of life. She was confident that if she could expand Sylvania's horizons in some way, she would continue to create magical innovations that would benefit the world. The emperor's intention was right. At the time she was in the Lily Palace lab, Sylvania's horizons were expanding more than ever before. Meanwhile, the person I met was Glacht, a messy-haired boy with empty eyes. She will never forget the empty eyes of the boy who sat quietly in the reception room and looked up at Sylvania blankly. His father, outback adventurer Dalek, died last month. He died after being attacked by a bear while exploring the Far East. Her mother died the day Glacht was born, making her virtually an orphan. The son, Glacht, who was left alone, wanted to have a private meeting with the famous great sage Sylvania as his last wish. In honor of the exploits of his father, the Dalex Elderbane, the emperor granted his wish. Finally, on the day he finally met Sylvania, the words the blank-eyed boy spoke had a very heavy meaning for his age. I was born with a weak body. It is safe to say that there is no magical talent in the magic tower. But I am not very smart either. I am not very sociable, and it's actually difficult for me to deal with people. I have no one close to me, and everyone I could call family has passed away. I don't think I'll ever see the light of day in life if I continue to live like this. I don't have any clear goals. I don't think there's anything worth calling a dream, and I don't think I can achieve it even if it happens. I am convinced that life will not get any better. There is even confidence in the boy's eyes. Because it is your life and your own qualities, you know it better than anyone else. I don't know what happiness is. What do you mean by that? You never know. Even if I live like this and am just stupid and don't know how to do anything, you might stand out somewhere. If you're lucky, you might have great success. But even so, in the end, I will die lonely. I will just sit still and die in a place with no one and nothing. From the beginning, because it's empty, there are times when everyone feels certain without reason. There comes a point when you realize that even if your life continues like this, there is no way it will get better. I can see so clearly that this is the high point of my life, and I can't help but guess that it's not that high enough to be called a high point. The moment comes when you feel the emptiness of life itself. What is the meaning of continuing to live such a miserable life? It's a story in a novel where you get a chance and something special happens and your life turns around like a miracle. 99 of people's miserable lives are bound to end in a miserable way. Misfortune in fairy tales is a trial that must be overcome. Misfortune exists to be overcome. The story of the main characters in fairy tales is about overcoming misfortune and seizing the bright future ahead. However, misfortune in reality is just misfortune. Misfortune is misfortune in itself. It is a reality that has arrived. Just as hands and feet are nothing more than organs attached to the body, misfortune is also nothing more than a lump that one has to carry with one's whole life. It is neither an obstacle that guarantees a shining happy ending, nor a food for the mind that will one day help me grow further. We who live real lives are not the main characters, and for those who are not the main characters, misfortune is just misfortune. I heard you are the wisest person in the world, so I really wanted to ask you. The boy asked Sylvania with empty eyes. Do I really have to live this life until the end with nothing to show for it in the future? What about something like that? What does it mean? Is there a reason to continue living even if it means just struggling in pain? I never expected such a question to come out of the mouth of a 10-year-old boy. What answer did Sylvania give there? I couldn't remember her very well. In order to deal with an enemy who has an absolute superiority in power, all available means must be mobilized. First of all, it is suicidal to honestly stick with any amount of force in an open area. You must first move from the battlefield to a place where you can utilize the terrain features. After coming to that conclusion, the battle began by scattering the smoke generators he had taken out of his chest onto the floor. Sigh. H-where. The moment Bellbroke's breath cut through the night sky, and a huge cry of magical power enveloped Aiken Island once again, I quickly ran through the rising smoke screen. This is to jump back into the Trix building that you just escaped from. In the open front yard, you have to take all the attacks yourself. But inside the Trix building, which is blocked by all kinds of walls and doors, you can somehow take advantage of the blind spot of vision. Sylvania, as if she had read his intention, accurately fired dozens of magic bullets with just a simple wave of her hand. From Sylvania's perspective, it's a light jab. It was such an insignificant blow that even the metaphor was rude. With just the nerves of a reflexive flinching, dozens of magical bullets, capable of crushing a person's body, can be unleashed. I somehow managed to avoid the barrage of magic bullets aimed at me by flying into the lobby of the Trix building. Boom, quagwang, bang. Soon the entrance to the Trix building collapses. The rubble of the building was coming down from where I had been standing just a moment ago. The Trix building lobby space is quite open. If you want to attract even a little bit of attention and delay time, it is better to escape to the second or third floor hallway. It was the moment when I was about to move towards the stairs. Boom! The roof of the building is cut off like tofu. Sylvania, who was at the top of the open space just a moment ago, destroys the ceiling of the first floor with just one stomp and lands on the floor. The hem of the robe flutters and dust rises, but the girl standing at the center absorbs all the surrounding aftermath with just a single wave of her huge staff. Movement that seems to be free of physical restrictions. He lowered his upper body like a zombie among the dust and grinned. When he sees me, he dilates his creepy pupils. You're a brave. Be brave. You're a so brave. Is there any such thing as reason left? You're a not running away. Be brave. You're so brave. Cool. Be brave. Amazing. Even after seeing the holy Changriang covering the sky and seeing me destroying the building like nothing happened, he didn't run away and his fighting spirit was aroused. Amazing. You're so brave. Cool. Amazing. You're a brave. Even though his voice cracks and cracks, he doesn't stop talking. It feels as if rotting vocal cords have been forcibly twisted to produce a voice. I guess people like you can come together and overcome such tremendous hardships. We will be able to overcome such a ridiculous disaster like Siang Changryang being resurrected. It's really amazing. Because there are people like you, there are people with such great courage, so the future will continue. Right. Yes. Amazing. It's really cool. Be brave. It's amazing that there are brave people like you, so you have to die. The corners of the mouth are lowered so much that it puts to shame what appeared to be a joyous smile just now, giving people goosebumps. Let's die, let's die. You shouldn't be there. You are a variable. If you keep it alive, it will block the Velbroke. I'm sure Siang Changrang is trying to stop this useless world from ending. Stay still. It might be easier to die quickly. Like falling asleep without pain, I will give you such comfortable rest. Otherwise, it will kill you more painfully. So stay still. Don't resist. Listen to me. If you don't stay still, if you resist, the longer you wait, the more painful the death will become. I'm going to twist your neck. I'll squeeze your heart and pull out your veins. I'll rip out your intestines and rip off your fingernails. I'm going to expose her facial skin and burn her raw flesh. I'll cut out your tongue, break off all your fingers, and sever your ankles. I will shove a fireball into your mouth, begging to be killed. Blood will flow like a river. The protruding intestines will roll around on the floor. Sick. It must really hurt. Awesome. Sigh. Giggle. Sylvania's face, which had been smiling eerily for a moment, returned to an eerily expressionless expression. So die comfortably. Let us all die comfortably together. Let's not be eaten by emptiness. I would rather fall into an endless void and wander for eons in a future that never ends, or be eaten by such endless fear. Let's all die here together. Let us head towards the rest called death. I will help you. I can help. Sylvania Robster. When I softly called her name, the girl shook off the fluttering edges of her robe, twisted her neck strangely, and looked at me. What did you see? I didn't see anything. At that moment, a trickle of blood flowed from Sylvania's lips. When I looked closely, I saw that he was chewing his lips. I didn't see anything. There was nothing. All I see is endless darkness that lasts forever in the void. Hey, have you ever looked up at a dark mountain in the middle of the night? Or have you ever just stared at the dark sea? Have you ever been staring at an endless darkness with no end in sight? Have you ever done that? Sylvania is talking frantically in a voice that is boiling with blood. This is not someone you can communicate with. However, I was able to buy time to draw out the body's magic power. I concentrated again and gathered up more than half of my magical energy. Fear of the dark is the primal nature of humans. Having to swim in it forever, do you understand that it is much more painful than dying with your fingers cut off and your internal organs spilling out? We can die more comfortably. Thud, thud, thump, thud. The magic power of the aspect raised once again covers the area. Although the lobby of the Trix building is quite large, the concentration of magic power is so high that it becomes difficult to breathe. The moment Sylvania started to move again, I converted the magical energy I had drawn into arrows and fired 3 or 4 arrows at her. I don't think it will be an effective hit. I just hoped it would be a brief distraction while I ran towards the stairs. However, Sylvania does not even take a defensive stance. It doesn't even implement defensive magic. The magical arrows fired were effortlessly neutralized simply by being thickly surrounded by the scattered flow of magical energy. The raised magic power is directed towards me. Sylvania, standing at a distance towards me, opens her hands and clenches her fists. Eventually, I realize the true nature of the magic. High-ranking level magic, instant death. Anything that takes human form within range is guaranteed to be killed in one hit. It is truly magic that reaches the height of irrationality. The only condition for the magic to work is that the target is human. That's it. There is no compatibility. Even defensive magic doesn't work. As long as the cast is successful within the range, no human can avoid death. There is a huge drawback in that the casting time is long and a huge amount of aspect magic is used. It's all meaningless to Sylvania, the pioneer of aspect magic. Even if you are Sylvania, it takes some effort to cast high-level magic, but if you can end the situation with one strike, you will accept that. There is a lot to do. There are so many variables in the world that try to block that bell block. It would not be good for her to take this long to deal with a human being, Ed Ross Taylor. But I resist. The only way to resist aspect magic power is to counter it with the same aspect magic power. Considering the rarity of aspect magic, this is actually a meaningless assumption. But unfortunately, I learned aspect magic. I grit my teeth against the flocking aspect mana and draw out the aspect mana from my body. Although it is quite weak compared to Sylvania's ridiculously large amount of magical power, it can at least provide resistance. Middle aspect magic death immunity. Although the skill level has not yet increased, the basic effects are steadily manifesting. The overwhelming magic of Sylvania causes every vein in my body to explode, my nose bleeds, and my bones tremble as if they will break. I somehow managed to resist by raising my arms once. Kang! Although my mind was dizzy, I drew out the remaining magical energy and created a wind blade. A wind blade made of magical power flies towards Sylvania, who has just used high-ranking magic and created an opening. Sylvania casually removed the wind blade with a single flick of her staff, but her eyes were wide. "Aren't you dead?" At the moment when Sylvania was startled for a moment, I ran up the stairs to the second floor of the Tricks building with my whole body in pain, as if it was going to break. "Aren't you dead? How? How did you not die? I have to die. When you die in peace, when you can die comfortably, I have to die. But how? Why? Why don't you die? Why aren't you dying? You say you can die comfortably, but why don't you die? How do you not die? Why? Why? How? Sylvania, who was repeating this over and over again in a strange voice, eventually twisted her head and looked at me running up the stairs. "Are you okay? I will definitely kill you." Eventually, the magic circle unfolded again and began to shine. Half of the Tricks building flew away in an instant. "Please save me, please save me. If we stay like this, we'll all die. There are too many monsters in the sky. President, what should we do now? Should we run towards the Obelguen?" I heard that the Max bridge side collapsed. Everyone stay calm. In the student plaza where the closing ceremony was held, the remaining student council forces were staging a sit-in, dragging survivors with them. The student members who had come down to the podium and set up a temporary camp using the collapsed stage equipment as barricades were all trembling with fear. The good news is that Student Council President Tanya Rosteller is still maintaining her composure. There hasn't been any communication from the academic headquarters yet, right? Yes. I think the academic affairs headquarters may have been affected as well. I think it would be difficult to keep waiting for a call. Ziggs, who had just returned from a battle at the northern entrance of the temporary camp, patted the blood off his sword and sat down next to Tanya. Since that uproar broke out, the battle has been going on without a single moment of rest. Ziggs was already quite tired still. He still had some reliability left. First of all, the terrain is very bad. It is better to hold on to at least one building than to stand in an open area and deal with all the monsters coming from all directions. Although there is no risk of collapse, still it's better than sitting still and being surrounded by monsters. First of all, if you include the students currently at the station and outsiders, there are over 200 people. Is there a building nearby that can accommodate this number of people and is easy to defend? The Obelguen building is not very good. A glocked tube seems appropriate. It looks like it just collapsed from that monster's blow. It might be better to move toward the classroom building. Is it possible to lead this many people to the class building without harm? It's impossible. But I think it's right to go even if there is damage. Ziggs calmly analyzed the situation well and communicated it. The situation is so urgent. Any hope that the situation can be resolved without any damage must be abandoned. The people in the garrison near the student square had practically entrusted their lives to Tanya's decision. The weight pressed down on her shoulders, but Tanya somehow managed to shed the burden by swallowing dry saliva once. If we head to the classroom building while escorting as many people as possible, still at least half of them die. However, if you quietly sit here and are surrounded by monsters, everyone dies. Zig's sharp eyes still remain the same. She says she knows what she's talking about. Carara. Once again, Velbroke's roar splits the sky. The magical light from the monster's mouth tried to cover the world, but Lucy Merrill gritted her teeth and manifested hundreds of magic circles, sending them flying far out into the sea. In the sea where Velbroke's beam hit, a huge explosion occurred, and spray rose. The scale was so enormous that it felt like rain was pouring down on Aiken Island far away. Patter, 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 Tanya spoke through gritted teeth, raising her arms to block the pouring seawater. "Tell everyone in the camp to pack their bags. Anyone who can't keep up will die. First, head towards the classroom building. It's closed to the living quarters, So if you're lucky, you might be able to join the people at the cathedral camp led by Saint Clarice. Should I tell this to the students who are teachers in the combat club? It will take some time, and you will have to bear some risks. Their senior dyke will be leading us well. I can't afford to take care of that. They're probably holding a sit-in at the combat department's training center, so it's right for us to head to the class building first. Just because it's a classroom building doesn't guarantee it'll be safe, but it's better than here. I knew. This was the moment when Ziggs gave a short answer and was about to quickly get up from his seat. President, a new survivor joins at the eastern entrance. I don't have time to meet them all. I'll give you the basic information while evacuating, but first prepare to leave this camp. Before the words were even finished, Ziggs, who had stood up, reacted first. The sight of a boy running from afar supported by a girl was familiar. That Taylor, it's Taylor. You're alive, Taylor, Jick. S. Are you tired from fighting through so many monsters? Taylor was struggling to support her body and was being supported by Isla. It was a long journey just to get to this student square station. Ziggs quickly ran out and supported Taylor, who was bleeding profusely with Isla. Taylor, what's the matter? Trix Hall. The Trix building has fallen, Chairman. Tanya took a deep breath when she heard those words. The Trix building, this institution, is like the brain of Sylvania Academy. In fact, it is safe to say that all of the university's emergency measures start from there. What do you mean it's been captured? Are you saying it was breached by the monster tribe? Great Sage Sylvania, it has been resurrected. I know it sounds strange. You might be wondering what this means. Ziggs, who was holding Taylor, also opened his eyes wide. The students gathered around looked at him, wondering what that meant. I know that's a strange thing to say, but for now the situation is urgent, so please trust me. The current situation with that monster running rampant is not normal. I don't have time to waste trying to convince you that what I am saying is true. Then the Trix building, Great Sage Sylvania, destroyed them all. Isla and I, who happened to be in the Trix building, saw that scene and somehow managed to run away. Ed Ross Taylor is stopping her. Cough, cough. The students all looked dumbfounded as they watched Taylor sneezing while being supported. Has Taylor McLaura finally gone crazy? Could it be that he was unable to maintain his sanity in this urgent situation and ended up seeing nothing? Please believe me. Now it's not just the monster that covers the sky, but also the Trix house. There are real monsters. I don't know why, but the Great Sage has gone crazy and is slaughtering people in sight. If you can't stop either of them, it's all over. In any case, the news Taylor asked was infinitely despairing. Either I saw something in vain, or the Great Sage of legend was truly resurrected. What is important is that there remains some kind of threat that has overcome the Trix house. And Ed Rosteller, that's what's blocking it. Your brother is in the Trix building right now. If you don't help us quickly, you will die. This is not an opponent you can beat. Even if we gather all the power of this island, we can't do anything against him. But Tanya held her breath. Hundreds of lives are now hanging on his shoulders. At this point, running to the Trix building to help Ed is essentially abandoning the lives of hundreds of people. The absence of Tanya, who had the authority of being the student council president and led the group tightly, this will lead to fatal consequences for the people in the student square garrison. The moment there is even the slightest slowdown in movement, dozens of lives are lost. It is a crisis situation that is at the tip of a knife. Tanya gritted her teeth. My tightly clenched fist was shaking. Rather than that we have to solve that Xiangqingriang problem, Taylor. It was Isla who raised her voice there. She has heard most of the truth from Ed. This means that they are in a position to judge the situation faster than anyone else. We have to use all our power to clear out that Bellbroke. That is it possible. What is he? What nonsense. How are we going to get rid of that monster? You're not going to have to find a way to escape. The students at the garrison refuted Isla's shout, their voices shaking. Nevertheless, Isla paid no mind and looked straight at Tanya. President, we're going to go catch Bellbroke. Now if only Taylor could somehow get to Bellbroke's heart, I can cut it down. Tanya swallowed dry saliva and looked at Taylor. She already had scars on her body and looked very tired. Even if you are the hope of a combat team that knows how to use swordsmanship, it is difficult to think that you can overcome that monster in that condition. Even though the seal has not yet been broken, even the rare genius Lucy Merrill is struggling. If that seal is completely released, it's truly the end. Maybe now we can somehow get to Bellbroke's heart. If you just try to run away, people will just keep dying. Isla cried out, desperately. To be honest, Isla herself knew how reckless that would sound. Still, I couldn't stay still. I knew that Taylor was the only one who could solve this disaster. Tanya's reason whispered in her ear, "You should never listen to such reckless talk. According to my rational and rational judgment, it is right to take Isla and Taylor and run away to the classroom building." At a time when each and every combat personnel is lacking the fact that a combat agent named Taylor has joined is a great news. It would certainly be the right decision to have at least one person lead a large number of escorts and hold on to even the faintest hope. Ed Rossdale's intentions scratch my heart and make me feel uncomfortable. It was probably his intention to save Taylor and send her to the student plaza while staying in the Tricks building. Her older brother, Ed Rothdeller, never sets foot on a limb without meaning to. For saving Taylor like this, I feel a strange obsession. Reason and sixth sense. When leading a group, there comes a time when you have to weigh between them. You don't always have to stick to the rational process, and you don't always have to listen to the cries of your sixth sense. The situation is urgent. Even at the moment of hesitation, people die. Even if judgment is wrong, people die. Carrying his life on your back is such a heavy thing. Tanya closed her eyes tightly, took some time to think, and finally managed to speak out. "Senior Ziggs, let me help Senior Taylor. I beg your pardon. Each combatant's moment is as precious as gold. Ziggs is actually one of the best forces in this garrison. In some ways, this is a decision that could put Tanya's own life in danger. Join the two of you and try to sort out the situation somehow. I will remain here and take responsibility for the people at the garrison. President, sorry, but I am against it. The reason I stay here is I don't know about anyone else, but I will save Senior Elka even if it means risking my life. I promise you everything we have for the Ross Taylor family." Tanya is well aware of Zig's behavioral principles. The reason Ziggs remains at this station is not only because he is a student member, but also because his lover Elka stays at this station. "I'm going to bet on my brother's judgment, so please hang out." Senior Ziggs, Tanya didn't say much. He just stared at his Ziggs with sharply opened eyes. There is no time to think long. Ziggs narrowed his brows, looked around once, and then he took a deep breath. Then he wiped off the blood from the knife and put the knife into its sheath. Afterwards, he turns to Taylor and speaks. "To approach Bellbroke, you must be able to offer at least some resistance to the magic power that surrounds his body. As you can see, the concentration of its magical power becomes darker the closer you get. Just approaching to cut out his heart will make it difficult to withstand the aftereffects of his magical power." Seeing Ziggs calmly discussing future measures, Isla turned bright red. "So we need to at least find a way to withstand the aftereffects of magical power. The most popular method is you are drinking resistance reagent. Professors in the pension department will know how to do that. Unfortunately, most of the professors have lost contact. Isla, the Tricks building has been taken over." Ziggs somehow maintained his composure and supported Taylor again. "But there are many students who can create reagents even if they are not professors. As far as I know, it's possible with Elvira. Other senior students in the pension department can also do it. But you don't know where Elvira is, whether it's Elvira or other top students in the pension department. First of all, it's obvious where to go to find an honor student." Ziggs supported Taylor and turned to Tanya and spoke. "I will head towards the Arfleys Pavilion managed by maid Jean Bellmeyer." The voice was still strong. "Please survive." Seeing Tanya nodding her head firmly, Ziggs took a step forward. "The procession of death continues. The number of deaths is already uncountable. Velbroke's roar and the aftereffects of his magic that embroider the sky again and again push people further into the crucible of chaos. Velbroke's magical power is so enormous that it makes even Lucy Merrill frown. Watching an ordinary high-ranking wizard casually fire magic on a scale that would leave him exhausted after just one shot was almost mind-boggling. Lucy Merrill's clothes, proudly floating above Aiken Island, were already tattered here and there. In front of Lucy, who is floating wearing a witch's hat tightly and fluttering a cloak that is no better than a piece of mat, the image of Bellbroke wrapped in chains still remains. A disaster that reigned fearfully, as if it was going to end. The world was getting ready to strike the world. Its power was so enormous that it was worthy of its name, Xiangqingriang, which can eat even gods. It went far beyond what humans could block. No matter how strong the magic you throw at it, Velbroke's leather will not break through. Lucy clicked her tongue and caught his breath. I was so exhausted. How long has it been since you felt exhausted? Even when she held the mebula, she only felt a little tired and sleepy. Being completely exhausted is something I've never experienced in my life. Lucy nevertheless raised her magic power. Even in this situation, that dazed and listless voice still remains. Karang. In front of you is the roaring Sianchengriang, which makes you feel death just by looking at it. You seem very angry. He raises his arm and prepares to block Velbroke's next strike. The magical light that surrounds the wide-open eyes emanates like the starlight of the Milky Way. Come or come. A lot had already changed in the relationship, which had become so twisted due to the presence of Ed Rothtaler. Among them, if we were to pick one variable that exerts an overwhelmingly large influence, ultimately, it comes down to the existence of one person, Lucy Merrill. The girl who blocked the catastrophe alone was looking down at the roaring Sianchengriang with a nonchalant expression. My ears were filled with the sound of collars fluttering in the aftermath of a storm-like magical power. Chapter 238, Bellbroke Subjugation Battle 6. I ran down the third-floor hallway of the Trix building, shaking off my bleeding arm. A draft was blowing in from the already broken windows and stars, and magic circles were visible from the half-blown ceiling of the hallway. There is no time to pay attention to the battle between Bellbroke and Lucy. First, I had to dig into an area with as many terrain features and obstacles as possible to make it difficult for Sylvania to detect my location. Woowok, however, there is no way that someone of Sylvania's age could not read my intentions. As the feeling of gathering magical energy spread from downstairs, I gritted my teeth and braced myself for impact. Quara, high-ranking lightning magical punishment. In an instant, the lightning strikes and destroys the remaining remains of the Trix building. Now the Trix building, which has almost no intact parts left, collapses once more. Rather than a destroyed building at this point, only the remains of the building remain. I tried my best to avoid the magic by running between the remains of the intermittently erected outer walls. High-level spatial magic space leap. Sylvania landed right in front of me casually, using a high-level spatial magic that requires an astronomical amount of magical power just by using it once. Kahak ahahok. Sylvania let out a strange laugh that made phlegm boil and held her cane in front of my nose. I don't know if I could have prevented it once, but it looks like it would be difficult to do it twice. If instant death hits even once more here, I won't be able to block it with my aspect magic power. Knowing that fact well, I quickly bent over and kicked Sylvania's staff away. But Sylvania didn't care. She gathered her magic power and fired 2 magic bullets into my shoulder. I gritted my teeth, held my shoulders, and went out to the corner of the hallway. As I fell, I started to raise my aspect magic power again. Normal horsepower can be handled. However, the aspect magic power cannot be dealt with. The biggest characteristic of aspect magic, that you can never deal with it without any compatibility at all. These are magics that can never be defended except under exceptional circumstances where they are defended using magic power of the same aspect. If you stay still, you will suffer. We have to keep attacking no matter what to prevent Sylvania from casting the aspect magic. I drew on my magical power and summoned the mug in an instant. The rising fire transforms into the shape of a bat and spreads its huge wings. Mug, who screamed, looked at Sylvania and used fire magic. A quantity of fire that is completely different from basic elemental magic rises around the area. The direction of the march of flames is Sylvania, which is attracting the magic power of the constellation. Sylvania narrows her brows for a moment, but then lets out a creepy smile. Then, just by swinging the staff and applying magic, all the flames were scattered. The direction of the following aspect magic was towards the mug. Kang. Aspect magic time prison struck in an instant. The mug, floating quietly in the air with its wings spread, she couldn't move anymore. When a time prison occurs, the caster's time itself stops, until the caster's magic power runs out or is cancelled. You have to remain still, frozen, as if you have turned into a stone. Of course, Sylvania will never run out of magical power, so it is safe to say that if she is hit, even once, it will be over. However, it was successful in neutralizing the star magic that Sylvania had once gathered. I feel sorry for using the mug as a shield, but I was able to create an opportunity to draw out greater magical power. Eventually, the magical power that was revealed created a huge wind wolf merle that gets back on her feet and sets out into the world again. Hwara, Karara. A flowing stream of magical power covers the sky above the Trix building. With a roar, Merelda tramples the remains of the buildings and looks down at the petite girl wizard, Sylvania, a close friend who once sat side by side at the end of MT. On looking down on Aiken Island, I look up at the giant wind wolf, holding a staff larger than my upper body at an angle and wearing a robe with many colorful patterns embroidered on it. Sylvania, who was looking up at Merelda, blankly muttered, "Oh my goodness, there is no life in those eyes. The wolf is big. There is no time to be heartbroken over the fact that you were not recognized." Before Sylvania made the first move, Merelda raised her magic power. The air in the area was shaking due to the magic power embodied by Merelda. The moment Merelda's magic was about to overtake Sylvania, a huge ice spear had already penetrated Merelda's body. Merelda's squinted eyes widened. He didn't even notice the flow of her magic power. Ice spear is a mid-level magic. However, a huge ice spear rose from the ground and pierced Merelda's abdomen, making it seem like it could be called intermediate magic. The surface of the window is stained red due to the dripping blood. It's a pity the spirit I can't even die. If he were human, he would have died comfortably from this blow. The status of a high-ranking spirit is enormous. It is safe to say that just by being able to handle high-ranking spirits, one can join the ranks of famous spiritists in the area. Even such high-ranking spirits can be eliminated by Sylvania in a single blow. However, the fact that magical power was consumed does not change. What this means is that an opportunity has emerged for me to take action. Quong! I exploded the floor with a one-point explosion and quickly jumped down to the ground. Sylvania looked towards the hole I had made with an expression of disgust and jumped down with a light gesture. The moment Sylvania falls to the floor, I, who was hiding in the blind spot of vision, pull out the dagger I held backwards and try to stab her in the back. It was a surprise attack completely out of sight, but she activated her defensive magic as if she had eyes on her back and deflected the dagger. Kong! When my hand was thrown away by the impact of the defensive magic, Sylvania took advantage of the opportunity to turn around and grab my collar. The rising magical power enveloped my body and pushed me with such great force that I fell to the floor, dragged by the aftermath. Sylvania planted her knee on my abdomen, grabbed my collar, and pushed her bloodshot eyes up to my nose. Even so, more blood flowed from her body, which was already full of wounds. "Did you think you would win in close combat? Because I am a wizard." Ahaha, amazing. It's really amazing, it's amazing. Even in this situation, you are using your brain to take the battle in a different direction. In a situation where it would not be strange to run away, because you are scared and afraid of death, I was thinking of a winning move somehow. It's amazing, it's really amazing. It's a waste to kill. If it weren't for a world like this, if it weren't for a future filled with darkness, you would have become a great person. Wow, I'm sad, I'm so sad. It's sad that people like you have to die. There must be so many amazing and great people like you in the world. The fact that we all have to die and struggle in that endless darkness one day is so futile and sad. I smiled, and then started shedding tears as her emotions fluctuate like a madman. Sylvania speaks with her eyes focused on mine. The tears I shed just now haven't even dried yet. He lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled. "So ill kill you. I decline." Quong! A huge shark came from within me and covered the entire area. Shark-enhanced wave sphere. It is one of the magic engineering supplies that I saved until the end. The crystal ball in her arms shattered, and Sylvania frowned, covering her eyes with her fluttering collar at the sudden shock. Because of the defensive magic applied to the body, it does not fall out. However, it was successful in blocking the view. Just like that, I gathered up the dust scattered on the floor with my fist and flung it into Sylvania's eyes. Sylvania immediately screamed and closed her eyes and took a few steps backwards. I was sure that Sylvania, who had lived her entire life as a dignified wizard, would not be used to street fighting like this. Just like that, I took out my dagger and gathered magical power. I tried to manifest the spirit consciousness, but the spirit consciousness engraved on the dagger did not respond at all. Whoa! I frowned and just took the dagger and sheathed it. Because the mug was caught in a time prison, even the spirit ritual connected to the mug did not work properly. If I was in a hurry, I had to dig into this very slight gap. However, even though Sylvania lost sight, she sensed the flow of movement through her magic and quickly turned her body to avoid it. At this point, she felt like she could have taken a single blow, but she was a human whose intuition was surprisingly developed. However, because she twisted her body sharply to avoid it, Sylvania took a step back due to the inertia and hit her back against the broken pillar. Bang! With my back against the pillar, Sylvania took a deep breath and glared at me with even redder veins in her eyes. It's the ceremonial dagger of the Rosteller family. Then Sylvania looked at me with wide eyes, then the corners of her lips trembled, and she continued her story. Ed Rosteller. Yes, you are Ed Rosteller. You know that, because you are a human being who has observed the future unfolding in many different directions. Okay, memory. He's trying to get out definitely in my memory, Ed Rosteller. A man named Ed Rosteller. It didn't feel like this Sylvania, who was speaking in a strangely twisted voice, as if she were reciting finally smiled once more, giving goosebumps, as if she had realized something. Ah ha ha, ha ha ha. Blood trickles down from my lips as I chew them once again. The fresh blood slowly dripping from the tip of her lips represents her horribly broken mental state. I get it, I get the idea now. It's a byproduct of a mistake I made a long time ago. What? A time when I thought I could resist this useless world. The foolish me of the past was convinced that if I admired life, I would somehow find a way. I was dragged in while struggling, feeling like I was grasping at straws. You are an innocent victim. Sylvania slowly lifts her back from the pillar, lifts her body, and raises her head. The amount of magical power that becomes even stronger will increase, not decrease, if it is greater than before. Sorry, I'm really sorry. You suffered a lot because of me, the time when I was dragged in without knowing anything, hitting, fighting, and struggling to continue my useless life. It was so painful. I am sorry. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Sylvania is crying again, with tears streaming down her face. I simply cannot follow the flow of emotions, so I will take responsibility and kill you. Rest in peace. You no longer have to endure pain to continue your useless life. At that moment, the expanding magic power filled the lobby of the Trix building, which only had its form remaining. The pillar that was barely holding on just collapsed in the aftermath. Kugang. Thud. I quickly dodged the falling building debris by flying away. And the moment he was about to take a fighting stance, 2 ice spears flew into his left shoulder. Before I could even utter a gasp, another magic bullet was inserted into the left side of my waist. I rolled over several times and landed against the outer wall of the wreckage. As I stood there with my back against the outer wall, the thick dust eventually settled. I somehow managed to regain my sight by shaking my head and saw Sylvania right in front of me with her palms spread out towards me. A considerable amount of aspect magical power had already been accumulated. It feels like I am gathering star power at a much faster rate than when I first encountered him. It seemed as if there had been a major change in his emotions, and as he shed tears, he gathered a huge amount of aspect magical power. I planned to perform instant death once more. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough aspect magic left to resist. Once manifested, death is certain. Sylvania would know that fact well. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It was painful. It was so painful. It was hard. Are you okay? I am really okay now. You've had a hard time so far. Really, you had a hard time. I tried to muster up all my strength and try to avoid it, but my body couldn't move anymore. The spreading magical power of the aspect was concentrated in Sylvania's hand. In an instant, when Sylvania clasps her hands tightly, the high-level magic instant death is manifested. It hit me directly. Sigh. H-wara. Ed Rosteller, with blood pouring all over his body, bowed his head. Soon he dies. Looking at Ed Rosteller, leaning against the outside wall with his head down as if he was falling asleep, Sylvania held her breath for a moment. The fire bat he summoned and the wind wolf impaled on the ice spear were also quietly summoned, returns to a fluid state. And just like that, another person passed away into eternal rest. Weirding. Karara. Bellbroke roars as if he's going to end the world. And an unknown girl wizard who is somehow blocking the Velbroke. Sylvania tilts her head and looks at the scene. We managed to sort out Ed Rosteller, but there are still so many variables in the world that are trying to stop that Bellbroke. There are so many people that need to be sorted out that there is no time to relax. But my body didn't move right now. In front of us lies the corpse of Ed Rosteller covered in blood. His eyes are comfortably closed as if he were asleep, but looking at the wounds and various blood stains remaining on his body, It is not difficult to see how much pain he must have been in when he was alive. Sorry. Sylvania recited that. If there is nothing left but suffering in life, it's better if it ends this way. Sylvania closed her eyes and meditated for a moment toward Ed Rosteller. When all the magic around his body disappeared, tears flowed from Sylvania's eyes again. What comes to mind is when I met my first student Glauct. The young disciple asked Sylvania exactly what she was worried about. I can't believe I'm now thinking back on that question from that foolish disciple hundreds of years ago. Should I say that it is truly chungchuliorum? It's truly ironic what's going on in the world. The question the young boy asked as he looked at Sylvania with empty eyes. Is there a reason to continue living even if it means just struggling in pain? Sylvania herself, who knew nothing at the time, what answer did you give? Now it's buried beyond my memory, and I can't remember much. Sylvania herself, whose memories are fading like a black and white photograph. I don't know why, but I remember answering with a big smile. Sylvania quietly opened her eyes, feeling buried in nothingness. Just live it first, and then talk about it, you bastard. At that moment, Ed Rosteller, covered in blood, rushed forward and stabbed the dagger he was holding back into Sylvania's shoulder. Grasp. I thought the whole situation was already over, so I disrupted the flow of magical power. However, the moment you open your eyes, all you see is it was Ed's face covered in a horrifying amount of blood. Wow, no matter how much magical power she is wrapped in, Sylvania's size is dwarfed. It is not surprising if a blow from a sharp dagger results in a fatal wound. Fortunately, the dagger stuck under his shoulder did not hit the vital area. This is because Ed's body was at its limit, and he was not relaxed enough to properly target the vital area. Tang, clink. I heard something falling to the floor, that it was an hourglass the size of half a fist. Sylvania barely muttered in an embarrassed voice. Del Hay, a magical engineering product that can help you overcome the danger of death just once by gathering the energy of the magic god Delheim. Long ago, 3 students attended Sylvania School, which did not yet have any semblance of a school. Teslin, McLaw, Glauct, Elder Bane, Philona, Bloomriver. Among them, Philona, a disciple who excelled at alchemy, was studying it with particular excitement. Sylvania knows the records of those magical engineering supplies. I didn't pay much attention to the idea that it was an unrealistic research record. But over a long period of time, the records left by her disciple Philona were passed down in the end. Modern engineering technology has succeeded in implementing that blueprint. They say that the method was so difficult, and the ingredients were so rare, that it didn't mean much just by coming this far. Philona's record left behind its own meaning. Wow, he the student who always had a smile on his face and kept research journals. Philona Bloom River. The hourglass-shaped magic engineering supplies drawn on her blueprint. Sylvania still remembers. But it was a strange thing. Sylvania is a great sage who has read all the future trends that will develop in this world. However, Philona's invention, the Delheim hourglass, has never been observed to exist as a finished product. Pang. Sylvania quickly used her magic to throw Ed's body away and frowned when she saw the dagger stuck in her shoulder. Holding back the rising pain and gritting my teeth, somehow he pulls out the dagger. Nice, Ooh, ooh, ooh. The dagger was pulled out, but blood was still flowing from the shoulder. Sylvania manifested the magic power of the aspect in her other hand, and somehow gritting her teeth, returned the wound on her shoulder to its past state. Care. Haha, the wound is gone, but the aftereffects of the pain remain. Even if you turn back some of the time in your body, the memories of the pain will not disappear. The feeling remained like phantom pain, and Sylvania continued to break into a cold sweat. In the meantime, Ed was slowly standing up, bleeding steadily. Hiding the trumpet number until the very end, his calmness makes you let down your guard as he gives his all. It is no longer human. However, the blow just struck may have been the trump card that risked everything. If you definitely caught Sylvania off guard, but couldn't finish it off with that one blow in the end, it's just a meaningless struggle. Nevertheless, Ed Rosteller stands up by forcefully lifting his upper body. Ed Rosteller now looked much more zombie-like than Sylvania, his eyes still burn with the will to survive. The determination to survive. Just that one thing. Even in the battlefield, where bullets come and go, and in this academy, where magic comes and goes. It was only that single thought that allowed him to stand with both legs on the ground until the end. I hate people like you the most. Ed speaks in a voice that makes phlegm boil. You think you know everything about the future you observed, right? So did I. He is a person who knows all the scenarios in Sylvania's failed sword saint. But nothing went as planned. The history of this world, which I thought would proceed as planned, betrayed expectations without exception and proceeded as it should. This damn world is full of all kinds of surprises and variables, and even though you think you have it all figured out, it continues to unfold as it pleases. Life doesn't go according to plan. So I lost a lot. So I gained something. Death is always just around the corner. In a world where that is natural, in that hellish island where bullets fly and tear into human flesh, there was a time when I looked up at the cloudy sky with dead eyes. There were long periods of time where I was stuck in a corner of my room and just held my breath because the nightmare wouldn't go away. I didn't want to hold anything in my hands for fear of losing it, and I was confident that I would reluctantly survive in a world colored with colorless colors. However, my decision to live a quiet life without getting involved with anyone with the sole goal of getting a diploma was in vain. The camp, which was just a temporary residence, has become so attached to it that you don't want to leave. I don't want to worry even a nice spirit girl, so I end up fending for myself. He committed an unbecoming fraud to take responsibility for a very hurt merchant. He gave a hug to the shoulder and made a fuss about comforting a wizard who was infinitely stronger than him. I look at the night sky and get lost in sentimentality. Busily running around the hunting grounds, I feel strangely confident in my growing skills. I hummed for no reason as I watched the cabin camp grow. Looking back at the steps I have taken, I feel a sense of unnecessary pride. I am tired of life stretching out in unexpected directions and in unexpected ways. It has become natural to struggle just to survive. That was the life of Ed Rossdaler on Aiken Island. That kind of arrogant thing. It's a wonder that Ed Rossdaler, who is dripping blood, is still alive and moving. But he is still alive. Even though he is pushed to his limits to the point where he needs all his strength to even walk a single step, he continues to breathe and live in the present. That's something only those who have lived can say. I'm not making irresponsible claims that everything will work out well. The unhappiness of the present will someday be resolved and replaced with the pain of the past. He doesn't even sound full of such hope. There is no unrealistic consolation that your life will definitely have a happy ending. However, Ed Rossdaler, I absolutely hate people who pile up a lot of lottery tickets that they haven't even scratched and then whine that they don't have any money, no matter what other people say. At least that's how Ed Rossdaler lived his life. What are you? Sylvania gritted her teeth and raised her magic power again. Although the after effects of pain still lingered and tormented her mind, she decided that the first thing to do was to end Ed, who was standing on his feet. In any case, there are no means left to further resist Ed Rothtaler. Her life was saved once with the Delheim hourglass, but even the final turning blow for which she had risked everything could not end Sylvania's life. Now all I can do is wait for the final blow and die. It's just a living corpse. To deliver the final blow, Sylvania wrapped her hands around the magical power she had drawn up. Dozens of ice spears bloomed. If he were allowed to take just one hit, Ed Rossdaler would die. Dozens of ice spears flew in to take Ed's life. Kong. H-wah. Grumble. What arose was a huge fire that covered the entire area. Spirit ceremony, fire, flower, a blooming flower of fire, fills the lobby of the Trix building and instantly melts all the ice spears. Ed Rossdaler knows well the identity of the spirit ceremony. The power of the high-ranking fire spirit token was drawn and engraved into cosmos embroidery on the cape of spiritist Yenica Palova. It is a high-ranking spirit ceremony. The moment he guessed who it was, a girl with a shawl waving had already landed in front of Ed's nose. The light pink hair of Yenica Palova, which flew in through the Lieutenant Wind Spirit, fluttered once in the flames. Before long, he waved his arms downwards, causing numerous spirits to cover the sky above the Trix building. A procession of magic bullets pouring down. Great Sage Sylvania quickly activated her defensive magic and blocked them all without difficulty. Yenica Palova took advantage of the opportunity to quickly run towards Ed Rossdaler and hug him as if to support him. She closes her eyes tightly, as if her heart is in pain, holding Ed, who is completely weak, and almost completely weak, in her arms. She grits her teeth like that for a moment, and then summons the Lieutenant Wind Spirit Kallax. Sylvania notices the giant Archaeopteryx-shaped wind spirit quickly picking up the two people. That girl is trying to quickly retreat, taking Ed Rosteller, who is in a completely injured state, with her. At this point, Yenica Palova had already noticed. Great Sage Sylvania is not an opponent worth beating in a one-on-one match, where, however, the magic power of the giant fire lizard Tarkin causes a huge explosion. I don't think the attack will work anyway. This is to block the view. It may be impossible to beat Sylvania, but it is possible with a strategic retreat. Yenica Palova's spirit army is so enormous that it is unrivaled in volume. Eventually, when the smoke was cleared with magic power, Yenica Palova, riding on Kalak's back, had retrieved Ed and was running away into the distance, the skies above Aiken Island. Yenica Pale Rover, who was holding Ed's head tightly in her fluttering collar, was glaring at Sylvania, clearly even from a distance. Sylvania clearly felt those gazes. She stood still for a moment, holding her staff at an angle. The numerous armies of spirits all disappeared once Yenica completed her retreat. Soon there was only silence in the Trix building, where only the remains remained. Sylvania, left alone, lowered her head for a moment. As for the Yenica failover, Sylvania has also observed it several times. However, I get the feeling that her appearance and behavior are a little different from what Sylvania observed. Is it an illusion, or is it the result of some inevitable action? The mind, which had been gradually sinking due to being trapped in a prison of time for a long time, is soon overcome by even greater pain. Ooh, 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 aha. Sylvania, who was hugging my shoulder while making a strange noise, soon gasped. The pain of Ed Ross Taylor's dagger stabbing still seems to linger in her shoulder. Still, little by little, the pain that was cutting through my bones subsides. Okay, yet the variables that need to be removed. Oh, there's a lot left, not yet. There's a lot to do. The aftereffects of madness rising again were still eating away at her mind. Chapter 239, Bellbroke Subjugation, Battle 7. A majestic carriage, symbolizing the majesty of the imperial family, was lying on the side of the road. The brilliant decorations were already covered in grime and stained with blood. The wheels had come off and were rolling in the surrounding grass, and the door was shaking, so it looked like it could no longer function as a carriage. Next to him, Selaha Aina Klol, dragging the hem of her dress, hid behind the fallen remains of the carriage. 2 of the 5 knights who were protecting Princess Selaha died, and the driver died miserably after being attacked by the monsters. Princess Selaha frowned, glanced at the idling wheels of the carriage, and asked the surviving knights of the guard. The royal family's quarters were attacked. Obama's safety is at risk. Yes, that's right. On our side, we were able to survive because there were almost no monsters. But I heard that several high-ranking monsters raided the royal residence. Princess Selaha gently closed her eyes, opened them, and summarized the situation again. If you look around, the corpses of all kinds of monsters are full. Although it was a relatively weak force, it was difficult to handle with just 4 guards. I somehow managed to maintain my lifeline, but the news that the royal family's quarters had been breached kept getting trampled on my heart. Eventually, Butler Dest, who had gathered up the blood-stained rapier and put it away, bowed his head politely. Looking at Gian Siogas' arrival, it appears that they are somehow maintaining their defense line. But there was news that Princess Fenia's guard Claire had died. Right, Fenia has lost a powerful ally. The article was always on Fenia's side. It will have a big impact on the formation of the imperial power, after saying that Selaha looked up at the sky that seemed to embody hell. In a situation like this, I wonder if competition for imperial power is important. What are you going to do, Princess Selaha? Currently, there is news that several military bases have been formed near the student plaza and the residential building. If you join us there, you will be safer. You're a talking nonsense, Dest. Obama's safety is not guaranteed, so are you telling me to run to a safe place first? Selaha shook off his collar once and reprimanded Dest. You idiot. Sorry. I am a member of the royal family. Even if I have to bleed and die, I have to head to the royal residence. I have to make sure Obama is safe. Although we traveled quite a distance by carriage, it was not so far that we could not return on foot. The problem is whether you can overcome the numerous monsters you will encounter along the way. All of the surviving guards are exhausted, and Butler Dest is relatively healthy, but there is no way he can deal with so many monsters. We'll have to find some way. It was a moment when Selaha rested her chin and was about to lose herself in thought. Bang! Quagagagagagagag. Wara! At that moment, a loud noise of something falling was heard. It sounded like something crashing into the grass on a remote road heading toward Jiaodong. It was directly visible from where Princess Selaha and her party were, and there was a spirit in the shape of a large Archaeopteryx rolling on the floor, completely devastated. Hu from their Yenica Pallova, hugging Ed Rosteller tightly, rolls down. Yenica is coughing, covered in scratches, while holding the head of Ed, who has lost consciousness. Although she already looked very exhausted, she was still gathering new magical power. Only then did Princess Elaha look up into the sky again. A huge number of flying monsters chasing Yenica caught her eye. The sky above Akan Island is now almost like hell. There are hundreds or even thousands of monsters floating in the sky, attacking people at random. Yenica Pallova broke through it on her own. Even for a spiritist who wields hundreds of spirits, it was an extremely reckless act. The wind spirit that fell to the ground was covered in wounds and was barely breathing. In the meantime, it tried to protect Yenica by raising its wings with difficulty. Princess Selaha, additionally monsters attack. You need to hide in the carriage right now. I will break the glass. Stay inside the overturned carriage. The soldier urgently raised his voice. Certainly, the number of flying monsters chasing Yenica was unusual. From the giant bat gremlin chimera to the monster, each one takes on a bizarrely twisted shape. Just looking at her scared her, but Jenica held her head high regardless. Holding Ed tightly with one hand, he extends the other hand into the air. A spirit in the form of a turtle with a huge shell rises up. When I looked at the sky and unleashed my magical energy, the monsters were swept away by the huge wave of light that spread out. Yenica, who had wiped out dozens of monsters at once, lowered her head while taking a deep breath. There was no chase after that, perhaps, because we entered the path filled with trees. As the spirits disappeared one by one, there was only a girl with her head down hugging the unconscious boy. I cased the soldiers who were watching the scene, looked dumbfounded. Looking at the fact that she was wearing a school uniform under her shawl, even though she was still a student, her strength was unbelievable. But Yenica, who was out of breath perhaps from exhaustion, even her own body, was having a hard time controlling itself. She was half cradling Ed's head with her weary eyes, wary of her surroundings, like a cornered beast. It was at that point that my eyes met with Princess Elaha. Princess Elaha gently raised her arm to dismiss the soldiers and then slowly moved towards Yenica. Yenica hugged Ed tightly like a hedgehog full of thorns and looked at Selaha with aggressive eyes. In the current situation where all order has collapsed, we cannot trust anyone carelessly. In particular, Princess Selaha is someone who has been hostile to Ed for a long time. Yenica does not easily harbor malice toward others, but in a situation where she has to protect Ed, who has become a complete wreck, even the slightest threat cannot be taken lightly by her. The man in your arms, is it Ed Rosteller? Princess Elaha is also not in a normal state. He is a person who would be frowned upon by even a speck of dirt on his collar, but now he is covered in dust trying to survive on that limb. Nevertheless, Princess Selaha spoke arrogantly, as if she had no intention of bending her noble appearance. I don't know what happened, but you look like you were seriously injured. Closely, please, don't come. Don't come any closer. Haha, now that the situation is like this, things like you are giving me orders. Well, order has collapsed like this, it would be a chance for a genius to rival me. Princess Elaha laughed as if she was helpless, but Yenica did not let down her guard. As expected, you were the plaything I saw at Ross Taylor's mansion back then. Are you still harboring a pitiful, fleeting love affair? Indeed, his skills seem to be great, but you should have chosen a man who fits the theme. It wouldn't be wise to be hostile towards me. Does the situation get better by glaring at me like that? Princess Elaha's arrogance remains even in a situation where the world is collapsing. Strongly maintained self-esteem will never be destroyed. Yes, if I put my mind to it, it wouldn't be a problem to try something on my own. Now the order on Akan Island has collapsed, and I no longer have as much power as you. So are you going to murder me now? Are you thinking of giving it a try? To be honest, I think it's good. From the beginning, Yenica didn't care what happened to Princess Selaha. Eventually, Yenica closed her eyes, once lowered her head and spoke. If this continues, Ed will die. The bleeding of Ed in my arms is unusual. Although Yenica has great strength, she has no talent for healing wounds. In a situation like this, where the entire school is being destroyed, she has no idea where to turn to save Ed. Even if we have decided on where to go, we don't know if we can get Ed there intact. Before she knew it, Yenica was shedding tears. You may not know Princess, but I know because I have been watching you for a long time. Even though Ed was pessimistic about her life and was on the verge of death, she held on to her spirit and somehow managed to survive. The venomous wariness that was first seen soon subsided, and even Princess Selaha became slightly embarrassed. It's too much for Ed, who struggled so hard to survive, to die in vain like this. Then it doesn't work. As the situation is urgent, it is impossible to just sit there and sob while looking at the dying Ed. We need to take action as quickly as possible and find a way to save Ed. That's why Yenica gritted her teeth and endured it. However, human emotions are not something that can be controlled as one wishes. I pressed my lips tightly and pressed down on Ed's wound to stop the bleeding, but nevertheless tears like chicken droppings fell from her eyes. Even if other people are like that, Ed shouldn't die like this in vain. For someone who gritted his teeth to survive more than anyone else to die like this, it's not possible. That's why Yenica prayed. If God is listening, I hope he saves this man. There are many people living in this wide world like a swarm of ants. I know very well that I am not the main character on that huge stage. Like other people, he is just an extra who passes away with his story only in his heart. There are many instances where the hard work we put in is not rewarded. Not everything that you wish for will come true. While there are people who gain an unreasonable amount of things, there are also people who cannot achieve even a single wish they have desired throughout their lives. Jenica understands better than anyone else that not everything in the world works rationally and rationally. Still, isn't a man named Ed Rostaler a person who could die so easily? Yenica Palova knows well how intense and weighty the years of his struggle to survive were. If there is a God, his wishes should not be ignored. In the first place, this man didn't ask for much. He just sat in front of the bonfire every night, staring blankly at the crackling flames and whispering to himself, "I hope you can survive tomorrow safely." Every night, I sit in my pajamas with my knees hugging the back of my cabin door. This is Yenica, who listened to Ed's repetition. She always thought the same thing when she heard Ed repeat that. It is not a grandiose and lofty wind. It's just a natural wish to survive tomorrow. Who in the world could say that such a presumptuous and lofty wish? Please save Ed. I kept my lips tightly shut with determination, but I couldn't help the tears flowing from my eyes. Nonetheless, Yenica speaks straight to Princess Elaha, looking at her with equal eyes. I don't care if you criticize me for 1,000 things, and I don't care if you insult me by calling me a plaything or something. Just now, I don't know what to do, because everything else doesn't really matter. Ed, please help me. If you were the princess of a country, you might be able to find other means. Before I knew it, the blood flowing from Ed Rosteller's body was soaking Yenica's school uniform. Nevertheless, Yenica didn't care and held Ed's head tightly in her arms. Princess Elaha swallowed dry saliva for a moment and shed a ray of cold sweat. I shook my head for a moment and then looked at Ed, who was bleeding. This is the boy who sat across the table and said Fenia's name without paying any attention to how much it was fried and fried. The sight of the man, who seemed as strong as a rock lying in complete disrepair, creates a sense of discord. It feels like I am seeing a side of myself that I couldn't normally see, and a strange sense of immorality arises. This man, who seemed to be able to stand firm, no matter what the world throws at him, collapses bleeding in the face of this crisis. Perhaps now couldn't this be this man's lifesaver? Even in this situation, I hold my tongue because I can't help but think such calculating thoughts, but I don't feel ashamed because it is proof that I am maintaining my composure. Dest. When Salaha raised her voice and called the head deacon's name, he quickly ran out and looked at Ed's body. Yenica, who was holding Ed's face, tightly relaxes her hands, and his face covered in blood is revealed. Dest took his pulse and assessed his wounds and bleeding. Then he frowned and reported to Selaha. There are traces of aspect magic containing dark red magical power left here and there on the body. It looks like you've been fighting an opponent who uses at least high-level magic. Even simple physical injuries are serious and won't last long if left untreated. When Jenica heard those words, the color disappeared from her face, but Princess Selaha regained psychological stability by swallowing dry saliva once more. From my perspective, whether this man lives or dies, it doesn't really matter. Let me just say that for now. When I look down at Ed's blood-covered face, a feeling of annoyance fills my head. Princess Selaha closed her eyes tightly and spoke again with difficulty. Besides, it won't be easy to find medical personnel when the entire university is in chaos. It looks like the royal family's dormitory is in chaos right now, and there must have been hundreds of casualties in both the student square and the residential building, so there won't be any medical personnel left anywhere. Not only that, right now the dragon in the sky is running rampant, and the monster tribe is committing massacre movement is not free. To think that you would be able to receive appropriate treatment in this situation, it's arrogance. Even I, a member of the royal family, am neglecting the large and small scratches on my body. Is it possible to somehow save this man? Selaha took a deep breath and then with difficulty reported to Yenica. Give up this man's life, rather than obsessing so much about useless things. Rather, push. At that moment blood flowed out again from the wound on Ed's body. Although most of the power of aspect magic instant death was avoided, the wounds from the remaining aftermath were all over Ed's body. The wounds were opened by the curse of dark red magic on his body, and blood flowed out several times. A ray of fresh blood spattered on Selaha's face as he looked down at Ed's condition from up close. Princess Selaha, startled, looked down with wide eyes and quickly grabbed the open wound with her bare hands. Ed's blood, which had flowed out, was staining the hem and sleeves of her dress, but it reflexively splattered out of her body. What are you doing without tying up the wound? Do you think that if you stay blank, that's it? Oh, wow. Yenica is so shocked that she tears the hem of her skirt. As she did, she bandaged Ed's wound and held back the blood that was flowing out of her, even as she watched the noble royal family's dress, which could not be bought for 10 million gold, stained with dark red blood. Princess Elaha, with a bewildered look on her face, pressed Ed's wounds together with Yenica. Dest, who was watching, was shocked and joined in, but for some reason Princess Selaha did not lose strength in her arms. As the situation becomes more urgent, my heart is pounding and my pupils are dilating. Nevertheless, while pressing down on her Ed's wounds, Princess Selaha made a dumbfounded expression, as if she was dumbfounded by her own actions. The same was true for Yenica, who was looking at Selaha like that. I organize the information I have collected in my clouded mind. My body feels like it's on fire due to bleeding all over my body, but the accidents never stop. To think means to be alive, and if you are alive, you have to think. Even though I was struggling under the pain of the curse, I never lost consciousness. The thought that I would never be able to open my eyes again was dominating my mind as soon as I surrendered myself to my blurred consciousness, even for a moment. So I think and think again. How did Sylvania Robster, a character from long ago, appear in this bachelorette now? The first possibility that comes to mind is aspect magic. Aspect magic at its peak gives you the power to manipulate even time and space as your own. However, I have never heard of a rumor that there is such a thing as magic that allows you to skip time and go to the future. This applies not only to my game knowledge, but also to the magic knowledge I learned after coming to this world. However, it would not be surprising if Sylvania Robster, the pioneer of aspect magic, discovered magic that transcends time. It's a magic that doesn't end with simply observing the future, but jumps into the future. If such a thing were theoretically possible, so why did Sylvania become afraid of the future itself? If you're afraid of the future, shouldn't you even skip that future? After my thoughts reached that point, I was able to picture the future as seen by Sylvania to some extent. It is said that Sylvania became a madman because she was afraid of the dark future that would one day come. Perhaps the future observed by Sylvania was a distant darkness with no end in sight, but the fear of the dark, it must have been the same way back in the old days. The fear of the immense darkness must have weighed down Sylvania the day she first observed the future using aspect magic. However, Sylvania at that time was not engulfed by the fear of darkness. Rather, the period of struggle to escape the promised end was longer. If so, there is no explanation for Sylvania's now completely crazy appearance. If the Sylvania of that time has jumped back in time to the present, shouldn't she still be the same as she was in the past when she tried to fight against the darkness without giving in? However, Sylvania, who now occupied the Trix building, was completely consumed by the fear of darkness and went crazy. They were shouting that they should all be killed by Bellbroke right here, and now as they would face death by writhing in fear forever. I feel like the middle process has been lost. Why did Sylvania go crazy? Simply swept up in the unknown madness of aspect magic. Even when she had a deeper understanding of aspect magic than anyone else in the world, wasn't she struggling to escape from a future of endless darkness? Does it really make sense for her to become a madman so easily? And what is her ultimate goal after going crazy? If the goal is really to release Bellbroke and let everyone die together, then what is the identity of the chain that is currently wrapped around that Bellbroke? There are so many questions that remain. The truth is that things that need to be resolved are not yet visible, it clearly remains. It tells us that a solution can be found. There is something left that is not fully known. This suggests that there may still be a solution that is not yet visible. So never give up on surviving. Even if intense pain surges through my entire body, as if it were burning, I will never accept death. It is the final ordeal of a long, long journey. There are only two victory conditions left: grabbing the Bellbroke, capturing Great Sage Sylvania. Even if we leave the former to Taylor, the latter must be resolved entirely on my own. Although there were many changes, Taylor had the minimum strength to cut out Velbroke's heart, a member who defeated Bellbroke together in the government. Isla Zix, Clevius, Elvira, Lortal, Fenia. These 6 members were the ones who took on their respective roles and completely defeated Bellbroke. If at least these 6 people meet the minimum conditions, theoretically, we could somehow solve the problem. I would like to securely add a few more people, but the situation is like this, so just meeting the minimum conditions is too tight. I have no choice but to trust Taylor. Even if we leave it at that, we still have to think about the last member who will capture Sylvania. Trying to conduct a one-on-one subjugation war is reckless. Sylvania's failed sword, Saint, they are extras who failed to stand on the stage of the final subjugation in the affair. Nevertheless, those who have their own armed forces must be united. There is a difficult condition in which Taylor must gather all the maximum power possible without affecting as much as possible in subduing Velbroke. It has nothing to do with the main story of Sylvania's failed sword saint. It has to be people who originate from my story that I was able to create while living as Ed Rothdeller. Maybe what I lived through while struggling was it for right now? In such an exquisite situation, even in the midst of intense pain, a ray of laughter blooms. Let's give it a try. Damn this world. As I clenched my teeth and held on to my senses, my consciousness began to return little by little. That desk departure. But living building, Yenika's vaguely familiar voice is heard. As she slowly lifts her heavy eyelids, her bangs, soaked in black and red blood, obscure her vision. My hearing slowly returned, and this time I could fully hear Princess Selaha's voice. It may be difficult to move to the living area. In the first place, this body had to go to the royal quarters, with the royal family's quarters completely breached. And we don't even know what happened to Obama and Fenia's lives. It's unreasonable to ask them to go somewhere else. Then, is there a minimum number of medical personnel in the royal residence? If you survive, there must be, that is, if you survive. In the first place, there is nothing that can be completely guaranteed in a situation like this. If you want my cooperation, you too should head to the royal residence. If there are any medical personnel alive, take responsibility and let this man live. I can promise you that. Yenika was listening to Princess Elaha while holding her breath. At that moment, I sneezed and forced a sound. Hey, Ed. Ed. Yenika looked startled and lowered her head towards me to check my condition. I took a deep breath and struggled to speak. Royal family accommodation to the royal family's lodgings, go. This was my decision. At those words, Princess Elaha blushed and looked down at me. It is indeed a wise decision, even in a half-asleep state. Did you hear? Didn't this man himself say this to you? It is right to do what I think. There is nothing to worry about. Although I was in a dazed state, I heard clearly. Now, if what Princess Selaha said is true, she had to act according to her opinion. Ed Rosteller. After all, no matter what you admit, that what I say is right. Yes, that's right. Now look carefully and remember, I will be the savior of your life. I owe you my life, so I must remember it. Painting near what? Fenia Elias Kloll was the minimum member required to be included in Taylor's Bellbroke subjugation party. Princess Fenia, I have to survive. Also, it's Fenia. I can't survive. While clutching my wound tightly, Princess Elaha screamed as if she was truly fed up. My head throbbed and rang from the sudden high-pitched sound. Chapter 240, Battle of Bellbroke. 8. The magic circle that spread out around the rose garden of Arfelis Hall suddenly grew so large that it covered the entire Arfelis Hall. Most of the monsters were unable to enter the Arfales pavilion because they could not break through the defensive formations. But some monsters with strong anti-magic power were able to break through even the defensive formations of the Arfales pavilion. In fact, monsters that are capable of breaking through the defensive formations of the Arfales pavilion are very rare. However, since the group of monster tribes themselves was such a large scale in the first place, the size of such a special monster tribe was not at a level that could be ignored. Kang, Chieng, Hwara. The sound of swords clashing and magic being unleashed filled the entrance to Arfales Hall. The maids at Arfales Hall are famous for there being nothing they cannot do. Of course, they had some level of expertise in combat, and there were quite a few people who could use middle-level magic at the senior maid level. Since it was a place guarded by a group of maids and even had a dedicated defense line, they were still able to maintain the front line with ease. Kwong, Kwong. In addition, most of the students who use Arfales Hall are students with excellent grades. Not only the maids, but even the dormitory students had outstanding fighting skills. Even the geographical location is vaguely located on the outskirts of the living area. So most of the monsters invade the center of the living area and have no intention of coming to Arfales Hall. In this crisis situation, where even the royal residence was in danger due to various conditions coming together again and again, Arfales Pavilion was maintaining an excellent defense posture. The monsters are once again flooding into the cracks in the southern defense line. There are no senior maids with their hands empty now. First of all, mobilize all the people who can move and stop them. The central command room of the Arfales building. Maid Jean Bellmeyer was giving instructions to the maids from a command room created as a temporary barricade in the maids' workspace. Not only the maids, but also the students staying at Arfales building were working together to stop the monsters. But defense is everything. There was no time to lend a helping hand to other places where there was probably chaos. In the first place, it was impossible to get there through such a large group of monsters. And even if he came into contact with another group of survivors, he could not be brought to Arfales Pavilion in good condition. There is no other way than to hold out as long as possible and hope that the situation will eventually be resolved. Have you contacted the Laurel Hall or the Dex Hall? I heard news from Laurel Hall. Although they suffered great damage, they say they are somehow protecting the students. But Dex is out of contact. Belmia slowly closed her eyes at the report posted by the maid. It wasn't a situation to do something like a nursery rhyme. It would have been difficult to defend Dex Hall completely because the dormitory was so large and there were so many dormitories. It would probably be no surprise to say that it has been devastated by now. I can't help it. First of all, we will do our best to ensure the safety of the students we are protecting at that time. Bellbroke roared once again. Every time a sharp roar cuts through the skies over Aiken Island, the magical energy in that sound becomes stronger little by little. It's a fact I don't want to admit, but it means that Bellbroke's seal is getting weaker as time goes by. For now, Lucy Merrill can somehow block it, but if Bellbroke breaks free of the seal and comes out, even Lucy won't be able to handle it. In fact, at this point, Lucy Merrill has already reached her limit. Ah. The maids who fell to the floor screamed due to the after-effects of magical power. Bellmeyer also frowned and looked out the window. Bellbroke once again opened his huge mouth and gathered magical power. The enemy Velbroke is targeting is Lucy Merrill, who is blocking him. Along with the sealing chains that try to drag the body back into the deep sea, it is the greatest enemy that blocks it. However, in the aftermath alone, Arfales Hall's defense line began to become unstable. This is because Velbroke's magic contains the power to neutralize various defense and anti-magic formations. You may be able to hold out for a few times, but if Bellbroke fully resurrects and begins to exert its power, Arfales Hall will no longer be able to maintain a defensive posture. The only solution is to pray. Kwong. Did he take advantage of that moment? A giant bat pushed through a crack in the defensive line and stuck to the outer wall of Arfales Hall. Do not panic. Bring out all the magic. There was a lot of screaming from students, and in the midst of it all, there were students who kept their composure. Bellmeyer also somehow managed to raise herself up on the table, and when I looked at the window, I saw that the eyeballs of a huge bat were filling the window. Without hesitating even for a moment, Bell took out his rapier and plunged it into the bat's eye. Clink, kara. With the sound of glass breaking, a giant bat, writhing in pain, fell from the outer wall. Coo! The giant bat that crashed into the rose garden started struggling and destroying everything around it, even though it was bleeding. Wook defensive law also began to limit the limit. That fact was despairing, but I couldn't just ignore it. Belmire gave instructions to those around her while barely breathing. Evacuate students to the underground facility. In the future, the threat from monsters will become stronger. To minimize damage, we need to hide the students first. Shouting like that, he took out another rapier that was decorated on the inner wall and opened the door to the outside of the command room. Keep this in mind. Our mission is to keep our students safe under all circumstances. We must save as many students as possible with the will to burn this one body to the ground. Oh, I understand. I will also deliver this to the maids stationed on the outskirts. Meyer nodded and ran out into the hallway. It is not a wise decision to go to the front lines with the commanding title of Maid Chief. This is because if one dies, the command system collapses. However, the more the situation reaches its extreme, the more desperate it becomes to have a single combatant. If the situation had progressed this far, even Meyer herself could not have stayed still. When I came out into the hallway, clutching my rapier tightly, two giant bats, different from before, stuck to the window. Boom, bang, clink. As the windows in the hallway suddenly break, the arm of a giant bat rushes into the hallway. It broke various works of art and decorations at random and let out an unpleasant roar as it tried to kill all the humans it touched. Ah, it was the moment when Belmire was trying to gather all the magical power of her body to use magic. Get it? A giant bat made a strange sound and reached out its hand toward Belmire. The head was cut off cleanly. Belmire, who was about to use magic, was taken aback by the momentary change in the situation. But eventually, I understood the situation when I saw the boy who had kicked away the giant bat that was left behind and rolled inside the window. Flop, flop. A series of flows that quickly climb up the wall with magical power and cleanly cut off the giant bat's head. It shows that he has the practical sense to not panic even in situations like this. The boy who got up after rolling on the floor full of glass shards and shaking off his blood-stained sword was Ziggs Eiffelstein. I'm glad to see that you're okay, Mr. Bell. Master Ziggs. When? I just arrived. Taylor and Isla also came with us. The situation at Arfleys Hall doesn't look very relaxed either. Arfleys Hall's defense line, which was thought to be able to endure, was becoming more and more unstable as time went by. There is no time to explain the situation at length to each other, is there? Yes, that's right. First of all, it was a wise choice to evacuate to Arfleys Hall, toward the underground facility right now. I didn't evacuate. I came because I had someone to pick me up. Elvira is here, right? He must have come running in a month to collect the alchemy supplies and reagent ingredients from his room. So much time has passed that the behavior patterns of classmates in the same grade are already clearly visible. Ziggs jumped on the arm of one of the remaining giant bats and spun around, twisting his body around and firing a sword strike. Then the giant bat's left arm was cut off. The giant bat screamed and fell towards the backyard. To catch Bellbroke, you need Elvira's knowledge of alchemy. At a time when it is difficult to approach the professors of the Department of Alchemy, he is the only high-ranking alchemist who will accompany you without hesitation. You are going to catch Bellbroke. Taylor can do it. We have no intention of sitting back. Ziggs speaks with his back to the broken window, wiping the blood off his knife again. I would like to participate in the defense of Arfleys Hall, which is cornered, but we have to go and do more important things. You're not joking. Many people have already sacrificed. In order to save Taylor, Senior Ed remained alone in the most dangerous limb, and I also left behind a group of survivors in the student square to join Taylor. Even though Elka is there is only one reason: to deal with the biggest threats. We have to take responsibility and catch Bellbroke. Arfleys Hall is not the only place in crisis. The same goes for the group of survivors in the student plaza that Ziggs left behind. The group of survivors who reached the living quarters under the leadership of Student Council President Tanya had already endured many sacrifices. It is natural that we lost Ziggs, our most important combat personnel, but we cannot make it to the living quarters without suffering any damage. Although it was full of dying people, Tanya kept moving towards the living quarters, trying to save at least one more person. The garrison on the side of the bachelor's cathedral, centered around St. Claris, was almost breached by the flock of monsters. The group of survivors at the student training center, centered around the combat club students, was also suffering a lot of damage. The Elt Company, which lost a third of its direct merchants due to the collapse of the Max's bridge, is also protecting the company building from the incoming monsters. It is rumored that the royal family's quarters have been almost completely breached. But we must fight back, Ziggs declared. I have no intention of sitting still and accepting death. So I am sorry, but I have to take Elvira with me. I am going to pick up my alchemy supplies and reagent ingredients from the Arfeles building, so stay in a safe place. This is the story Elvira told as she ran towards Arfeles Hall. Even if I die soon, my first priority is to protect the results of my research, even in this crisis situation, as I am afraid that my life will not be one focused solely on alchemy. I didn't know she was that kind of woman. However, did you not expect that the situation would become this serious? After parting ways with Elvira at the student square, I ran away from the sudden attack of the monsters, but eventually succeeded in joining the nearest garrison. But that was all. A student training ground where students from the combat department gathered and formed a garrison centered around Dyke. The man kneeling in the corner, shaking with his head down, is Clevius Nortondale. Although he belonged to the prestigious Nortondale family and even held the title of valedictorian of the second year, Clevius was trembling with fear. There are so many people dying, and the number of monsters covering the sky seems impossible to handle. If you continue like this, you will die. However, when you listen to the roar of Xianqingriang that covers the sky, you feel a sense of fear as if your heart is being squeezed tightly. As a huge disaster that we cannot do anything about with our own hands approaches, we realize once again how weak we are. That bastard, why did he join this garrison? He knows some swordsmanship, but he's the kind of guy who just runs away whenever there's a fight. Everyone is fighting for their lives, but you pathetic bastard, why doesn't Senior Dyke kick that guy out? Leave it alone. Senior Dyke will have his own thoughts. First focus on defending the outside of the garrison. I think I'm doing this because I want to nope, even at first glance, he is a pathetic human being. The man was holding back his tears and holding his trembling hands. Still, what can I do? I'm scared. Human emotions are not something you can control. Just because everyone else is fighting bravely doesn't mean you can't be brave too. The memory of swinging my sword at Lucy like a burning flame for a moment is now a long time ago. In the end, a pathetic person is pathetic until the end. Even if you gain energy for a long time, your rotten inner self will not change completely. Nowadays, he doesn't mind the gossip from students around him who make fun of him. I've lived my whole life being criticized, but now I am so hurt and shocked that I can't even live a normal life. It's just that I am afraid, and I am just afraid. Seriously, Schipper, why do I have to go through this? Why? He is hugging his knees and shaking his teeth. Every time students passing by saw him stuck in a safe corner of his camp, they clicked their tongues. Not only the seniors, but even the juniors looked at Clevius and openly called him a coward. It seems like they are stubborn until the end in the current situation where everyone goes to the front line, as long as they can hold a sword. The juniors who were watching this were so overcome with evil that they even made a suggestion to Dyke, the garrison leader. If you're going to do that, kick Clevius out. It will only have a negative impact on the morale of the garrison. However, in order to save at least one more person, Dyke kept Clevius at the garrison. Clevius could not be kicked out for being a coward. Clevius himself knows it. He is a coward, an egoist, a coward, and a piece of trash. Dyke, who has put himself in order, is a true leader, a good person, and deserves everyone's respect. I feel frustrated by the gap, but that doesn't mean I try to become someone like Dyke. This is because he knows better than anyone else that he is a gutter rat living in a gutter. No matter how hard a sewer rat tries, it cannot become virtuous, as its body is already full of the stench of the sewer. The gaze of the students at the garrison is getting colder, and they don't care. I have endured that kind of disdain for my entire life. They are just struggling to save their lives. That's how Clevius survives. He's neither as desperate as Ed Rothtailor nor as noble as Dyke Elphalan, but he's also not a complete bad guy. It is the life of a coward who is only half-hearted. Clevius spread his hands and looked at them quietly. The hand, which was holding nothing, was trembling with fear. The tube of Arfeles is about to rupture. Maybe the garrison there isn't safe anymore. Soon, a student rushed in and reported loudly to Dyke. The voice was so urgent that it echoed loudly throughout the garrison. What? Wasn't Arfale's Hall safe because it was surrounded by defensive lines? It seems like they were affected by Bellbroke's magic. Then the students there will also take refuge. If there are students who take refuge in our direction, we must be prepared to accept them. No, Senior Dyke. They will probably take refuge in an internal underground facility. Still, there is no guarantee that it will be safe if the Arfale's tube is pierced. Honestly, which garrison will hold out and which will break through is purely a matter of luck. Luckily, a place where not many high-ranking monsters fell can hold out for a long time. But unluckily, a place where a lot of high-ranking monsters fall cannot hold out for long. That's it. The royal residence was unlucky, and this training ground was lucky. It is precisely because of this difference that the lives of countless people are being decided. Dyke furrowed his brows and sighed, but there was no way to help the Arfale's Hall at this point. This garrison is also in a situation where my nose is stone. I can only hope that you are safe. We must first rally at least the survivors inside the combat department buildings. Dyke quickly made a decision and spoke. It wasn't a wrong decision. In the worst case, the entire students of Arfale's Hall could be exposed to the threat of the monster tribe, but I could only hope that that would not happen. Well, rest for about 30 more minutes, and then well go search for survivors in the northern training area. Those who will follow along should prepare their equipment now. After shouting that, Dyke picked up his knuckles. In order to gather as many survivors as possible into the garrison, we had to move a little faster. It was a forced march that was somewhat burdensome, but no one expressed any complaints despite such a tight schedule. At that moment, Clevius stepped on Dyke's eyes. Clevius got up from his seat as if possessed and was heading towards the exit of the garrison, holding a sword in its sheath. Dyke, startled, quickly jumped out of his seat and grabbed Clevius by the shoulder. Clevius, where are you going? It's hell out there now. I understand the situation of Clevius, who is constantly being pressured by the students at the garrison. Therefore, Dyke was conscious of Clevius to some extent. Still, I didn't expect him to suddenly think of leaving the garrison as if he were possessed. Anyway, Clevius is a terrible coward. I didn't expect him to face the outside world in such a disastrous situation, but Clevius held Dyke's wrist tightly with eerily calm eyes and let go of his shoulder. Dyke glared at Clevius' eyes at the sudden change in attitude. However, the eyes of Clevius, who I thought was shaking with fear, were infinitely calm. Where on earth are you going? In this situation? Elvira headed to the Arfale's building. The reason why that insignificant fact kept trampling on her mind may have been because Clevius was nothing more than a coward. If you live your life worrying about everything, isn't it easy for your unnecessary worries to increase? I wonder if this is also a useless worry, but as much as the fear of death, another fear that is deep in Clevius' heart emerges. That means Elvira might die. That hot-tempered alchemist who grabs Clevius and shakes him every chance he gets, scolds him, raises his voice, and gets angry unnecessarily. Clevius looked up into Dick's eyes for a moment while clutching Dyke's wrist tightly. He was such a good person that he would take care of me, so I didn't want to worry or ask for help. A walk. Is that what they say as they head into the inside of a hellish academic institution? However, Dyke had no intention of stopping the noble Clevius and just watched him leave the station. Clevius plunges his sword into his shoulder as he leaves the combat unit's training camp. A terrible pain surges through me, and I let out a groan, but eventually the pain subsides. He bows his back and looks up at the group of monsters surrounding the garrison with red-tinted eyes, along with the sound of heavy breathing. A sword stained with blood-red magic was drawn out like a flash of light. A sword spirit covered in blood goes out for a walk. When I came to my senses, the road was stained red with the blood scattered by the demons. Taylor McLaura was sitting in the rose garden of the Arfale's building, having difficulty treating her wounds. Isla Triss, who had reached the Arfale's pavilion with Taylor, was running around the Arfale's pavilion looking for Elvira. Ziggs Eifelstein was explaining the situation after cutting down the giant bat that was threatening Bell Meyer. Lortel Ketchelm was protecting the building by shooting ice magic directly in front of the business building. Fenia Elias Clole was leading Emperor Clole across the corridors of the royal quarters to escape from the monsters. Elvira Aniston was gathering all the reagent ingredients in her room. and Clevius Nortondale was heading to the Arfleys building, single-handedly sweeping away the demons of the bachelors. It seemed like more time would still be needed to gather the members of the Bellbroke subjugation team in one place, but the fact that everyone was still alive and well is encouraging. However, the Sylvanian subjugation force that had to gather around Ed Rosteller made little progress. Characters who have escaped the affairs of and are caught up in a completely different flow. People who can cooperate with Ed without affecting the power of the government subjugation force. Ed Rosteller, Yenica, Palova, Selaha, Anya Kloll was gathered in one place. Lucy Merrill was alone. I am exhausted as I've almost run out of magical energy trying to block Velbroke. St. Clarice could not even think of leaving the cathedral camp. Tanya Rosteller had reached her limit just by taking responsibility for the survivors in her garrison. Even in this situation, the end of the world was slowly approaching. Great Sage Sylvania smiled bitterly as she looked at the collapsing world. Among the numerous variables that try to block the bell break, the variable that must be eliminated first is engraved in their eyes. That is the existence of Lucy Merrill, who is fighting with Bellbroke in a sealed state. Boom! Lucy Merrill was pinned to the half-collapsed remains of the bachelor's spire. Amid the rising dust, Lucy shook her head and looked up at the dying sky again. A person floating in front of Bellbroke with a staff in front of him. Great Sage Sylvania was looking down at Lucy with a creepy smile. After that, the image of Bellbroke still struggling. No matter what, having to handle both at once is a bit too much. Lucy took off her school uniform coat, threw it away, and stood up her small body again. It was my first time experiencing a wound like this. The blood was staining red and spreading across the school uniform blouse. Nevertheless, Lucy Merrill had no intention of backing down. She looked up at the sky with a blank expression, as always. I didn't really know how long I could endure.